This is the story of Chung Myung, a master swordsman of the Mount Hua sect, who awakens 100 years after dying in a battle against the demonic cult's leader, Jinmei. Finding his beloved sect in ruins, he sets out to restore its former glory. Despite trying to keep a low profile, his strength and deeds earn him legendary titles, making him a feared yet respected figure in the martial world. In a battlefield where everything seems crimson red, there's blood in the air and on the ground. Injured, Chung Myung opens his eyes and looks stunned. Panting, he looks around. The only thing he finds in that place is death. Looking around, he wonders why this much bloodshed was necessary. He turns his head and peeks at the dead body of Sahyung Jang-mun, who was brutally killed. Then he looks at Sai, who was cut into 2 halves. Sajal's body was also shredded into many pieces. Upon realizing that all his fellows are dead, he clenches his teeth with sorrow and anger. He himself has lost an arm and a sword is pierced in his chest. He recalls that over 20 different sects, including the 10 great sects, the ultimate military unit composed of the elites, their clash with Chunma only resulted in a complete annihilation. But he wonders whose fault this is. He asks himself if that is because of the man sitting on the mountain of the corpses in front of his eyes. He is the demon sent from the skies, from the devilish group who turned the entire world into a bloodshed, and the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Chunma. Chunma says that all of this is unfortunate for the disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Seeing him talking, Chung Myung frowns and gets up from the ground. But he is badly injured, and this movement makes him cough blood. Chunma says that if only he was able to get out of here alive, he could have boasted about the glory of having killed him for the entirety of his life. But it seems that this is as far as they will go. Trembling, Chung Myung tells him to shut up. Chunma keeps going and says he has every right to be proud of himself. Even though he had help from many people, his sword eventually reached Chunma's body. He says that in his name of Chunma, he acknowledges his swordsmanship. Chung Myung is now irritated by his voice, and he grabs the handle of the sword that is pierced in his body to pull it out. Chunma says that he recognizes the Mount Hua sect swordsmanship as the greatest in the world. Chung Myung pulls it out and runs towards Chunma, telling him to shut his mouth. Seeing his movements, Chunma says that it is quite a shame. If he were given just one more day, he would have been able to truly become a man befitting the name of Chunma. But this must also be his destiny. Realizing that he is going to be killed, Chunma tells the disciple of the Mount Hua sect to remember that this is not the end. He says that demons will return, and when that happens, the world will be taken over by the demons. No one will be able to stop them. Chung Myung keeps forwarding, and he cuts Chunma's head above his shoulder with one slash of his sword. His head falls away from his body. The war is finally over. The sun is rising in the sky, and an inevitable death is approaching Chung Myung. While standing there, he turns his head and wonders what will happen to the Mount Hua sect now. Every single member of the Mount Hua sect has lost their lives in this place. The followers of the members of the Mount Hua sect have also lost their lives. The only ones left are the powerless children. He wonders if all the bloodshed caused by the Mount Hua sect was actually meaningful. He asks himself if he could not have saved at least one more life, only if he was even a little bit more dedicated to training. But all of this is meaningless now. He falls there and waits for his death, thinking that a plum blossom bloom must come to an end at some point. This is the end of the 13th disciple of the great Mount Hua sect, Chung Myung, who was one of the 3 greatest swordsmen ever. After killing Chunma, who has brought destruction and disarray onto the world, Chung Myung breathed his last breath on the top of the headquarter mountain of the heavenly demon sect. His life flashed before his eyes before he died. This short anecdote was the only legacy he had left behind in this world. When he was born, he was left on the door of the great Mount Hua sect. 2 men from the sect found him there and picked him up. As he grew up, he was given proper training along with the other students. His teacher used to scold him because he was a troublemaker. He used to tell him that he was an ascetic practitioner before a martial artist, and he must have known power without ethics could only be regarded as violence. But Chung Myung never put an ear to his words. He was sick of it. Even though he was a disciple of the Mount Hua sect, he could not completely follow the teachings of sect. He was getting undeserved attention because of his talents, but in fact, he was a mere rookie in the Mount Hua sect. Taking his final breath, he regrets why he did not realize back then that everything he had came from the Mount Hua sect. Right then, Sahyung Jang-mun appears in his dream and asks him if he is regretting now. He replies yes. He regrets his past. If only he was more dedicated in following the teachings from the Mount Hua sect, and if he could become a bit stronger than he was, he could have changed the ending of this horrendous tragedy. Smiling, Sahyung Jang-mun tells him that there is no need of regretting. He assures him that the Mount Hua sect will continue. No matter what happens, there will always be the Mount Hua sect. The story shifts to another scene. Someone hits the head of Chung Mayung with a cane. He screams so loud that it is heard outside that hut. He sees a boy standing before his eyes and wonders if he was not dead. Surprisingly, Chung Mayung has become a kid again. Chun Ma scolds him and says that he was doing a lot of sleep talk. He tells him that everyone already has gone to bed and asks him what gave him the nerve to sleep in so late. With that bumpy head, Chung Mayung wonders what is happening here and why that guy is threatening him with a cane. He calls that boy and tells him that he still does not understand what is going on here, but he must put that thing down first. The other guy thinks of Chung Mayung's casual tone as his insult. He starts laughing loudly. Chung Mayung thinks that it does not make any sense at this point. He thinks that he's still Chung Mayung, one of the Plum Blossom Sword Saints. He is someone even the leader of the Beggars Union treats with respect, and yet this little brat is not taking him seriously. Still laughing, that guy lifts his cane to hit him again and says he is dead to him today. Chung Mayung decides to teach him a lesson. First, he will block that slow swing with his hand, but then he is shocked to realize that his hand is short. He wonders why it is so. He cannot block the attack if it is this short. When he is busy wondering, that guy throws another hit in his head. He keeps abusing him verbally and physically, asking him if he still does not understand. He says that in that case, he will make sure Chung Mayung completely understands. He keeps going and says there is a degree to which a person can lose their mind, so a good beating will smack him out of it. Right then, another kid peeks into the hut, but after seeing the scene, he decides to leave and come back later. After a while, Chung Hying sits on the bank of a stream and cleans his injuries. He curses that guy and says he was never beaten this bad even in the Mount Hua sect. He decides that even if it is for the sake of that brat, he will make sure to take care of the beggars of the Beggars Union. But then he forgets that and starts wondering who the child is he sees from the reflection of the water. He pulls his face and wonders what is going on, and if this is the reincarnation that is mentioned in Buddhism. When he is busy wondering, another kid comes to check on him. He approaches him from behind. Chung Mayung looks at him and says he is the same guy whom he saw when he was getting beaten. That kid asks Chung Mayung if he is okay. He tells him that Wang Cho, the guy who beat him, is always like that, but he went abroad today. Chung Mayung stands up and says he wants to ask him two things. That kid wonders how he is behaving. Chung Mayung asks him if he is a beggar. The kid replies that it is kind of obvious if he looks at what he is wearing. Chung Mayung grabs his head in distress and asks how he could be a beggar. But then he sighs, saying he gets the gist of it, and asks him the second question if he knows who Chunma is. The other kid looks at him with a strange gaze and says he thought Chung Mayung was acting quite normal for someone who was beaten badly, but it looks like he was wrong. Then he replies that he knows who Chunma is. He says Chunma is the leader of the heavenly demon sect who died 100 years ago. Shocked, Chung Mayung confirms, asking if he said 100 years ago. He grabs the other kid and asks him if what he is saying is true. Scared, that kid replies that lying to him would not benefit him in any way. Chung Mayung leaves his collar and thinks all of this is insane. Hopelessly, he asks if they could not have let him reincarnate to the time right after he died. This is almost like he has been left alone in this world. He grabs his head and wonders how things could go so wrong. Seeing him stressed, the other kid asks him if he is alright. Chung Mayung asks him what happened to the Mount Hua sect. Surprised, the kid asks what the Mount Hua sect is. Now this is the real shock for Chung Mayung, and he asks the kid if he is not a beggar. He replies that he is, just like Chung Mayung is. Chung says that it means he is a part of the Beggars Union, but he does not know the Mount Hua sect, one of the 10 greatest sects just like the Beggars Union, and asks if he even knows what he is talking about. Startled, the kid asks him what nonsense he is spouting. He says that the great 10 sects are Shaolin Temple, the Wudang Ashen sect, Kongtong sect, Qingshan sect, the Lotus Order, Southern Island sect, Kunlu sect, the Beggars Union, and the Southern Edge sect. There is no such thing as the Mount Hua sect in the 10 great sects. Chung Mayung is jarred. He cannot believe that the Mount Hua sect is not a part of the 10 great sects. This is a hard pill to swallow for him. Chung Myung grabs that boy again, shakes him well, and asks if those country island bumpkins of the Southern Island sect have become one of the 10 great sects. But he remembers that this is not an important question to ask. He asks him if the Mount Hua sect is not the part of the 10 great sects anymore. After putting a little stress on his mind, the kid says he has heard that such a sect exists in the Shaanxi province map. Chung Myung is awestruck to hear that. He asks the kid if he knows anything about the Shaanxi province. He replies that he is not sure about them being a part of the 10 great sects, but as far as he knows, the Mount Hua sect has already fallen. Chung Myung cannot believe that this can be possible. He wonders how it is possible that the sect that was one of the 3 most prominent sects in the world, along with the Shaman Temple and the Northern Loyal family, has fallen. Chung leaves that guy's collar and he falls on his back. He refuses to believe that and needs to check with his own eyes. He decides to head towards the Mount Hua. The other kid says he would not do this if he were him. He tells him that if he does not want to get beaten up again, he should just go begging. Chung tells him to shut up and says he will be asking him a few more questions and he must answer them. He points at himself and asks what is the name of this body of his. Standing up, the boy asks why a beggar would have a name. They just call them whatever they want. They call him Cho Sam. Chung agrees that this is a beggar-like name. Next he asks about his age, as by judging from the skin, this guy must be around 15. The other kid asks why a beggar would know their age. Chung says it is fine if he does not know. Then he asks him about his name and the guys who beat him. The kid asks him if he really does not remember anything. He tells him that his name is Ku Chil and the one who beat him up is Ku Pao, but they call him Wang Cho. Chung processes the information. Then he asks Ku Chil to listen to him carefully and tells him that he repays favors 2-fold and he returns grudges 10-fold. He tells him to remember the name Chung Myung of the Mount Hua sect. The next time they meet, he will return today's favor. After that, he leaves. Right after a minute, he comes back to Ku Chil and asks him which way the Mount Hua of the Shaanxi province is. The boy realizes that Chung is a hopeless case. Chung keeps running in the direction the boy told him about. He thinks that even in his past life, he did not ride such a slow thing as a horse, and yet he is going to die now as he is out of breath. He falls to the ground on his face. He realizes that his body is not fit at all. Therefore, he is already tired after running for only a few minutes. He cannot believe that he needs to get to the Shaanxi province with this body. There is no way it is possible. He would probably pass out and die on the way there. While lying there, he wonders how he will get to the Shaanxi province. He knows the answer. This is where the trickeries of the great Chung Myung come into play. He lifts his head laughing and says he just needs to train himself in martial arts. Motivated, he thinks that the others probably do not realize how amazing this opportunity is. Even those who reach the peak of their martial arts skill have regrets. They regret that when they were younger, they should have focused more on the fundamentals. They also regret that when their Sahyung nagged them to train, they should have at least pretended to. And that they should not have been caught drinking the liquor their Sahyung hid away. Running towards the woods, he thinks that he can do it all over again. First, he needs to find a place where he can avoid contact with the physical world the most. After searching, he finds the best place inside the woods. He sits under a tree and wonders what he should learn first. He has countless theories of advanced martial arts techniques stored in his head. Every martial arts technique and the history of the Mount Hua sect resides by his side. He knows tons of methods of inner Kai cultivation techniques. If he does not limit himself to just the techniques of the Mount Hua sect, the amount he will learn will easily multiply. Out of many techniques, he will first learn equilibrium. Equilibrium is a technique that is thrown away very cheaply in illegal street stores. Chung's reason for learning this cheaply sold technique is that it is not a cheap technique at all. This is one of the beginner techniques of the Mount Hua sect. Everyone who enters the sect starts out by learning this technique. It cannot significantly increase one's inner Kai strength, but it perfectly cleanses one's body. In other words, it is a fundamental technique. There is no need for him to rush things. He just needs to establish a strong foundation for the tower of his inner body strength. This is where it begins. He needs to make sure to precisely cleanse the energy absorbed from his surroundings. Almost like fixing a small misalignment in a big fabric, strand by strand, he has to perfectly cleanse any impure energy. And if he gathers the cleansed energy into the dantian of his body, it will be the foundation that will open up a whole new world for him. A small but firm energy will roll like a snowball and eventually become an avalanche no one is able to stop. Chung is glad after learning it successfully. He gets up and wonders if he should run to Mount Hua now. But as he tries to run, he falls on his face. He realizes that he already has used all of his energy learning the technique. He also remembers that equilibrium does not help at all when he needs to use his body right away. His Sahyung appears in his mind and tells him that he sometimes just forgets to use his brain. He tries to shake that thought as it is pissing him off. He wonders how he will get to the Mount Hua sect at this rate. In the market of a nearby town, two beggar kids run inside a street and see a young, mid-aged beggar resting there. They wake him up by calling him brother. That guy asks him what the matter is. One of the boys points in a direction and says that there is a rookie beggar over there who is intercepting all of their begging money. They say that he is a kid and he looks so petty, so everyone gives their coins to him. The guy says that if that is the case, then they need to teach him a lesson. Those boys are glad to hear that. They take him to that kid who is sitting in the street and eating food. That guy calls him. Chung turns his head and asks him with the mouth filled with food if he is talking about him. The guy angrily asks if he just spoke to him informally. He adds that he must have lost his mind at such a young age. Showing superiority and anger, he tells him that he does not know whose permission he has got to beg here, but since he is young, he will let the kid go unharmed, but only if he leaves everything he has got and gets out of here. Chung looks at him with a straight face. Then he looks at the food in his hand. After that, he says that those guys really have no shame as they are even taking what he is eating. Those two kids are shocked to see his behavior while the man is losing his cool. Chung stands up, stretches his arms and practices a few punches in the air. He says that his dantian is not perfect yet, but he guesses this much will do. He tells them that he has already gotten used to this body. This is pretty bothersome, so all of them can just come at him at once. He adds that he is pretty weak, so he cannot hit them very hard, and he hopes they do not mind being beaten a little. The man is shaking up with anger after seeing his attitude. He orders those two to go and kill him. They run towards him. One of them throws a punch at him, but Chung dodges it. But he does a counterattack and throws a jab at the beggar's face. This hits him hard and he is thrown away. Angered, he screams that he is the Plum Blossom Sword Saint of the Great Mount Hua sect. After a while, all of those beggars are sitting on their knees before him. They have been beaten well, and they apologize to Chung by calling him chief. Eating, Chung asks him why they are calling a beggar a chief. The man asks if he should call him the chief beggar. Chung asks him how he dares to call him a beggar. Perplexed, the guy apologizes for his poor choice of words. After finishing eating, Chung asks them if any of them knows the fastest way to get to Shaanxi province. Laughing, the man replies that he is asking something so obvious. Chung asks if he knows something. The guy says why they would be beggars if they knew such things. He adds that it is not something Chung should ask people like them. Laughing, he replies that it seems that he was barking up the wrong tree. Seeing him laugh, the others start laughing too. Chung grabs the man by his shirt and tells him that he will say this just in case they meet again. He says that if he asks him whether he knows about something, he better have an answer for him if he does not want to die. He tells them to scream if they have understood him. Hearing that, those three run away from there. After a few days at the Mount Hua sect, the sect leader is looking outside the window of his room. Unim calls him and asks permission to come in. The sect leader grants him the permission. Unim opens the door and says that it is nothing important, but a child is requesting to meet him. The sect leader is surprised to hear that. It is Chung Myung. He greets the sect leader and says that he would like to enter the Mount Hua sect. The sect leader smiles after hearing his words. Then he looks at Unim if he told the kid that they are not accepting anyone from entering the sect anymore. He replies that he did, but the kid was very desperate to meet the sect leader, so he ended up bringing him here. They both look at his smiling face. He may look smiling, but he is actually very irritated. A few moments ago, when he finally arrived at Mount Hua, he was panting and walking with the help of a stick. The shortcut those three bums told him did not help at all. But at least he is finally here. Tired and irritated, he decides not to forgive them if they meet again. Then he makes up his mind to climb the mountain. First, he starts running up the stairs. He is extremely tired but decides that he will climb up like his life depends on it. Facing all the hardships, he keeps climbing. He thinks that anything is possible if he is tenacious enough. Despite the fear of falling down, he decides to keep climbing up. Finally, he reaches the top when it is almost evening. He is totally out of breath. But he is upset when he sees there's no signboard of the Mount Hua sect on the entrance. Shocked, he grabs his head wondering where that thing went that Sahyong Jang Mun cleaned every morning. He thinks he is going to go crazy. Hearing some noise, Unem opens the door and asks who that kid is. Seeing that he is alone, he asks him how he came all the way up here alone. Chung does not have a proper answer as he just climbed up. Instead of answering, he says that he has something he wishes to ask. He asks Unem if he is a martial arts practitioner from the Mount Hua sect. He replies that he is. Chung becomes glad to know that the Mount Hua sect has not completely disappeared. Unem tells him to come in for now. Chung does not understand what he means by that. Unem tells him that they are currently not accepting any outsiders, but is probably too late to start climbing back down. They cannot let a guest of the Mount Hua sect climb back down in the middle of the night. He says that Mount Hua gets very cold when the night falls. Chung Myung is awestruck after he enters the building. He wonders why the floor of the training grounds is just dirt and what happened to the marble stone floor. Seeing his face, Unem asks him what is wrong with him. Chung tries to calm himself down, saying they are merely just pieces of stones and they must have sold them when they were in a monetarily dire situation. Instead of telling the truth, he laughs and says the training ground is very spacious and nice. As he progresses, he sees that the heavenly golden palace is missing too. He gets shocked again. When Unem looks at him, Chung points in that direction and says it feels like something is missing there. He also asks if nothing was always there. Unem guesses that it is evident to Chung as well. He replies that apparently Pa Aces once stood in the empty lot. Chung replies in his mind that he knows that, and therefore he is asking where they all went. Unem proudly tells him that it is not something someone of his age would know. He adds that it is pretty embarrassing for a martial arts practitioner to say this, but he guesses that it is a wound of glory of someone. Chung reacts irritated to his statement, physically and verbally. But when Unem notices, he acts that it was nothing. Unem tells him to follow him somewhere. There is something they must do first. Chung follows him and thinks that it is understandable. He thinks that it is not like it's their fault. They probably had it the roughest trying to hold down the sect from disappearing until now. Unem takes him to the Yuyuan temple. Seeing from the outside, Chung thinks that this one is intact. Opening the door, Unem tells him that the Mount Hua sect is a martial arts sect, so the guests have their own set of duties. He tells him to go on in and prepare to pay his respects to their ancestors. But as he enters, he notices another missing thing inside. The golden candlestick that was bestowed upon ancestor Didong Hak by the emperor of the Jin dynasty, the hanging scroll written by hand by the ancestor, the gold plating decorations, and the paintings that used to fill the room are all gone. Above all, the flower is missing. Startled, he asks where the flower is. He almost shouts at Unem while asking him where the flower went. Surprised, Unem asks him how he knows about it. Upon recalling, he tells Chung that there was a flower once, a plum blossom made out of some strange white metal. Impatient, Chung asks where it is. Unem replies in a casual tone that they sold it. He adds that they could not really find any use for it, and it didn't really suit their temple, so they were unsure about what to do with it. But luckily, they found a merchant who was willing to buy it, so they sold it to him at a good price. Chung feels fading away and he falls on his knees. He tells his Sahyung that the Mount Hua sect has fallen. He recalls that white plum blossom of the nocturnal fragrance. It was not as showy as gold, nor as flashy as silver, but it is rather unpretentious. It was a sacred artifact said to hold the righteous spirit of the Mount Hua sect. But these fools sold it. Seeing him in that shocked state, Unem runs towards him and asks if he is all right. Chung thinks that he needs to interfere as soon as possible before they make an even bigger mess. Chung bows his head and sincerely asks him to let him meet with the sect leader. He tells him that he wishes to join the Mount Hua sect. That's how Chung finally meets the sect leader. The sect leader says that he surely must know about the Mount Hua sect if he wishes to join it. Chung replies that he is correct. Chung believes the sect leader will not let him in very easily, but he has an entire scenario prepared with him. He just needs to use the name of Chung Jin, who was lost in the middle of a war. This is what he has come up with. he will say that Chung Jin fell off a cliff, and a passerby lumberjack found him and treated his wounds. Although Chung Jin could not move right away because of his deep wounds, to thank the lumberjack, Chung Jin taught him the martial arts techniques of the Mount Hua sect and treated him as his disciple. And he, Chung Myung, is the descendant of that lumberjack. Chung smirks thinking about his clever plan. The best thing about this scenario is that he can set his own position in the sect. If the lumberjack is his grandfather, Chung's position will technically be on the same level as the sect leader. He thinks it is an amazing scenario if he says so himself. After all, there is no reason he should not be in a higher position than the youngsters. Now he just wants the sect leader to reject him or ask him the reason. But opposite to his desire, the sect leader approves his entry to the sect. Chung was not expecting that and was surprised to hear that. The sect leader says that if Chung wants to join the sect, he should let him do as he wishes. Surprised, Unem mentions that he thought the sect leader said that he would not accept any more entries to the sect. The sect leader shakes his head and replies he has changed his mind. He says that perhaps this is Chung's destiny. Still shocked, Chung thinks that the sect leader needs to show more suspicion towards strangers before he accepts them into the sect. The sect leader says that whatever the reason this child has, he came looking for the Mount Hua sect. He adds that they do not chase away a bird that has come to the eaves to avoid the rain, and they hand out food to animals who come looking for food in the winter. So there is no way they could deny a child who seeks entry into the sect so desperately. He orders Unem to provide this child with a place to stay and prepare for the entrance ceremony. Unem bows his head to the order of the sect leader and says he will prepare them right away. Chung is angry as this way his position has fallen down. Chung wears the uniform. He touched the fabric and said he never thought he would wear third-rank disciple clothing. He sighs thinking what is happening with his life. But then he forgets about that and wonders what that place is. He thinks he remembers this place being used as a guest room. He says that it is strange to think that this is a temporary place to stay for those scheduled to enter the sect. He gets out of his room to check the situation. He remembers that the Mount Hua sect originally did not have private boarding rooms. Those who newly join the sect immediately form a bonding contract with their teacher and stay in their teacher's rooms. He looks at the other rooms and thinks there must be people staying in these rooms. As he opens the door of one room to look inside, someone asks him from behind who he is. Chung suddenly shuts the door. As he looks behind, he sees a boy yelling at him and asking who he is to peek into someone else's room and if he is a thief. Hearing the noise, the other students come out of their rooms as well. That guy Gull tells his senior that this kid was peeking into his room. Chung wonders why he has to go through 3 kinds of hardships. Suddenly, the great Sasuk comes there and asks why they all are gathered there. He shouts that it is still time for training, and yet they are causing trouble in the boarding house. They all bow their heads before him and apologize for the trouble. He asks Chung who he is. Chung just tells his name in the answer. Sasuk says that he must be the newcomer in the White Plum Blossom boarding house. He says that since it is already late, Chug must get some rest for today and make sure to participate in training starting tomorrow. He tells the rest of them to return downstairs. All of them follow him immediately. Before going, Gull looks at him and tells Chung that he will deal with him later and he will make sure to teach him a lesson. While standing there alone, Chung says that they are his cute little successors of the Mount Hua sect, so he will make sure to give them proper attention. Although his kind of attention may be a bit different from others. At night, when the students return, Gull asks Chug to take them off. Surprised, Chung asks what he is asking him to take off. Gull replies that Chung knows what he means. He tells him to take off everything he is wearing. He adds that this is how men get closer to each other. He takes off all his clothes, dances, and gets beaten up a little bit. Smirking, he asks Chung if it would not strengthen his affection towards his Sahyungs. Chung thinks it absurd. With a straight face, he says he just has one question to ask. Maintaining the same tone, he asks him where the boarding house advisor, Ungam, is. Gull replies that the advisor does not train in the afternoon. He gets irritated with continuous talk and says he has changed his mind. He says they will start with a little beating. Chung tells him to flex his neck muscles. When Gull is busy processing what he is saying, Chung punches him in his face so hard that he flies away and his head gets stuck in the roof. All other students are awestruck to see Chung's power. Chung smirks and reminds them they are talking about beating. Those senior students get terrified and start screaming with fear. After that, all students bow their heads before him. Chung tells Yoon Jong to put a little bit more effort into the message. He says that he is giving him special treatment because he is the great Sahyung here. He replies that he will do his best. Then Chung calls Gul. He shakes up hearing his name. Chung tells him that he will not harm him and orders him to come to him. He tells him that he is still not used to the situation in the Mount Hua sect, so he has a few questions for him. Gul keeps his head down and respectfully tells him to ask him anything. Chung asks him what happened to the Golden Palace and if he knows why the Mount Hua sect is in such a mess. While replying, he asks Chung if he knows of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Chung replies that he does because he himself is that person. Gul says that according to the Sasuk, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint took a major role in defeating Chunma. But after that, the remaining groups of the Heavenly Demon sect became furious and pushed their way into the Zhongyuan region, and for some reason, they forced their way all the way up to Mount Hua and set the entire mountain on fire. Because of that severe damage they took back then, they still have not recovered the prowess they used to have. Chung wonders if that means that he is the reason behind the fall of the Mount Hua sect. That night, he dreams of one of his memories with his Sheung. His Sheung tells him that the Tai Flomok's sword technique lacks Taoistic aspects and is not very powerful either. He adds that he does not think it would be problematic, even if they remove this technique from the Mount Hua sect, and asks Chung about his thoughts upon this matter. Chung, who is busy eating, replies that it is certainly not a sword technique that could be of good use. He says they should probably just throw it away. Sheung says that it is a bit troublesome because it was left behind by their ancestors. Chung says that in order to prevent the children from taking an interest in it, they must remove it from the library. Sheung says that sounds like a good idea and they will do as he said. Chung was glad to hear that. After a pause, Sahyung tells him that he did not call him here today just to talk about that issue. Chung wonders what he is going to say. Sahyung says he thinks it is about time for him to take in some disciples himself. He asks him how he thinks he should teach his disciples. Chung is surprised and forgets about eating the cookie in his hand. Then he crushes that cookie and says there is nothing to think about. Sahyung is perplexed to hear his answer. Excited, Chung says that he will just beat them up first. He adds that once they beat them up to the brink of death, they will make even the impossible happen. After that, Sahyung never brought up the topic of him taking in disciples ever again. Chung is sleeping in his room. He opens his eyes when someone comes into his room and calls his name. He tells that guy not to address him so formally. The guy tells him that the boarding house advisor Ungum called him to the SAM training grounds. Ungum has said that Chung will be participating in training starting today. An instructor is teaching a sword technique to the students. Chung comes there with Ungum and is nonplussed to see the training. He asks Ungum what kind of sword technique that is. Smiling, Ungum replies that the sword technique that his Sahyungs are currently training is called the Equilibrium Sword Technique. He adds that it is a fundamental sword technique for all the other techniques of the Mount Hua sect. Chung asks if that is Mount Hua's fundamental technique. He wonders what these stupid people are doing. He thinks that this is doing nothing but hindering the children from getting stronger. This is like teaching them the alphabet using a complicated thesis book. He walks towards the students. While walking across, he thinks that doing this might get them ahead for a short amount of time, but a technique without proper fundamentals will bring nothing good to them. He thinks that if the instructors are doing this way, they need to at least try to teach them properly. All the students look at him when he passes through them. Chung stops at a point and looks up at the sky. He thinks that this clear and cloudless sky is like the nothingness of the future of the Mount Hua sect. He does not even know where to begin. He calls a student beside him and asks what else they learn here other than this technique. He replies that after learning the Equilibrium Sword Technique, they learn the sword technique of the 7 sages. After that, they graduate from the Plum Blossom House and learn the Lesser King's sword technique. After learning everything, they are able to learn the sacred technique of the Mount Hua sect, the Tai Flomok's sword technique. That was shocking for him, as in his previous life, they agreed to end that technique. And yet the students are learning that technique. He yells why those retards are not learning the 24-movement Plum Blossom Sword Technique. Hearing the noise, the instructor asks who is chattering and orders them to come up here instantly. That night, Chung goes to Gul and calls him. Gul is still afraid of him and trembles when he sees him. Chung says he needs a favor from him. He asks Gull to tell everyone to gather in front of the White Plum Blossom boarding house at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. He also asks him to prepare the things he is about to tell him. After knowing about that, perplexed, Gull asks him if he really wants him to prepare those things. Laughing, Chung asks if he does not think he can do this. Gull replies that he can leave it up to him. Chung says he likes his enthusiasm. Then he tells him to leave. While standing there, Chung self-talks and says that currently in the Mount Hua sect, they have neither wealth, technique, nor talent. As such, it would not be surprising for the sect to collapse overnight. Out of 3, the one thing he can control is talent. The current third-class disciples do not seem very talented, but a 1,000-mile journey starts with a single step. He says that bringing up these untalented Sahyungs will be his first step. At dawn, students start gathering on the ground. One irritated guy asks what kind of junior makes their seniors come and go as he wishes. Seeing some students' reaction, Gull thinks they probably were not in the boarding house last night. Suddenly, Chung comes there and asks if they are talking about him. One of them asks him if he has not learned how to respect their seniors. Chung smiles and very politely says that he is sorry for that, and he must have been lacking in his understanding for his Sahyungs. As an apology, he asks why they do not have a little chat inside the boarding house. He gathers all of those seniors inside the house and shuts the door. After that, a silence takes over that place. It seems like peace before the thunder hits the ground. Suddenly, the students outside notice that the building is shaking. In the very next moment, those seniors come out of the building running. They look scared while Chung is smiling. Those seniors stand in the rows. Chung appreciates that and says they should be a bit more quiet or else they will wake the great Sasuk. He also announces that this time every morning they will be training together. After the sun rises, Ungum wakes up and wonders why the students did not come to give their morning greetings. He sighs and thinks that it must mean that everyone in the White Plum Blossom boarding house is still asleep. He remembers that a newcomer arrived 2 nights ago and thinks they must still be asleep after doing their strange rite of passage or something. He goes towards the boarding house building, thinking that he will teach them a proper lesson this time. But he is stunned to see the scene on the ground. All the students are lying on the ground, tired and half dead. He wonders why everyone is in such a bad condition. He shouts and asks them what is happening there. No one replies. Ungum wonders why they are hesitating to tell him. He looks at Gull, whose situation is no different to others. But then he looks behind Gull. It is Chung, lifting the heavy weights on his shoulder and doing squats. He has done 10,085 till now. Chung stops his training when he sees Ungum there. Ungum looks at him and thinks this kid has worn out to the extent where even his legs are shaking while standing. He orders someone to bring him some water. Chung tells him that he does not need to worry about that. After he quenches his thirst, Ungum asks him what has happened there. He replies that it is nothing much. He excitedly tells him that it is just a little morning exercise they decided to do together starting today. He adds that since it was the first day, everyone must have been hyped up and pushed themselves a little too much. Ungum wonders if they were really hyped up. Some of them try to signal him that they were not. But they stop when Chung looks at them. Ungum wonders if they are scared of this child. He thinks that they call themselves the disciples of the Mount Hua sect, and yet they are scared of mere newcomers. This is unbelievable for him. Ungum decides to give him a warning. He tells him that the White Plum Blossom boarding house has their own set of regulations and asks how he dares to break them. In a strict tone, he asks who told him that he could sacrifice sleep time for training. Chung replies that if that's the case, he will stop. This is not the reaction Ungum was expecting. He decides that he will focus on the fact that Chung threatened his Shams. But upon looking at his innocent smile, he decides not to do that. Besides, it will make everyone look like an idiot. He thinks that the third-class disciples are already idiots for being pressured into training by a mere newcomer, and he would become the biggest idiot who teaches those idiots. Chung requests him to give them 1 month. He says he will make sure to bring him results within a month. He adds that he highly regards his Saehyung's determination, and he truly respects them for it. Even though it was a very demanding training session, not a single one of them complained about it. He looks at his seniors, and they say yes to everything. Ungum looks at him and thinks that he probably means that no one dared to complain to him. He wonders where someone like him came from. He summarizes that Chung completely took control of the third-class disciples, but he intends to use that control for none other than training. He tells Chung that it will not be an easy task for him either and asks why he insists on training every morning. Chung politely replied that they can become plenty strong with the great Sasuk's teachings, but they can speed up the process with more effort on their side. So it is reasonable for them to sacrifice sleeping time for training. Ungum realizes that Chung thinks that there need be no reason in their training process. He asks him what is the most important aspect when training his Sahyung. Chung replies that it is courtesy. He says that he will regard his Sahyung's words as that of the skies. Ungum gets that Chung will not look down on his seniors, but rather keep his courtesy towards them to maintain the hierarchy, and he is glad to know that. He tells the students that seeing them voluntarily participating in the training at dawn, he is very impressed with their determination. If they continue with these endeavors, they will definitely be able to achieve great results. So, he allows them to continue the training. Those students were not expecting this from the great Sasuk. Instead, they wanted him to save them. Seeing them like this, Chang says that it is not like he said he would kill them or anything. He thinks they should have a little chat in the boarding house. Those seniors start trembling after hearing the name of the boarding house. A few days pass by like this. Chung is practicing the equilibrium technique. Although his dantian is small and feeble, it is beginning to settle in. During this time, he has also found out a lot about the Mount Hua sect. Firstly, the White Plum Blossom boarding house is like a private dormitory. It was made in a hurry due to the lack of people to form disciple-master contracts with. Secondly, the sect leader and the unpedigree, putting aside their personality, are weak. Their strength cannot even be compared to the Mount Hua sect of 100 years ago, and as such, their disciples are terribly weak. On the top of that, most of the third-class disciples entered the sect to make social connections. But nothing of this matters when the great Chung Myung is here. Chung thinks that becoming the strongest sect is not an unreachable dream. Students are taking their meal in the dining hall. A few cannot hold the chopsticks steadily because of their shivering hands. A guy angrily shouts that they should not train to the extent where they cannot even eat their meals. He calls Gol and requests him if he can say something about this matter. He adds that he has not been able to use his chopsticks for days and it is driving him crazy. Gol calmly replies that they talk too much. That guy was not expecting this reply from Gol. Gol asks them if they think their Sahyung is their errand boy. He says that it is not like he is avoiding them or anything, so they should go tell him themselves. He stands up from the table and asks Great Sahyung if he can have a bit of his time. First surprised, he replies to Gol that he can, so he follows him to the ground. Going near him, he starts the conversation by saying that Gol is looking quite refreshed. Gol looks upon the sky and asks Sahyung what he thinks of the Mount Hua sect. He replies that it is quite a difficult question to answer. Gol says that it will all be over for him once he decides to return to his hometown. But for Sahyung, he asks if he is not planning to spend the entirety of his life in Mount Hua. He replies that Gol is right. Gol says that he really thought that the Mount Hua sect was done for. Sahyung tells him not to be so disrespectful, as that is not something he should say so easily. Gol adds that now he has changed his mind because of Chung Myung. Gol says that even though they were forced into it, he realized after their morning sessions that he never pushed himself to this extent when it came to training. Yet that kid, he did not even hint at being tired when he was training way more intensely than them. After seeing him do that, Gol wants to try his best. He smiles and says that he wants to try his best to become a master of a caliber, able to lead the entire world. Sahyung looks at him with a smiling face and says he shares his thoughts. Chung Myung is sitting on the tree and overhears their conversation. He is glad to know about those two. He thinks that Ungum was pretty easy to convince, but he still has ways to go. Suddenly, he hears the noises. Someone is calling the sect leader to come out. Next he hears that some people are knocking the entrance gate violently and are asking them to open it instantly. A few moments later, they break the gate and enter the sect building. Angrily, they demand the sect leader to come out. Unam and Ungum try to block their way and tell them that they cannot do this here. Chung is looking at the whole scene and cannot believe that those people broke through the gate. He wonders what is happening there. Those people shout that they have waited for a long time and cannot wait anymore and ask when the sect will pay them back. Chung is awestruck to hear that. He was not assuming that the sect could be under debt in the current situation. Those people gather outside the sect leader's room and ask if he has no shame. They demand him to come out instantly. After a while, the sect leader steps out of his room. Chung is looking at the whole scene by hiding at the end of the crowd. Sect leader asks those men why they are here so late at night. Seeing him acting so cool even in this situation, Chung admits that he is indeed the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect. A sophisticated aura is emanating from his every movement and the way he talks. One of those men starts talking and asks the leader how he has been doing. He replies that he did not expect the pavilion owner Kong to come here himself. Kong giggles and says he feels uneasy about having to visit him for something like this. He adds that he did not want to climb Mount Hua again if possible, but many people have been asking him to come here, so he hopes that the sect leader will understand. He goes on saying the sect leader must understand the reasons for these people. The date they agreed on has already long passed by. They have already tried to be understanding of the Mount Hua sect's situation multiple times. If they went by contract, they would be asking the sect leader to pay the price for violating the promised date, but they have been indebted to the Mount Hua sect many times in their lives. As such, they will try not to be so harsh on the sect leader. He sums it up by saying that if the sect leader is unable to pay back within 7 days, they will confiscate the temple of the Mount Hua sect. Hearing this unexpected thing, Chung makes a sound. Everyone looks back and finds him standing there. Chung shuts his mouth with his hands, but he has already been exposed. Kong laughs, saying he let the child see something they should not have. Inside his room, he asks his seniors if those merchants are from the Hua, prefecture. One of them replies yes. Chung silently starts to understand the situation. Seeing him like that senior decides to stay away from him as he does not know what Chung may do to him. Gol asks that guy if the Hua prefecture is not the name of the village right below Mountain Hua. He replies that it is. He says that he remembers it from the days when he was peddling with his father. Gol asks if it means that Mount Hua sect borrowed money from the merchants. The boy replies that he does know about that, but he knows about the pavilion owner Kong. He is owner of the T Hua pavilion of the Hua prefecture. Kong is the owner of the biggest pavilion, and apparently, he is a wealthy merchant who takes part in many different businesses. Chung is surprised to hear about that and asks to confirm if Kong is the owner of the T Hua pavilion. Gol and that kid get scared to see his reaction. They ask him to calm down as he looks angry. Chung angrily asks if they are asking him to calm down. He remembers that the T Hua pavilion was originally the possession of Mount Hua sect. He grabs that kid by his shirt and asks while shouting at him if Kong is really the owner of the T Hua pavilion and if he is trying to confiscate the temple of Mount Hua sect after lending them money. Scared boy replies that it is correct, but then he realizes that something is not adding up here. He leaves the kid's shirt and thinks that it is strange that the T Hua pavilion, which was originally the possession of the Mount Hua sect, lent them money in the first place. Since something does not add up, it most likely means things have been going in the wrong direction. He calls Gol and Gol shocks him. Chung asks him to bring the thing he told him about. Gol runs to bring it. After a while, he brings a suit and asks Chung what he will do with this. While changing the clothes, he tells about an old saying in Buddhist literature. It says, "Kill a Buddha, kill your forefather." It means that in order to truly achieve the way of the Tao, one must learn to violate the way of the Tao. After dressing up like a thief, he shouts that he will be off to find the true way of the Tao. Shocked, they both ask where he is going to go dressed up like that, and if he is thinking of leaving the sect temple. Chung ignores them and jumps off the building. He reaches the village to find the truth. Laughing sounds are coming from the T Hua pavilion. All those merchants are having a feast inside. One says that the sect leader looked very perplexed. The other replies that he is not surprised. They basically gave them a final warning. One adds that the sect has borrowed over 100,000 yang from them. Another brags that the sect leader was even more bewildered because pavilion owner Kong was with them. Laughing politely, Kong says that although he is a merchant who seeks profit, he feels sorry for having to do this to them. After all, they have been in a good relationship for many generations. A merchant appreciates him and says he did the best he could. After all, there is a limit for him. Let it slide away. Everyone praises his generosity. Kong replies that he hopes that is the case and then laughs. While taking a sip from his cup, he thinks that these people are so carefree and foolish. He admits that the power of the Mount Hua sect is not something to be looked down on. He knows that the true strength of the Mount Hua sect does not lie in their combat power. The biggest thing about the Mount Hua sect to be wary of is their history. At least in the Shaanxi province, it would be hard to find someone without any connection to the Mount Hua sect. However, nowadays they are significantly weaker. They have become tender like this duck whose skin rips apart even with minimal force from the chopsticks. One guy interrupts his thoughts and asks Kong about what he is thinking of doing with the temple after he confiscates it from the Mount Hua sect. He says that it would be hard to put it up for sale, so they must take something else from them. Kong replies that the value of their temple is beyond his imagination. He adds that it may look like an old temple at first glance, but Kong can guarantee its value. That guy says he does not really understand what Kong means. Kong is irritated now by that idiot and he bites the chopsticks. He puts them down and says he cannot really tell them directly, but they can use the enemies of the Mount Hua sect to their advantage. He asks them how many sects they think would jump on the opportunity and even spend a large sum of money to buy the temple just to erase the existence of the Mount Hua sect. So they must not worry. Kong says he will make sure to get everyone's money's worth. All those merchants are amazed to hear his plan. They call him a very sagacious man. They raise the glass for pavilion owner Kong. After the party ends, a merchant leaves for his house. He is drunk and staggered. He gladly thinks that if he managed to get the money back from the Mount Hua sect, it would be enough to get him through his entire life. He knows that Kong is a very thorough man when it comes to money. Chung is sitting on a roof and keeping an eye on that guy. He comes in front of him. The drunk man focuses harder to see the person clearly. Chung asks him to stop right there. That merchant thinks that he is a burglar who looks like he came straight out of a drawing. He notices that he is too small as well. But the more important question is if the burglars usually wear those kinds of clothes, and if it is basically not announcing that they are burglars to the entire world. The merchant becomes serious and asks Chung if he is a burglar. Chung replies that he has no interest in money. He tells the merchant to answer his questions and then he will let him go unharmed. Laughing, the merchant replies that it is not like he does not want to answer him, but he does not really have a choice. He has quite a few friends with him, and they won't even let him walk around alone. Suddenly, his bodyguards appear there. Chung thinks that they must be high-class bodyguards. One of those bodyguards asks the merchant if they should kill him. He replies that they should at least hear him out. He orders them to capture him, but make sure he can at least talk. He turns his head saying he is not a fan of violent scenes. He hears the sound of them fighting and gets amused. But when the voices get more violent, he turns his head toward them asking if he did not tell them to make sure he can at least talk. But scenes are opposite to what he imagined. Chung has beaten all those guards. The merchant is speechless and shocked. Chung says that people really need to learn to understand what others say to them, and yet there are some who just refuse to do so. Chung signals him to come there. He says again that if the merchant answers his questions, he will let him go unharmed and asks if he understands now. He replies that he does. But when he comes closer, Chung grabs him by his shirt, shows him his punch, and says if he had just answered his questions when he first asked, he would have let him go unharmed, but since he tried to fight him, this is what he gets. Before he beats him, he tells him not to worry as he will make sure the merchant can talk, at least. That merchant has got beaten well and cannot pronounce properly because of his injuries. Chung threatens him and tells him to fix his pronunciation before he hits him again. That guy says he will speak clearly. He has told Chung that they have loaned more than 100,000 yangs to the Mount Hua sect. Chung says that even if he were to go off and sell everything that merchant has got down to his underwear, there is no way he would make 10,000 yangs, let alone 100,000 yangs. In addition to that, the merchant is telling him that he has loaned 100,000 yangs to the Mount Hua sect, which is now on the verge of collapsing. The merchant replies that he can explain it. He says that's just how high interest rates work. If they loan money with a high interest rate, as long as they do not pay it off, the interest keeps getting higher. If they give it a little time, the interest becomes incomparably higher than the principal. Chung is getting angry after hearing him. He hits the merchant in the head and tells him that it is not something to be proud of. The merchant starts bleeding. Chung confirms if it is right that he is the owner of the fabric shop. He replies that he is. Chung asks him when he bought that shop. The merchant pardons, saying he does not really understand what he is asking. He mentions that his family owned that shop for generations. Stunned, Chung thinks there is no way that is the case. He remembers that the Hua fabric shop was one of the businesses of the Mount Hua sect. All of the best businesses in the Hua prefecture originally belonged to the Mount Hua sect. The development of the Hua prefecture was all due to the Mount Hua sect. Before that, the prefecture was just a rural village with a few farms here and there. They left the actual management to stand in representatives, but they must have taken the opportunity to take over the business while the Mount Hua sect was on the verge of collapsing. Remembering this makes Chung angrier, and he keeps hitting the merchant. Suddenly, someone calls him a scoundrel. He looks that way. That guy asks him how he dares to make such a cowardly surprise attack. It is one of those already beaten up bodyguards who has stood back after gaining some strength. He tells Chung that judging by his skills, it is obvious that he is not just a nobody. So he asks him to identify himself. He adds that he is the escort warrior Yongbin, and he must have heard of him. Chung releases that merchant and replies to Yongbin that he is not really knowledgeable in those kinds of things, and then asks why he wants his identity. Yongbin replies that he should at least know the identity of those who will die by his blade. Chung asks him if he does not remember getting knocked out after Chung hit him just a few moments ago. That guy unsheathes his sword and runs towards Chung to kill him. Chung looks at him and admits that Yongbin is definitely stronger than him in terms of pure strength. Be it inner strength, physical strength, or speed, his are incomparable to Yongbin's. But that does not make him weaker than Yongbin. He hurriedly picks up the sword placed near him. He says that pure strength and speed do not define how strong one is in a fight. He blocks his attack and surprises Yongbin. Chung has the advantage of experience over him. After all, he still has his memories from when he was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. If he lacks pure strength, he just needs to borrow it from his opponent. So he uses Yongbin's strength against him and throws him away. Then he uses one of his sect's special techniques and defeats Yongbin instantly. He falls to the ground. Suddenly, Chung realizes that he has accidentally revealed his sword techniques to that merchant. He wonders if that guy has figured out who he is. That merchant is looking at him in a way he knows him. Chung even drew the plum blossom flower buds, so that guy must have figured it out. That merchant notices that a polished and beautiful sword technique, the high level of martial arts, and above all, the faintly emitting pure Kai he senses from him, and asks him if he is from the Southern Edge sect. Chung does not reply for a while, and there comes a pause in between their conversation. After a while, Chung replies that he is right as Chung belongs to Southern Edge sect. The merchant politely tells him that Chung can ask anything from him, and he will answer everything to the best of his abilities. Gull and the other seniors are waiting for Chung inside the building. Gull is worried and wonders what is taking him so long. His Sahyung tells him to calm down as he knows that Chung is not an idiot. He is sure that Chung will be back sooner or later as long as he does not get into an accident. They keep looking at that closed door for so long. After some time, the door suddenly opens and Chung enters, asking if anything happened while he was out. They get inside their room. Sahyung says that it is something they should be asking Chung. He asks if something important happened outside. Chung replies that nothing much happened. He changes his clothes and says he was treated very well, and he even got some spare change on top of that. Chung guesses that it is a good thing that the merchant could not figure out who he was. He realizes that the Plum Blossom sword technique was lost, so it is not a symbol of the Mount Hua sect anymore. Even so, to think that Jongsun Yu, who has lived his entire life in the Hua prefecture, could not think of the Mount Hua sect after seeing his sword technique. Gull breaks the continuity of his thoughts and asks him what he did outside of the temple. He replies that it is not something a child like Gull should know about. Gull feels insulted and says Chung is also a child. Chung ignores it and orders him to gather everyone here. He says that they need to train now. Surprised, Gull asks if they have to train today as well. Chung tells him to listen carefully. He says that whether it is raining, snowing, or windy, they will not miss a single day of training. No matter the weather, even if Mount Hua sect falls, they will not take a single day off. Gull is ready for this. He excitedly says he will gather others so Chung can start training. Chung replies that he won't be participating today. Sahyung tells Chung that this training session is only possible when he is there. He adds that they can train on their own today, but if he really wants the disciples to try hard, he must show up as well. Chung says that he knows that. After that, Sahyung and Gull take their leave, leaving him alone in his room. Chung lies down on his bed and wonders what he should do now. The situation is that the stand-in representatives took over the businesses, and the account books that could have been used to prove Mount Hua sect's possession of these businesses seem to have been taken down by the Heavenly Demon sect members along with Mount Hua. After all, there is no way all of this would have happened if the account books were still there. He wonders if he should just assault them and wipe out all the merchants. But then he decides not to do so. If he were to do that, everyone would think the Mount Hua sect pushed a small child into wrongdoing. So he just needs an excuse for the Mount Hua sect to not pay the merchants back and the evidence to prove that the businesses were originally owned by the Mount Hua sect. But the problem is, he does not know where to find the excuses and evidence. After lying there like that for a while, he remembers that he had seen Sahyung Jangmun write in an account book a few times. Whenever Chung came in, he would hide a few volumes of the account books they had. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind, and he wonders if there were only a few volumes. He sits abruptly thinking that Jang Mun must have put the rest of the volumes somewhere else. He thinks that there is no way there were only a few volumes of account books when Mount Hua sect managed so many businesses. There must be a secret storage which only the sect leader can enter, and those volumes must be there. Chung has heard a few rumors about it before, but if there is really such a storage, then its entrance is most likely inside the sect leader's residence. The residence of the sect leader has not changed from the past. He puts pressure on his mind and decides that it is somewhere in Mount Hua, where many martial art masters resided, and is hidden somewhere close to the sect leader's residence. All those hints point towards the hills behind the sect leader's residence. Chung thinks that it must be underground because if they built the storage under the hills, there is no way for anyone to figure out where it is. Smiling, he thinks that he will be doing some unprecedented treasure hunting. He jumps out of the window, apologizing to Young Mun for if he breaks into the storage. After all, saving the Mount Hua sect should be his first priority. He decides that he will hand it over to the sect leader without getting his hands on it, if possible. It's night, but an illuminating light shines in between the mountains. Inside the forest, Chung falls to the ground, saying that he will die. He thinks that it might be a small hill, but it is still the same as a mountain, and searching an entire mountain is in no way an easy task. He is already tired. He decides to do it another way. He gathers his mana and shoots it inside the earth, thinking if this energy meets a large empty space, that will be the storage room. But he is not sure if he is thinking right. He does not know where it is, but there is no other reason for the empty space to be in the ground there. But he exhausts after a while and thinks it is probably not here. But then he decides to do it one more time. This time, the energy bounces back. He is surprised, but he thinks he has found it. He picks up a pickaxe and starts digging, thinking it will be over after he confirms it with his own eyes. After digging for a while, he sees some bricks in the ground. Seeing them, he thinks that if this really is Mount Hua's secret storage, then there is no way it is made out of just bricks. All of Mount Hua's account books and treasures should be there. He takes out a brick and peeks inside. There he finds a hallway that leads to the secret storage. Suddenly, he hears the footsteps of someone coming there. It is the sect leader. It means he knows about the hidden safe. Chung sees him stopping by the door. Chung wonders if that scratched door is the entrance to the secret storage. He also wonders what the sect leader is doing. He sees him hopelessly leaning on the door. His body is shaking as well. Chung realizes that this is the figure of a man who cannot do anything. Therefore, the Mount Hua sect is collapsing. The study of martial arts is declining, and its wealth is decreasing. Leading Mount Hua in a situation like this must be a depressing task. He realizes how it feels watching Mount Hua, the place he has spent his entire life protecting, fall apart without being able to do anything to stop it. But the sect leader cannot tell anyone about that feeling, because the sect leader is someone the disciples can lean on. Therefore, he endures the pain and sadness alone in places like this. The night passes and the sun rises in the sky. Chung displaces a few bricks and makes a way for him to get inside. He knows that he is at fault, but it is not too late for him. First, he will swing open that door. He tries to open the door by shooting his mana at it, but he is stunned when it bounces back. He wonders if the door is made of the everlasting metal. The door is at least 1 foot thick. He never would have imagined that the secret storage would be made out of the strongest metal in the world that is said to be even more expensive than gold. He says that this size would take the strongest master in the world to barely cut through it. Now he knows why the sect leader did not even try to open it. The problem is that even he cannot open this. He knows that Sahyung Jangmun's level of martial arts was not high enough to cut through everlasting metal. He thinks that if this is a door and Sahyung Jangmun was able to pass through it, then there is definitely a way to open it. If only Chung could find that way, he could open it up. He tries to read the pattern on the wall. They are not engravings. They are blade marks. He recognizes those patterns. Some of them resemble the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique. The others are the bamboo leaf sword technique, the plum blossom sword technique, and the equilibrium sword technique. Now that he knows they are blade marks, he is starting to recognize them. If these are the clues to open the door, it means the key is the Violet Dawn Fortified Kai. He says he will precisely follow the marks and start with the equilibrium sword technique and the bamboo leaf sword technique, then follow with the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique, and finally bring out the plum blossom sword dance. That is how one opens this door. He wonders how someone made something like this. Anyhow, he got the gist of it. That means there is just one problem left, how he is supposed to perform all those techniques. It would have been no problem if it was his past self, however. Now he is nothing but a child. He can play it all in his head, but applying inner strength to his blade and instantly performing those techniques is currently impossible for him. There is a way, but Chung does not want to do it. He touches his equilibrium energy and says that if he uses it that way, he will be taking a break for about a month. He just has to use just a little bit of his equilibrium energy. In the next moment, a small fragment of pink energy emerges from his equilibrium energy and spreads all around him. This is the innate true Kai, something that every person has since birth. This energy maintains life. In other words, this is a life force. If someone uses it, he must brace himself for the consequences, but Chung does not have a choice right now. He uses a small fragment of his innate true Kai and gets ready to perform the techniques. He has only one shot, and he has to do it in one try. His body is barely taking it, and he starts coughing blood. He cleans his mouth and says that he has to make it possible. It is just his body acting oddly because it is not used to stuff like this. Thinking that there is no second chance, he starts performing them. But it is heavy and difficult because of his body and inner strength's limits. He coughed blood again. Still, he tightens his grip on the sword, thinking he cannot stop no matter what. While performing those techniques, he says that he is the Plum Blossom Sword Saint and he will do it. With that determination, he finally performs all of those techniques one after another. But now he has to face the consequences as well. His body is tearing apart and he is coughing a lot of blood. While cleaning his face, he wonders if it worked. He thinks that it will be devastating if it still is not opened after all that. Suddenly, he feels some kind of energy emitting from it. He turns his head back, wondering what it is. But then he hears a voice and he looks back at the door. It has opened slightly. A smile blooms on his face. Suddenly, he coughs blood for the third time. It looks like he is going to be in bed for at least 2 months. He thinks that saving the Mount Hua sect is such a pain. He stands up and decides he shall take a look at what Sahyung Jangmun has been hiding. He pushes the door to open it. As he enters, he sees 3 shelves there. This place is smaller than he thought. But it is understandable, considering that making a huge safe out of everlasting metal would only be possible for the greatest sect in the world. He looks at those books on his left. While picking one, he says that Sahyung kept blabbering about how they had no money. Chung guesses he used all of it to make this storage room. When he opens that book and reads it, he screams that he has found the account books of the Mount Hua sect. It looks like Jang Mun made copies of the original account books from the Finance and Economy Agency. Chung admits that Jang Mun was such a thorough man. He puts those account books inside his shirt and says those merchants are doomed now. He wonders if there are only papers in here. He thinks that if Sahyung hid away some money in here, he could have used it for the greater good. Aside from returning the prosperity to the Mount Hua sect, he would have eaten meat and drank alcohol to his heart's content. But he is sure that nasty old man has not hidden any money here. His expectations are ruined, so he decides to just look through the papers. He wonders what Sahyung has put on the second shelf. He picks a book from that shelf and looks through it. He finds that it is a secret technique book. In the next moment, he realizes that these techniques have never been used before. These books in the second shelf are martial arts technique books that have been practically abandoned by the Mount Hua sect. Chung thinks that Sahyung probably could not bring himself to completely abandon the martial arts techniques they decided not to pass on to future generations. He must have stored them in here because he thought throwing them away might negatively impact the Mount Hua sect in the future. Chung closes the book saying that Sahyung could not really let go of the past. He thinks that if the first bookshelf signifies the duties of the Mount Hua sect leader, the second shelf must signify the sect leader's personal attachments and affections to the Mount Hua sect. Chung decides to make sure to bring the Mount Hua sect back to its place. Not only that, he will even make it stronger than ever. Chung looks on his right and wonders why that one scroll is the only thing on the third shelf. He opens it up and finds it is from the sect leader. It says that if anyone is reading this right now, it must mean that the next generation sect leader has been decided. So he humbly leaves his words in this letter. The role of the Mount Hua sect is not to simply lead the Mount Hua sect. If the reader is already a sect leader, they surely must know of this already, but those who lead the Mount Hua sect are none other than its disciples, the growing children. The job of a sect leader is to simply provide them with protection and motivation, and to ensure that they are able to pursue their dreams. As such, please abandon any impatience from the responsibility of having to lead the Mount Hua sect as its sect leader. The Mount Hua sect is just the Mount Hua sect. It is full of will and spirit which no one is able to control nor lead. Whether it is on the rise or in decline, the Mount Hua sect will always be itself. In order to ensure that the will of the Mount Hua sect is passed on to the future generations and that it remains unchanged, please foster the future generations and continue the legacy. As their predecessor and their ancestor, the 21st sect leader of the great Mount Hua sect, Chung Mun leaves behind a great responsibility to him. After reading the letter, Chung also puts it inside his shirt to carry it with him, saying that Chung Mun always liked nagging others. Chung puts a final glance at the secret store and says he has not got much out of it, but this should be enough. What is important is that he has gotten the account books. With these, he can bring back Mount Hua's stolen businesses. While leaving the room, something pops up in his mind and he stops. He takes a wider look and realizes that this storage looks strange. He remembers that the Sahyung he knew had terrible OCD. He was someone who kept 2 lamps in his room directly on his right and left to maintain the symmetry of his room. It is strange that someone like him left only the third shelf almost empty. These thoughts make him lift that shelf to look behind it. Chung was right about it. After removing the shelf, he finds a hole in the ground. It seems like a hidden room, and there is something inside it. Chung jumps inside it and ends up witnessing the piles of golden bars, the precious swords that were organized in a perfect order, and many unknown gems and secret technique books. He picks a handful of them and laughing, says that he is rich. That day, after coming back from storage, the sect leader stands up in the room and looks out of the window. He sighs and thinks that it must be the start of a delightful say for some people, but he cannot help but to resent it. There are only 5 days remaining until the promised appointment with the pavilion owner Kong, he thinks, but he is unable to do anything. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door and shouts his name. He opens the door, and upon finding Ungum there, he asks what brings him here. Ungum looks perplexed and replies he will tell him once they get there. He adds that the sect leader must go see it himself. Anxious, the sect leader asks where he must go. He adds that it must be something very urgent if he is this desperate. He says he does not know what is going on, but he tells Ungum to lead the way. Ungum takes him inside the jungle. On their way, the sect leader sees some students lying exhausted on the ground and wonders what it is. He asks Ungum about what happened to them. He replies that they are doing some extra morning training. Soon, they reach there. Chung is sitting under a tree, reading those account books. Suddenly, he hears Ungum calling him and asking about his location. He appears in front of them. Sect Master asks him why he is here, but when he sees his half-dead self, he asks what happened to him. Chung replies that before asking any question, he must look at those things as they are very important. The sect leader tells him that his health is more important, but he also wonders what it could be of such importance. As he looks behind the tree, he sees the golden shine of those gold bars with some books and swords. Chung says that it was discovered by him by accident. The sect leader asks him how he found all this, but to prevent himself from questioning, he pretends that he is too tired because of training. The sect leader tells him to go back and rest, and will not question him any further. First, he looks at those shiny golden bars, but then he moves towards the more important thing, those account books. He starts trembling after seeing the Hua, prefecture business account books of the great Mount Hua sect. But then he pulls his hands back, thinking if he were to carelessly open them and make them crumble apart, he would be uneasy for the rest of his life. But then he reads the title of the book on the top and picks it up. He blushes with happiness while reading it. His happiness increases so much that he becomes unconscious and falls to the ground. After a while, he opens his eyes and abruptly sits screaming, 7 Plum Blossom Sword Technique Records. But then he controls his nerves and asks Ungum if he has brought everything with him. He replies yes. The sect leader orders him to bring the finance and economy agency leader Hyan Young here. Hyan Young reads those books and is surprised to find that they are real. The sect leader asks him if he is sure about it. Hyan Young replies that he is completely sure, and he has also secured the verification documents that were under the treasures. He adds that they are the documents from the government. With this, they can not only prove the validity of the contents of the books, but they can immediately bring back the business of the T Hua Pavilion and the Hua, prefecture that were originally under the possession of the Mount Hua sect. The treasures that were with these documents easily exceed 100,000 yongs. The sect leader is relieved to hear the good news. He thinks that he never imagined that the decision to accept that child would bring them such prosperity. He calls Chung the harbinger of fortune in the Mount Hua sect. Then he slams the table and thinks that if the account books are real, he must confront them. He orders to bring in all personnel related to the great Mount Hua's Hua, prefecture business account books. A few days have passed since that beautiful incident. One day, those merchants climb the mountain to reach Mount Hua sect. Kong encourages them, saying that they are not too far from the Mount Hua sect, so they must keep it up. Shop owner Yu is struggling too in climbing the mountain. He thinks that after he receives his money, he is never coming back to this damn mountain. He does not want to see that mountain again. Suddenly, he hears a merchant ask the other why he thinks the sect leader called them to the Mount of Hua so urgently, and if he had prepared the money already. Kong tells them that 100,000 yongs is not a small sum of money. He thinks that the sect leader is probably calling them to beg them for mercy. There is no way he can get that much money in such a short amount of time, and there would be no point in dragging this out until the promised date. So that must be why he is calling them early. A merchant says that the sect leader makes them come and go as he wishes just to beg from them. He adds that he has never seen such a shameless debtor. Another one says that even though he is currently going through financial difficulties, he is still the leader of the great Mount Hua sect, and requests the first guy to refrain from speaking of him with such harsh words. Yu thinks that it cannot be the case that they are not going to receive their money. He also wonders how someone from the Southern Edge sect came to this area, making it obvious that many are interested in Mount Hua's temple. He thinks that if he receives 5,000 yongs today like he is supposed to, he will not have to work for the rest of his life. He will not have to continue running his shop. All those merchants finally reach the temple. They are standing outside to catch their breaths and waiting for someone to attend them. But they all are feeling conflicted about bringing down the Mount Hua sect, which has been the protector of the Hua, prefecture for hundreds of years, with their own hands. They think that if they were to not give in to the sect leader today, the Mount Hua sect would not even last 7 more days. Knowing this, they still climbed the mountain to receive their debts, which have increased to a substantial amount of money over time. After a while, Unem welcomes them at the doorstep. He says that the sect leader is waiting for them and requests them to follow him. The sect leader is standing outside his room. Those merchants humbly greet the sect leader. The sect leader welcomes all of them there and thanks them for answering his call and climbing up the mountain. Kong replies that even though they are busy, they can never be busier than the sect leader. It is a given that they are the ones to come visit him. The sect leader smiles and says they must be worn out from climbing and offers them to have a cup of tea inside. Kong interrupts him and says that he knows he may be stepping over the lines, but they are nothing but lowly merchants, and as such, they would like to get straight to business without the formalities. The sect leader realizes that he was being too inconsiderate. He says that the reason he called them all the way up here is to deliver them the Mount Hua sect's position regarding their business. He adds that he has contacted many different people and places, but he still could not find anyone who was willing to lend them money. And as such, he will not be able to repay his debt in due course. When he stops talking, Kong says that he believes he already gave him more than enough time. Because they are merchants who must profit in order to make a living, they are unable to provide him with more time. The sect leader replies that that is precisely why he is bringing this up. Kong wonders what he is talking about. He adds that even though they will not be able to repay the entirety of their debt, they are able to repay it partially. He says that if anyone here is personally willing to let them delay the repayment date, he pleads with them to do the Mount Hua sect this favor and show them mercy. All the merchants are stunned and speechless. The atmosphere has started to flow in a strange direction. Chung is sitting on a roof and analyzing the situation. He is observing the way the sect leader does things, but he cannot understand if he is acting that way in order to drive the merchants into hell, or if he is simply trying to treat them with geniality. But one thing he is sure about is that Haiyan is not as simple as he seems to be. Chung knows that the most important trait a sect leader must have is composure. He thinks that even though the Mount Hua sect is a place where many Taoists reside, the fundamentals of the sect stem from martial arts. Therefore, wise decision-making must be second nature, especially in the case of the sect leader. He wonders if Haiyan has what it takes to be a proper sect leader. Kong politely reminds the sect leader that he clearly mentioned that he is unable to delay the time limit any longer. Before he completes his next sentence, Haiyan interrupts him and requests Kong not to misunderstand him. He says that he is not addressing this request solely to the pavilion owner Kong. Kong is a bit surprised by this, as he does not understand what Haiyan is trying to say. Haiyan goes on saying that even though the total debt the Mount Hua sect owes adds up to 100,000 yongs, he believes he owes a unique amount of money to everyone present there. That's why he is asking if anyone there would be kind enough to personally let them delay the repayment date. This time, everyone is stunned to hear that strange request. Kong realizes that Haiyan is resorting to such pitiful trickery. He asks Jiang if he means that he is able to immediately repay those who refuse to comply with his request. Jiang mentions that even though the Mount Hua sect has decayed significantly compared to the past, it does not mean they have no place they could turn to. Even though they are unable to prepare the entire 100,000 yongs, they could prepare a portion of it. Therefore, he beseeches them. He says that in the name of the Mount Hua sect, they will make sure to repay the debt of those who are willing to show mercy on the Mount Hua sect today. Angry and confused, Kong asks Jiang if he even knows what he is saying. But before he says something else, shop owner Yu speaks and asks Jiang if it means that if they delay the repayment date, Jiang will repay them in the future. Jiang replies that it does, precisely. Hearing that, Yu says he wants to ask something to the sect leader. He mentions that it would not be strange for the Mount Hua sect to collapse any day soon, and surely Jiang himself and everyone there realizes that. So he asks if trusting in his words and delaying the repayment would not come with risk of potentially not receiving their payments. The merchants are realizing what point Yu is trying to raise and get more worried about their payments. Yu goes on asking for what reason anyone would comply with his offer. Jiang exhales and replies that they would do this for the name of the Mount Hua sect and for its history, and asks if this would not be enough. Yu is surprised and speechless. But this answer sounds funny to Kong, and he starts laughing aloud. He asks the sect leader if he is not being a bit too unreasonable now. Jiang looks at him with a straight face and asks if he is saying that the sect leader is being unreasonable. He adds that he would like to answer his question with another question. Shouting, he asks what the Mount Hua sect means to everyone here, and if the name and the history of the Mount Hua sect does not carry any value. Going on, he asks who would dare to treat the name of the Mount Hua sect so lightly, and who would dare to dismiss its history. He adds that they may have weakened over the years, but the Mount Hua sect has always been with the Hua prefecture this entire time, and the Mount Hua sect has passed on its energy and spirit over the generations and continuously shared it throughout the entire prefecture. Jiang says that he would like to humbly ask them to reflect on what the Mount Hua sect means to them. Hearing these words, everyone feels ashamed. Kong is speechless for a moment. But then he speaks and says he would like to suggest something. He points to his left and says those who are willing to personally delay the repayment date will stand over there, and those who are not willing will stay standing where they are. However, everyone is responsible for their own actions. Looking back, he says that those who decided to delay the repayment date will not be protected by the Merchant Alliance, even if they were to end up not receiving their payments. He requests them to select where they would like to stand. The merchants look at each other as all of them are confused. They think for a while, but no one leaves his place in the end. Seeing this, Kong smirks. Then he laughs and tells Jiang to look at what they have there. He adds that unfortunately, no one is willing to personally delay the repayments. But suddenly, Yu silently walks towards the other side and shocks everyone. Kong is stunned the most. Screamingly, he asks Yu what he thinks he is trying to do. Yu politely asks them not to look at him with such a face. He says that he realizes he is doing something stupid, but Kong is not from the Hua sect prefecture. He mentions that since Kong does not have any connection to the Mount Hua sect, he must not realize what exactly the Mount Hua sect means to the Hua prefecture. Yu recalls a memory from his childhood and says everyone who grows up in the Hua prefecture grows up hearing stories about the Mount Hua sect. And they always hear the phrase that they need to enter the Mount Hua sect and become the world's greatest martial arts master. Even after realizing they lack the talent to enter the Mount Hua sect, they continue hearing the story about how the Mount Hua sect has protected this world and the Shaanxi province, and it eventually gets nailed into their head. Unaffected and uninterested, Kong asks Yu what he is saying all of a sudden. But ignoring Kong completely, Yu goes on saying that he is not the only one who grew up this way. He mentions that it was the case of his father and his grandfather. And as such, the Mount Hua sect is the pride of the Shaanxi province and the Hua prefecture. Looking at Kong, he says that if Kong leaves after receiving the money, it will be all over for him, because there are many places like Hangzhou City where he can spend his money. He asks where he would go with the money he receives. He says that he has lived his entire life in the Hua prefecture. Kong asks if he is giving such a large sum of money for such petty reasons. He tells Yu that he will regret his decision. Yu is speechless. Self-talking, he says that he has only looked forward to receiving his money and not having to work for the rest of his life. Thinking that he is saying such things after coming this far, he declares him crazy. But he will not step back from his decision. He tells Kong that he already makes enough for a living. Even if he were to not receive his money here, he could just pass it off as just a small regret of choosing not to take it. However, if he were to make the Mount Hua sect collapse today, he would regret his decision until the moment of his last breath, even if he ends up with a sum of money that he will not be able to use up in his entire lifetime. And he does not want to live such a life. Laughing, Kong tells him to do as he pleases. He says that it is not like anything will change if a single person decides not to take the money. Suddenly, Kong hears a few people asking him who said there was only one person. He looks to his left and watches a few merchants leaving the side to join Yu. Now they are 5 including Yu. This gives Kong a real shock, and he just wonders what is happening so suddenly. Jiang looks at those 5 merchants gladly. He tells them that he is plenty satisfied with the fact that there are still those who hold a meaningful connection to the Mount Hua sect. Then he orders Unem to bring it here. After a while, Unem brings those account books and places them before those merchants. Kong was not expecting this. He clenches his teeth and wonders if those are the business account books of the Hua prefecture. Jiang tells them that the Mount Hua sect has shown benevolence towards them and their ancestors for many generations, but it seems that they have betrayed them instead of repaying their debts. Kong is scared and getting chills. Jiang thuds his foot on the floor and roars that as for now, according to the account books, the Mount Hua sect will take over their businesses, as well as the wealth they have accumulated through them until now, down to the last coin. Kong and 2 others check the credibility of those books. The others ask the sect leader what he is talking about and if he is taking over all of their businesses. He replies that it is just as he said. Kong tells the sect leader that his joke has gone too far out of line. Jiang replies that it is a shame that Kong thinks that the sect leader of the great Mount Hua sect would have the leisure to joke around with him. Kong shuts that book and asks Jiang how he can prove the validity of these account books. Jiang asks him if he is saying that the Mount Hua sect has forged this evidence. Standing, Kong replies that he is sure the Mount Hua sect would never do that and asks him how he can be so sure that he is not being tricked by these presumably fake account books as well. Jiang politely replies that he can see where Kong is coming from. He orders Unem to bring the leader of the Finance and Economy Agency here. Unem fulfills the order. The leader of the Finance and Economy Agency comes and says that the validity of the account books is certainly something they must take account of. Hearing that, those merchants get hope, and they think the leader of the Finance and Economy Agency is saying the same thing. The leader continues speaking and says that since they have expected something like this to happen, they have already sent half of the account books to the Hue prefectural office 2 days ago to get them appraised. This news falls like bolt of lightning on Kong. He realizes that they have been tricked. He thinks that if the government soldiers start taking over the business back in the market while they are away, the other merchants of the Hue prefecture will not be able to do anything to stop it since they are all currently on top of Mount Hue. He also thinks that Jiang must have called them here in order to make them leave the market. 2 days are more than enough time to appraise the account books that were sent away. Clenching his teeth, he recalls that they said they only sent half of them, and thinks that it cannot be that they decided to not check the other half. So the ones that are in this chest must have already been validated. That means the government soldiers were probably waiting for them to leave before they started taking over the business. Kong loses his cool and yells at the sect leader. Jiang speaks louder than him and orders him to lower his voice, saying that he has no rights to raise it. He tells them that true amity comes from helping each other in times of need. However, there is no need for the sect to help those who betrayed them when the sect needed help. Those merchants feel so ashamed that they do not even lift their gazes. The sect leader orders them to head back immediately and says everything will be over once they arrive in the Hue prefecture. He adds that if the sect were to do things how it is supposed to be done, they would have taken over everything they own, but considering the hard work those merchants have put in until now, he will allow them to take a cartload of their wealth with them. Kong is burning in anger. He threatens the sect leader that he will never forget this. After that, he turns back to the village. You and those with him watch him go. The sect leader addresses them and says that they have not abandoned their connection with the Mount Hue sect until the end. But nothing changes the fact that their businesses belong to the Mount Hue sect, and naturally, it will return to the Mount Hue sect's possession. However, he will permit everyone here to continue running their businesses and taking the profit from them for themselves. Jiang would also like to discuss how things should be run in order to benefit them both, therefore he welcomes them inside. Yu thinks that although he is in a better position than those who sided with pavilion owner Kong, he still got demoted from a shop owner to a stand-in owner in an instant. He sighs and curses his grandfather for his doing. Meanwhile, Chung gets angry when he hears that Jiang has allowed them to take a cartload of their wealth. He curses Jiang and wonders who he thinks he is to give away a portion of the Mount Hue sect's wealth to those merchants. He jumps and leaves the temple. Kong and his fellow merchants are leaving the village with their loaded carts. One of them recalls that once they climbed down Mount Hue, all of the businesses were taken by the government soldiers. They told the merchants that if it was not for the request from the sect leader, they would have truly lost everything they had. That merchant looks at pavilion owner Kong and thinks if only he did not listen to that rascal, he would have been in a better situation. He angrily asks Kong what they are supposed to do now. Upon getting no response, he asks him Kong to say something, and if he did not say, all they had to do was trust in him. Kong angrily peeks at him and asks if he just blamed him for everything. That merchant gets perplexed and does not know what to say. Kong leaves his cart and tells those men that there is no need to be worked up like that. After all, they will be in this position temporarily. He tells them to think about how those account books possibly are real. He says that those are fake, and they are forged by the sect leader. One man asks if they were not validated by the prefectural office. He also mentions that he took a peek at the contents, and they all seem to be legit. Kong replies that they probably set this entire thing up with the representative of the prefecture. He suggests they should head to Luoyang City for now, saying if the sect is resorting to authorities to push them down, then they must oppose them with even greater authority. Suddenly, someone comes there and calls their conversation nonsense. Kong looks in that direction and sees an average-heighted guy in a thief costume. It's Chung. Kong asks him if he is the one who just said that. Coughing, Chung replies who else is there besides him. Kong looks at him with a strange gaze while wearing a thief's costume in the middle of the day. Looking at his bent back, he wonders if he is an old man. Kong carelessly says that it seems that guy is aiming for their wealth, but Kong recommends him to just leave or he will lose his life meaninglessly. Hearing that, Chung angrily says that he is not trying to steal someone else's wealth, he is just trying to retrieve his wealth. Kong wonders why he is calling it his wealth. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind, and he, smirking, asks him if he is from the Mount Hue sect. He calls his timing good as he can take his revenge now. Suddenly, some bodyguards appear out of nowhere. They simultaneously launch an attack on Chung. Chung looks at them with averseness. As they come close, he jumps in the air. That guard is surprised by his sudden movement. Chung hits them with his sword in a blink of an eye and lands on the ground. They all get defeated in no time. Chung looks at Kong, calls him sweetie, and says he must realize that no one has ever returned with all of their limbs intact after defying his words. Kong is speechless. He wonders if there is still someone of this level left in the Mount Hua sect. Then he orders his useless men to back off. Addressing Chung, he says he wonders where someone like him was this entire time. He says that if that person had stepped in earlier, the Mount Hua sect would not have gotten to their current state. However, he has picked the wrong time to step in. Now he will die by his hand and will be sent back to the Mount Hua sect as a warning. Chung is surprised to see Kong's aura. Kong says he is sure that the sect leader would be deplored to hear someone like him died by his hands. He launches an attack on him and tells him to prepare himself. Chung does not look surprised at all and says he already knew Kong had something up his sleeves. He adds that it is definitely not something a mere owner of an inn in an insignificant prefecture in the outskirts can do. But he tells Kong not to worry too much, saying he will make sure not to beat up his mouth too badly. After all, he will need him to at least be able to speak. Kong jumps on Chung to smash him with his hands. A huge blast occurs when he lands on the ground, but when the smoke clears, Chung is not present there. Kong thinks that he certainly did not let his guard down. He remembers that the #1 rule for martial arts practitioners is that they must not look down on their opponent. He also remembers the saying that tigers give their best even when they hunt mere rabbits. In addition to that, after watching that masked man single-handedly take down all the escort warriors, Kong would not even think about letting his guard down. And yet, Chung is making a face as if he is getting bored of this. Running towards him again, he thinks that he will make sure to fix that expression of his. Chung keeps looking at him. When he gets close, and still in the middle of attacking, Chung blocks his fist with his sword sheath. Due to this, the energy travels back his arm and causes wear and tear there. Kong is in severe pain because his arm got blocked before he had the chance to be extended, so the inner energy gathered up in it is refluxing. He groans while grabbing his arm. Chung calls him a slowpoke and recommends him to stop trying. He tells him that his fingers will be the ones to break first if he does that a couple more times. Furious, Kong launches the revolving kick attack, but he wonders to see Chung disappearing. Chung appears behind Kong. He turns back and again tries to throw a punch, but Chung again blocks him by hitting his arm with his sword. The same refluxing of energy happens there and Kong starts screaming with pain. Chung reminds him that he already told him that his fingers would be the ones to break first. Kong wonders if Chung is fast but decides that he is not. Then he wonders if he is strong. He ends up saying that Chung is not even strong. He knows that the masked man is certainly neither fast nor strong. Judging by his looks, Kong could take 10 of his kind at once. He again tries to throw a kick at him, but Chung dodges it. But he still cannot land a single hit on him. Even though Chung is slow, he moves with the perfect timing, in the perfect direction, and at the perfect distance. Also, he makes no wasted moves. It almost feels like he is a goblin. Leaning backward, Chung rearranges his mask. Kong thinks that Chung is seeing through all of his moves. He calls this man a monster. He cannot even estimate how dangerous he is. Chung says that he does not think he can keep this up. Kong is now scared. Chung wants to play with him for a little more, but he is running out of energy. Kong asks him how someone like him has not helped the Mount Hua sect this entire time. Chung takes a pause, looks at him with averseness and asks why he should tell that to someone like him. He adds that blabbermouths like him live in strange delusions and asks why he should answer anything Kong asks him. He says that it should be him asking him. He mentions that Kong's martial arts techniques are too refined for a mere inn owner, and asks why someone as skilled as him lives his life by running an inn in the Hua prefecture. Kong asks him if there is a law that states that strong martial artists are not allowed to run an inn. Chung replies that there's definitely not, but with his skills, there are probably many other ways to earn money without running an inn. Kong says he doesn't know what he is saying. Chung stops him there and says he did not have a secret scheme, nor any other bad intentions, and he did not receive an order from anybody, it was his own decision. After that, he asks him if this is what he wants to say. Kong replies yes. Chung replies that he knew it already because that is what they all say. After that, he points at him and says he has a last question for him. He asks Kong if he knows what Chung does if there is something he wants to find out from people like him. Kong replies by asking how he would know. Chung replies that he beats the shit out of them. He adds that there is no use in wasting his time trying to dig out information from those who are not going to speak anyways. So there just needs to be a little compromise between him and them. He moves forward towards Kong, saying that he makes sure to not tell him the information he needs, and Chung makes sure to beat him up enough to satisfy himself for not getting to hear it. Kong assumes that Chung is aiming for his left knee. Seeing his speed, he thinks he can block his attack. But Chung hits on his shoulder instead of his knees. Crying, Kong thinks that he was certain he was aiming for his knees, but he did the opposite. Meanwhile, Chung throws another attack. This time, Kong is sure that this one is coming for his head. So he tries to block it using his arm. But Chung throws a hit on his neck. Kong chokes and loses his breath almost. Coughing, he thinks that he could clearly see the attacks with his own 2 eyes, and yet he could not dodge a single blow. Chung keeps attacking him continuously. Kong thinks that he will most definitely die at this rate, and knows this just by looking at his eyes. He says that Chung has the eyes of a killer who has slaughtered countless people. Chung unsheathed his sword. Kong's worriedness increases. He tells himself that he does not want to die. He is trembling with fear. As Chung is about to throw his final blow to prevent himself from dying, Chung throws a special energy attack. The smoke clears after a while and Chung is panting, thinking he is saved. But then he hears someone speaking the name of Tai Godly Palm Technique. He frowns and looks down. Chung is sitting on the ground. With glaring eyes, Chung asks him if he is from the Southern Edge sect. Chung mentions that Kong runs an inn in the Hua prefecture, leads the merchants to collect their debts from the Mount Hua sect, and just accidentally happens to be a practitioner of the Southern Edge sect's martial arts technique. Then he asks him if he was sent from there. Perplexed, Kong regrets and thinks he should not have used the Tai Godly Palm technique even if he had to sacrifice himself to hide it, especially in front of someone from the Mount Hua sect. He has made a critical mistake and now he is biting his lips in worriedness. He thinks that if Chung had not suddenly pulled out a real sword and acted like he was going to cut him down, he would not have used the technique out of panic. In addition to that, if this is all intentional, Kong cannot imagine just how far Chung has planned ahead. Upon getting no reply from Kong, Chung asks if he is refusing to talk. But it seems fine to Chung. He guesses that is loyalty in some sense and thinks that it is a very respectable choice of his. Chung self-talks and says he cannot look down on the Southern Edge sect. Even though there have been tensions between the Mount Hua sect and Southern Edge sect since a long time ago, he cannot ignore the fact that the Southern Edge sect is definitely prominent and holds a firm position as one of the 10 great sects. There is no way a Sync sect would take care of things so poorly. Chung doubts that Kong knows much about the details himself, and even if he did, there would be no way to make sure that his information is valid. All Chung needed to know is that Kong was related to the Southern Edge sect. Chung sighs, calls name to Kong, and says that even though the martial arts world was quite desolate in the past, it was not this dishonorable. One of the 10 great sects tries to steal not just the techniques, but the entire sect itself. On top of that, it is doing it by scamming. Chung mock their honorability. After hearing Chung silently, Kong speaks and asks if this is not better for the Mount Hua sect anyways. Chung does not understand what he means. Kong replies that he is sure Chung already knows that there is no hope left in the Mount Hua sect. Now that they have lost their techniques, they can no longer become the Mount Hua sect they were in the past. It is just a matter of time until they collapse, and Kong is just doing them a favor by making it happen a bit earlier. He adds that a sect without the martial arts from their previous generations is bound to perish. Chung asks him who says that. Kong is shocked and asks him if he understands the situation. Chung replies no. He looks at Kong with animosity and asks who says that the Mount Hua sect has lost the techniques from their previous generations. He hits his head with his sword and asks why people blabber about useless confirming whether it is true or not. He also asks why he just does not say that he did it because he simply does not like the Mount Hua sect. Chung says he will at least accept that as an excuse since he is from the Southern Edge sect. Chung remembers that the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect had many similarities in that they both held strong internal connections, and they both used swords as their primary weapon for martial arts. He thinks that if two great sects with many similarities are next to each other, one or the other is bound to perish. Kong again tells him that he is not from the Southern Edge sect. Irritated, Chung replies that if that's the case, then he is also not from the Mount Hua sect. Kong shocks when Chung points his sword on his neck and says he will show him something very interesting in return for his showing Chung his Tai Godly Palm technique. Kong freezes there and does not move at all. Chung adds that if Kong knows what it is, it will be a very interesting experience. He also says that it will be a shame if he cannot. His killer eyes shine again when he tells Kong to deliver what he says to the person who sent him here. Kong sees him speedily swinging his sword in the air and generating air currents. Kong is surprised to see that Chung is just swinging his sword, and yet he is creating such a strong wind, pushing Kong back. But somehow, the slashes are not reaching his body. He wonders what Chung is trying to do. Chung tells him that plum blossoms give off their strongest scent when they bloom in the snow. He says that although it is winter right now, the spirit of the Mount Hua sect is not fading. He slashes his sword in the air, and a pink ray emerges from it. Kong, who is in a defensive position, opens his eyes and becomes awestruck to see the view. Chung says that once spring comes, plum blossoms will bloom all over the mountain. Kong sees plum blossom petals dancing in the air. He wonders what the view is that he is seeing right now. Hundreds of thousands of plum blossom leaves are falling over his head. But when he looks closely, he realizes that this is 24 movement plum blossom sword technique, the rainfall of the plum blossom, and it falls upon him. The attack was tough on him, and he fell to the ground. Chung removes his mask and spits blood. He thinks that this thing will seriously kill him. His inner strength is still very lacking. It would have been child's play for his past self, but this single move took everything out of his current self. He sighs and decides to come up with a way to stop this. After adjusting his mask, he looks on his right and addresses a guy who is hiding behind a tree and asks him to come here. After gathering those merchants, he asks them who wants to be beaten up before leaving. They all are speechless and show that they do not want to. Then Chung asks them who wants to just leave without being beaten. They all excitedly raise their hands and say they want to leave safe and sound. Chung says they all are very cooperative, and those men start running even before he completes his sentence. Chung orders them to stop there and they freeze. Chung peeks at them and asks if they really do not know how to use their brains. He points at those carts and shouts, asking how he would take all of these carts just with him if everyone just leaves. He tells them to report to him how much is on each of their carts. One says he has 1,800 nyongs, the second says he has 2,300, and the third says he has 8,000 nyongs. The others are shocked to find that he had that much wealth. He replies that it is not important to ask this right now. Chung tells them that one of them will go and get the money from the city of Zhenjiang. Chang will sell all of this to them for cash. He instructs them to bring the money under no name and says if he finds out that they did not do that, he will kill them. One of the merchants says that he has never seen someone like him in his life. The other guy raises his hand and asks what will happen if the person who goes to Zhenjiang does not come back. Chung sighs and asks what they are even going to do after running away. He also asks if they have any wealth left other than their carts. Those men just look at him silently. Chung tells them that the carts here are all their wealth and says if they want to get at least these leftovers, they will have to come back here. Another merchant raises his hand and asks what if they report him to the government. In reply, Chung hits his sword to the ground so forcefully that a huge hole is created there. Then he says that they can try if they want. But they better not come back here even again, and they better run away to the other side of the continent. Because he will hunt them down no matter what it takes. All those merchants realize that they cannot think of any ways to escape from this crazy person. After some time, Chung gets the money from the merchants. He feels great to have it. And then he runs towards the temple. Gull is washing his uniform on the bank of the river. He looks at the other students who are doing the same after today's exhausting training session. Some wonder if they really need to be doing this so early every morning. He smiles, looking at them, and thinks that a lot has changed. Now it feels like an actual group of martial arts practitioners. Yun Zhong comes there and asks him what makes him smile like that. Gull replies that it finally feels like they are an actual group of martial arts practitioners. He adds that although it is quite a strange thought to have, they have all been martial arts practitioners this entire time. Zhong contradicts with his statement. He says that he has been thinking the same thing. Gull giggles knowing that. He thinks that just a few days ago, he could not even imagine them training so hard in the Mount Hua sect. They used to just try to kill time until it was time for them to climb back up the mountain, instead of training properly. However, he can feel that things are changing now. He says that it is probably all thanks to Chung Mayan. He is undoubtedly bringing changes to Mount Hua sect. Although it is only a small breeze as of now, no one knows whether it will remain the same or whether it will turn into a massive storm that will shake up the entire Mount Hua sect. But whatever the outcome, these changes will surely impact the future of the sect. As they all reach the temple, they hear noise and see some people there. Those men are bringing the material inside and Unam is giving them instructions. Those students wonder what's happening there and who those men are. Gol and Zhang go to Unam and ask what is going on there. He replies that those men are laborers. He tells the boys that they are planning to get the entire temple repaired. He says that they already know that their temple is old and is not really in the best shape. Those two agree with that. Unam asks them what is holding them back. Zhang is surprised and asks what he means by that. Unam asks them why they are not helping the workers. He adds that it seems that the workers are worn out from bringing the carts all the way here. So he orders the boys to hurry up and get to work. Still shocked, they accept the order and run away to start the work. At night, in the dining room, students think they are dreaming when they see the meat for the first time on the sect's dining table. They wonder how that is possible. Their mouths fill with water as they are glad to see the dinner. It's time to enjoy their feast. Zhang tells Gull that he never thought something like this would happen. Gull replies that he is neither. He mentions that they suddenly started construction work to repair the temple, and then they see meat on their dinner table. And on top of that, they even got 2 new sets of the sect uniform. Zhang agrees with him. Gull notices that he is thinking about something and asks him about that. Zhang replies that he is thinking about how great the money is. Gull says he is amazed by it too. He adds that although they suddenly got their hands on a large sum, he never thought the higher-ups would bring sudden changes like these. Zhang asks Gull if he thinks they enjoyed being broke this entire time. He explains that they have been living poor because they had no choice. He adds that he has never seen great Sasuk Unam laugh so brightly like that his entire life. Even though he did not know how to laugh. Suddenly, Gull asks him what he thinks they should do from now on. Zhang replied that he is sure Gull already knows. He says that Mount Hua sect has been going through rapid changes, so they should be prepared for what more to come. Gull looks at his uniform and ponders on his words. Zhang tells him that this is not just a matter of financial prosperity and asks if he saw the secret martial arts books inside the chest. Gull replies yes. He remembers how Chung revealed it to them with his terrible acting. He asks Zhang how he thinks Chung got hold of those. Zhang replies he has no idea, but one thing is certain, that the Mount Hua sect is going through changes, and they will inevitably be caught up in the storm of changes brought upon the Mount Hua sect. So they must prepare themselves with utmost determination. If they do not do it properly, they might be swept away in that storm of change Chung creates. Gull tells him not to worry about it. Zhang agrees with him. Suddenly, Gull remembers that he has not seen Chung since this morning and asks Zhang where he is. Zhang asks him if he did not hear about that. He tells him that the sect leader wanted to see him earlier. He is probably in the sect leader's residence right now. Gull asks why he wanted to see Chung. Inside the sect leader's residence, they all are having tea. He tells Chung that it is only natural for them to reward those that achieve a great feat, and he would like to give Chung a reward for his achievements. That is the reason why he called him here. Chung looks feeble and asks if the sect leader wants to give him a reward. He replies yes and asks if there is anything he would like. He is sure that Chung may hold attachments to the wealth he handed over to the Mount Hua sect, so he can return some of it to Chung if he would like. Chung replies that he is not really interested in wealth all that much. The sect leader is surprised to hear that. Chung replies yes and says it is not like he would have anywhere to use them here on Mount Hua anyways. The sect leader is impressed by his reply and thinks Chung understands the way of the Tao. He says that it is not easy to let go of attachments to wealth. Chung, on the other hand, thinks that the sect leader probably cannot give him much wealth anyways. He already has more than enough in his secret storage. The sect leader says that in that case, Chung can tell him something else he wants. He mentions that he could even allow him to learn an advanced technique he normally would not be allowed to learn yet. Chung replies that he does not want techniques either. Now, that is a shock for the sect leader. He asks to be assured that he is not interested in learning advanced techniques. Chung replies that there must be a reason their ancestors established an order in which they learn the technique. The sect leader replies that Chung is right, but Chung thinks that it must be him teaching the techniques instead. There are still so many techniques he needs to give them, and wonders how he can hand them over naturally. Thinking about that, he also wonders if he really has to think this hard about something like that. He ponders on what that something is that he wants as his reward, and what else he can do for the Mount Hua sect, of which only its name remains. Suddenly, an idea pops up in his mind, and he asks how about allowing him to go to the Hua prefecture when he wants to. Chung thinks that he needs to acquire his freedom first. He needs to be able to move around in more places before he can do anything. The sect leader repeats his words to assure. He replies yes and says he finds having to only stay in this temple while practicing martial arts to be limiting his growth as a disciple. He asks if he would not be able to learn by exploring the broader world. The sect leader replies that he understands where Chung is coming from and says that it would be violating the Mount Hua sect's regulations. He says that Chung's achievements are more than worthy of allowing him to do that, but he is worried that there may be people who complain about it being unfair. Chung thinks that he is so picky. The sect leader asks if there is anything else he wants. Chung wonders what more he can ask of him if he cannot even allow him to go to the Hua prefecture once in a while. Then he thinks of something and excitedly turns towards the sect leader, saying that as he can see, his body is in a very bad shape. The sect leader replies that he can see that. Chung says that according to the doctors, his inner energy seems to be damaged. The sect leader replies that he has heard that too. Chung says that's why he would like to ask for some pills of life. The sect leader is surprised to hear his request. Chung says he is talking about the pills that replenish one's health. The sect leader tells the other two members to listen to him. Chung is still looking at him with high hopes. The sect leader takes a sip from his cup, puts it down and says that as the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect, he declares that disciple Chung Myung no longer requires permission to go outside the Mount Hua sect's temple. Those two bow their heads on his order, while Chung wonders what he is talking about so suddenly. Chung asks him if he did not say he would not allow that. The sect leader pushes Chung towards the exit door, saying Chung must not go outside the Hua prefecture and he will need to take full responsibility for what happens when he is outside the Mount Hua sect's temple. The sect leader pushes him outside and shuts the door. Chung is irritated and wants to shout at him to give him some pills of life. The sect leader thinks that he does not have pills of life for himself either. After closing the door, the sect leader asks the other two teachers about what they think about Chung. Em replies that Chung definitely understands the way of Tao. The sect leader realizes that he was not alone to feel that. Em adds that although Chung is a young child, he can sense his wisdom from the way he speaks. Though he comes off as rough at times, considering his young age, it is understandable. The sect leader agrees with him. Em thinks that on top of that, when he talks to Chung Myung, it does not feel like he is a young child. And it is not simply because of the way he speaks. Em just cannot sense the childishness from Chung Myung. He does not know how to describe it. He can sense the spirit of a Taoist from him. He never thought that he would feel that from a child, however, there is no way to describe it. The sect leader asks Hyun Sang what he thinks about Chung. Feeling embarrassed, he replies that the sect leader should know that he does not really have the eyes for evaluating people. The sect leader still says that he must have felt something when he saw him. Hyun Sang pauses for a while to think, and then replies that Chung seems like a child that is not childish. This is what he felt from him. Em is surprised to hear his answer, and realizes that he is not the only one who felt that way. Hyun Sang adds that he knows some children who are deep thinkers or who have lived a rough life tend to develop such characteristics. However, that does not mean that they act like adults. It simply means that they are mature compared to other children of their age. However, that child is not just mature for his age, but the way he talks and acts makes him think that he is an actual adult. He sometimes feels like he is an old man. The sect leader asks if that means he is corrupt inside. Hyun Sang replies that he did not mean it that way. The sect leader replies that he understands his point. He looks at them and says that he knows what everyone is thinking of right now, but they must not put a deeper meaning to it. as they know Chung is just a child. They both reply yes. The sect leader adds that this sect and they exist to nurture people, not use them for their own benefits. If they find great talent, they need to support their growth, and if they run into problems, they need to guide them to a solution. An-am and Hyun Sang bow their heads, showing that they agree with his thoughts. After that, the sect leader asks An-am about how the construction work is progressing. He replies that because of the steepness of the mountain, they are currently having trouble gathering more wood for the construction, although they are chopping down the nearby trees to get as much of it as possible. They will need a couple more days to dry and trim the felled trees. Unexpectedly, the sect leader asks them if they are not fond of him caring too much about the appearance of the sect temple just because they obtained some funds to spare. An-am replies that absolutely not. The sect leader requests them to understand his good intentions. He says that the Mount Hua sect needs to be built. He tells them that when a person establishes new self-resolutions and determinations, they must organize their surroundings and correct their behaviors. And this is no different in a sect. This method is said to be the most effective in communicating the new resolutions to the disciples. An-am says that the sect leader is absolutely right. Then the sect leader addresses Hyun Sang and requests him to finish interpreting the new techniques they have acquired as soon as possible. He accepts the order. The sect leader mentions that he must not allow himself to make careless mistakes when doing so. He says that the fate of the Mount Hua sect depends on how they teach the techniques to the disciples. Hyun Sang replies that he will make sure that not even the slightest mistake is made. The sect leader says that he is putting his trust in two of them. At this point, Hyun Sang wonders if he should tell him right now that the technique books are strangely new considering it has been at least 100 years. Hyun Sang did not notice when they first discovered it because he was in a state of shock, but there were even ink marks almost if someone was in a rush writing the books. He wonders what if this entire thing is a part of someone's scheme. But then he thinks that he would be going so far and tries to avoid such perplexed thoughts. After all, the contents of the books were without a doubt the real deal. So that means there is someone who is helping the Mount Hua sect, but has to keep their identity a secret. But he also wonders who would do such a thing. Chung angrily slams his foot on the ground, yelling if the sect leader really kicked him out just because he did not want to give him a pill of life. He wonders what good it is for him to go out of his way and rewrite all the technique books before he hands them over. He curses his sect, saying that it is something that not even a beggar would want to take over. Chung thinks that he knows just by looking at his expression. The sect leader undoubtedly lost the recipe of life in addition to all the money the sect had. Chung is continuously screaming in anger. Everything is really painful for him now. He expected there to be side effects to a certain degree, but it is way more severe than he imagined. His body is not healing as quickly as he thought it would. At this rate, it might take half a year for complete recovery. Chung is really depressed now. It is very fatal for someone as young as him to lose out the entire half a year or training. A child's body continually overgrows growth and changes, and because of that, there exists an ideal period of time for one to build up inner strength fundamentals. And once he misses this ideal period of time, it will never come back. Chung needs to find a way to recover. There are two ways to recover pure innate Kai. One can either consume a pill of life or receive help from some kind of Kai transfer techniques. However, there is no way for him to find someone who can transfer their Kai to him right now. He remembers that back in those days, pills of life basically rolled around all over the sex grounds if he exaggerated it just a bit. He even consumed the plum blossom pill as a hangover relief. It was very effective. Thinking back to it, Chung really wants a drink now. He just pretends that he is pouring drinks in his glass and thinks that he would drink as much as he wants without getting caught by Sahyung. Then he would consume one pill and the hangover would be instantly gone. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind. Now he knows where the pills of life are. He runs in a direction confirming that they must be there. He thinks that having a bad memory helps at times like these. He stops at a point and looks upward. It is a ruggedly disconnected cliff. It is a cliff that is known to be the most dangerous and steep even among the 5 greatest mountains. The place Chung is looking for is somewhere in the middle of the steep cliff. It is a secret place only Chung Myung knows of, even in the Mount Hua sect. In the middle of the cliff, there is a small cave that can only be found by climbing up the cliff. This cliff was off limits for disciples to use as a training ground because of its danger, But thanks to that, Chung was able to find the best place to hide from Sahyung. Chung thinks that it has been a great help to him. He has been able to do things like drinking without being seen by Sahyung, or eating some meat without being seen by Sahyung, or taking a midday nap without being seen by Sahyung. He wonders why Sahyung even allowed him to live. Even when he thinks back to it, he would not have left someone like him alive. But that is not important right now. He knows that somewhere up there are the pills of life he hid away in his past life. He thinks that if it was his past life self, he would have been able to get up there with only 2 jumps. But there is no way he can climb up with his current body. So he runs backward, takes a rope with him, and reaches the peak of the cliff by the smoother path. He is planning to climb down instead of climbing up. The only problem about it is that it is about 10 times more dangerous. But he raises his spirit, saying what will happen at most. He only lives once, but then he remembers that technically it is his second life. He gathers the courage and ties the one end of the rope with a tree trunk. He starts climbing down and screams why it is so hard to revive the Mount Hua sect. Climbing down, he recalls that the steepness of the cliff was not the only reason it was banned as a training ground for disciples. Just as its name suggests, it is a very rugged and steep cliff, without anywhere to step on nor to grab on. In other words, the cliff is very difficult to climb. Suddenly, Chung's foot slips and he loses his grip on the mountain as well. He is falling freely. He starts screaming, thinking he will die. But the rope saves him, but now he is hanging in the air. Now he realizes why a person should be well prepared. He swings his body and the momentum pushes him towards the cliff. He uses Kai suction technique to stick to the cliff, but his left hands start cracking. His other hand helps him in getting a hold though. While hanging there, he wonders why his bones are breaking so easily as if they are twigs. However, he can see the entrance to his hideout from there. The rope he prepared according to the estimated distance is barely able to reach the entrance. Now, he will need to grab onto the cliff on that side first. But for that first, he needs to stop using his Kai suction technique and get momentum. He pushes himself to swing toward the cave and prepares to jump on the entrance. Suddenly, the rope breaks and he falls again. He again uses the Kai suction technique to stick to the mountain, but his bones on the other hand break as well. He falls at the entrance but does not stop there, and rolls and falls down from that entrance as well. Luckily, the other end of the rope gets stuck in between 2 rocks and prevents him from falling down further. But now he is hanging in the air and has no more energy to do any struggle. Still, he tries to climb a little to reach the entrance. He calls the Plum Blossom Sword Saint crazy and asks what he was thinking, making a hideout at a place like this. He wonders if that guy went crazy because of all the training. But then he remembers that it was him in his past life. Chung managed to get into the cave, although he almost died. His things are covered with a cloth. He removes the cloth and dirt on it spreads in the air. His things are intact. He wonders if his past self brought a nightlight crystal here. He says he really did not think things through when making this place. Chung opens the box. There is a small box in it, containing the life pills. He removes the dirt from the box, thinking the pills inside will be a huge help in recovering his body. As he opens the box, he observes something strange. A rich plum blossom fragrance diffuses out as if fully bloomed plum trees fill this place. As he sees inside the chest, he screams with joy to find the snow blossom pills inside it. He is surprised to see that his past self even hid away the snow blossom pills, which are many times more expensive than the plum blossom pills. Other than that, the chest is full of plum blossom pills. He sits there on the ground and says he needs to completely recover his body first. It will be great if he manages to build up a bit of inner strength while he is at it. He picks a snow blossom pill with his shaking hands and puts it in his mouth. As the pill goes down in his body, it starts melting before he even gets the chance to chew on it, and the elegant scent spreads throughout his entire body. But he does not have time to enjoy the scent. He needs to focus. First, he needs to make sure the Kai from the snow blossom pill does not escape from his body. He tries to hold it in, but he cannot use it to recover his innate true Kai at its current state. It is impure. He thinks that although the snow blossom pills are the pride of Mount Hua sect, they have too many impurities for him to store inside his danshin. He focuses on purifying it. Although he would need to throw away most of the Kai that was stored inside the pill, he has no other choice. After all, he is taking the long way to build up the most complete and perfect foundation he could ever get. Although it was not an easy decision to make, he cannot let his impatience get the best of him. He throws away everything other than the purest Kai. Seeing that small portion, he wonders if that is all that's left. He decides to take these small pieces remaining after filtering out the impurities and store them inside his danshin, all the way into the deepest parts of it. He uses those fragments to heal his innate Kai. As soon as the gaps are filled, an immense energy emerges out of it that even shakes up the cave. Chung is hanged in the air because of that energy. He starts screaming while controlling that energy, and it starts flowing out through his eyes and mouth. Chung clenches his fist and tries to control the flow of energy. He opens his eyes, and now they are shining pink. The fractures and scars he got are healing instantly. He is surprised as his bones even feel sturdier now than they were before. He finds it incredible. This young body of his is very compatible with the Kai from the pills, which makes its effects greater than he had expected. On top of that, the remaining impurities in his body start leaking out all over it. It feels like his meridians are expanding. But suddenly he feels like his heart is beating so fast and wonders why it is so. The energy starts hitting his head, and he screams. The refluxing Kai from the lower danshin has broken through the middle danshin. It feels almost like a massive ocean wave. Chung cannot control it. He thinks that if it breaks through the upper danshin, his inner strength will become intractable. Chung needs to stop it from flowing. He grabs his chest tightly and screams. Suddenly, he recalls a question of if he is a Taoist or a martial artist. Sahyung once told him that martial artists try to forcefully oppress and control the flow. But those who follow the path of Tao leave it be. He asked him if Chung thought he could do anything to the flow of the world by trying to oppress it. He gave him an example that if he builds a dam to try to stop the water, it will just go over his little structure and continue flowing. He advised him to just leave the things be, saying if he did so, they would flow as they were meant to. He added that humans are also part of nature, so they cannot be exempt from its magnificence. So he must leave things as they flow. As he follows the advice, he finds himself standing in his upper danshin. He realizes that he intuitively figured out where he was. The cracked wall in front of him is the entrance to his upper danshin. He is shocked to see his body damaged. He places his hand on that crack and senses a massive vibration coming from beyond the wall. From the looks of it, it is only a matter of time until the Kai breaks through the upper danshin. He feels that it is in a riskier state than he thought. If he does not open the wall, it will eventually collapse. But if he does it too quickly, the upper danshin will be swept away by the Kai. He realizes that there is only one way then. He recalls the words of Sahyung that if he builds a dam to try to stop the water, it will just go over his little structure and continue flowing. Now he knows that if he tries to stop it, it will only brim over, so he needs to let it flow. While seeing that water flowing, he himself says that he did not really pay attention to what Sahyung was saying because he thought Sahyung was nagging at him again. But after 100 years have passed, he finally realized what he meant. The Kai is flowing all over his channels and illuminating him. The night ends and the sun rises in the mountains. Chung opens his eyes and finds he is floating in the air. Suddenly, he falls to the ground. He wonders why he was floating. Then, he looks at his hand, recalls a past moment, and says that the meridians throughout his body have been blocked. He can feel the difference in his strength. He still cannot believe this young body withheld it. With the slightest mistake, he could have either lost his life or been paralyzed. He thinks that he would have been doomed if it was not for Sahyung's teachings, but it was worth it. He not only recovered his innate Kai, but also expanded his meridians and increased his inner strength. In conclusion, this body of him has become stronger. He thinks that it may be because he has been enlightened after dying once, but he is starting to understand Sahyung's teachings, which he only regarded as nagging during his past life. Sahyung said that martial artists oppress and try to control, but those who follow the path of Tao leave things be. Chung says that in his past life, he was a swordsman, but not a Taoist. At the same time, the Mount Hua sect of swordsmen, but it is also a Taoist sect. This is its identity. However, Chung cannot exactly be called a Taoist. While standing on that entrance, he wonders if someone like him can really revive the Mount Hua sect. Then he decides that before he does anything else, he will try everything he can. And if it does not work, it will be too bad. He is carrying that chest with him and thinks that these pills are meaningless to him now. But others may be able to benefit greatly from them. He is ready to go back, but then he gets back inside the cave and brings those drink pots with him. He says that it is totally not because he wants to drink alcohol. He is just curious what 100-years-old liquor tastes like. He thinks that the Mount Hua sect has gone through many changes, but this cave still remains the same as it was in the past. And because of that, when he is in this cave, it feels like he is reliving his past life. He says that he misses it a lot. Thinking that he should come back here once in a while, he gets ready to leave. He jumps in the air and lands on the cliff. He keeps jumping upward. At one moment, he turns his head back and looks at the morning sun shining brightly. He finally reaches the top of the mountain. His body feels surprisingly light, and he likes it this way. He looks back and feels that the air feels very fresh above here, but suddenly his nose receives a bad smell. He wonders why something like that is coming from his body. Early in the morning, the students get up and get ready for training. It feels freezing outside. Their body is still asleep, and fatigue is not going away. They conversate with each other and wonder for how long they have to keep doing this. One asks his fellow if he does not think Chung has been acting a bit strange recently. The other asks him what he means by that. The first one says that Chung has been looking a bit out of shape lately. They also notice that he has not shown up to their training sessions recently. The first one asks him if he thinks there is a possibility that the rumor is true. The other asks what rumor he is talking about. He says that there is a rumor that Chung is experiencing an inner Kai overload. They realize that his body condition has been declining day after day, and he has been missing out on training because it got too bad. All the other students start putting ears on their conversation. One asks if that does not mean that they have not to train anymore. The other students are silent. That guy asks them why they think they have been doing what he told them to do without talking back to him. He reminds them that it was because they thought they could not win against him, even if they ganged up on him. But now that he is not at his best, it might be possible for them to beat him. The other says that he looked almost like a skeleton and asks that person if he thinks they might have a chance if they ganged up on him right now. Gul looks at them and wants to stop, but his Sahyung stops him, telling him to let them be. He smiles and says that they will find out the truth sooner than later. Suddenly, the door opens and a dazzling light enters the hall. With that, Chung steps in the hall, and they all shock to see him awakened. They think that they will die if they try to go against him. Chung addresses them and says he cannot fully express how sorry he feels towards them. He says he had no choice but to neglect their training sessions due to his poor health, and he feels a deep sense of responsibility for his actions. Those students feel that something bad is about to happen. Scared, they tell him that it is okay and he needs not to worry about it. Chung replies that it is not okay. He mentions that they were training so hard even during his absence and says he is completely at fault here. However, although mistakes were made, they can always be made up for. If they are lacking in training, they just have to train harder than usual. He points his thumb towards the mountain at his back and tells them to run. They all are blank as they do not understand what he wants to say. He tells them to run on a first-come first-served basis. Then he says that the slower half of them will run up there again. Shocked, one of the students asks if he is really telling them to go up to the Lotus Mountain peak and back. While he is saying that, Sahyung starts running. Gul runs after that and tells him not to leave without saying anything. Seeing them going, the other students start running as well. They are sacred because they have to make another run if they arrive late. Seeing them running, Chung says it's cute to see them daring to conspire against him. But he does like their courage to even attempt such a thing. He says that the obedient ones have their limits. However, if they do not have the skills to back up their complaints, they are nothing but a disgrace. Chung says that in order to obtain the right to speak their mind, the first and the last thing they need is skill, and he will gladly help them gain them. He thinks that in the 1,000-year history of the martial arts world, there were countless individuals who rose to prominence all by themselves. However, a single person cannot increase an entire sect's stature. In other words, for the success of an entire sect, everyone in it must be strong. Chung looks up at the mountain and sets an aim to restore the Mount Hua sect so that it is even more powerful than it was in the past. Sun is shining brightly upon the Mount Hua sect, and after completing their training, those students are lying tired on the ground. Gul is panting after finishing the race, but then he sees his Sahyung, who is in a rough condition but still standing. Gull cannot believe that he can still be standing after going through such a rigorous training session. He feels like he understands why the Great Sahyung was named as the Great Sahyung. He thinks that it is not about Sahyung's skills. Instead, it is about his strong mentality. On the other side, Chung lifts heavy stones but wonders why they feel so light. He addresses those who have finished their training and asks them to give their sandbags to him. But then he looks at them and asks why they all are lying around. He says that they did not even do much and asks if they are already tired. Gull looks at him, who is carrying a heavy load, and thinks Chung is a monster. Chung keeps scolding them and says kids these days really do not have tenacity. Back in his days, it was different. Then he throws his weight away, saying they will leave it at this for now, and tells them to go have their meal and come back later for their afternoon training. He informs them that if they dip, he will make them train 10 times as much. He leaves the ground, ordering them to clean up the training ground. After a while, students gather in the dining hall to have their meal. They are tired and not eating their food. Sahyung notices that and asks them why they are not eating. One of them replies that he cannot eat because he feels like he will throw up if he eats. Another one calls Great Sahyung and asks if he does not think the training sessions are a bit too extreme. The others join him and say that they are afraid that they might die at this rate. Another one says that he cannot eat his meal because his hands are shaking. Sahyung's hands are shaking as well. They ask him if he can do something about it and request him to save them. Sahyung asks Gull what his thoughts are on this topic. Gull is surprised to hear that and stops eating. After taking a pause, he says that it is true that their training sessions are getting more intense day after day, and it has gotten to the point where their bodies cannot keep up. Everyone is looking at Gull and listening to him with attention. Gull quotes that steel gets stronger as they hammer it, but it is not the case for humans. But there is no way Chung Myung does not realize it. So he thinks that it would be better for them to just keep doing what they have been doing for now. But if nothing changes with time, then he will talk to Chung. Sahyung adds that Gull is right here. The other boys become glad to speak to Sahyung in their favor. Sahyung says that he understands the situation and adds that if the time comes, he will be the first one to step up. After having the meal, Gull falls on his bed and takes a sigh of relief. He needs to train again after he wakes up, but lying there, he feels like his body is going to break. He recalls that he thought he could get through anything no matter how harsh it is. But now he wonders if he can really keep up with such intense training. His eyes close, and he falls asleep with these thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, he hears a voice of someone calling him and asks him to wake up, so he opens his eyes and sees Chung Myung in front of him. Chung signals him to keep silent and says he has something for him. Gull sits on his bed and seems half asleep. Chung forwards his fist and says it was hard for him to get hold of one, but he gives it to him because it is Gull. Unable to understand what is happening, Gull asks him what he is giving him. Chung opens his hand, and Gull is shocked, seeing that pink thing, and asks if this is the pill of life. Chung asks him to keep silent. Gull asks him why he is giving and not taking such a precious item for himself. Chung replies that it is because Gull needs it. Gull is surprised to hear the answer. Chung tells him to keep it a secret from others. He tells him to eat it first, and that he will help him after that. Gull puts it in his mouth. He feels ashamed of himself for thinking of him as a demon. Chung is about to push him inside a trunk, assuming the thirsty know to be grateful only when their thirst is quenched. He smirked, thinking that it would get even more difficult for him from now on. Students are training with swords on the ground. Hyun Sang is instructing them. He looks at them, and something feels different to him. He observes that their sword paths look very stabilized. He knows that they are practicing the same thing they have been doing all along, but is surprised that now their movements have become sharper and more stabilized. He can feel the strength in their feet, and it makes their upper bodies firm, enabling them to put more weight onto their swords. He wonders if this is really possible in such a short amount of time. Then he recalls the moment when Chung requested him to give him 1 month to bring the results within that time. Hyun Sang wonders if this is because of their morning training. He looks at those students' faces and asks himself how long it has been since he saw such fierce eyes from these children. He appreciates their efforts and says that the tips of their swords feel very lively. He is very satisfied to see all of them participating in training so eagerly. He excitedly says that if they keep up their great work, he plans to skip the remaining steps and teach them the Tai Flumox sword technique. Those students are excited to hear that the third-class disciples would learn the Tai Flumok's sword technique. They also realize that they have improved. Hyun Sang looks at them smiling and thinks that hard workers must be rewarded, and those who get rewarded will work even harder. If such positive feedback continues, these children will grow to be the swordsmen who will represent the Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, the sect leader enters the training ground, asking if Ungum is here. Hyun Sang takes him to a corner and asks what brings the sect leader all the way to the White Plum Blossom boarding house. He replies that there is a problem. He shows him a book and says this is the Equilibrium Sword Technique book that was inside the chest that Chung Myung found. He says that Ungum should turn to the last page. When he does so, he becomes shocked to see what is mentioned there. It is a note from the great sect leader for his successor. It says that there is nothing wrong with making changes and developing the existing techniques in the Mount Hua sect. Techniques should be continually changed and developed. However, the Equilibrium Sword Technique is fundamental to the Mount Hua sect's technique, and making changes to it is no different than making changes to the entire sect as a whole. He wants his successor to be fully aware of this fact. He adds that equilibrium is the fundamental technique that has served as the foundation of the Mount Hua sect's techniques for a long time. Just like how they first need to learn how to grip a sword in order to wield it, they need to properly master the Equilibrium Sword Technique to learn the others. Ungum tells the sect leader that the time has changed and asks if they are going to use the Equilibrium Sword Technique nevertheless. He also asks if the true Equilibrium Sword Technique was not created by everyone in the Mount Hua sect because the mastery of the Equilibrium Sword Technique was very time-consuming. The sect leader replies that this is why he is here for his opinion. He says that as Ungum has mentioned, they have decided to abandon the Equilibrium Sword Technique and created the true Equilibrium Sword Technique as the new fundamental technique of the Mount Hua sect, and asks if their ancestors' words are not as important. Ungum looks at those words and thinks that the words of the ancestor are the path their successors must follow. And as such, every sect tries their best to follow the path that has been laid out for them by their ancestors. He wonders how they can possibly deny such a clear will of the ancestor. The sect leader tells him that he is in charge of teaching in the Mount Hua sect, and he thinks that he has to take into account his opinions, especially on the matter of the fundamental technique. He requests Ungum to tell him his honest opinion. Ungum is silent. He wonders if they are to follow the traditions or to pursue changes. After taking a pause, he calls the sect leader and says that the reason they created the true Equilibrium Sword Technique was because they did not have much time on their hands in the Mount Hua sect. They did not have enough time to gradually foster the disciples, and the sect could have collapsed at any moment. The sect leader replies that he is right. Ungum says that that's why he wants to ask him this. He asks him if he thinks the Mount Hua sect has a future now. The sect leader starts pondering on that. He thinks that although their situation has gotten better, they have solved one of their many problems. There are still countless of them remaining. He replies, saying that he does not think he can answer that question easily. He requests him to be understanding that he cannot answer his question properly. Hearing that, Ungum closes the book and says that he is against it. Surprised, the sect leader asks him what makes him say that. Ungum looks at the students and replies that it is because it will not be easy. He says that although both the true Equilibrium Sword Technique and the Equilibrium Sword Technique stem from the same roots, they are completely different. If the Equilibrium Sword Technique is one that sets a strong foundation with slow progress, the true Equilibrium Sword Technique is one that focuses on speedy mastery above all. He adds that the children learn fast, and they have already gotten used to the way of the true Equilibrium Sword Technique. And teaching such children the Equilibrium Sword Technique might bring them many harmful consequences and results. In addition, the most important aspect of mastering it is a sturdy lower body, as well as seriousness. Ungum says that it is far too late for them now. The sect leader is confused and asks him what he just said was the most important aspect. Ungum is going to repeat his words, but then he follows the sect leader's eyes and looks at the students. He finds that the students already possess a sturdy lower body and seriousness. Seeing Ungum shocked, the sect leader comments that it looks like they have been trained well. Ungum wonders how is that possible because he did not really do anything. They both are speechless. Suddenly, Ungum looks at Chun and a thought crosses his mind that he does not want to believe. Perplexed, he asks the sect leader if he could give him a moment. He wants to ask the child about something. He calls Chung Myung to come there, saying he has something he wants to ask him about. Chung Myung is surprised and replies yes. Upon his coming, Ungum says that slow and high, or fast and certain, and asks him which of those two he thinks is right for the Mount Hua sect. Chung pauses for a second, and then points in the upper direction with his finger, saying that he thinks that going higher is obviously the right choice. Ungum asks him why he says that. He replies that it is because this is Mount Hua sect. The sect leader is stunned to hear his answer. He thinks about the pride of the Mount Hua sect, and says that the ideal that existed in the Mount Hua sect a long time ago came out of the youngest disciple's mouth. The sect leader repeats those words in his mind. Chung adds that if it was any other sect, the latter would be the correct choice, but this is not the case for the Mount Hua sect. In order to gain the honor of the past and spread the name of the Mount Hua sect once again, they must not compromise with reality. Surprised, the sect leader thinks that Chung is seeing through hidden meanings in Ungum's words and answering him accordingly. He leans forward and asks Chung if he is saying that they must not make compromises because they are the Mount Hua sect. Chung replies that this is what he thinks. The sect leader and Ugum change the meaningful gazes. After that, they tell him to return to his position. After he leaves, the sect leader asks if it is not embarrassing. Ungum replies that it is indeed. They never had a clue that they would hear such words from a child. Ungum says that it might be possible for him to say such things because he is still just a child. But because he is a child, he is not swayed by reality. He adds that although it may be difficult, he suddenly does not want to be shameful to that child. The sect leader thinks that this conversation has made the matter into an even greater issue and is compelling them to make a decision. He knows that this is not a simple matter. Picking the fundamental technique is very important. The choice will define the path the Mount Hua sect will take in the future. The sect leader addresses Ungum and says that he orders him as the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect. As of now, they will change the fundamental technique of the Mount Hua sect from the true equilibrium sword technique back to the equilibrium sword technique. Ungum says yes to his order. The sect leader says that in addition to that, they will rethink not only the equilibrium sword technique, but also every other technique of the Mount Hua sect. As the head of the White Blossom boarding house, Ungum's role in this will be crucial. He says yes to that one as well. He thinks they must not settle for being a powerless sect as long as they hold the name of the Mount Hua sect. They must always strive to be the strongest. This is the obligation and the calling of those under the name of the Mount Hua sect. They are the Mount Hua sect, and these children are their future. They may not reach their goal in their generation. However, by the time these children lead the sect, the name of the Mount Hua sect may regain its prominence. While returning to his position, Chung wonders how pathetic they are, and if they really need to ask him to know that. He clenches his teeth and thinks he puts the food in their mouth, and now they are asking how to chew the food. Angrily, he wonders what he even expects from them. They cannot even do anything right. He grabs his head, thinking that they are probably messing up everything they are doing right now. But whatever they are doing, he should probably visit the Hue prefecture soon. He thinks that they are probably screwing up the business in the Hue prefecture as well. Irritated, he says that this sect is hopeless without him. The students around see him behaving strangely and wonder what he is talking about. After a long period of hardships, Mount Hua sect is finally at peace. The financial issue, which was the Mount Hua sect's biggest problem, is completely resolved. New techniques are being established to drive the sect to its future. Everyone's happy laughter fills the temple. Chung says that this is what was supposed to happen, but he is experiencing the opposite. He says that this place, Hua prefecture, is chaotic itself. Chung calls Gul and says he wants to have a chat. He takes Gul aside and mentions that he has heard that Gul is the youngest son of a pretty prominent merchant family. He asks if this is like the son of a great business of the continent. Gul rolls his eyes and says this is trash. He clarifies that he is just a son of a small merchant family. Chung says that he should at least have the eyes to be able to see through what's going on. He asks if this is not how it usually is, saying although all of the youngest sons of prominent families are problem children, they secretly hide a special talent or something like that. Gul asks him what he is even talking about. Guessing that he is wrong, Chung tells Gul to forget about it. Suddenly, they both look back, offended when they hear the noises of fuss between those customers and students serving them. Chung asks Gul what he thinks is the reason for this mess. Gul replies that the reason is the people who were originally in charge of this place. Chung asks if he means those scammers by that. Gul replies that he guesses they at least had a good reputation from their employees because most of them left when the scammers were chased out of here. Chung makes a bitter beer face and asks if he thinks those guys had a good reputation. He replies that to be exact, rather than a good reputation, they seem to have brought their personal connections here. Since most of them were their families or relatives, they just left after a while. Chung asks if he is saying this is because of the employees. Gul replies that it is one of the reasons. Chung shockingly asks if there are more. Gul replies that it is problematic that the higher-ups of the Mount Hua sect possess no skills required in running a business. Chung asks if he is saying that the Mount Hua sect is currently lacking the abilities to manage this business. Gul says that it is like a pearl necklace over a pig's neck. Suddenly, they hear two students fighting. One scolds the other saying that he asked him to bring the barley tea, but he has brought oolong. The other tells him to stop screaming like he is supposed to know everything. He adds that he has never handled expensive teas like these before in his life and asks how he is supposed to distinguish between them. The other asks if he is mentioning that he has handled them before. Seeing them fighting like that, Gul mentions that running a business is not an easy task. They need to pick and choose every single item and material. If they choose materials that are too good, they will not make a profit, but if they choose cheap ones, they will not attract customers. If they hire people to take care of things for them, they will take all the profit, leaving them with nothing. Surprised, Chung asks what if they start learning how to run a business starting now. Gul replies by asking if he would really teach 40-year-old geezers martial arts techniques if he were asked to do so. Chung replies he will not. Sighing, Gul says that it does not end here. He says that they would run into problems even when trying to buy items. He asks Chung what he thinks the seller would do if some naive Taoist came to buy the items. Chung hopelessly says that they would probably rip them off. Gul says that it is not all. He adds that they would probably leech off everything they have. Gul says this business will not work because it was bound to fail from the start. Chung sadly looks at the sky and thinks that he finally realizes the Sahyung Jangmun's greatness. The businesses were operating effortlessly when he was here. Chung thinks that he would rather die than suffer like this. Chung asks Gul what the solution is for this situation. Shouting, he replies that he does not know and asks if he was even listening to what Gul told him earlier. He says that if he really had the ability to solve this kind of thing, he would have already become a successful businessman. He mentions that even his father cannot solve this. Worried, Chung asks if this is really that serious. Gul replies that there is nothing they can do. He adds that if they want to run a big business like this, they would want most items to have some kind of traditional background. But it does not exist here. He mentions that if only Elder Hwang were doing well, things could have been different. Curious, Chung asks who he is. Gul replies that he is a great merchant. He elaborates that Hwang is one of the great merchants who was active in the Shaanxi province. He dealt not only with items from the East Sea, but also with items from the Unnam and Western regions. In addition, he was Mount Hua sect's sponsor for a long time. He is quite famous around here. After all, the Mount Hua sect is still standing, thanks to him. Chung is surprised to see that Hwang sponsored the Mount Hua sect and asks Gul what he even saw in them. They do not have anything noteworthy here, not even the disciples. Gul finds it offensive. Seeing him like this, Chung asks why he is making such a face. He replies that it's nothing. Then he says that he does not know what he saw in the Mount Hua sect, but he has heard that Hwang sponsored not only them but many different places. If he were here, there would not be any problem, since they would have been able to get advice and help from him. Chung asks if that does not mean that the problem has been solved. He says that they just need to ask for that man's help. Gul replies they cannot. Chung surprisingly wonders why. Gul mentions that he has been on the sick for the past year, and there is even a rumor that he is unconscious. Now Chung understands the full situation. Suddenly, he hears Unem calling his name and asking where he is. Chung replies to him that he is here. When Unem walks towards him, they both say a greeting to their teacher. Unem tells him that they need Chung to pay a visit to Mount Hua sect. Chung is stunned. He wonders if he is really trying to send him to that harsh mountain like it is a walk in the park. He also wonders if Unem even has shame. He tells Unem that there are a lot of strong and lively Sahyungs and asks why he is asking him to go. Then he giggles and says that he is the youngest, so he naturally has the weakest body and body lightning technique. Says with a straight face, and he is the only one who is doing nothing. He giggles and replies he did sweep the front yard a little. He also asks why he needs him to go there. He hands him over a letter and replies that he just needs him to deliver this letter to either the sect leader or finance and economy agency. Since this is very urgent, he does not think they should delay it much longer. He also mentions that since it is from the Yunha Merchant Guild, must treat it cautiously. Gol is surprised to hear that and whispers to Chung that the Yunha Merchant Guild is the merchant alliance that Elder Hwang is a part of. Chung takes that letter from his hands. Says they are running behind, they should depart immediately. Chung replies that he will deliver it as fast as he can. Chung runs towards the Mount Hua sect. While passing the peaks, he looks around to see if no one sees him. He takes out the letter from his shirt. He looks at it closely and wonders if this is the letter from the Yunha Merchant Guild's Elder Hwang. But then he thinks that since he is rumored to be unconscious, it might be from one of his subordinates. When he looks at the seal, a demonish thought crosses his mind, and he wonders if it is not normal for him to want to see what is inside the letter he is supposed to deliver. Then he reads the name in the send. The letter is sent to the sect leader. Chung thinks that if a letter comes from a guy who is barely conscious, it means something important has happened to him. Chung uses his energy to make a sharp blade and skillfully removes the stamp so that it can be placed again. He thinks they should help each other during these times, and he might receive a big favor in return. He unfolds the paper and starts reading. It states the greeting in the beginning, so Chung skips them and reads the main body. It says that it is shameful to send the sect leader a letter like this after not being in touch for a very long time. But the reason he is sending it is because his father's condition has been continually declining. Reading that, Chung wonders if Hwang's son sent this letter. Then he starts reading again. It says that as the sect leader may already know, it may be something very natural considering his father's old age, but recently, other symptoms besides the ones from natural aging have been showing up. His Kai veins have been acting up uncontrollably, and his entire body has reddened. He has lost his consciousness, and he is unable to move. A black light has appeared on his glabella. Chung stops reading there and wonders shockingly if that is someone he knows. It is also mentioned in the letter that the Yunha Merchant Guild has hired many prominent doctors to treat Hwang, but not a single one of them was able to diagnose the illness. And as a last resort, he is sending this letter to those that had a connection to his father. He says that if they happen to know anything about his father's illness, he requests them to get in touch with him in any way that is most convenient to them. And to the person who delivers them the information about how to treat his father's illness, he promises in the name of the Yunha Merchant Guild that they will repay the favor with a tremendous reward. Zhonghui Hwang, Yunha Merchant Guild Master, ends the letter by saying that he will be waiting for the good news. Chung is shocked to read the letter and says there is no way ordinary doctors can cure it. This illness is called the demon's flower. From the outside, its symptoms are just like severe poisoning. That's why the doctors most likely tried to treat the disease similarly to how they would treat poisoning. But the most important reason why he is acting anxious right now is because the demon's flower is a symptom that shows up when attacked by certain techniques of the heavenly demon sect. Chung clenches his teeth in anger when thinking about those demons. He thought most of them were exterminated in the Killian Mountains. But he believes now that their lifeline has been continuing until today. The problem is that those despicables are not only still alive, but Chung feels that they are plotting something in the Zhongyuan region. He is being irritated by wondering if they hold a grudge against the Mount Hua sect or something. In anger, he screams and asks why they keep causing trouble for them and why they had to attack Elder Hwang out of all people in the entire Zhongyuan region. He again looks at the letter and asks if this is not bad. Chung cannot really be sure whether it is really the demon's flower just by reading the descriptions in the letter. He needs to confirm with his own two eyes first. On top of that, there is a tremendous reward. Chung thinks that he should visit them himself. He says that according to Zhou Gull, the Yunha Merchant Guild must possess quite the wealth. He thinks that if a guild like that says, tremendous reward, he cannot imagine how great it would be. He adds that if Zhongyuan and the demon sect had not had a war in the 100 years he was gone, not many people would know about the existence of the demon's flower. Those who may know about it were slaughtered by the heavenly demon in the Killian Mountains on that day. but no one knows what could have happened. Chung places the stamp back and seals it, so that no one could know he read the letter. By looking at the letter, he thinks that there might still be someone who knows about it, and if they were to see this letter, things might go in the wrong direction. He starts running towards the temple, and says he cannot let that happen as no one can dare intercept the great Chung Myung's patient. He adds that if it is about the money, so according to the way of the Tao, he must help him. It's already night. The students are climbing back to the temple asking if they cannot provide them with lodging in the Hua prefecture. Some complain that they have been climbing up and down the mountain day and night, and they will pass out at this rate. The great Sahyung almost reaches the entrance when Gul comes running from inside, screaming his name. Seeing him like that, Sahyung wonders why it feels like Gul is becoming immature day after day. Gul tells him that it is an emergency and is about Chung Myung. Sahyung is worried, thinking what it could be. Gul requests Sahyung to follow him quickly. Gul opens the door and Sahyung observes that Chung is not there. Screaming, he asks where this guy ran off to. Gul replies it is not the case and tells him to look at that letter on his bed. Sheung opens the letter and it says that Chung will be gone for a few days because something suddenly came up. He asks them to come up with an excuse for him to the Sasuks. Also, if they skip out on training, he will bend their backs backwards, so they must make sure to train. Fa-hyung starts trembling with anger. He clenches his teeth and calls names to him. Gul asks him what they should do. Sahyung cools down and tells him to make sure that the others keep their mouths shut about this. Gul says that it would be bad if they were to get caught. Sahyung clenches his fist and replies it would be no different if they told them about it. He says that since Chung said he will be gone for a few days, they need to try to hide it as best as they can. Sahyung thinks that if they do not actively look for Chung like they did today, there is no way the higher-ups would care about a third-class disciple. They might be able to get away with this if they are lucky enough. Gul is still worried and says he does not know what they would do if they were to get caught. Sahyung asks if this is what he is worried about. Gul looks blank hearing that. Sahyung mentions that he is rather worried about something else. He is worried about the thing that made him leave for a few days. They wonder how big of a trouble Chung is planning to cause this time. On the other side, Chung passes through a dense forest by jumping from one tree to another. After a while, he lands on the ground. Panting, he says he needs to catch his breath first. After running 300 lis at once, starting from the Mount Hua Sect's temple, his mouth feels dry, and he is very exhausted. He wonders if this is still too much for this body. He looks at the sky and recalls that in his prime time, a single jump was enough for him to get over an entire mountain, and he could cross an entire river with just 2 hops. It would have taken him no time to get there, even by leisurely walking. Exhausted, he wants a nice cup of cold water really badly. He looks forward to him. There's a town, and it's been a while since Chung has been here. This is Zion City. Smiling, he says that he has a lot of memories from this place too. He recalls that in his past life when he was a second-class disciple, he used to come here and say that there was nothing better than to avoid being seen by Sahyun while drinking and playing around. Once he was feeling a little tipsy when he bumped into a passer-by and his bottle fell off his hand. He and the other guy both turned their heads back. That arrogant guy asked him if he did not think he should apologize after he bumped into someone. Acting surprised, he said that he smelled a rotten plum somewhere and asked if this is another one from the Mount Hua sect. Hearing that, Chung gave him a furious gaze. His liquor was spread all over the floor. Chung told that guy to pick it up. Shocked, he asked what he was asking for. Then he laughed and mentioned that everyone from the Mount Hua sect was the same. He added that he never thought that the members of one of the 10 great sects did not even have basic manners. He said that many great young masters of the Mount Hua sect were chased away like dogs while acting so arrogantly. But seeing how they kept returning to Shaanxi and giving off a rotten plum smell, they must also be pretty slow learners. Hearing that, the guy's other friends laughed as well. That guy told him the Great Southern Edge sect would teach them a small lesson about what happens when they mess around in someone else's front yard. Chung did not answer them. Instead, he moved forward and back-kicked the bottle, which flew in the air. Those guys started to look at it. Meanwhile, Chung moved with lightning speed, hit them, and reached the other end before the bottle came down. He grabbed the bottle and walked away while those 3 felt the hits they got a moment ago. Chung narrates that the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect are practically sworn enemies of each other. There is no reason for them not to be enemies. In fact, it is natural for nearby great sects to be sworn enemies of each other. From the fact that they are both Taoist sects and that they both use sword techniques and etc., there was a heavy competition between the two due to their similarities. Whenever there was a dispute about which sect was stronger, it immediately led to a sword duel, because it was a battle between two prides. Because of that, those from the Mount Hua sect tried to avoid confronting those from the Southern Edge sect, which meant they avoided going to Shaanxi. However, that was not the case for Cheng. Because Shaanxi was the perfect place for him to avoid Sahyung's eyes, while he played around, he had no choice but to go there. Although he got into a lot of fights, he did not start a single one of them. They were just coming to him looking for a fight. Now that he looks back at it, they were pretty persistent. They kept coming back to him after being beaten nearly to the point of death, as if they had a hobby of being beaten up. They were madmen who charged straight into him whenever they saw that he was from the Mount Hua sect. That tenacity was probably a significant factor in the Southern Edge sect becoming how it is now. That's why he feels like big trouble will happen if he confronts them in this uniform. But then he changes his mind and changes the uniform, saying it will be fine. It is not like they are actively looking for him like they did in his past life. So he started running towards his destination. On the other hand, a doctor is checking Elder H. Wang's pulse. After that, he gently places his hand down and tells his son, Zhongui H. Wang, that it would be difficult. Disappointed, Zhongui closes his eyes, sighs, and asks the doctor if he is saying that not even the Sichuan Tang family, which is called the Master of Poisons, can cure his father. The doctor replies that of course, his family's poison mastery is second to none in the entire world. However, his condition is not caused by poison. Zhongyi asks him if he is saying that his father was not poisoned, even seeing his current condition. The doctor replies that although it looks similar to poisoning, it is not caused by poison. He thinks that there is a different underlying cause for this. Zhongui is stunned to hear that and grabs the doctor by his arm. Almost shouting, he asks him what disease he is saying that is. After a while, he realizes his misbehavior and quickly leaves his arm. He is ashamed and apologizes for his act, saying that he is aware that he is a doctor and yet did this out of frustration. The doctor replies, saying that he is sorry, but he cannot be of more help to him. After the doctor leaves, he sits by his father and wonders what he should do. His father's condition is getting worse day after day, and yet he cannot do anything about it even with the fortune he has. Feeling helpless, he clenches his fist and thinks that his father has lived his entire life devoting himself to the poor, and he is going to die after suffering through an unknown disease for a year. He asks if this is not too harsh. Tears are flowing out of his eyes. Suddenly, someone calls his name and says he is coming inside the room. This person is Moxian Kai, an elder of the Southern Edge sect. He tells the young master that he thinks it's time for him to accept the truth. He says that the only way to save the elder H. Wang is through Taoist ritual. Without looking at him, he replies that he understands what Moxian means, but does not want to rely on something like that. He replies that it is not common for the great Southern Edge sect leader to offer to perform the ritual himself. He asks Zhongui if he does not know that he is only getting this privilege because he is Elder H. Wang of the Yunhe Merchant Guild. Zhongui replies that he still has not received replies to his letters. He will decide once they respond. Moxian Kai angrily clenches his teeth and calls it meaningless. Zhongui thinks his actions are impolite. The reason he cannot do anything even after something like that is simple. It is because this man, Moxian Kai, is an elder of the Southern Edge sect, which has been very prominent as one of the 10 great sects for a long time. And recently, it has become an unstoppable force, making its mark across the entire world. If this keeps up for a couple more generations, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it will become one of the greatest swordsmanship sects in the world. Zhongui states that the Southern Edge sect had an overwhelming influence over Shaanxi since a long time ago. And when an elder of such a sect is making a suggestion, there is no way the son of the guild master can refuse him. He clenches his fist thinking they will most likely ask for them to pay them a fortune for the ritual. He narrates that the money is not the issue at hand. If he can save his father, Zhongui is willing to devote his entire fortune. But if they really were confident that the ritual can save his father, they would have requested for a payment after they saved his father. This means that they are after something else. Moxian breaks his continuity of thoughts and says he finds this situation very frustrating. He asks just how anyone will else cure his father, when even the most skilled doctors across the globe have failed. Suddenly, a servant comes and calls the young master. Zhonghui asks him what the issue is. He replies that someone from the Mount Hua sect has come. Zhonghui is surprised to hear the news, as Mount Hua sect was the last place he sent a letter to. According to his estimates, it should have arrived just recently. So it is shocking that they already sent someone here. Ma Xiang hatefully asks if it is the one that is on the verge of collapsing. He keeps shouting that they must be plotting something. He pats on his shoulder and tells the young master that it would be just a waste of time, and there is no need for him to meet someone like him. He goes on and asks if he really thinks the Mount Hua sect can cure the elder's disease. Zhonghui replies that they came after receiving his request for help and asks Ma Xiang if he really thinks he would send them away without at least giving them proper greetings. Ma Xiang is speechless. He harumphs and lifts his hand from his shoulder. Walking through the corridor, Zhonghui asks the servant where the person that came from the Mount Hua sect is. He replies that he is at the entrance. Zhonghui asks him if he would let a long-distance guest wait in front of the entrance. He scolds him, saying that even if they are in a hurry, they still need to keep basic manners. He replies that he was planning to greet him inside, but he just could not comprehend what was going on. Zhonghui tells him to forget it and says he will go greet him himself. He opens the door hurriedly, bows his head and apologizes for treating him with such disrespect. He introduces himself, saying he is Zhonghui H. Wang, the young master of the Yunya Merchant Guild. With closed eyes and a bent head, he goes on saying that it is his fault for not properly educating his subordinates. He hopes the guest will forgive their impoliteness. Chung replies that he understands. It is not like he is here to be treated with hospitality. Zhonghui peeks at his legs and wonders if he is leaning on one leg. Then he lifts his head and sees a carefree child. This is surprising for him to see a single child, and he asks him where the others he came with are. Chung looks at him and replies he came here alone. Zhonghui cannot understand his context. Chung repeats himself that he came here alone. He tells him that he knows a way to cure Elder H. Wang, so they must lead the way. He also mentions that he would like first to see the tremendous reward that Zhonghui was talking about in the letter and asks if that would be alright to do. Zhonghui is blank and shocked. He wonders who this brat is. He asks to ensure if he really came alone. Chung replies asking if this is not what he said. Zhonghui looks at his soldier to inquire what is happening, and in the answer, he shrugs his shoulders. A moment of complete silence and uncertainty comes there. Zhonghui wonders if the Mount Hua sect is looking down on the Yunhe Merchant Guild. Suddenly, Ma Xiang comes there laughing and says it is so ridiculous. He reminds the young master that he already told him about it, and that meeting these rascals from the Mount Hua sect would be just a waste of his time. He goes on to say that they do not know anything, but still want to accomplish something. However, since they did not want to risk making fools of themselves by coming here, they sent this youngster instead. Looking at Chung, he says that he has heard that the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect is a wise man, but he did not think he would resort to this kind of trickery. Chung sighs, thinking this kind of treatment is expected since he looks very young. He thinks he needs to raise his expectations of him just a little more. He bends his head and apologizes to the young master for the late greetings. He introduces himself, saying that he is Chung Myung, a third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect. He mentions that the letter he sent them was well delivered to them. Also, he is here because they have a clue as to what disease his father is suffering from, judging by the symptoms described in the letter. Zhonghui is surprised and asks if he just said that he might know about his father's disease. Chung replies that it is correct. Zhonghui thinks that this is the first time anyone has said this before. He is shaking and thinks that many prominent doctors and experts have visited them already, but not a single one of them was able to talk about his father's disease even before they met him. Ma Xiang interrupts him and tells him that this brat is trying to scam him at such a young age. He says that there is nothing more to hear from him and asks why they do not head back inside. He adds that there is no need for them to waste time like this. Right then, Chung addresses him and asks who he is and why he keeps calling him a brat. Ma Xiang asks him if that question is directed towards him. Chung replies asking if there is anyone else who has been calling him a brat. Seeing his cleverness, Ma Xiang calls him an imprudent brat and asks if a disciple from the Mount Hua sect cannot even recognize the Southern Edge sect's elder. Chung acts carefree and replies he just thought Ma Xiang was a doctor or something since he was acting like a know-it-all. He lifts his gaze to look at him and asks if he should assume Moxiang has a way to cure Elder Huang's disease. Moxiang replies that Elder Huang is suffering from the disease because he did not follow the way of the Tao, and the only solution to such a problem would be to perform the Taoist ritual. Chung says that it sounds plausible. Smiling, he says that in this case, he needs to hurry up and call the people from the Wudang or the Kunlun sect, as they specialize in things like these. Shocked, Moxiang replies that there is no need to do such a thing. Before he adds something, Chung asks who does not know that neither the Southern Edge sect nor the Mount Hua sect specializes in that area. Chung says that if he is going to perform a ritual, it would be better to let true Taoists handle it. He asks Zhonghui if he doesn't want it to be as cost-efficient as possible. He mentions that this way he would not get ripped off. Zhonghui is perplexed. But Moxiang gets angry and screams. He asks how Chung dared mock an adult, and if he did not learn to respect the elders in his sect. Chung keeps the carefree behavior but apologizes verbally. Angrily, Moxiang asks the young master if he really wants to continue dealing with this brat. He orders him to hurry up and chase him out. Zhonghui sighs and replies to the elder that this is the Yunhe Merchant Guild and not the Southern Edge sect. It is up to Zhonghui how he treats his guests. Moxiang looks at him, grinding his teeth. Zhonghui ignores him and asks Chung if he can ask him a couple of questions first. Chung wonders why he is talking informally, but still allows him to ask. Zhonghui reminds him that he said earlier he had a clue about his father's disease. He asks if he can hear details about it. Chung replies that from what he heard, Elder Huang used to travel a lot and asks if he is correct here. Zhonghui replies yes. Chung says that before he fell ill, he must have visited the Kilian Mountains during one of his journeys. He confidently asks if he is right. Zhonghui replies that he is wrong here. Chung is stunned. Chung says that if that's not the case, then he must have been ambushed during one of his journeys before. Zhonghui replies that is not it either. He adds that his father has not been ambushed during his travels for the last 5 years. Confused, Chung asks him if he is serious. He says that this is not how it is supposed to be. Next, he asks where Elder Huang got beaten then. Zhonghui is now getting irritated by his questions. Even the slightest hope Zhonghui had of him is now completely gone. Seeing the situation, Moxiang laughs and asks if he did not tell him this would be just a waste of time. He adds that as the young master can see, the Mount Hua sect is just a bunch of ruffians who try to scam people. He also asks if it is not obvious how they are doing. Honghui is ashamed and silent. Zhonghui tells Chung that he hopes Chung understands his circumstances. He says that he appreciates his ambitions, but he does not want to risk an amateur making his father's condition even worse than it already is. He requests him to head back and closes his door on him, saying he will deliver his thanks to the sect leader for his consideration. Chung is shocked at first seeing the door getting closed on him, but then he gets angry. He stops the door before it gets closed completely. He starts speaking, saying that Elder Huang's body reddens up and becomes colder. Zhonghui stops right there after listening to him. Chung goes on to say that when they press on his skin, it turns slightly white for an instant but quickly turns back red. Before he lost consciousness, he felt heavy chills as if he were trapped inside an ice cave. There are black dots not only on his glabella, but also on the back of his neck and his crown. Zhonghui opens the door instantly and asks him, shouting how he knows that. Chung smiles and asks if he should continue. Zhonghui bows his head and requests him to come inside, saying he will guide him personally. Shocked, Moxiang asks him why he is letting the kid in. He says that Chung simply listed common symptoms that appear when one is impacted by harmful Kai. Nothing changes, even if he knows such things. Zhonghui asks him if he is saying that dark Kai gathers up on the back of one's neck and their crown when impacted by harmful Kai. He looks at Moxiang and asks why he was not able to cure his father yet if he knows so much about it. Moxiang is stunned and speechless. Zhonghui tells him that the problem is solely theirs, so he will not let him interfere with it any more than it is needed. He also clarifies that if Moxiang chooses to continue doing this, they will take the necessary actions against the Southern Edge sect. He puts a last gaze on Chung, who is standing there smiling, and then leaves. Chung is with Zhonghui in Elder Huang's room to examine. Chung observes that Elder Huang's condition is worse than he expected. He sees his chest and observes the symptoms of the demon's flower, but he does not think it is a complete one. He thinks that if he had been attacked with a high-level demonic art, he would not have lasted a year. He grabs his wrist to analyze the disease and observes that it is incomplete. Worried, Zhonghui asks him if it would be difficult. He replies that he does not think treating him would be very difficult. Zhonghui replies without listening to what Chung says that he figured it would be difficult, and he understands it. But then he realizes that Chung told him the opposite and he is stunned. Chung repeats that it will not be difficult. He tells him that he has taken some precautionary actions, so Elder H. Wang will not pass away. Suddenly, that dark spot from his glabella disappears. Zhonghui is utterly shocked seeing that happening. Chung notifies him that it will take time to completely cure him. Also, Chung will need to go through a few steps of necessary preparation. Zhonghui asks him what kind of preparations he is talking about. Chung replies asking why they do not have breakfast first. Chung is eating to fulfill his appetite at the breakfast table. Zhonghui asked him what kind of preparations he was talking about. He replies that it is not much. Since it requires a lot of energy, it is important for him to eat properly. Speaking of this, he mentions that the food is really good here. Zhonghui doubts his judgment and wonders if he can really trust him. But he guesses he has no other choice after seeing what he did earlier. Chung says that treating his father is not the biggest issue here. The real problem is to figure out why he fell ill. That's why he wanted to ask Zhonghui a couple of questions. Chung asks him about who the closest person to his father is. He elaborates that he is asking about the person who is together with Elder H. Wang at all times, whether it is when he sleeps or when he is on a journey, or at the very least, someone who would be least suspected if anything were to happen. He mentions that Zhonghui is an exception here. Zhonghui asks him why Chung is asking him this. He replies that he needs it for treatment purposes. After thinking a bit, Zhonghui replies that he is not sure because there are many who served very close to his father. He tells him that there are at least 5 people who would fit into the category of the person Chung described. Chung replies that he thinks it will be difficult to find them. Zhonghui asks him what he is actually trying to find. Chung looks at him with a straight face and asks if Zhonghui is really asking him because he does not know. Zhonghui literally looks blank. Chung says that judging by Elder H. Wang's condition, he was not attacked by an outsider. In other words, it was the delivery of an insider. Zhonghui stands up slamming the table and tells Chung to watch his mouth. He adds that everyone in the Yunya Merchant Guild is like family to each other. They have been with Zhonghui and his father for their entire life, and they all respect his father. Chung puts down his chopsticks and says if not, it would be whatever. He clarifies that they would suspect them, and if they were wrong, it would be a relief. Zhonghui says that it is true. Chung requests him not to worry too much. He says everything will reveal itself after he investigates. Chung thinks that looking at Elder H. Wang's conditions, someone who practiced demonic arts in an incomplete manner has been constantly exposing the Elder to demonic Kai. He says that there would not have been any issues at first, so he must have been exposed to it for a long time. Zhonghui asks him how he plans on carrying out the investigation. He replies he will do it talking in a room, just like they are doing right now. Zhonghui simply needs to sit and watch. He mentions that many interesting things will be happening soon. Suddenly Chung is reminded of something and says that he actually has one thing he needs Zhonghui to do for him. He replies that he will do his best with whatever Chung wants him to do. He smirks and asks him to bring him one more bottle of Yonti liquor. On the other hand, while having food, Moxung breaks his chopsticks in anger. He tells his disciple that it bothers him enough that a brat from the Mount Hua sect was allowed entry into the Yuna Merchant Guild, but his name just had to be the same as that despicable Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Songbik Li, a second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect, asks his elder if he is talking about the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Moxung slams his fist on the table and says that Guy did not deserve such an honorable title. Songbik thinks that the elderly get so angry whenever the Mount Hua sect is brought up. He says that Plum Blossom Sword Saint died about 100 years ago, and yet he is still being discussed. He wonders what it was so great about him. Songbik requests his elder not to let it bother him too much. Moxung angrily says that an arrogant brat is going around saying that he will cure Elder H. Wang, and asks if Songbik is telling him to not let it bother him too much. Songbik asks him if he really thinks that kid can do such a thing. He replies that Elder H. Wang's condition is improving. Songbik is surprised to know that. He guesses that he now knows the reason. Songbik narrates that Elder H. Wang is strict about paying back what he owes. so if the child successfully cures him, the Yunya Merchant Guild will not leave the Mount Hua sect in trouble. Songbeek thinks that Elder Hwang will use all means possible to support them. He thinks he needs to stop that from happening. He tells Moxyung that if he does not like the idea of that child's presence, they just need to chase him out. Moxyung asks him what he wants to state. Songbeek indirectly replies that even though chasing him out will be troublesome for Moxyung to do it himself, they are just second-class disciples. He adds that there is nothing wrong about a second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect having a small sword sparring with a third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Moxyung understands what he is trying to imply. He asks him if there will not be a rumor that they are threatening a little child. Songbeek replies asking who would not know of the ongoing rivalry between the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect. He mentions that if they say that they met by chance and decided to spar, there will not be any issue. He adds that since the Mount Hua sect and Southern Edge sect conference isn't far off, it will serve as a good excuse. Moxyung replies that he understands what he is saying, but he will not allow it. He mentions that the brat is just a third-class disciple, and using violence against such a child does not fit the prestige of the Southern Edge sect. He asks how others would view them if they persecute a child from a sect that is on the verge of collapsing. Songbeek replies that in that case, he will take it that Moxyung did not allow it to happen. He stands up from his seat and bows his head, saying, however, if any of his disciples were to make a mistake, they would just need to be properly punished for their actions. Moxyung smirks and says of course he will personally punish anyone who lays their hands on the child. Songbeek understands that he is talking about a great reward indirectly. He replies that he will keep that in mind. When those disciples leave, Moxyung thinks that it is not surprising that Songbeek looks down on the Mount Hua sect. After all, by the time he was born, it was already on the decline. But when Moxyung was younger, the Southern Edge sect could not even stand a chance against the Mount Hua sect. He recalls that if the demon sect's invasion had not toppled them, the Southern Edge sect would have still been below the Mount Hua sect even now. He thinks they must not let those times return. Seeing how the child came there all the way from the Mount Hua sect, it would be safe to assume that they have started spreading their influence again. He breaks the glass in anger, cursing him for thinking that he had trampled on them enough for them not to be able to stand back up. He decides to talk to the sect leader as soon as this incident is taken care of. As Songbeek and his fellow Huigo, a second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect, leave the room, Huigo asks Songbeek what he is planning on doing to that child. He replies that they should convince him to go back. Songbeek thinks that although he does not like the idea of persecuting little children, it would look even worse if one of the elders did it instead. Hwigo asks Songbeek what on earth the Mount Hua sect was thinking when they sent such a little child alone here, and if it would not be allowed if it was the Southern Edge sect. He replies that the circumstances of different sects are not all the same. They must have had their reasons. Hwigo says that their circumstances are not all that great and asks if they are. Songbeek replies by asking how they would know about the affairs of another sect. He says that they just need to carry out their job. He tells Hwigo not to forget that their priority is helping the elderly. Saying that, Songbeek suddenly stops. Hwigo looks at him as wondering. Songbeek tells him that they won't even need to go out of their way to look for that kid. Chung is walking in the hall right in front of them. They get near him and greet him. Hearing their voices, Chung looks at them. Songbeek tells him that he is more than pleased to meet a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. He introduces himself, saying he is Singbeek Lee, a second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect. Chung roughly replies saying hello. Songbeek feels the roughness in his tone. Still, he smiles gently and asks if he can ask him where he is heading right now. Chung maintains a rough tone and replies he is going to Elder Hwang to check on him. Songbeek thinks him thick-skinned. He thinks there is no way a child like him is able to cure Elder Hwang's illness when even elders and prominent doctors only shrug their shoulders. Seeing how he is still talking as if he can do it, Songbeek does not think Chung is all that good-natured. Smiling, he asks Chung if he could have a word with him for a moment if he is not too busy. Chung replies that he surely can. He replies that as Chung may already know, the Southern Edge sect and the Mount Hua sect developed by having swords sparring with each other since ancient times. Even now, there is an event called the Southern Edge and Mount Hua Conference, where the disciples of the two sects spar with each other. He asks Chung if he knows about that. Chung is surprised and replies that he did not know that, since it has not been long since he entered the sect. Songbik replies that this is what he thought. He thinks that if Chung had seen the conference before, he would not be acting so arrogantly towards him right now. After a pause, he says that experiencing the Mount Hua sect swordsmanship would be a great help to their training. Chung just keeps looking at him. Songbik asks him what he thinks about that. Smiling, he asks if he would be willing to give him the honor of being able to experience the great Mount Hua sect swordsmanship. He thinks that Chung will probably reject him. He should have already realized that Songbik is not someone against whom he can stand a chance, but he has many ways to convince this child. But Chung makes a bad face and asks him if he is saying he wants to fight Chung. Songbik was not expecting this reply and was shocked. He feels ashamed and tries to clear his position that it would not exactly be fighting, but rather training by exchanging sword techniques. Chung mocks him and asks straightforwardly if this does not mean fighting, then what this is. He tells him that he always welcomes fights, but Songbik should not regret it later. After that, they both stand against each other in the field. Songbik asks him what his monastic name is. He replies that he does not have one, but his name is Chung Myung. Songbik says he will call him by his name. Then he tells Chung to listen to him carefully and says that he will give him advice since he is just a young child. He says that Chung may think that he is not doing anything wrong right now, but the world's affairs are not always determined by whether one is doing wrong or not. Chung gives him a frustrated look. Songbik advises him to return to the Mount Hua sect before he encounters any greater troubles. He goes on speaking, but Chung interrupts him asking if he is not going to fight. Songbik is shocked to hear his reply. Chung says that he thinks those from the Southern Edge sect prefer words to swords. He asks him why he keeps chattering when he is the one who proposes a fight. Go loses his temper after listening to Chung and calls him names. Songbik stops him by the gesture of his hand. But he too grips his sword tightly and thinks he is not mentally disciplined enough because he cannot help but want to beat the shit out of that brat. He is angered and thinks Chung is right and that there is no reason for Songbik to hold back any longer. He lifts his sword and gets ready to begin the fight immediately. He shouts that he, Songbik Lee of the Southern Edge sect, humbly requests to have a sword sparring with Chung Myung of the Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, Chung tells him to stop right there for a second. Songbik asks him the reason. Chung replies that he was not talking to him and requests him to lend him his sword. HWI and Songbik are shocked to hear him and wonder if that is something a disciple of a prominent sect should be saying. Songbik thinks that the first thing disciples of the swordsmanship sects learn is to never let anyone lay their hands on their swords. And yet, Chung is asking to borrow HY's. He asks Chung if a disciple of a swordsmanship sect does not carry his own sword. Chung replies that he never thought he would have to fight like this. He adds that if they can't borrow him their sword, that is all right. He will just pick up something that he can use as a sword. Songbik tells HWI to lend his sword. HWI is surprised and asks if he really wants so. Songbik asks him if he wants people to find out that the disciples of the Southern Edge sect threatened to fight the disciple of the Mount Hua sect who did not even has a sword. HWI throws his sword towards Chung. He catches it and thanks him. He puts it on his shoulder and asks Songbik if they should start. Songbik asks him if he will not unsheath his sword. Chung replies that it is not like they are trying to kill each other, so he does not find it necessary. But Songbik can do it if he wants to. Songbik thinks him a troubling child. When he talks to him, he feels like all of his mental cultivation until now has been in vain. He was planning to chase him away by scaring him a little, but he does not think he would listen to his words without a little lesson. Angrily, he tells Chung that he better not let his guard down. The moment he realizes Songbik is not showing him any mercy, it would already be too late for him. Chung acts carefree and tells him to hurry up and end with this already. He does not have all day for this. Thiongbek takes his position, performs a technique and runs towards Chung at supersonic speed. Chung looks at him with surprised expressions. As Songbik swings his sword at him to attack, Chung blocks it instantly. But he gets pushed back a little. Chung looks surprised when he sees that Songbik is attacking him again without any break. But Chung again blocks his attack. The slapdash fight keeps going. HWI is just standing there and observing. He says that Sohyung must be quite angry. It seems that he does not want to end it too quickly. He states that this child did get under Sahyung's skin. He thinks that Chung chose the wrong person to do so. Although it seems like he is holding his own against Sahyung, it is probably taking him everything he has got to even remain standing. He says that Sahyung can finish him up anytime he wants, but if he does that, people will think he needlessly harassed a little child. Observing Songbik, he thinks that he is using just enough power to make sure that the child can barely guard off against his attacks. In other words, he is teaching that kid a lesson without hitting him even once. Although he thinks it is a bit too generous of a lesson for such an arrogant brat. He just hopes Sahyung does not get too worked up. Chung and Songbik paused for a while to catch their breath. Songbik cannot believe that Chung deflected his attack again using such a heavy and slow sword. He starts pondering about his very first attack that Chung blocked as if he knew the trajectory his blade would follow. He wonders if Chung is reading his blade's path, and if that is even possible without reading his mind. He runs towards him again, narrating that even if he overestimates, Chung looks to be only about 15 years old. This means that he would be about the same age as his younger brother if he had one. It is even hard to imagine that such a young child can do such a thing. While performing his next technique, he wonders if Chung can deflect this. He changes the direction of the attack in the middle, but Chung even deflects it successfully. Songbik is stunned to see him deflecting every single one of his strikes. Chung jumps back and maintains the distance. Songbik says that his talent in swordsmanship is considered one of the best in the Southern Edge sect, but this kid is challenging it. He clenches his teeth in anger and a strange mana starts flowing around him. Chung wonders what he is planning to do. Songbik is desperate now and preparing to launch a special attack called the 36 Movement World Sword Technique. He rushes towards Chung to end him completely, but Hwigo shouts and tells him to stop. Hearing his voice, Songbik comes back to his senses and stops the attack before the sword reaches Chung. That mana fades away. Songbik realizes that he almost went full on him. Suddenly, an attack is launched on Chung, and he is thrown back so hard that he gets slammed on the door, coughs blood and falls to the ground unconscious. Songbik freezes due to the shock. Hwigo runs towards him calling his name and asks what he has done to the kid. Songbik says he did not do anything, but he himself does not know what just happened so suddenly. Hwigo goes to Chung and lifts him from the ground. Songbik says that he is certain he withdrew his Kai from the sword, but still he got attacked somehow. Songbik could not even scratch him when he was attacking with full force earlier. He wonders how it is possible that he flew backwards like that when he was hit by his sword after he had withdrawn all of his Kai from it. Hwi is holding Chung in his arms. Suddenly, Chung pukes blood in a large amount. Hwi gets scared to see Chung's condition and asks Songbik what they should do. Songbik is still shocked and thinks he did not know blood could spout like that from a person's mouth. He also thinks that he is in the wrong, no matter who sees it. But Songbik comes back to his senses when he hears Jongwi's voice. They both are scared to see him there. Jongwi shouts asking what is going on here. After a while, a doctor comes there and checks Chung's condition and declares it critical. He says that Chung's inside has turned into a mess. They must treat him immediately. The servant lifts Chung on his back and takes him inside. The rest of them are standing there. Songbik wonders if there could be any explanation for this situation. He thinks that not even Zhuge Liang's grandfather could come up with a justification for what happened there. Jongwi tells them that they call themselves a prominent sect, and yet they used such a lethal technique against a child. He says he used to consider the Southern Edge sect to be righteous. Angrily, he asks how he is supposed to take this situation that happened right in front of his eyes. He looks at Songbik furiously and says he will never forget what has happened here today. He tells him to leave this place immediately. Songbik is stunned to hear that as he was not imagining this. Suddenly, Moxyoung comes there and asks what is causing all the disturbance. Songbik shreds hearing his voice. He asks the young master what is happening. Then his gaze stops at the blood and the sword of the Southern Edge sect near it. Then he looks around and tries to read the environment. He looks at Songbik angrily and curses him in his mind. To control the situation, he addresses the young master, saying that it seems there has been an accident. Jongwi asks to confirm if he just called it an accident. Moxyoung is perplexed to see his reaction. Jongwi tells Moxyoung that the child who was treating his father was almost killed by the disciples from his sect, and Moxyoung is calling him just an accident. Furiously, he states that an accident is something that happens unintentionally, and asks if he does not agree with that. Songbik interferes and says this is all just a misunderstanding. He never used too much force against him. This was just a simple duel. Jongui asks him if he really thinks that using too much force against him is the only issue here. He also asks him why he even swung his sword against a disciple from the Mount Hua sect in the first place. Songbik is scared badly and has no answer. Jongui says that although he is not very familiar with how things work in Kangho, he remembers hearing that sword duels make sense only when they are between people of rivaling strength. And Songbik fought against a child who has barely lived half of his age. He asks them if this is how it is in the Southern Edge sect. He states that he has nothing more to tell them. He tells Moxyoung to take his disciples and leave this place today. He clarifies that he is saying that as the acting master of the Unia Merchant Guild, Moxyoung realizes he has no other way but to accept the order. He says he will do as he says, but he requests Jongui to know that they sincerely wish Elder Hwang a complete recovery despite what happened here. Jongui passes by him saying that he will keep that in mind, although it did not seem to be the case. After that, he leaves the place. Songbik tries to say something, but Moxyoung tells him that he will return to their temple with Hwi Go. He states that the one responsible for this must take full responsibility for it. He tells Songbik that he will stay here and do whatever it takes to earn the young master's forgiveness before returning to the temple. Songbik bites his teeth as he is getting punished. On the other side, a servant informs Jongui that according to the doctor, the boy's situation was critical since his Kai veins had been completely depleted. Although they have been treated, a complete recovery cannot be guaranteed. Jongui asks if that means his life is out of danger at least for now. The other guy says that he assumes so. Jongui is a bit relieved hearing that. He asks the servant if the doctor said anything about when he will regain consciousness. He replies that the doctor said it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Jongui sighs and says he hopes his father's condition does not worsen until then. He thinks that this child is the only person who was able to improve his father's condition. He might even be the only hope to save his father. To think that they attacked such a child and beat him consciously. They would not have done such a thing if they had even the least bit of respect towards the Yunha Merchant Guild and his father. He clenches his fist in anger, thinking that the Southern Edge sect has become too arrogant. The servant interrupts his thinking process and asks him if he really thinks this child can cure the master's illness. He adds that he still cannot bring himself to trust him. Jongui replies that none of the many prominent doctors they have brought could identify his father's disease. But Chung was able to list all of the symptoms of his father's illness even without seeing him in person. He mentions that his father's condition has improved noticeably. He clears that his trust in Chung is not baseless. He sees this as heaven trying to help him. He tells the servant that he is permitted to do whatever he can to make sure the young disciple can recover as fast as possible. At night, someone opens Chung's room's door and enters. It is someone wearing a cape. He prepares to perform a technique, saying he holds no grudge against Chung personally, so Chung should consider that payback for getting in his way. With that, he stabs his chest with his fingers. But he is shocked to see that Chung has opened his eyes. He grabs that man's arm, pushes him away, and sits on the bed. Then he laughs and says he has caught him red-handed. That guy gets angry and attacks Chung with his other hand. Chung jumps from there and escapes his attack. He kicks on his back and then lands on the floor. That guy again turns towards him, attacking. But Chung is easily saving himself. When he is in the air, that guy throws an energy bomb at him there, saying Chung cannot dodge it in mid-air. Chung kicks it and throws it away. That place has changed into ruins. Chung says that he thinks that the masked guy misunderstood something here. The one who got the short end of the stick is him, not Chung. Right then, the door of the room opens and the young master comes in. He asks that guy named Jabok Bun what he is doing here. Jabok is completely shocked to see him here. Chung picks a piece of cloth and ties his hair with it, walks towards Jongui and reminds him that he told him he would come out on his own. Jongui says that although he was a bit skeptical of what he said, seeing how everything turned out, he does not have anything else to say. The general is the last person he would have expected to be behind this. Jabok asks him why he suspected that it was him. Chung replies that he did not. He elaborates that he never suspected anyone specific to be the culprit. He simply thought that if he pretended to be injured after showing he knows how to cure Elder Hwang, the malefactor would come after his life. Stunned, Jabok asks him what if he had not come. Chung replies that he had no choice but to come. If he had managed to kill him, he could have put all the blame on the Southern Edge sect. There was no way he could miss such an opportunity. Frowning, Jabok says that he must have planned this together with the Southern Edge sect. Chung replies that he did not. He says that they simply proposed a duel. Jabok asks about his injuries, saying if anything, the doctors said that he lost consciousness from his internal injuries. Laughing, Chung asks why he is asking him something so obvious. He adds that if he could not even fool a doctor, he would not have agreed to do this from the beginning. Chung says that it looks like Jabok has a lot of questions, but they are not here to answer them. What is important is that he fell right into Chung's trap, and now they know who Elder H. Wang's poisoner is. Suddenly, Jabok starts laughing hysterically and asks if he is telling him that just because he tried to harm him, he is to blame for Master H. Wang's disease. He says the young master must not believe Chung's words because he misses the most important thing in his logic. Zhonghui asks what it is. Jabok asks how he could kill the master when he treated him so well, and if that is not also why he believed Jabok would not be the culprit. Zhonghui asks him why he did attempt to kill the young disciple, and why he hid the fact that he was a martial artist. He shouts that this kid is deceiving the young master. He adds that even the most prominent of doctors failed to treat Master H. Wang, and asks how it would be possible for such a young child to be able to do it. Zhonghui replies that if that was the case, he should have tried to convince him of that. He asks him if he really thinks he can use that to justify his actions. He shouts asking if Zhonghui would even listen to him if he tried. He says Zhonghui was already out of his mind, and deceived ones do not listen to others, so the only way to bring back his sanity was to kill that child. That would be the only way to continue trying to find a cure from Master H. Wang. Chung is frustrated and asks him how much longer he has to listen to his excuses. Jabok was not expecting this response. Chung runs towards him, saying that he will just beat him up a little and call it a day. Jabok hurriedly attacks him with a demonic technique. Due to that, Chung's hand gets red, the same as H. Wang's. Zhonghui is stunned to see that. Chung says that this is called the Red Demon Hand, and if one gets afflicted with a high-level Red Demon Hand, his entire body will turn dark red, and he will die within half a day. He also mentions that this one is not very high level, but it is definitely enough to kill a man. It would be especially easy if their target was an old man who has not practiced martial arts before. Jabok is shocked and gets cold sweats. Chung tells Jabok that if there is anyone other than who is close enough to Elder H. Wang and can inject demonic energy into him, then he might believe that Jabok is innocent. Zhonghui passes the order to subdue the general immediately. They are even allowed to kill him if he insists, but he starts attacking the soldiers. Songbik is sitting on the stairs and recalls his elder's words, thinking that he probably meant that as more of a punishment than an order. Suddenly, he hears fighting voices and sees smoke at a distance. He wonders what is happening there. On the other hand, Jabok is attacking them, but Chung is blocking all his attacks, asking who he is calling a brat. He tells him that everything has been uncovered now. He knows Jabok may have his circumstances, but he can fill them in with the details later. For now, he just wants to beat him up and get this over with. He is a little tired already. Jabok asks him if he thinks he can handle him when he will use the Red Demon Hand at full power. Chung clarifies that he is not talking about himself. Then he looks outside and sees Songbik coming. He says that a hero from the Southern Edge sect has arrived just in time to defeat the demon. Songbik wonders what he is saying. Chung asks him if he is here to save them. Songbik asks him why he is. Chung's signal to Zhongbik reminds him that Songbik need his forgiveness. Songbik realizes the situation and wonders if this is the perfect chance to make up for his actions. He decides to take full advantage of the situation and runs towards Jabok to fight him. Chung smiles and says they have solved one problem, but it is still not over yet. He thinks it will not take too long. After all, Songbik is a disciple from a prominent sect, so there is no way he would lose to someone who has not practiced martial arts very deeply. Zhonghui asks him if Chung did not show them what Jabok was capable of earlier. Chung shows him his red hand and heals him instantly, saying that he is not lying. He adds that it is true that he knows how to use the Red Demon Hand. Chung just exaggerated the symptoms to show Zhonghui what he could eventually accomplish. Zhonghui is surprised to see him recovering. He asks Chung if he is really a Taoist. Chung replies that of course he is. In fact, he is the most experienced Taoist in the world. Chung is sitting on the stairs while Zhonghui is standing there looking at the fight. Chung is getting bored. He puts a glance at the fight and asks why they have been fighting for over an hour already. He thinks that maybe he should have just beaten him up himself. After a while, Jabok was pushed to the ground by Songbik. Panting, Songbik looks back and says that the villain has been subdued. Zhonghui appreciates his work and says that he will never forget the help of the Southern Edge sect. Tired, Songbik falls to the ground and thanks Zhonghui. Chung comes to Zhonghui, saying it is finally over. Zhonghui looks at him and thinks he does not know how to describe this situation. In just 2 days, Chung solved the problem that had been going on for over a year. He wonders if that was really something that could have been solved so easily. He himself answers his question by saying that it was not and says that had it been this simple all along, anyone would have been able to find out the malefactor's identity. It almost feels as if there is an astute expert hiding inside this child. He addresses Chung and asks why the general targeted his father's life. He asks if Chung has any idea about that. He replies that he does not. Zhonghui asks him if he was not able to find him because he had some idea about the reason. Chung simply replies that not really. He says it is the officials' jobs to figure out his intentions. He giggles and says he is only here to solve the problem and get the reward. He asks if Zhonghui has the reward ready. He sighs and replies that he has. He mentions that Chung is forgetting about one thing. He says that the problem itself has not been solved yet. He clarifies that he never asked for Chung to capture the culprit. What he wants is for his father to recover from his illness. He asks Chung if he can make this happen. Chung smiles and says it goes without saying. Zhonghui forwards his hand and says that if that is the case, he promises to support the Mount Hua sect, even if he needs to turn the entire Yunhe Merchant Guild upside down to do so. Chung is stunned to hear him and hurriedly grabs his hand. Zhonghui tells him that he should not be so moved by what he said. He is just doing what has to be. Chung asks him if he is kidding him. Chung shouts that he is supposed to reward him, not the Mount Hua sect. He asks what kind of behavior this is. Chung does all the work and the Mount Hua sect gets all the reward. Zhonghui looks at him and thinks that Chung is more of a madman than he thought he was. After a while, Chung is sitting near Elder H1 and says all that is left to do is to cure Elder H1's disease now. He thinks that there was not anything particularly difficult about this quest, and he likes that he even managed to mess with the Southern Edge sect in the process. But there is only one problem. He is not very confident. He acted all confident in front of Zhonghui, but he is not entirely sure whether curing Elder H1 is possible or not. After all, the current him is not the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Chung stands up from his seat, looks at Elder H1, and thinks if he were to make a mistake and the demonic Kai inside him starts acting up, Elder H1, who is in a severely weakened state, will instantly die without even making a sound. But no one can know whether it's possible without trying, so he grabs his hand. He just does not want to get blamed if it goes wrong. He transfers his Kai inside his body. After lending inside, he sees the demonic Kai everywhere. Elder H1's inside is overloaded with it. Chung says that even though the user was a bit lacking, he guesses it still is the demonic Kai. He is not sure if his Kai will work against it, but he will still try his best. He grabs his sword and gets ready. Those demonic snakes rush to attack him. Chung swings his sword and cuts their heads. As he keeps cleaning his body from the inside, Elder H1 starts getting better. Suddenly, Chung sees an opening and wonders if it is possible. But then he thinks of it and finds it obvious. Meanwhile, he keeps killing the demons attacking him. Chung thinks that he gathered only the purest of pure Kai inside him. If he had not focused on that, he would have been able to gather at least 10 times more Kai. But because he was picky about it, it almost seems too easy now. He thinks that this is no longer a fight between him and demonic Kai. It is a matter of how much longer Elder H1 will hold on. Cleaning the inside, he tells Elder H1 to wait for a little while. Chung will finish it in an instant. But when Chung is thinking this, suddenly more demonic Kai appears there from nowhere. The demonic Kai transfers from Elder H1's body to Chung's. He feels like he is being given electric shocks. He tries to control himself, addressing that demonic Kai if he thinks he would lose consciousness because of something like this. He says that his pride as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint will not let this happen. But then he feels his sight is blurring. and he is passing out slowly. He needs to pull himself together because it is over if he loses his consciousness here. This body is young, so it will not be able to last much longer. That's why he has to finish it quickly. He prepares his Kai to battle against the demonic Kai. One snake attacks him, but he jumps and dodges it. He keeps cutting those snakes. Suddenly, one of them engulfs him, but he cuts its mouth from inside and gets out. He wonders about what just happened. He feels that the snake's speed has suddenly increased abnormally. He still keeps swinging his sword at them, but it is hard to track them with his eyes. Suddenly, a bunch of them attack him together and almost take him down, but he still somehow saves himself. Chung is panting as he is tired. He can feel that it is different from when they were inside Elder H. Wang's body. They are putting up a fight with everything they have got, almost as if they know that they have nowhere else to run. On top of that, he already feels tired because he has not gathered a lot of Kai. He is at a disadvantage because he let this drag out for long. They might even devour his body. While thinking that, he jumps to dodge an attack. But when he is in the air, suddenly a snake appears and grabs him in his mouth. Chung tries to free himself by attacking it with his sword. Right then, another snake bites his arm and his sword falls. Seeing that, the other snakes attack him as well. Chung is now fully trapped, and he feels that there is no end to it. His sword starts to disappear as well. Trapped, Chung realizes that he cannot do anything else but the thing he wanted to avoid doing if possible. But if he screws up, both his body and consciousness will be destroyed. He has no other choice right now. There is only one way to get rid of all the demonic Kai inside his body. He has to spread the Kai from his Danshin throughout his entire body. Chung starts doing this to explode them all in an instant. Even though doing this gives him jolts, he is in a really messed up situation by trying to bear all the pain. But his plan starts working and demonic Kai starts leaving his body. Finally, all of the negative Kai gets out of his body and he falls to the ground unconscious. When his body cools down and he gets consciousness, he opens his eyes screaming. He grabs his chest and sits, thinking that he almost died in the process. Scared, he says that he will never do this again. He states that the demonic Kai was not something he would normally be able to handle at his level. He was just lucky that he succeeded. Suddenly, Elder H. Wang opens his eyes. He sees a child sitting beside him and asks him who he is. Chung asks him if he is awake. Chung asks him who Elder thinks he is. He himself answers that he is a Zion. After Elder H. Wang regained his consciousness, the situation at the Yunna Merchant Guild was quickly tied up. If it had not been for Chung, Jabok Bun's plans would have been a success. The H. Wang family would have been gone, and Jabok would have received all of their wealth. Jabok Bun revealed the fact that he is the son of a merchant who used to be Yunna Merchant Guild's rival, as well as some excuses that were meant to make them feel sorry for him. But Chung could not care less. He thinks that everyone in the world has their own stories, but they do not give them the right to escape the punishment for their sins. The only thing that caught Chung's attention was how Jabok Bun acquired the red demon hand, but the technique was something he had found on a dead body during his travel through the mountains. Chung thinks that it would not have been this easy if the demon sect guys were really behind this, since eliminating anyone who bothers them even in the slightest is their specialty. Anyhow, now that Chung has captured the culprit, cured Elder H. Wang's disease, and found out that the demon sect was not involved in this, it is safe to say that everything ended well. Thanks to this, Chung was treated as a very important person by the Yunna Merchant Guild. While Chung is eating the food, he hears Zhonghui prohibiting his father from moving too much. Elder H. Wang replies that he is fine. He actually feels better now than he had felt before he fell ill. Chung is surprised to see him here. Elder H. Wang asks him if he is the disciple Chung Mayung. Chung replies yes and asks if he did not see him when he woke up. Then he realized something and said that Elder H. Wang might not recognize him because he ate so much. Youngwei thinks that this is understandable because Chung has become twice as chubby in a mere 3 days. Chung asks him if he has some business with him. Elder H. Wang prefaces by apologizing to him if he comes off as disrespectful and says that the reason he came here is because he has a request for Chung. He says that Chung must first receive his bow. He sits and bows before him. Zhonghui asks his father not to do this. Still, Elder H. Wang bows his head, saying that Chung saved his life and that he does not know how he can ever repay this favor. Stuffing his mouth, Chung tells him to get up. Elder H. Wang says that he heard what happened during this whole time from Zhonghui. He adds that if there were some way that he could repay this favor, then he will do all that he can to repay it. He requests him to give him a chance to repay Cheng's favor. He says that if Cheng has something that he wants, he must feel free to tell him about it. Cheng casually asks how a Taoist can receive rewards for helping people. He adds that he would be in trouble if his sect found out. He also mentioned that he came here without permission from his sect. Elder H. Wang repeats his words to reassure him. He replied yes and said that this matter was so urgent. Therefore, he did not have time to seek permission from his sect. Elder H. Wang looks at him with a grateful gaze, knowing that Cheng has gone that far for him. He bows again and replies that if that is the case, all the more he has to repay that favor. He also says there is no way his sect would find out, so he can tell him what he wants. Cheng gladly asks him if he promises that he will not tell his sect about that. Elder H. Wang stands up with the help of his son and replies yes. Cheng shows them a book and says it is just something that he writes on because his memory gets fuzzier as he grows old. Elder H. Wang asks what it is in the book. Opening the book, he reminds Elder H. Wang that he asked him to tell him what he wants. Elder H. Wang is shocked and asks if he wants everything mentioned in that book. Cheng giggles and asks if they should start. It is evening when Zhonghui goes to his father's room and asks how he is feeling now. He replies that it is hard to believe, but he really feels like his body is so light that he could fly. It is like he became younger by 10 years. Zhonghui cannot understand his meaning. Suddenly, Zhonghui recalls something and tells his father that something really bizarre has happened recently. His father asks him what that is because he doubts Zhonghui is here to check his condition since everything has been settled. He mentions that time is precious and asks him to tell him what he is here for. He starts talking like a merchant and tells his guild leader that he has heard that the guild leader has given instructions on reducing their dealings with the Southern Edge sect. In addition, he has promised to give Mount Hua sect quite a significant amount of rewards. Elder H. Wang replies yes. Zhonghui reminds the guild leader that the Southern Edge sect rules over Roman 11 and is also influential in Shaanxi. It is a very dangerous thing for them to distance themselves from the Southern Edge sect and support the Mount Hua sect. He adds that he knows that Elder H. Wang is grateful to the young disciple, but the reward that he has promised him is exorbitant. He also asks if it is not dangerous for them to deepen their relationship with the Mount Hua sect now when they have already invested in the Southern Edge sect. Elder H. Wang silently keeps sipping his tea and does not answer. Seeing his behavior, Zhonghui says that if he has already decided everything, he hopes he will at least allow them to maintain their dealings with the Southern Edge sect like they did in the past. Elder H. Wang looks at his reflection in the tea and asks the young leader what a merchant's duty is. Zhonghui is surprised for a second as he was not expecting that question. He thinks for a while and replies that a merchant's duty is to run a business that is upright and build sound business relations while growing and contributing to their country and the world. Hearing his answer, Elder H. Wang starts laughing out loud. He tells him that the young leader is very good at talking and his answer sounds impressive. He added that there was no need for Zhonghui to say such fancy stuff in front of me. He asks him politely if he does not know that the duty of a merchant is to earn money. After that, he elaborates that a merchant might have to break a few laws to chase after money. He tells him that if the young master wants to be upright, he should do it with the money he earns, and if he wants to help others, he can help them with the money he earns. He clarifies that when a merchant earns money, there is no right or wrong. The only thing that matters is efficiency. Zhonghui asks him if he is saying he will benefit from Mount Hua sect, which is almost done for. Elder H. Wang looks at him with squinching eyes and asks him if he has forgotten how Elder H. Wang built up the Yunya Merchant Guild. He tells him that the insight of a merchant is to invest in something that nobody is paying attention to or recognizes yet, and that rule applies to the sects or other merchant guilds. That is how Elder H. Wang built the Yunya Merchant Guild to be the top merchant guild in Shaanxi. Zhonghui states that he still does not understand the reason for the investment in Mount Hua sect. There is nothing there that warrants their investment. While sipping his tea, Elder H. Wang asks him if he did not see it for himself. He tells Zhonghui that his concern now is that the Mount Hua sect cannot be compared to the Southern Edge sect. But he must know that if the Mount Hua sect grows per his expectations and they are able to maintain good relations with them, then the benefits that they would reap from it would be tremendous. Zhonghui is just observing the insight of a merchant. Zhonghui is still confused and asks if it would not mean that if they are unable to grow, they would suffer tremendous loss. He says that there is really no guarantee that the Mount Hua sect would be able to grow to that extent. Elder H1 calls Zhonghui foolish after hearing his doubts. He tells Zhonghui that a merchant is not the one who waits until he sees the basis for growth. He mentions that it is making that basis himself. He stands up saying that they will not wait for the Mount Hua sect to grow. Instead, they will make it so that the Mount Hua sect grows. Elder H1 goes on to say that he has met countless merchants and martial masters in his life, but that boy is the only one that managed to fluster him and left him in awe. He asks his son how they could use all they have to search for Imugi all over the world when there is a dragon that is right in front of them, preparing to rise up. He adds that these people who are called to rule the world cannot be understood by the normal mindset. He pats Zhonghui's shoulder and tells him not to understand but to observe. If Zhonghui does that, there would come a time when he would accept it. If the treasure that Elder H. Wang has promised to that boy will forever remain in his heart and become like unbreakable chains that bind him to them, then the Merchant Guild will not see any losses. If this is all it takes for them to become close friends with him for life, then it is actually a small price to pay. Awestruck, Zhonghui asks if that is really a small price to pay. Suddenly, Elder H1 gets furious and says that they actually have paid 5 times more than he expected. He is furious at Chung and calls him names. After observing the conversation they had, it seems to Zhonghui that the guild master will not change his decision, so he decides to accept it. He says that if his father thinks that way, then he will trust and follow him. But he is still doubtful right now. That's why he will work towards overcoming his doubts with his own hands. He will grow the Mount Hua sect. Elder H-Wang replies that it is pleasing to his ears. It is evening. By lying near the pool, Chung thinks that he is sure Elder H-Wang is planning something, since he would not give Chung all those treasures just because he is grateful to him. But it does not matter what he wants from them because Chung has no intention of giving them to him. He thinks that if he were really a child, he would have felt obliged to do things for him. But unfortunately, he is but an old fossil that is so old, it is totally worn out. Suddenly, someone walks towards him. Chung hears his footsteps approaching him. It is Songbeak. Chung looks at him and wonders why he is here. Chung asks him what the matter is. Songbeak forwards a wooden sword towards him and says that he has no evil intentions. If Chung permits it, he would like to duel him once more. Songbeak beseech him to be serious in his duel with him. Songbeak tells Chung that he knows that he had tricked him last time so that he could resolve the incident quickly. Since everything ended nicely, he can understand why Chung did it. Chung sits there and calls his way to say things strange. He asks Songbeak if he is not the one who tricked him. Songbeak questions back, asking if that is not the way Chung is not trying to put the blame on him. Chung sighs and thinks Songbeak is a really bizarre kid. He asks Songbeak what this has to do with the duel. Songbeak replies that he was getting humiliated, the whole thing contributing to resolving the incident this time, or Chung having him dancing in his palms. All of that does not matter because all of them occurred due to his own incompetence. But what really gets him is the duel they had, before the whole incident blew up. He is still unable to understand what happened to Songbeak at that time. Chung asks if he wants another duel with him. He replies yes and says that while it is quite unbelievable, he already knows that Chung is stronger than Songbeak in martial arts. He adds that he simply wants to understand what happened to him at that time. Chung looks at him and thinks that Songbeak knows he was just dancing in his palms, but yet he still wants to duel him. Chung doubts that he is simply looking for another beating. He finds this response interesting. He smiles and says Songbeak will probably regret this. Songbeak smiles too and replies that he still wants to do this. After a while, they both take their positions on the battlefield. Songbeak is nervous and thinks that Chung is so small and is probably 10 years younger than him. He is at least 1 generation later than him. 1 generation basically means that he, a second-class disciple, could take him, a third-class disciple, as his own disciple. Even if that is the case, he wonders why he feels such heavy pressure from him. It is as if he is fighting with one of the elders. He wonders if that is really the pressure that a child like him is exuding, or if he is hallucinating this. Then he frowns and says he needs to make sure of this with his own eyes. Chung looks at him and says this feels good. He observes that even though Songbeak does not look like he is intimidated, he is keeping his guard up as if he met a tiger. Chung narrates that the stronger one's senses are, the more one sees in a situation, and that leads to one's potential. Chung smirks, realizing that Songbeek is one of those late bloomers. The more Songbeek trains, he improves several times over as compared to others. He might actually become the Southern Edge Supreme Sword. Smiling, he wonders if he should teach Songbeek a lesson. Chung points at him and tells him to bring it. Songbeek starts performing his sword technique. Seeing his movements, Chung wonders if that is an illusion sword. Shocked, he asks himself since when the Southern Edge sect used an illusion sword. Songbeek warns him to be careful. He adds that he knows of his own incompetence. Therefore, he is going to go all out from the start. He shouts that he will be using Southern Edge sect's new martial art, the 12-movement Snowflower Sword, against Chung. But Chung is getting furious seeing his movements to perform this technique. Songbeek rushes towards Chung to attack, but he does not leave his place. His blood is boiling for some reason, so he attacks Songbeek so hard that he starts bleeding. Chung's wooden sword has also broken into pieces. Then he jumps on Songbeek, grabs him, who is bleeding heavily, lifts him up, and angrily asks where he learned it from. Songbeek asks him what he means by that. Grabbing him by his shirt, Chung clenches his teeth in anger and thinks Songbeek might be able to deceive everyone, but it will not work on Chung. He knows that sword art very well. It is the sword art that contains the very essence of Mount Hua, one of the strokes of the 24-movement Plum Blossom sword technique, Infinite Plum Blossom. The 24-movement Plum Blossom sword technique that has been lost even within the Mount Hua sect is being used by Songbeek, and Chung wonders why it is so. While bleeding and shivering, Songbeek wonders if the difference between them is so big. It is as if Songbeek is feeling the horror of facing a demon. Fading away, he wonders if he is going to die. After a while, Songbeek opens his eyes and wonders where he is. His body is covered with stitches. He sits there and is surprised to see his wounds covered. Suddenly, he hears Chung saying that his insides that were messed up have started to settle. He will recover from his injuries soon too. Chung gazes at him and asks if the 12-stroke Snowflower Sword is the new martial art of the Southern Edge sect. Scared, Songbeek replies yes. Chung thinks that they were probably sure that the Mount Hua sect would not recognize it even if they used it openly, since no one in the Mount Hua sect remembers the 24-movement Plum Blossom sword technique. Clenching his jaw, he thinks that they are ridiculing the Mount Hua sect. Chung asks him who learns this sword art. He replies that the second-class disciples and above would learn this art. Chung turns his head towards him and asks if the only ones who know this sword art are the first-class disciples, second-class disciples, and the elders. Songbeek mentions that he has heard that the elders have never learned this sword art. So the only ones who have learned this sword art would be the first-class disciples and the second-class disciples. Chung sighs and thinks that if one of the elders invented the 12-stroke Snowflower Sword, then they would definitely pass it down one level below them to the first-class disciples. That means that the person who completed this sword art is still within the Southern Edge sect. Chung's anger is about to burst. Chung narrates that there is no need to find out what happened. When the Mount Hua sect was invaded by the Heavenly Demon sect, most of its people were helpless as they were annihilated in the endless Great Mountains. The remaining members of the Mount Hua sect were just children. That was probably when they got help from the reinforcements from the Southern Edge sect. Chung thinks that it was to be expected. If they were just sitting idly by while a neighboring sect was attacked by the Heavenly Demon sect, they would be criticized by the Jianghu. The problem is that among them, there were some who only acted like they were helping, while stealing away the Mount Hua sect's martial arts manuals. Maybe it was not even the Heavenly Demon sect that set the Mount Hua sect on fire. Chung says that 100 years ago, they put their lives on the line to save the Jianghu from a crisis. But those guys treated them like their sworn enemies instead of repaying their help. Even if one of them was distracted by their greed and made a mistake, the role of an orthodox sect is to do things right. Chung clenches his teeth thinking that, and wonders how they dare make a new martial art based on the Mount Hua sect's martial art and name it as Snowflower to ridicule the Mount Hua sect. Chung stands up from his seat to leave. But he looks at Songbeek and tells him not to learn that art. Songbeek asks him why he should not learn it. Angry, Chung hits him in his head and tells him to do as he says. He explains that this is a martial art he will not be able to master. Songbeek still cannot understand what he wants to say. Chung furiously gazes upon him and thinks that since Songbeek is a part of the Southern Edge sect, he does want to beat him to death. But thanks to him, Chung found out about the existence of the 12-movement Snowflower sword technique. Chung clenches his teeth and tells him that the Southern Edge sect's martial arts are about not deviating from the basics and training in a balanced manner. While it might seem that the movements of basic sword techniques are slow, the more Songbeek grinds and trains them, the stronger he will be able to become. However, that's not what 12-movement Snowflower sword technique is. Immediately abandon learning it if he wants to fully master the Southern Edge sect sword techniques. Chung explains that a flashy move like that with so many transitional steps does not go well with the Southern Edge sect sword style. After that, he asks Songbeek if he has understood it. Chung keeps looking at him first. Then, his expressions change from surprise to doubtful. Suddenly, Chung realizes his mistake and wonders how someone from the Southern Edge sect cannot know about their own sword style, and why on earth he has to be the one to teach him something like this. Chung feels angry and helpless, wondering if they had to choose one out of all the moves that is flashy and full of transitional steps. But then he waits for a while and wonders if he is the reason behind all of this. Songbeek is just looking at his transitioning expressions and trying to understand what is wrong with him. Numerous thoughts are flashing through Chung's mind. He thinks that maybe he could be the culprit of this incident because he always beat up those Southern Edge sect guys so easily. Southern Edge has probably been proud of their sword techniques since they have been one of the 10 great sects. But since one guy from the Mount Hua sect swept the floor with them, they could not help but have doubts about their own skills. Chung pats his head and thinks that if he was part of the Southern Edge sect, then he would have been called the Southern Edge Supreme Sword. He says that what matters is not the martial art itself, but the person who uses it is. He worriedly wonders how they could do such a thing without even knowing that. But there is no point in telling Songbeek something like this. It is not like he started this whole thing. Songbeek is wondering about what Chung told him a moment ago. Chung walks away, saying that he is leaving. Songbeek tries to stop him. Chung tells him to forget what he said. He adds that Songbeek is the only one who can determine the path he would be taking. Whether his advice would be of help to him or not, it is up to Songbeek. Whether Songbeek listens to his sect's elders or to Chung, what he will hear are just words. He explains that what he is saying is that Songbeek has to figure out what is needed for their own growth and act on it. Songbeek, who is continuously staring at him, gets out of his bed and bows his head in respect before Chung and thanks him for his guidance. Chung looks at him with a smile and then leaves, telling him not to worry about it. Songbeek feels like he just met a deity. After getting out of the room, Chung angrily thinks that if it was up to him, he would run over to the Southern Edge sect now and destroy everything. He thinks about Sahyung and says that this is what these ungrateful people are doing instead of repaying them for helping the Jianghu. He wonders if he needs to overlook this as well. But then he decides that he cannot let this go. He needs to get stronger faster since the Jianghu is a place where the strong have a say in things. He murmurs that the Southern Edge has messed with the wrong person this time. He adds that they should have been grateful to the Mount Hua sect instead of messing with them. Now they will pay the price for this. On the other hand, the evening is also spreading on the mountains. Gull, biting his nails in desperation, says that he is sure there is a reason why Chung is not back even though 7 days have passed. He is not the kind of person who would get in an accident or something. Worried and angry, Zhongyi, with the intentions of killing Chung, says that he is sure there has to be a good reason why he is not back yet. Gull adds that it needs to be something that the elders would be okay with though. Sweating with fear, he says that it really needs to be something like that. He tells Zhongyi that the sect leader has called for Elder Ungum again. He asks Zhongyi if they will be in any sort of trouble if this goes on. Zhongyi is also scared and has no reply to his question. Haiyan Young, the leader of the Finance and Economy Agency, shouts asking how impudent he can be. He says that it has been 7 days and asks how a third-class disciple dares be absent for 7 days without getting any permission to do so, and if the sect leader thinks this is acceptable. He goes on to say that this is not something that they should overlook. The sect is finally getting back on its feet. He asks everyone's thoughts on this issue. Hyun Sang, the martial hall leader, tells his younger brother to calm down and says the child might have gotten into an accident. Haiyan Young keeps shouting and asks what could happen to him within Mount Hua. He says that even if something did occur, it is his own fault for going out of the Mount Hua sect and asking why they should be concerned with him. Hyun Sang tries to say something, but his brother makes him silent. Then, Hyun Sang asks the sect leader if they do not need to search the mountains. Hyun Jong replies that it is true that they cannot dismiss the probability of that. Hyun Young asks Hyun Jong why he gave in to his request of being about to get out of Mount Hua freely in the first place. He replies that there was a situation that warranted that. Hyun Young tells him that this cannot be the reason. He mentions that the rules were put in place considering different situations, which is why they must be followed. He tells Hyun Jong that it is an issue that will shake their foundations. He asks since when the Mount Hua sect has become a place that gives special privileges to a child. He also mentions that Chung is not even a second-class disciple. He is just a third-class disciple. He would be considered a child even in reputable families. Hyun Jong keeps listening to an extent, but then he silences him, telling him not to say any further. Hyun Young is awestruck to hear that. He sits apologizing because he spoke too much. Jong wonders if he misjudged the boy. He thinks that Chung Myung is not the one who would get himself into this kind of trouble. Unem says that he will put together a group of disciples to form a search squad. They will search for Chung Myung throughout Mount Hua and the Hua prefecture. Suddenly, they hear someone shouting that Chung is coming back. Hyun Jong and others hurriedly come out of the room. The sect leader is shocked to hear the news. He asks Unem if Chung Myung is coming back and if he is all right. He replies that he is okay. Hyun Jong runs towards the entrance door, saying that he wants to see with his own eyes. Hyun Young asks him to stop for a while. The sect leader asks him what the matter is. Hyun Young replies that he understands that Hyun Jong cares about that boy. It is impossible for him not to adore Chung since he has done so much for them. The sect leader asks him to state what he wants to say straight. Hyun Young requests him not to spoil the child by adoring him too much. He says that while rewards and punishment should be given out accordingly in the process, they should not forget about raising disciples to be upright. If Chung does not receive a punishment despite being in the wrong, then the boy will not know what he did wrong. The more the sect leader cares for him, the more he should remember to be strict towards him. After hearing him patiently, he asks Hyun Young if he thinks the sect leader does not know that. He tells him not to worry, saying that he is the one who wants that child to grow upright the most. If the child is safe, then they will just restrict his freedom of movement. Suddenly, the head of the boarding house interrupts him and says that will not do it. He says that going against orders and refusing to return is a serious violation. Chung will need to be confined in the Repentance building for at least half a year. The sect leader is shocked to hear about half a year's punishment and reminds Ungum that Chung is just a third-class disciple. He replies that if Chung were a second-class disciple, he would have been given a more severe punishment than this. He requests the sect leader in a serious tone to mete out punishment that is equivalent to the weight of the offense he committed. He adds that if the sect leader does not do that, then Ungum will take on Chung Myung's punishment himself. The sect leader asks if the rest of them feel the same. They reply yes. The sect leader agrees on that. Unem, who is just hearing them, curses Chung and asks why he did such a thing. He wonders what he should do now to save him. Chung enters the main gate. Students are also gathered in the hall to see him. Chung hears them paying their greetings to the sect leader. Then he sees the sect leader and others coming there. Chung bows his head and pays his greetings to the sect leader. The sect leader calls his name. Chung lifts his head and looks towards his face. The sect leader asks him if he has any reason for leaving Mount Hua. Chung politely replies yes and says he had no choice but to do it. Hyun Young scolds him and asks how a third-class disciple dares be so impudent. He adds that if Chung is unable to state a good reason for this, then he must prepare to be punished. The sect leader asks him to explain himself. He also says that if he is unable to convince them with his explanation, then they will have to mete out an appropriate punishment to him. Chung is stunned and finds words to state his reason. Hyun Young shouts at him and tells him to stop stuttering and speak properly. Suddenly, they hear a voice telling them not to act that way. Hyun Young is stunned to see the person who said that. Right then, Elder Hwang enters the temple and requests them not to rebuke that child. Hyun Young is shocked to see the Elder Hwang. Elder Hwang asks them if they all have been well. Seeing him there, the sect leader and others run towards the door, saying that it has been a really long while since they have met. He also adds that they received a letter 7 days ago that mentioned that he was unwell though. Then he asks him how he is doing. Elder Hwang replies that it is because of this young Taoist here. Thanks to Chung, he was saved. Therefore, the sect leader should not be angry because Chung saved both him and the Yunya Merchant Guild. The sect leader looks at Chung to ask about it. He shrugs and replies that it is just like Elder Hwang said. They all sit inside the room. The sect leader asks him about the details of how he managed to cure Sir Hwang. Chung is sitting on the floor with his hands in the air. He replies that there is this thing called a 5-yin plant. Outwardly, it looks like mugwort, but it contains deadly poison. He adds that they all know that he used to be a beggar before he came here. Then he says that beggars who eat anything that they can find are getting poisoned from time to time because of the 5-yin plant. Once they eat it, they fall sick for a long period of time and eventually die. But the way to detoxify the poison is simpler than one would expect. It is to feed them grounded radish. Even many doctors do not know what to do with a person affected by that poison. But strangely, if they feed them grounded radish, then they will recover easily. The sect leader asks him if he is saying that Sir Hwang was poisoned by the 5-yin plant. Chung replies yes and says that the symptoms were quite similar, so he tried feeding him grounded radish, and after that he recovered quickly. Hyung Sang tells others that he has heard of something similar before. It looks like the Beggars Union is indeed quite well versed with poisons. The sect leader asks if that means that Chung Myung is telling the truth. Chung thinks that they can try asking any of the beggars from the Beggars Union that they find on the streets. After all, what he has said is true due to what Chung experienced in the war. He also thinks that it has got nothing to do with the Red Demon Hand, but no one cares. Chung has already aligned his story with Hwang Muniak so that everything will play out right. Ungum asks who would have thought that this is what happened. Chung was indeed unable to return this whole time. He also adds that if what Chung is saying is true, then he thinks they should reward him, not punish him. The sect leader replies yes. Right then, Unem interrupts and says that will not do. He adds that even though Chung did this out of good intentions, this is still a grave offense for him to disobey the sect leader's order and not return here. He requests him to deal with Chung correctly. The sect leader must not just overlook this matter. The sect leader looks at him and asks if his orders are more important than a person's life. He also asks if he is supposed to praise a disciple for coming back, even though that would mean leaving someone else to die. Unem is stunned and does not know what to say. The sect leader tells them that the Mount Hua sect is reputable, and asks what else could be more important than helping and saving another's life. He also questions if his insignificant orders are more important than being honorable. Surprised, Unem replies that he was too short-sighted. He sighs and thinks that he will stop here. Now that he has spoken up first and the sect leader has shown his anger, the rest of the elders will not be able to talk about Chung Myung's offense. In order for the rest of them to be on the same page, there is a need to set things straight now. The sect leader must have understood that this was what he was going for. The sect leader stands up from his seat and goes near Chung. He sits, pats his head, and appreciates his good work. Chung smiles before him, but in his mind, he angrily asks how this greenhorn dares to do this. After this matter is resolved, Elder Hwang addresses them and says that the Yunha Merchant Guild owes a great debt towards the Mount Hua sect. More accurately, it is to Chung Myung over there, but this young Taoist gave all the credit to the Mount Hua sect. So, as a symbol of his gratitude, Elder Hwang would like to invest in the Mount Hua sect. Hyan Young is shocked to hear this news. Seeing their reaction, Elder Hwang says that investing might not be the right word. Support would fit better. He says that investing is based on the assumption that there are returns, but that does not apply to support. The sect leader is still awestruck and says that they are already thankful for all that Elder Hwang has given to them already. He replies that if that were all he was going to do, then he would not have brought his people all the way here. He mentions that he would like to put everything that belongs to him into the Mount Hua sect. He has brought along employees of the Merchant Guild, so they should discuss this slowly. He would like to know what the Mount Hua sect requires and what they can provide for them. The sect leader thanks him for his courtesy. He looks at Chung and says that not only has he brought blessings to them, but he has now also brought an esteemed guest here to help spread the name of the Mount Hua sect. He adds that he is so embarrassed. Then he tells everyone to leave so the elder Huang and the leader of the Finance and Economy Agency can discuss the matter. While they are going away, Haiyan Sang pats Chung's back and says that he has done great work. Chung looks at him and annoyingly replies that he does not think he has done anything that great. That pat was more like a slap to Chung. Haiyan Sang laughs and says Chung is amazing. They are proud that he has saved someone, but to think that someone was actually Elder Huang. He states that a lucky star has fallen on the Mount Hua sect. Seeing him going, Chung thinks that he is that lucky star, and they all are just going with the flow. Suddenly, the boarding house advisor, Ungum, calls his name. Chung looks at him. After a silent break, he tells Chung that he knows that Chung has accomplished something great, but it is a matter of fact that he could have handled it better, especially the part where he left Mount Hua without telling anyone. He clarifies that Chung is definitely wrong about that. Chung bows his head and replies that he was not able to think so far as the situation was urgent. Ungum reminds him that he has also disobeyed the sect leader's orders. Chung cannot always give the excuse that he had no choice but to do so. Chung wonders why that guy is so rigid. Then, Ungum leaves that place, telling Chung to keep doing the good he is doing. Chung sees them going. Haiyan Sang tells Ungum that the Mount Hua sect's luck is finally turning around and good things are coming in one after another. Chung wonders how this is the Mount Hua sect's luck. He thinks that it is all because he came here. He also wonders when he will be able to revive the Mount Hua sect with these greenhorns. Then he looks at the sky and tells his Sahyung that his back is starting to ache now too. After meeting with Elder Huang, all the elders are having a meeting inside a room. The sect leader recalls the Elder Huang's words. He said that he would be in charge of Hua's businesses from then on. He would make it so that the sect leader no longer has to be worried about the Mount Hua sect's finances. But he had two conditions. The sect leader asked him what they were. Elder Huang lifted his finger and said that first, the sect leader should not save the money earned, but use it fully for the development of the Mount Hua sect. The sect leader replied that he was thinking of doing that too. The Mount Hua sect was not at a stage where they should be accumulating wealth. Elder Huang mentioned the second condition, that the sect leader had to show favor to the third disciple Chung Myung. Now sitting with the others, the sect leader thinks about the second condition and thinks that the word favor is so vague. Chung Myung is already enjoying special privileges that a third-class disciple should not have, so the sect leader wonders what else he can give him. Haiyan Sang suggests that they can let Chung Myung learn the secret martial arts manuals that he discovered previously before the others. He clarifies that he is referring to the Falling Petals sword and the Seven Plum Blossoms sword. He asks how about letting Chung Myung learn them after he finishes reviewing them. The sect leader likes his idea, but Haiyan Young interferes and rejects his idea. The sect leader asks him to explain what is wrong with that idea and if he has a problem with something again. Haiyan Young asks them how they can see that as a reward. He says that it should be something else. The sect leader is surprised to hear him. Haiyan Young asks how martial arts can be rewarded for someone who already learns them every day at the White Plum Blossom boarding house. He adds that they are just too obsessed with martial arts. The sect leader and Haiyan Sang think that this conversation has gone in an unexpected direction. Haiyan Young slams his hand on the table and repeats that as he has already mentioned, that is not what a reward should be. He explains that it is not about giving someone something that he has without incurring a loss. A true reward is when the giver also feels a certain unwillingness or pain about giving it away. Then he asks them if he understands what he is saying. The sect leader wonders why Haiyan Young is suddenly behaving so differently. He thinks that up until the previous meeting, he was so insistent on meting out punishments. Haiyan Young shouts at him and asks if the sect leader thinks that this is some small achievement. Haiyan Young says that he means a lot of funds fell into their hands. He reminds him that Sir Huang also said that he would be taking care of their businesses for them for free. The sect leader now realizes the reason behind his strange behavior. He narrates that Haiyan Young is the leader of the Finance and Economy Agency, which takes care of the finances of the Mount Hua sect. The reason for his current behavior lies in the past of that place. He almost gave up due to a lot of stress in the past and decided to declare bankruptcy. That was a real hell for them. The sect leader wonders how horrible must it have been for them to manage the finances of a sect that was almost done for. The reason why the sect was able to maintain its appearance was all thanks to the work of the agency leader, Haiyan Young. The sect leader knows why he is like that now. The thing that he was wishing for up to this point in time was to be able to pay for necessities every month and still have money left over, just like in their current situation. The person who made it possible for him is Chung Myung. Therefore, he is being thankful to that boy. Haiyan Young says that they need to give Chung a proper reward. Only then would he go out there and achieve even more. The sect leader tells him that merits are not about earning, they are about contributing. Haiyan Young tells him that in his case, that guy is a god of fortune. They need to reward him properly and continue sending him out so that he can get more accomplishments. He asks the sect leader if he knows how much money he has brought them this time. He shouts that Chung is not like those other guys who just eat but do not know how to earn money. That's the kind of guy he is. Haiyan Young's face is red because of continuous shouting, and he is getting out of control. So Haiyan Sang holds him in his arms and drags him outside the room. Haiyan Young is still shouting, saying that they should give the boy a big reward. After he has been taken out, the sect leader says that he hopes that all of them can overlook that. He mentions that Haiyan Young has a lot of pent-up emotions. Ungum and Unem reply that they understand. Unem adds that he agrees with Haiyan Young. The sect leader shocks and looks at him. Unem mentions that they should reward Chung Myung properly. Based on this, the disciples would understand that the Mount Hua sect gives rewards to those who accomplish great feats. The sect leader asks him what reward they should give him. Unem replies that Chung likes getting out of Mount Hua's territory so they can let him be the point of contact with the Union Merchant Guild. The sect leader asks if this is not just asking him to run errands and if that could be considered as a reward. Unem replies that since Sir H. Wang likes Chung Myung so much, he would be treated greatly every time he visits them. The sect leader agrees with him there. Ungum suggests they can bestow him with the Plum Blossom Sword as it represents the Mount Hua sect. They could also let him take whatever he likes from the library. Haiyan Young opens the door and shouts that they should just give him money. Haiyan Sang grabs him again and shuts his mouth. The sect leader looks at the door that has just been closed and thinks that Mount Hua is getting strange every day. Chung is standing on the top of a mountain when Elder H. Wang comes to him. Chung tells him that his acting was great. Elder H. Wang asks him if they are not on the same boat now. Chung replies that he just got lucky by saving him, but he would not dare to say that he is worthy of being on the same boat as him. He says that Elder H. Wang should talk to the sect leader from now on. He replies that he has got no intentions of getting onto the same boat with the Mount Hua sect. Chung is stunned and wonders what he means by that. Elder H. Wang says that if he were to be more specific, he has no interest in the Mount Hua sect that does not have Chung. Chung sighs and replies that he thinks Elder H. Wang is overestimating what Chung is capable of. Elder H. Wang tells him that he has lived all his life as a merchant, and he will probably continue to live as one until the day he dies. There is only one weapon that he has as a merchant. It is having an eye for people. If he was not good at judging people, he would have failed in his businesses by now. And if he was just lucky up to this point, then he would eventually fail in the end. There is nothing unfair about it and nothing that he would regret. But if he is right, then only good things will happen to the Union Merchant Guild and the Mount Hua sect. Chung replies that what he is saying is not wrong. But in any case, he should not say things like being on the same boat. Chung does not like how that sounds. Elder H. Wang asks him the reason for that. Chung replies that people who say things like that usually backstab him in the end. Chung thinks there is no way he would like such sayings. He recalls a few scenes from his past. While there were many who cried and complimented those who stood up for them, there were also tons of others who wanted to bring down the Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, he hears Elder H. Wang saying that he does not like sayings like that either. He says that from a merchandise perspective, a boat is something that one can both get on and off. However, if their destinations are the same, he asks if there wouldn't be no need to get off the boat. After all, they can get to their destination quicker if they both row the boat together. Chung agrees and replies there is no harm in it. Elder H. Wang thinks that this made it clear that they have the same destination. In any case, the Union Merchant Guild has a good chance of benefiting from supporting the Mount Hua sect, but with the child's cooperation, it is guaranteed. The Mount Hua sect has already advanced in his head. He has already decided that as long as he is alive, he will revive the Mount Hua sect. Elder H. Wang appreciates his confidence. He tells Chung that the Unia Merchant Guild will do everything in its power to support the Mount Hua sect. He asks Chung to confirm if he knows what it means. He replies that it means Elder Huang has decided to make enemies with the Southern Edge sect. Elder Huang replies that he is right. Chung asks him if he is not going to ask for things that they have not discussed as a price for his support. He adds that it would be a little shameless of him if he did that. Elder Huang smiles and replies that he does not wish for anything in return. He just wanted Chung to know of this. Chung laughs and replies that is all right. Apparently, they both laugh when they see each other. But in his head, Elder Huang thinks that Chung is so quick on the uptakes. Chung also holds a grudge against him in his heart and thinks Elder Huang is really a merchant down to his bones. He wonders how he dares try and take advantage of Chung. Elder Huang tells the young Taoist that he is exceptional. He adds that there is probably no one in the world that is like him at his age. Chung rolls his eyes to look at him and calls Elder Huang a punk in his mind, and thinks it is not like he is exceptional just for his age. There is literally no one like him in the entire world, because no one else could return back to life after dying. Elder Huang tells him that he should hide himself from the world. He says that the world is a fearsome place. There are all sorts of ghosts and demons. Many of them would easily kill for their own benefits. Chung is like a nail that is sticking out. The moment the world finds out about him, there will be tons of people coming after him. Chung smiles and says Elder Huang thinks so highly of him. He is but a mere kid. Elder Huang puts a critical gaze at him. Then he bows his head and says he is taking a leave. When he turns his direction, Chung asks him to wait for a while. He says that he would like Elder Huang to find a few things for him and asks if he can do it. After a while, Elder Huang returns to the temple. He looks at Chung, who is still standing at that peak, and narrates that Chung asks him to do so many things. He admits that he cannot see through his thoughts. He cannot even tell if his childishness that he shows is real or fake. He thinks that one might as well call this place a dragon's lair. Elder Huang managed to discover that the dragon was living in the Mount Hua sect before anyone paid any attention to it. If he makes good use of this information, then it could help the Yuna Merchant Guild become the world's greatest merchant guild. Suddenly, Zhonghui comes there and asks his father if he had a good talk with Chung. Elder Huang replies to his son that his thoughts have changed a bit. He looks at Chung and says that it looks like there is lots to be done. Then he tells Chung to accompany him as they need to set the stage now. Elder Hang sits in a palanquin and his servants carry him away. Chung looks at him from that peak and thinks that it is as people say, the older one is, the wise he gets. He narrates that dealing with Elder Huang is on a whole different level compared to dealing with the elders of the Mount Hua sect. He guesses that is because he has lived his life in the business world, negotiating and arguing with others. There's no way he would be the same as Taoists. In any case, Chung has gotten rid of the biggest obstacle, poverty, which was preventing the Mount Hua sect from making a comeback. It is not the time for Chung to be angry with the Southern Edge sect. They might have forgotten their roots and turned to something else, but the Mount Hua sect has completely lost its identity. It is now time to devote efforts to martial arts. The Yunya Merchant Guild is indeed powerful. Even though none of the disciples of the Mount Hua sect succeeded in that, the merchants managed to stabilize the businesses in Hua, very quickly. They all have become presentable and lively in just a few days. Thanks to that, Haiyan Young, the leader of the Finance and Economy Agency, is smiling all the time like Buddha. The stability that is finally here after tens of years. The situation in the Mount Hua sect is peaceful like the flow of water. However, there are people who are not having a peaceful time too. Chung is training the disciples at dawn. They are doing push-ups. Chung tells them that this one is the last. But after they perform it, he tells them to do one more and the cycle goes on. The disciples shout that they will die at this rate. Chung tells them that there is no one dead yet. Gull is exhausted too. Chung is sitting on his back, but he still keeps going, even though his body is shivering. His Sahyung is also surprised to see his efforts. But he is also glad to see that. He wonders how strange it is. He was quite worried when they first started the dawn training. It is because he was unsure if a simple physical training like this would be effective. Since the Mount Hua sect's sword arts are based on high-speed variations and feints, he thought that a training method that just increases one's physical strength would impede their usage. It was surprising that as their physical bodies got stronger, the sword speed became twice as fast and sharp. The transformation that could not be unnoticed, it made training enjoyable as days went by. In the past, everyone looked forward to the end of dawn training, but now they stay on to train even more. They are now different. But there is one problem. He cannot get rid of the feeling that the Mount Hua sect is slowly becoming similar to a mountain bandit's den. Yun Zhong asks Gul if Chung Myung did not turn up today as well. He replies yes and says that he has not been turning up for training lately. Zhong says that it is true. They have not been seeing much of him ever since they started to train independently. Gul mentions that Chung is not sleeping in. He always wakes up the earliest. They wonder where he is spending his time. Gul asks if he could have gone to the Yunya Merchant Guild. After the Mount Hua sect has stabilized, he has been visiting them pretty often. He honestly feels that Chung is the busiest person in the Mount Hua sect. Zhong agrees with him and says that sounds about right. Gul changes the topic and asks Zhong if he is able to feel how much stronger they have become. He replies that strength is relative for everyone, so one does need some way of measuring how much stronger they have become, but since everyone grew stronger together, it is hard to tell how much they have grown. Even so, he asks if they should not be at least twice as strong compared to before Chung Myung showed up. Gul asks if he is saying it just twice. John tells him to put his weight down already. Then he says that he does not know either. Even though he said they are twice as strong, it is kind of vague actually. But he is confident that he could easily take on 3 of the past him right now. Gul tells him that this is not enough. Zhong wonders what he means. Gul asks him if he does not know it as well. He says that the conference is coming soon. They need to become even stronger. Zhong laughs at hearing him and says that they should ask Chung Myung to train them even more when he is back. On the other hand, Chung wakes up even earlier than the other disciples. He leaves for the woods. While walking on that mountain, he thinks that even though it is all for the sake of getting stronger, he wonders why he avoids them and does this every day on his own. He says that it is not like there is any secret to this kind of training method. It is just swinging the sword with all its might while reducing the dissonance between one's thoughts and body. It is a very simple and unsophisticated method called the body and sword unification. Chung has already achieved this with his past body. That is why he is able to do it to a certain extent now, but he cannot do it perfectly. He also experienced some side effects after trying to imitate it in an incomplete form. It means that if he wants to get stronger, he has to train continuously and become one with his sword as soon as possible. The problem is that he cannot use his sword arts and train freely in front of those guys. After all, the Mount Hua sect might fall into chaos if they see him training. He would rather die than to see that happen. That is why he has been coming to the Falling Petals Peak at dawn to practice sword arts and then going back down. But today, he is surprised to see someone else there as well. He wonders who would come here other than him at this time. It is a girl practicing her sword art. Chung hides behind a stone to see that twilight beauty training there. She seems soft yet powerful, flashy yet elegant, frail yet unwavering sword dance. Her sword is like a plum blossom. Chung is stunned to see the Mount Hua sect's past sword arts in a girl's sword dance under the moonlight. He thought that everyone but him had forgotten them. The Mount Hua sect's past sword arts that cannot be seen by others are now being used in front of his eyes. He thinks that it does not matter what sword arts one learns. What matters is why they wield their sword. Suddenly, that girl finds Chung sitting there and hurriedly places her sword on his neck and asks who he is. Chung curses him for him to be detected by a kid like her. He thinks he can no longer call himself the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. The girl asks him again who he is, saying that she has not seen him around before. Chung thinks that this is what he was going to ask about who she is. She looks like a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. But he also thinks that this girl could easily entice a lot of men. Chung narrates that he has spent 80 years of his previous life in Zhonghu, and during all the time, he has never met anyone as beautiful as her. If he were not so young, he might have fallen head over heels for her. He admits that she is pretty, but he still keeps staring at her with doubtful eyes. She swings her sword and gives Chung a light cut on his neck, asking him to identify himself. Chung tells her to see the Mount Hua sect's martial uniform. But she still cannot understand, so he points at the logo on his uniform to make her understand. She says that she has never seen him before and asks if he is a third-class disciple. He replies yes. She says that the third-class disciples are forbidden to leave the sect after sunset. He replies that he has received permission from the sect leader. She cannot believe that the sect leader gave permission to a third-class disciple and says Chung is lying. Chung tells her to feel free to confirm what he said. He looks into her eyes and asks if she thinks a disciple of the Mount Hua sect would dare to lie using the sect leader's name. He slightly pushes that sword and asks her politely if she can move this sword away from him as it is pretty dangerous. She removes her sword from his neck, places it back in the sheath, and says that in any case it is prohibited to see others training. Chung says that he has been training here every day up until yesterday. It is she who suddenly appeared, and now he is the one to blame. He asks how he is supposed to react to that. She replies that he should have come out the moment he saw her. He says that someone whom he has never seen before lurks in the vicinity of the Mount Hua sect, and asks if he should not confirm who it is first, or if he is wrong there. She does not reply and just places a furious gaze on him. Chung tries to read her face and wonders if she is angry. She bites her lip and turns her face away. Chung smirks, thinking she does not seem too good with words. Her sword may be sharp, but that is not the case with her tongue. Considering her appearance, he does not think she would get into a lot of quarrels. She looks at him and asks about his name. He replies it is Chung Mayang. She asks if he has received his Taoist name already. He replies no, and says that Chung Mayang is his name. She asks what he means by no, and how come he has not received it when his name starts with Chung, just like third-class disciples' Taoist names. Chung is blank and replies he just has not yet. But if he were to receive it, it would be the same as my real name. She pretends to understand his words. Seeing her like that, he thinks she is definitely dumb. She looks at him and says her name is Yu Isol, and she is a second-class disciple. She adds that if he really is a third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect, then she is his senior. He wonders if there was someone with beak around. Based on the sequence of Chung, Mayang, Haiyan, Un, Beak, it is natural that there would be someone with beak after Un. However, he has not seen anyone with it ever since he came back. He thought no one had it just due to the dire situation in the Mount Hua sect. She asks him if that is all he has to say. Chung comes back to reality and asks what she wants to say. She asks why he has not paid greetings to her. Chung really feels angry but tries to calm himself down, thinking she is still young. So he laughs and says it is nice to meet her. More importantly, he wants her to get out as the sun is about to rise. He just wants her to stop taking up space on someone else's training ground. She starts walking away, saying that she will check with the sect leader as to whether he is telling the truth. She also warns him, saying that if he is lying, then he must be prepared to face the consequences. Chung put a disliking gaze at her. She also peeks at him when leaving and calls him a strange child. Chung wonders if she called him strange. He thinks that he should start looking for a new training ground. In the dining room, students are looking gloomy at the breakfast table. Chung looks around and wonders what is up with them. It is the first time the atmosphere is so gloomy ever since he has turned the White Plum Blossom boarding house upside down. Chung asks Jong what is wrong with the atmosphere. He replies that they heard that their seniors are coming back. Surprised, Chung asks if they are those with beak in their names. He also asks what is wrong with them coming back. Jong tells him not to call them beak. He has heard that there might be severe punishments if they hear them saying it. Chung asks if he means by him or Chung who would get punished. Jong replies that this is something he has to think over a bit more. In any case, they all left Mount Hua to do their own closed-door training. Since the training facilities here were not properly maintained, there was no place for them to do large-scale closed-door training. Chung asks why that is causing the rest to act like that. He wonders if it is because the seniors really have nasty personalities and beat them up. Jong replies that unlike someone else, they do not beat anyone up. Chung asks who that someone else is. Jong hesitates to say that he is talking about Chung, so tells him to move on from this topic. Gol joins the conversation and says this all is because of the conference. Chung asks what the conference is. Gol replies that it is the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference. It is a martial arts competition where the Mount Hua sect and Southern Edge sect gather annually to see what they have achieved over the past year. Chung now recalls that he has heard of something like that. Jong says that he has heard that the conference used to be held every 5 years to bring both sects closer to each other, but things have changed. Even though it is still said to be an experience exchange between the second and third class disciples, it is actually more of a martial arts competition. But it is not exactly a competition either. Another student says that it is more of a one-sided battering. The injuries they got from being beaten up 2 years ago still sting. Zhang says that they are all just wondering about how they are supposed to get past this year. If they get totally crushed, then their seniors and elders would not be able to show their faces around. If that happens, the atmosphere here will go to shit again. Chung asks if what he is saying is that the whole thing would become too big of a matter if the elders get involved, so only the second and third class disciples are going to fight, and they have been beaten up one-sidedly all this time. Zhang is embarrassed and replies yes. He adds that this is why the seniors all left for closed-door training in order to prevent them from getting humiliated again. And now they are coming back, which means that the conference is drawing near. Chung suddenly starts laughing devilishly, realizing that they are going to fight against the Southern Edge sect. Chung is angry to find that the martial arts competition that did not exist during his time now exists when the Mount Hua sect is weakened. He angrily breaks those chopsticks, thinking those guys are really looking down on them. He says that no matter how much of a mess the Mount Hua sect is, he will not let them get away with this. He asks Zhang if those seniors who are coming back after the closed-door training can beat them. He replies that the fact that they have to do closed-door training for the martial arts competition means that things are not looking too good for them. No matter how much they were able to achieve during that time, it was hard to guarantee that they would win. Chung shouts that in that case, they have to be the ones to win then. Chung asks his seniors if they are ready to do anything in order to win, even if they have to drink poison or break arms and legs. He asks if they are prepared to die in order to do whatever it takes to beat the shit out of that Southern Edge sect. He tells them not to worry as he will make them win it. He shouts that they will be beating them until they are covered in blood. Inside the sect leader's room, Unim tells him that the second-class disciples are on their way back. Some of them have reached Hua already, and the rest will get there soon too. But he asks the sect leader why the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference, which was originally scheduled to be half a year later, was pulled ahead of its schedule by this much. He replies that the Southern Edge sect sent a letter. They wanted to have the conference a little earlier this time round. Unim says that if that is the case, they cannot suggest pushing it back. The situation is really tough for them. Then he tells the sect leader that the Mount Hua sect is now on the rise. Everything is going well, and at least they do not have to worry about food anymore. Considering that this all took place within a few months, it is no surprise that people are keeping an eye on them. The sect leader agrees with him. Unim adds that they are a martial arts sect at their cores. Although they are discovering and learning new martial arts, it is not the time for them to see the results in this field yet, and even the ones they have are still not at the level where they could pit against the Southern Edge sect. However, in the case that the results of the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference this time are the same as the previous ones, then he is afraid that these kids who are starting to see some hope will think that the Mount Hua sect cannot make it, and will return to a loser mentality. The sect leader asks if he thinks he does not know this already. That night, all the disciples were brought out of their rooms. They ask if Chung wants to change the training method, and if that is going to be tougher than before. Suddenly, they all look back when Chung asks them if everyone is there. Zhang replies that he has gathered them as he requested, but he wonders how they are going to train this time. Chung places his wooden sword on the floor and unsheathes the real sword with a second hand. Everyone is so impressed with his style. They are also wondering if that is a real sword and what Chung is up to now. Chung tells them that there is not much to the new training method. Laughing, he says that it is just that each of them just needs to experience death once. Those disciples get scared and think that Chung has gone bonkers today. Chung swings his sword and says he would rather die than see them lose. He will not let them lose against the Southern Edge sect. He tells those seniors that they all can win. But then he makes a correction and says that they must win, and he will make it so that they can win. Gol tells him that if he can do that, he will do everything he says. But he asks what he means by what he just said about them needing to experience death. He tells him to step forward. Gol gets scared. All the others also turn their heads away so they do not have to face Chung. Gol is ready to cry to see them doing this and thinks these darns have no camaraderie. Chung tells him to come to him quickly. Gol walks towards him slowly. Chung asks him to confirm if he wants to become stronger. He replies yes. Chung says it might sound strange to him, but they are all already strong enough. Gull does not know what he means. Chung elaborates that all their training this whole time was not for nothing. Confused, Gull asks him if he did not say they have no chance against the Southern Edge sect. Chung replies that is right. Gull asks him if they have become stronger or not. Chung narrates that if they think of Lee Songbeek as one of the stronger ones in the Southern Edge sect, then their standards are still pretty much the same as in the past. It is not impossible to win against them, although Yoon Jong would need some luck on his side. However, the rest of them are definitely going to lose unless some miracle happens. Actually, they would not be able to win even if there was a miracle. He tells them that the reason that none of them will be able to win is not because they are weak. Their body has been trained enough already, but they are still acting in the same way as they did before. Gull asks him if he is saying that there is something wrong with what they are doing now. Chung asks him why he thinks he learned the sword. Gull thinks that in the Mount Hua sect, there is only one answer to this question. It is to gain control over their body via the sword and to reach enlightenment eventually. In a Taoist sect, the only reason to learn the sword is to use it to reach enlightenment. But that answer is probably not what Chung is looking for. Gull replies that they learn it to win against their opponent. Chung calls it a response that is totally unbefitting of a Taoist, a typical Dark Faction's answer. He nods and says he likes it a lot. Gull thinks that he should have just gone with the obvious answer. Chung tells him that he is half correct. It is for the sake of winning. Then he asks what he needs to do if he wants to win using the sword. Confused, Gull replies that he just needs to get stronger. Chung points the sword at him and replies yes, adding that he will win if he is stronger than his opponent. However, this means that things would be different. Gull replies he really does not understand what he means. He tosses that wooden sword at Gull, saying that it is simple. Gull catches the sword. Chung tells him that he will be sparring with him now. He says Gull must use everything at his disposal. Chung will only be swinging downwards. Gull asks to confirm if he will only be swinging downwards. Gull stares at his wooden sword and thinks that he knows it is impossible for him to win against Chung, but if he will be using only downward strikes, then there is a chance that the situation will be different. Thinking that, he firmly grabs the handle of the sword and takes his position. But scared, he also asks if Chung is going to be using a real sword. He replies yes. Gull says that he knows he is being a little too careful here, but he wants to know that Chung will not cut him. Smiling, Chung replies that it is a sure thing. Gull wonders why he is not answering him properly. He is not saying that he will not cut Gull. He gets scared thinking Chung must have some kind of a plan in his mind. Still, he asks him if he can start any moment. Chung is surprised to hear that and says that it seems like he has got confidence. Gull replies that he has been training like hell thanks to him after all. Chung observes that he is still shivering. He smirks thinking it is good. Gull says he is coming and then jumps in the air to launch the attack. Before attacking, he tells Chung that this is not personal, even though he is recalling all the cruelties that Chung did to them. He uses the falling petals sword technique and attacks him, but Chung jumps away and dodges the attack. Chung feels like this is totally personal and wonders what he did that was so wrong. Gull does not stop there. He glares at Chung, uses Ursa Major Steps technique, and rushes towards Chung. Chung jumps back to escape it, but Gull instantly uses Falling Petals sword technique to hit him. Chung easily dodges it too, but he is glad to see a combination of using the Falling Petals sword after closing in the distance between them with the Ursa Major Steps. He admits that Gull is definitely talented. He thinks that if they are just talking about how much talent he has, he definitely is not inferior to Lee Songbeek. No wonder Gull has confidence in himself. Gull is continuously attacking him, but Chung keeps escaping them. But seeing Gull swinging his sword like that, the other disciples say that it feels like Gull is driving him into the corner one-sidedly. He asks Jong if Gull is not doing much better than expected. He replies that it probably looks like that on the surface. He explains that while it looks like he is driving him into the corner one-sidedly, he has not been able to land any hits at all. Jong narrates that Chung Myung is not using a special movement technique or anything like that. He is just making the correct moves in the right direction to slip past all of Gull's slashes. In a way, it looks like they are doing some sort of choreographed sword dance. It may even seem that Gull is not hitting Chung Myung on purpose. Jong wonders if this could really be happening because he is able to read all of Gull's moves. He thinks that Chung has been here for a few months, but Zhang has not seen him spar with anyone until now. Although he is just avoiding all the slashes without attacking at all, he can still feel the difference in strength between Chung Myung and them. He ponders how many of Chung's moves he would be able to read if he was the one fighting now. Gull is huffing as he is swinging his sword for quite a while. He realizes that Chung dodges just enough to be 1 inch away from his slashes. It is as if he knows where he is going to strike next and dodges his sword easily. Gull feels hopeless. Trembling, he thinks that he trained to the extent he felt like dying. He thought that he had improved, but he wonders if this is all that he can do. Suddenly, Chung notices something strange in him. Even Zhang is shocked to observe that. Gull's eyes and sword start glittering. Other disciples are stunned to see that Gull knows how to use the sword Kai. Gull rushes towards Chung and attacks using his Kai, but Chung again steps away and dodges it. But the attack was so severe that it made the ground and the wall crumble. When Gull is there on his knees before Chung, he lifts his sword and says that is it. With that, he slashes at Gu. Before the blade reaches his face, Chung stops it there, creating strong airwaves in the ground. Gull is still in the same position. Due to fear, he is getting cold sweats. He sits down on the floor, trembling and huffing. Chung asks him how nearly dying feels. Shivering, Gull calls Chung a crazy devil. Chung enjoys his answer and giggles. Then he tells him to rest for a while. Chung makes a straight face, turns his head towards the others, and asks the next one to come forward. Everyone flinches at his voice. Zhang turns his head towards Zhonghak and tells him Chung is talking to him. He replies no and adds that Chung is definitely calling Zhang. Chung addresses them and tells them to think for a second. He asks them if they expect to avoid this by doing that. He glares at them, saying that if they do not come to him, he must go to them. Then he jumps and everyone starts running away. After a while, they all lie on the ground beaten. Chung asks Gull why none of them were able to block his attacks. He adds that he already told them he would only be swinging downwards. He asks again why they cannot block something so obvious. Gull angrily clenches his teeth by looking at him and shouts that it is because Chung is fast. He elaborates that Chung is so fast and strong that they cannot block his attacks even if they know about them. That is something even a 3-year-old kid would know. Chung asks why they do not use it if they know it. This point makes Gull pondering. Chung lifts his sword and slashes it in the air. This creates the same air currents as the previous one did. After showing him that, he asks Gull if it is not simple. Gull looks at his sword and asks if it is the one he used earlier. He replies yes. Gull says that it felt several times afterward though. He asks if Chung did not go easier with that strike just now. Chung replies that it is natural that the sword that he sees from a distance seems different from the one that is swinging down on him. It means that what he just did can be done by anyone, as long as they train their body. He explains that the first up is their lower part. Their body needs to be firmly rooted to the ground so that they do not waver a single bit. After that, they are able to release the strength with their hands. He again performs that strike and creates those airwaves to demonstrate. He calls it a swing. Gull observes it this time and narrates that it is not some super fast strike that he cannot follow with his eyes, nor an incredible sword technique. It is just a quick and simple downward swing without any unnecessary movement. Suddenly, Zhang speaks from behind, saying that he understands what Chung is saying. He adds that Chung is trying to tell them that instead of trying to learn fanciful sword techniques clumsily, it is better for them to train their bodies and use a base to swing their swords in a simple manner. Chung replies that, in addition to that, they also need to have the resolve to strike down their enemy in a single strike, the resolve to not need to swing the sword for the second time, the resolve that tells them that they would die if they are not able to kill in a single strike. Zhang now realizes why Chung wanted to show all of this to them so that they believe it after seeing it for themselves. After all, there is a huge difference between facing something that can kill them and just hearing about it. He looks at his fellows and thinks that these guys would not have agreed with what Chung is saying without experiencing his strikes personally. Zhang reminds Chung that they are disciples of the Mount Hua sect and asks if they should not use their sect sword techniques to fight against their opponents. After a little pause, Chung asks him what the first stroke of the six-fold combo sword technique is. Zhang replies that it is a downward swing. Chung asks if the six-fold combo sword technique does not belong to the Mount Hua sect. He explains that the six-fold combo sword technique is one of the basics in the Mount Hua sect. It is the foundation. Everything in the Mount Hua sect starts and ends with the six-fold combo. But those guys, who are not even able to utilize it proficiently, are trying to use techniques like the Falling Petals sword and the Ursa Major steps. He tells them to keep one thing in their minds. If they cannot even master the six-fold combo, there is no point in trying to learn any other sword techniques. He adds that a building that does not have a solid foundation will always fall apart at the slightest blow of wind. After all, every Mount Hua sect sword technique uses the six-fold combo as a base. They all must first learn to utilize everything they know freely. Everyone nods after understanding what he says. Gol stands up and says that he understands the importance of the six-fold combo now, but they are not the same as him. Honestly, Chung is the only one here who is able to use the six-fold combo to that extent. He is trembling while saying that it might sound stupid, but rather than the strength that they can only obtain in the distant future, they need the strength with which they will be able to defeat those guys now. So he will ask Chung for something. He asks if they will not get humiliated by those Southern Edge sect guys by doing what Chung says. Chung grabs him by the shirt and threatens him that he will crack his head. Scared, Gul asks why he will do so. He replies that Gul admits the thought that he might lose to them and that someone like that does not deserve to live. He shouts at him, asking how dare a disciple of the Mount Hua sect lose to people like those from the Southern Edge sect. He reminds him that he already told him that he will make them win. He also says that things like a beautiful defeat does not exist. Winning is the only thing that matters when they fight. Whether it is pulling their pants down or throwing sand into their eyes, all they need to do is win. He throws him to the ground, saying that there is no such thing as cowardice. He asks them all if they would be able to complain about cowardice in case they get decapitated on a battlefield. He shouts at them, saying that they need to do whatever it takes to win. He will take their rotten mindset and change it from the inside out. Then he orders them to bring their wooden swords, saying that they will start with doing 10,000 swings. They all are shocked to hear the numbers. Chung asks them if they want to suffer after they lose or now. Chung recalls a memory from his past life. A sect member tells the sect leader that if senior brother Chung Myung does not take in disciples, they cannot pass down their techniques to future generations. They add that the techniques he knows are very powerful. The sect leader replies that his concerns are the same. However, he must remember to be a human, not just a sect leader. He sighs, saying that he does not think he can let anyone become his disciple. No kids have committed anything wrong enough to deserve that. Chung is the kind of guy who would say that if they beat up a dog enough, it will learn to do handstands for them eventually. He adds that no one in their righteous mind would do this. A true Taoist should never say something so inhumane. Chung spontaneously appears behind the sect leader and tells him he is right behind him. The sect leader looks behind. He is surprised and asks him if he was there the whole time. Thinking back really feels offensive to him. He wonders what is wrong with him. He is doing such a good job training those disciples. He is walking inside the jungle and thinks that training them is almost the same as teaching kids to walk. Although it is a little different from holding them for every single step they take. Chung thinks that they need to suffer to understand. He narrates that he does not need the type of prosperity where the Mount Hua sect would collapse when he is not around. He wants to make the Mount Hua sect that would be able to live on even without him. While prosperity might be fanciful and beautiful like flowers, their mindsets are like the roots that do not show themselves but keep the tree alive. Chung stops in the middle of the woods, thinking that he knows all of this, but it will not be easy to accomplish. The cool breeze is blowing there, creating a sweet rustling sound in the trees. He looks around and thinks the girl who was here before probably will not return. Seeing his reflection in his sword, he thinks that no matter how crazy she is about training, he doubts she will come to the mountains around 3 a.m. He swings his sword and takes his position, thinking he must get stronger as fast as possible. Closing his eyes, he thinks that it is not to just get back to the level he was at in his previous life. That would not be enough. He opens his eyes and imagines the demon lord flying before him. He recalls that he did not manage to win against the heavenly demon. If the demon lord had not been worn down by the others who went up to the great mountains, Chung would have never been able to stand against him. He might have called himself the ultimate sword, but he is just a loser who could not win against the heavenly demon alone. If he had managed to defeat him on his own, then no one would have died. His senior, junior, and everyone else would have been able to make it back alive safely and live their daily lives. All of that would have been possible if Chung had been stronger. Chung imagines that the heavenly demon is attacking him. He narrates that there is no guarantee that someone like the heavenly demon will never reappear. In fact, someone even more horrifying than him might go after the Jianghu one day. In order to protect the Mount Hua sect from that danger, he must become stronger. Chung starts swinging his sword to cancel those imaginary attacks. He has to be stronger than anyone in the world. His imaginary rival keeps attacking him, and Chung keeps blocking his attacks. He jumps in the air and slashes the heavenly demon, saying that he has to become stronger than him. With that, his imaginary opponent evaporates in the air. Chung narrates that the heavenly demon has destroyed everything Chung knows to be right. It is as if he was laughing at Chung for believing that all he needed to do was follow the paths of the saints. He lands on the ground, stands up, and thinks that he must transcend the limits that bound him previously. While Chung is busy training, his senior is peeking at him from behind the tree. She looks at him and wonders what is happening here. Chung looks at his sword and narrates that he must find his own sword art that would help him transcend to a new level. He feels like he is onto something, but he still has a long way to go. While swinging his sword, he says that breaking through into a whole new level is not about inventing a new sword art. The next steps are not going to be easy. While thinking that, he opens his closed eyes and sees that senior girl staring at his face. He gets scared and jumps back quickly. He looks at her and tries to recall her name. He remembers that she is Yu Aisal. Chung is still shocked and wonders how she appeared out of nowhere without him noticing her. He thinks that he might have been in deep concentration, but there is no way he would not be able to sense the presence of another human. Suddenly, he recalls that she was like that the last time too. Moreover, despite the fact that she is standing right in front of him, her presence is strangely weak. He wonders what is the matter with her and if she learnt assassin arts or something. Perplexed, he wonders how he should resolve this situation. He also has no idea how much she has seen. She mentions plum blossoms. Chung realizes that she has seen it all. He decides to act natural and pretend that nothing happened. Seeing him turning his sword, Yu Aisal gets alert and reaches for her sword, asking if he is going to kill her to get rid of the evidence. Chung is awestruck and asks her if she is crazy. Suddenly, he recalls something and covers his face abruptly. He cannot act naturally in front of her, and there is only one way out of this. He places his sword back in its cover, salutes her, smiles, and says he will be taking his leave now. Surprised, Yu Aisal asks him to stop. Chung ignores her and runs from there. In the next moment, Yu Aisal is standing there alone. She wanted to stop the plum blossom, but then she dropped her hand slowly. Chung is still running away, saying that she totally scared him. He thinks that there was only one witness this time, so no one would believe her. But if several people were to talk about this, then some would believe it to be true. He says that he needs to be more careful when the Beak disciples come back. Suddenly, he recalls something and applies brakes to his running legs. He realizes that there is something he has to do before they return. He changes his direction, deciding to do that thing before returning to the Mount Hua sect. The day has started, and the people have started their business in the market. Chung orders a waiter to bring him a bottle of cold Shaoxing wine. Chung sits at a table and enjoys the meat and wine. He giggles and blushes, calling it perfection. While picking a slice of meat, he narrates that this is the way he has been living after he ran out of the alcohol that he found in the cave. Since the sect leader has given him such special privileges, he thinks he should put it to good use. The meat is so chewy and Chung is enjoying it. He puts the wine in his cup and wonders if it is not a part of Taoism to let things flow naturally. And if it is, he wonders why the Mount Hua sect has so many restrictions. They make it so hard for anyone to drink alcohol. While drinking, he curses the ascetics and their rules. Then he assumes that his Sahyung is there, telling him that he is an ascetic too. He burps and replies to that imaginary figure that he is a little different. He pours more liquor into the cup and says he is over 100 years old. He gazes at that drink and mentions that it does not taste the same as it used to. He adds that it tasted the best when he was drinking it while trying to hide from Sahyung. He finishes his cup, talks to himself, calling the situation a joke and saying that he has never missed anyone who sat opposite him as he drank in his life. He wonders what with all this is now. He thinks that if the senior brother saw him acting like this alone, he would mock him. That is the kind of person he was after all. Whether he was called a Taoist or a living deity, he still was just a playful old geezer. He laughs, saying that they do not have such things over there now. But then he starts enjoying his refreshing drink again. He curses becoming a deity and wonders what is so different between this place and where the deities are. He says that he will not join his senior brother and tells him to live happily by himself there. Meanwhile, 3 people in black uniforms enter the Hua prefecture. They sit at a table, saying that it seems they will finally be able to eat some decent food. One comments that he is so tired of eating bigu pills. Their senior replies that it is the reason they are here. Their seniors will understand why they are doing this. Their voices catch Chung's attention. He wonders what they are talking about. He notices that those guys are wearing a sect uniform and seem to be around 30 years old. They also have the plum blossom pattern on their chest. He wonders if they are Beak disciples. Chung turns his face, sips from his cup, and thinks it will be a problem if he gets involved with them. He should just eat quickly and get out. One of those Beak students asks others about junior sister Yu, mentioning that they agreed to meet at Hua. The other one replies that it seems she went to Mount Hua first, mentioning that they all know she does not listen to anyone. The senior guesses that their masters would know that they are back then. The second boy replies that it will be okay, saying that everyone knows that junior sister Yu is a little eccentric. One student calls the waiter and asks him to bring their most delicious dishes and alcohol for the 3 of them. Chung judges them, thinking that they are just mere second-class disciples, and yet they are already drinking openly in the middle of Hua. He glares at them, thinking there is a limit to how much things should run differently in their sect. He thinks that during his time, if they got caught, then they would be locked up in the Repentance building for a week, looking at the empty walls and swinging their swords. He looks at the guy in the middle and thinks that he seems the oldest among them. That guy serves drinks to his fellows, saying that they have worked hard and they should drink it now. The female fellow replies that no one has worked as hard as he. They are just following in his footsteps. That guy smiles and replies that he is thankful that they put it that way. Chung peeks at his face and says that he is pretty handsome, to the point that even Chung, as a guy, admits it. He does not know how to put his beauty in words. He looks like some kind of warrior from legends. That guy tells his fellows that he knows better than anyone else that they have worked the hardest. He adds that he will pay for these drinks out of his own pocket and allow them to drink as much as they want comfortably, but they must not get drunk. They thank him for this. Chung hears them and taunts that the sect is operating really well. Then Chung hears one of them asking their seniors how much stronger they have gotten. He also says that if they have worked this hard, they should be able to see good results at the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference. That handsome guy puts his cup down and replies that he honestly does not know about it. He adds that the Southern Edge sect is strong. After all, they are one of the 10 great sects. They agree with him. He mentions that they used to be a part of the 10 great sects in the past, but the gap between them and the Southern Edge sect has widened greatly, to the extent that they cannot compare to them. But that is just what people think, and what they think does not necessarily equate to what they are truly capable of. His fellow is surprised to hear him. That handsome goes on saying that while they did lose in the previous Mount Hua and Southern Edge conferences, he does not think they are lagging that much behind. He shows him his palm of the hand and asks if they did not focus on training to the point they forsake some of their sleep. He adds that they have overcome that arduous closed-door training and trained endlessly by themselves. They have worked as hard as they could, and hard work never betrays them. He mentions that he thinks they are now able to fight with the Southern Edge sect on par. Shocked, his fellow asks if he is talking about the Southern Edge sect. Seeing his reaction, that senior boy lifts his cup and asks them if they are saying that the Southern Edge sect has been stronger from the start, and they will be stronger from now on. He tells them that nothing is cast in stone. If they advance without letting up, then they will eventually surpass the Southern Edge sect. There is no reason they cannot take on the world. Chung spits his food after hearing his words. This catches the attention of those 3. Now Chung regrets his action. He starts pretending that it was because of a bug. But this does not change that guy's expressions. Worried, Chung wonders if that guy did not fall for this, even though he was acting perfectly. That guy calls Chung and asks him who he is. He mentions he has not seen him in Hua before. He politely asks him which sect he is from and what his name is. Chung tries to act cool, but deep down he knows that he is screwed. That senior guy looks at him critically and wonders who he is. He says that something felt strangely out of place when he first entered this inn. He thinks he now knows the reason it felt that way. It is because of that brat. He cannot believe that this brat, who is barely 15 years old, is ordering expensive dishes and is drinking alcohol. From what he knows, there are not any sons of wealthy high-ranking officials or businessmen in Hua, at least not around his age. If it is so, he wonders who that kid is. Chung swings his chopsticks and tells him that he is just a passerby and requests him not to mind him and finish his meal. That guy still keeps looking at him and replies that it is not impossible that he is a passerby. He lifts his chair and walks towards him, saying that in this case, since it is fate that they met here, they shall introduce themselves to each other. He places his chair near him and sits there. Smiling, he introduces himself, saying that he is a second-class disciple of the great Mount Hua sect, Beek Chun. But Chung turns his face to hide it. He is being irritated by his presence now. He wonders why that guy is so annoying. It is not like he can beat him up either. Without turning his face towards him, Chung replies that he is a nobody. Chun asks him if it is not a little ungentlemanly for him to hide his face while he is talking. Chung is still disturbed. He thinks that Chun is an ascetic and wonders why he is going on about being a gentleman. He goes on thinking that if that is so important to him, then he should try and be an official or something. He is still not showing his face, and Chun wonders why he is behaving this way. While covering his face half with his arm, he giggles and tells him that he has got something to attend to, so he is leaving. He starts walking away. Chun calls him and says he would like to talk to him for a bit longer. Chung replies without turning that he is not interested. Chun glares at him. He turns towards him, hurriedly attacks him, and asks how he dares to talk to him like that. But Chun swiftly dodges his attack and runs away from there, saying goodbye to him. Chun is shocked. He cannot believe that Chung dodged his attack without even seeing his joint lock grasp technique. He flinches when his junior calls him and asks why he let him go. Chun startles first and then tries to cover it by replying that he just felt like it was not right for a Taoist to pick on a kid. They consider it his generosity and appreciate it. Chun tries to give himself the same reason and thinks that his hands probably slipped. While passing through the mountains, Chung says that things have gotten a little troublesome due to that Beek guy. He slurps his drink and narrates that one of the main reasons he was able to live a peaceful life up until now is because there is a big age gap between those whose surnames start with Un and Chung's. The scariest person for a soldier that has enlisted into the army is not the general or the emperor, but the leader directly above them after all. Chung observes that his bottle is empty of drink, but he is still not drunk enough. He again starts walking, regretting that he should not have laughed. It is such a pity to have to leave without finishing all that food. But then wonders how he cannot laugh when the things he said were so ridiculous. Chung criticized Chun's thoughts of defeating the Southern Edge sect. It is to talk so big for someone who cannot even match up with Joe Gall. Chung mimics Chun's attacking style and makes fun of him. He wonders how he dares call something like that the joint lock grasp technique. This is a bigger shock than when he saw the third-class disciples. He narrates that the third-class disciples could not have learned much martial arts. Even if they did learn anything, it would have been just for show. But a second-class disciple is different. It is because they should be in a stage of improving via training, since they have completed their basics as a third-class disciple. Chung looks at his empty bottle and says he should not be wasting time like this. He placed it there on the ground. He walks away wondering when he will be able to make these groups of people into decent martial arts. Inside the temple, Gol is informed that all the third-class disciples are to gather at the training ground. Zhang tells him that he has heard that their seniors are back. Gol is surprised and replies that he will be out shortly. He wears his uniform. Then he remembers Chung and wonders if he is back. Inside the Chung room, he is sleeping like a log. Gol comes there and gets shocked to see him like that. He covers his nose as Chung reeks of alcohol. He wonders if he drank alcohol. He shakes him to wake him up. When this does not work, he thinks of something else. He loudly asks him to wake up and calls names. Chung hurriedly gets up and sits. Gol abruptly pretends that he did not say anything, adding that today's sunset is still pretty. Chung asks him what sunset is. He replies that it is nothing. Chung stretches his body and says that he wanted to rest for a while, but he ended up sleeping. Gol wonders if that was just resting, because Chung was just plain sleeping. He covers his nose and tells Chung that their seniors are back, and they are gathering all the disciples, so he should wash up quickly. He mentions that Chung totally reeks of alcohol. Chung blocks his nostrils and exhales his ears. The whole room fills with the fog in no time. Gull is shocked because he cannot smell alcohol anymore upon sniffing. Chung acts casually and asks how Gull can say such things towards a sacred and pure Taoist like him. He says they should go now, because if they are late, they might get punished. The fog also gets cleared, but Gull is still standing there shocked. While heading towards the entrance, Chung asks Gull why they need to be there for the second-class disciples' return. He replies that they should at least welcome them back. He adds that they just completed an arduous isolated training after all. Chung considers those words a joke. I thinks that it is probably something like locking themselves up in the rundown repentance building while swinging their swords and thinking to themselves that they had a great training session. They each had a big pill while swinging a little sword. They considered that to be tough, so they went to drink their hearts out. Chung asks how they dare talk about training. Gull elaborates to him that they have really trained very hard this time around, because they want to defeat the Southern Edge sect no matter what. The sect leader also supported them after giving it much thought. He warns Chung that he should be careful of his attitude towards them. He also mentions that Senior Beak Chun is quite strict. If Chung behaves like he usually does, he will be punished. But Chung still acts carelessly. Gull again warns him that he would really be punished severely. Chung replies that he has heard him. Chung and Gull reach the entrance ground. Everyone is already there. Zhang and a few looks at them when they reach them. Right then, they are informed that the second-class disciples are there, and the gates are being opened. Everyone looks in that direction. The gates move from their place, and a view of those disciples can be seen from that small opening. They feel different than before. The teachers and the sect leader are looking at them with a smile. The students start clapping to honor them. Chun is at the first place. Chung looks at him and admits that he is indeed handsome. But then he rolls his eyes and thinks that in the past, he has also heard about how good-looking he was until he was sick of it. He nods his head to agree to his own thoughts. Then he thinks that he was actually better looking because beautiful women would line up when he dressed up and went to the village. Suddenly, his senior's voice echoes and tells him to have a conscience. Chung tells him to refrain from giving his opinion on matters like this. Suddenly, Chun looks back and notices Chung. He wonders who that kid is. He walks towards him and places his hand in front of his face. Chung moves his head back a little and wonders what he is doing. Chun has placed his arm in a way like he can see his eyes only. He smirks and says that he knew that they had met before. He also calls him a brat. Chung looks at him offensively and wonders if he should just beat the shit out of him. Chun smiles and says that based on how Chung is looking at him, it seems that he knows him. Chung keeps his still expressions intact and replies that he has no idea what he is talking about. Chun drops his hand back asking if it is so. Smiling, he calls it strange as he feels like they have met before. He asks Chung when he joined the Mount Hua sect. Zhang replies instead of Chung that he joined while all of them were away for training. It has not been long since then, so Chun could not have met him before. Chun gets the situation and says that despite that, it seems those guys are quite close though. All of those third-class disciples look at him with surprised expressions except Chung. Chun adds that it is good for a senior to take care of the youngest. He tells Chung that it seems they have got a connection here considering how Chung looks familiar to him, despite them meeting for the first time. He asks Chung about his name. He replies that he is Chung Mayan. Chun introduces himself as Chun Beak. Right then, a teacher tells Chun that the sect leader is waiting for them, so they must not waste time chatting around. Chun turns to walk away and says that it feels like they will be meeting each other frequently in the future, so Chung must remember his name. Chung just looks at him going away with hate in his eyes. Zhang asks Chung if they have met before. He replies that they have not. Zhang pauses for a second and then says that Senior Beak Chun is also known as the Mount Hua sect's greatest genius. He is the person who is believed to be able to help the fallen Mount Hua sect get back on its feet. Chung wonders if that was not how people called him when he was still a young brat, although they stopped doing that shortly after. Chung suddenly asks if Senior Brother Joe Gull was not the Mount Hua sect's greatest genius. Gull is shocked to hear that. He angrily tells Chung to shut up. He does not want others to hear that. Chung asks him why he is overreacting. Gol sadly replies that he is not someone who would be able to catch up to someone like Chun Beek. Chung taunts him, saying that a loser mindset is a good mindset to have. It makes people very humble. Gol feels angry but does not reply. Chun rolls his eyes towards Chun and wonders if he is the cream of the crop. Surely it sounds nice to ears, but it could also mean something totally different. He narrates that it is natural for birds of a feather to flock together, but if something like a crane tries to join a group of chickens by force, then it would be very unnatural. In most cases, it would mean that there is a flaw somewhere. Chun gets to the front position. Suddenly, Isol comes running from the front and joins them. She stands in the front row behind Chun. Chung looks at her and recalls that she is also a beak. He wonders if she is not going to tell everyone about him. Gol notices that Chung is staring at her and says that he thinks Chung also finds it difficult to take his eyes off Senior Isol. Smiling, he adds that he understands it. That is hard to do when he is seeing her for the first time. She is too beautiful after all. Chung shockingly asks what he is talking about. Gol goes on saying and tells him to stop dreaming about her. He informs that Senior Isol is already interested in Senior Beek Chun. Jong and Chung cover their ears to avoid Gol's nonsense. Feeling ignored, Gol asks if he has said something wrong, and if they have seen any other women here. Chung sighs and says that one of them is the Mount Hua sect's greatest genius, and the other is the greatest beauty of Shaanxi. Anyone who does not know what they are talking about might think they are in the Shaanxi countryside or worse. He pats at Gol's shoulder and asks if he does not think that if he had used the time he wasted on being interested in others' love affairs on sword practice, he would have probably been famous for being a strong martial artist by now. Gol feels attacked and tells him not to be so straightforward. Chun pays his respect to the elders in his specific manner. He leads the other, and they follow him in the same way. The sect leader appreciates their job and asks if the training was tough. Chun loudly replies that it was not tough at all. He adds that their sect has given so much to support their training at the expense of itself, so there was no way they could complain of it being tough. The sect leader asks him if they achieved any results. He replies that they have come to the realization that there is no end to learning the path of the sword. However, they have achieved results that would make their old selves from before they went into training look like a joke. The sect leader replies that it is good. He addresses the finance and economy agency leader and asks if they should not prepare a party to reward them for their hard work. He makes a cringe face and says it is not like they did much, so there is no need to throw a party for them. But upon the sect leaders calling him again, he normalizes his expressions and replies that they should throw a party. He points towards the dining hall and says the preparations have just been completed and they must go. While walking there, he taunts that if those disciples knew that it was at the sect's expense, then they should not have used so much. All the teachers look at him, but no one says a thing. The sect leader thinks that he keeps saying strange things after what happened with the Yun the Merchant Guild. Then he tells An that the kids have gone through a lot and orders him to help them to settle and relax. He takes the order. The sect leader calls Chung and asks him to come to his room for a while. He has something to talk about with him. Chung asks if they are really going to do that again. Chun, who was going towards the ginning room, is shocked to see Chung's reaction and wonders if he really said that to the sect leader. The sect leader asks Chung if he will come if he prepares some sweets and snacks. Chung replies that he will and runs towards the sect leader. Chun asks a senior who on earth that boy is. Smiling, he replies that it will be better for Chun's mental health if he ignores him. Then he walks away and Chun keeps standing there. He wonders if this is really the Mount Hua sect that he knows. Inside the dining hall, when they are served chicken, Chun is shocked and wonders since when they have the money. That in the 1 year that they were gone, the pavilions and even the restaurants have changed a lot. He thought it was because they have not been here for a long time, but everything feels sparkly clean. He asks if a god of fortune comes into their midst or something, and if Chun does not feel that and sees the juniors talking that they are a little sick of meat now. They ask if they cannot have something different instead. Chuni's awestruck and wonders what they all are saying, and if they are really sick of meat. He narrates that those are definitely words that do not go well with the Mount Hua sect. The Mount Hua sect that he knows is the world's poorest sect. The one and only sect that is so poor that they could be comparable to the beggar sect. Even the beggar sect is not as poor as the Mount Hua sect. Although they are just a group of beggars, that does not mean that their sect itself is poor. But it is shocking for the Mount Hua sect to have money. Chun cannot believe it. Seeing him not eating anything, a senior asks him if the food is not to his likings. He startles and replies that it is not like that. He just cannot seem to understand what is going on. He asks what exactly happened in the Mount Hua sect while they were gone. That senior understands now that he did not consider things from Chun's perspective. He replies that the story is too long for him to share right now. He adds that Chun will find out about the details eventually. He just needs to know that a lucky star has fallen upon the Mount Hua sect. Chun is still blank. Suddenly, Chun kicks the door and opens it. Everyone stops eating and looks at him. Chun is also looking at him, who looks like an angry bull. He drags his feet angrily, passes through all those students who are watching him and sits in front of Gol and Zhang. Above all, Chun wonders what this is all about, and why none of the third-class disciples are scolding that boy, who is the youngest. He observes that not even Ungum, who attaches great importance to manners, is saying anything. It is as if this situation is normal. This is shocking for Chun. He wonders if it could be that the kid has grabbed all of the third-class disciples by the throat. On top of that, he is sitting with Yun Zhang, the most senior of the third-class disciples, and Zhou Gul, who is the strongest. That means he has got both the highest power and status on his left and right. It is irritating for Chun, and he asks how that boy did that. Zhang asks Chung what he is so angry about. Chung angrily replies that they asked him to go to the Yunhe Merchant Guild. He adds that he is not a carrier pigeon or something. This is so annoying for him now. Zhang and Gul laugh at his situation. Zhang reminds him that he liked it so much at first. He replies that he liked it for the first couple of times. Chung tells them that thankfully, it is just going to the Hua branch this time. He would be sick if he had to go on a long trip to Zion. Chun is still looking at him and thinks that he does not know what Chung did, but he is now ruling over the third-class disciples. He adds that Yun Zhang is polite when treating someone who is of a higher rank or is older than him, so Chun thought he would be lowering his head, but it seems that this is not the case. It looks like Chun will have to find a day to talk to him. A fellow asks Chun if he is not going to eat anything. He says that Chun has not touched anything yet. He takes his hands to the chicken, saying that he was just thinking about something. Suddenly, he recalls something and asks where the junior sister Yu Isol is. That guy replies that he is not sure about that. He says that she was with them when they entered the canteen. Chun asks if they should not look for her then. He adds that it has been a while since they all had a party together, so it is not good if someone is missing. He asks how they can all eat without her. That guy worriedly replies that there is no one who is capable of finding her. He reminds Chun that he already knows that she cannot be found if she does not want to be found. Another one speaks in his favor and says that it would be a waste of time. Chun frowns hearing their comments. That guy sighs and looks down thinking that Chun is always calm in other matters, but when it comes to her, he is all reckless. Chun leaves the food there, saying that he is done eating. Suddenly, at that moment, someone enters the room. Chun turns his head to see who it is. In the next second, a smile blooms on his face. It is Yu Isol. Chun signals her by waving his hand, but she does not look at him. She looks around in a way that she is looking for something. She passes by Chun, ignoring him totally. Chun wonders with his wide open mouth. Yu Isol goes to Chun and calls him from behind. Chun looks at her. She asks him if she can sit beside him. All the second-class disciples are shocked to see that Yu Isol said something to a male. They try to recall the last time when she even spoke. Chun looks at her for a while. Then he turns his head forward, replies that he cannot. She politely says that they should talk for a while. He still says no. He adds that he does not want to talk to her and signals her to go away. Those second-class disciples are stunned to see that guy's behavior. Gol wonders what kind of situation this is. He thinks that he has not seen Senior Yu Isol speaking to anyone in the Mount Hua sect before, but now he is approaching Chung Ming to talk to him first. He is nervous. Yu Isol tells Chung that it will just be for a while. Chung is still persistent on his stubbornness and says he is not going with her. All those disciples are burning in anger and are ready to kill Chung. Gol wants to tell Chung to be respectful in talking to her, but he cannot. Yu Isol tells him that it will really be for just a while. Chung says he is not going and asks if she cannot understand what he is saying. He adds that he has got nothing to talk about with her. Gul really feels ashamed of his behavior, but he is helpless and cannot says anything to Chung's face. Yu Isol again tries, saying that he has got something to say. Chung replies that it is so annoying and asks if he just cannot eat his food. Yu Isol becomes speechless, so she pulls a chair, sits beside him, and says she will just wait until he finishes his food. Chung again rudely says that he is not going with her. He adds that he is very busy and tells her to look for someone else. She looks at him and politely replies that she is here for him. He asks her why she needs him out of all those students standing behind them. When they both turn faces, all those second-class disciples start pretending that they were not observing them. Then they all look at Chun, who is still sitting on his chair. Suddenly, he stands up and asks the boy if his name is Chung Myung, as he told him earlier. Chung replies without taking any influence that it is true. Chun says that based on what he heard, it looks like Chung has been tasked by the sect leader to go to Zion quite frequently. He adds that he can understand why Chung is tired. He smirks and tells Chung that his senior is so insistently asking him for a favor and asks if he does not think, as a junior, he should do what she says no matter how tired he is. Chung smirks, thinking that it was quite a good speech if he were to say so himself. He could keep his dignity while pinpointing out his mistakes accurately. He is sure Chung will get what he said. But opposite to that, Chung asks him why he should do that. Chung is spurious and barely controls his hands from raising. He maintains a smile on his face while his whole body is trembling with anger. He tells himself to hold it in because if he loses his temper here, things would look bad for him. He asks Chung if he asked him why he should do that. Chung rolls his eyes and says yes. Chung replies that there are a few reasons. He starts explaining, saying that firstly, one should be courteous, and it naturally applies to everyone in the same sect. Chung acts surprised by hearing the word courtesy. He addresses Yu Isol and tells her to apologize because Chun is now saying that she is rude. Yu Isol does not understand the context and asks if she is talking to her. He replies yes and tells her to apologize quickly. He adds that Chun is scolding her now because she is sorting out her personal issue at the party that is meant to be celebrating the return of the second-class disciples. She stands up and apologizes to Chun, saying that she did not think that far. Chun startles and tries to stop her, saying that it is not what he meant. Chung whispers to her that she should not apologize to him. Instead, she should apologize to the Grand Seniors. After all, she did something wrong while they were around. Silly Yu apologizes to them as well, saying that she was too short-sighted. They laugh and tell her not to worry about it as they are all right and she may sit down. Chun is barely controlling his anger. Zhang and Gul see his situation and are worried now as it seems dangerous. They need to stop him. But Chung, he is smirking as he did not fall for his trap. Zhang changes the topic, saying congratulations to the seniors on their return. He adds that they must have gone through a lot. Gul helps him and reminds everyone that today is a day for celebrations. He adds that since Senior Yu Isol is here, they should start the party. They both are trying to control the situation, but nothing works. Chun exhales a breath to cool him down and asks if his name is Chung Myung. Gul and Zhang are sure that Chung is screwed now. Now that things have become like this, Gul wants Chung Myung not to make the situation any bigger than it is already. Chung replies that it looks like Chun is very tired after training for such a long time. Therefore, he keeps asking the same question over and over again. He asks him if he would like to go rest instead. Gul and Zhang are freezed as the situation has worsened. Chun asks him again if his name is Chung Myung, and if he has not seen Chun before. He adds that it will be better for him to be honest. Chung acts cool and says he has already said that he has never seen him before. He also asks if he is used to people lying to him. Chun frowns and asks if that is so. He thinks that he did not want to take things this far, but if he does not humble him here, then Chun will become a joke. He bows before his senior and says he has an issue that he would like to bring up. He adds that based on what he knows, a third-class disciple is prohibited from leaving Mount Hua alone without anyone accompanying them. It would be even worse if they were wearing their own clothes instead of the sex uniform. But he recently met a third-class disciple who was roaming in Hua, alone in his personal clothes. That person is that boy over there, Chung Myung. Ungum frowns and asks if what he is saying is true. Chun replies yes and says he is sure Chung is guilty of it. He adds that if Ungum allows him to do so, he will investigate where Chung went today. But Ungum replies that it is alright. Chun is stunned. He thinks he is mistaken and asks again. Ungum repeats that he said it is alright. Chun is speechless now. He wonders if something is wrong with his ears today. He thinks he is hearing things. He cannot believe that the senior Ungum, who is always sensitive and strict, is saying that it is okay for a third-class disciple to break the rules. Ungum tells him that the child has been allowed to leave Mount Hua sect without asking for permission. Chun is awestruck. He startles and asks if he said, without asking for permission. He spontaneously asks who gave such an authority to a third-class disciple. Ungum replies that it was given by the sect leader and asks if he has any problem with that. Chun is getting shocked one after the other. He is speechless now. He peeks at Chung, who is enjoying his meal. Chun bits his lips in desperation. Right then, the leader of finance and ministry, Hyun Young, enters the dining room. He puts a critical glance on students. Chun notices his arrival and angrily thinks that as the things have come down to this, he must see it to the very end. He has no intention of letting Chung go, so he walks towards Hyun Young. He pays him his greetings. Hyun Young notices his arrival and waves his hand, telling him that it is all right and he should be at ease. He pretends like he does not care about him. Therefore, he says that he just came in to check on them. It seems to him that they are enjoying themselves. He orders Ungum to make sure to keep an eye on that and do not let them go overboard. Ungum bows his head and accepts the order. Chun tells him that he has something to say to him. Hyun Young asks him what the matter is. Chun starts his conversation by asking for forgiveness for what he is going to say, and adds that he saw a third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect drinking alcohol in broad daylight at Hua restaurant. Hyun Young couldn't believe it at first. He repeats his words and asks if he is sure he did not see it wrongly. Then, he angrily asks him who that third-class disciple is that he saw. Chun answers that he is sure of it, that he was a third-class disciple. Even though he says it is not him, Chun is sure he saw that guy. Chun smirks, thinking that Chung should not blame him since he is the one who started provoking him first. He points at Chung, saying that it is that child who is sitting over there. Chung is still eating, and he looks at them. Hyun Young looks at him too and asks Chun if he is talking about Chung Myung. Chun smiles and replies that he is. Chung Myung was the one drinking alcohol. Hyun Young pretends that it is alright if it was Chung Myung. With that, another lightning strikes on Chun, and shocked, he looks at Hyun Young. Hyun Young asks him what would be wrong if Chung drank alcohol today. Chun startles as he is confused and cannot find the words to answer. He thinks that Hyun Young did not understand him at first and repeats that a third-class disciple committed a serious offense by traveling down to Hua by himself to drink alcohol. Hyun Young asks him in an angry tone if he is the one who decides the rules of the Mount Hua sect. Perplexed, Chun replies no. Hyun Young maintains the angry tone and asks if there is a rule among the rules that he speaks of that says explicitly that one is not allowed to leave Mount Hua to drink alcohol. He yells at him, asking what if someone drinks some alcohol and if it is not normal to be drinking some. Chun is now terrified and does not know why the elder is yelling at him. Hyun Young shouts at him, saying that there are so many good-for-nothings here that cannot earn even a single nyang. He asks if it is wrong if Chung uses his own money, which is also being used to feed them, to drink some alcohol. He goes on yelling and asks if Chun thinks he should lord over his juniors just because he has become a second-class disciple. Unbothered, Chung is just enjoying his meal and the show that Chun displayed. Hyun Young has gone crazy. He asks Chun how he can call himself their senior and a second-class disciple. He lifts his hand on him, saying that Chun just swings some sword and eats away at meals. He asks what is so great about him is that he goes around picking on others' faults. He is about to beat him, yelling that he should break his head. He mentions that they all are eating all this food thanks to the money that their junior earned. Hearing that, all those second-class disciples look at him with wonder. Hyun Young adds that Chung just tried to drink some alcohol with the money he saved up, and Chun is snitching on him to Hyun Young because Chun could not stand seeing that. Descending his anger on them, he yells that they should not dare to eat a single bite as they have done nothing to deserve eating this meat. Right then, Hyun Sang comes from behind and shuts his mouth with his hand, pretending he was looking for Hyun Young, and here he is. He takes him out of the dining room, saying he wants to talk to him. But Chun is still standing there shocked, as this wasn't something he imagined. He turns his head to look at Chung. All the other second-class disciples are looking at that kid who is just eating his food, ignoring all the gazes and voices. Chun tries to grasp what just happened a moment ago. The evening has spread all over the Mount Hua sect. Inside the house, a guy asks Chun if he does not think it is very strange. He adds that he is not talking about the sect leader, but Elder Hyan Young and Ungum. Chun is just sipping tea from a broken cup. That guy goes on asking if he did not feel it too. It is like the higher-ups are siding with that child. He also says that it is the same with junior sister Yu Isol. She, who rarely talks to them, actually approached someone to talk to. He says that he has never seen that happen before. It is like they all are strangers to her. Chun calls that guy Beek Sang, and he becomes silent. Chun looks at him and tells him to stop it. He tells him not to get angry over nothing. That guy regrets over speaking. He admits his mistake was that he was too quick to speak. But he feels like it is so unfair. Chun picks up the kettle and pours some tea in it. Beek Sang goes on saying that they trained so hard for a whole year, yet not only were they not welcomed, but the elders were also nice to a newbie instead of them. Chun tells him that they are past the stage of them being nice to them. Beek Sang clarifies that this is not what he meant. Chun silences for a second and replies that he does. Spinning his tea, he thinks that he knows it way too well. He knows that is not what Beek Sang is talking about. He finds it strange. It feels like Chung is holding the reins of this place. Chun narrates that the Mount Hua sect that they knew of before they left for isolated training and the current Mount Hua sect are totally different. Everything was run down like that broken cup in his hand. There were also worn-out furniture, run-down buildings, and jaded people in the Mount Hua sect. Everything was in decline here. The second-class disciples were the hope of the run-down Mount Hua sect. Among them, Beek Chun was the greatest hope. But the Mount Hua sect that he has returned to after a year has changed way too much to the extent that no one in the world would recognize it. Chun used to think there is beauty in broken things like that broken cup. But looking at it now, he thinks he was just pathetic. He grasps the cup so tight that it gets broken a little bit more when he thinks that he doesn't know what Chung did to gain the favor of all their elders, but the Mount Hua sect still belongs to him. He must be the only one that everyone in their sect has expectations for, and the person who will return the Mount Hua sect to its glory also has to be him. Beek Sang asks him if he is going to let Chung do as he pleases. He replies, asking what else they can do. Beek Sang asks if they should not teach him a small lesson. He adds that if they let things like this slide, everything in the Mount Hua sect will be turned upside down. Chun keeps looking at the cup. He puts it down and tells Beek Sang to calm down for now. He adds that it is not like he does not want that, but there are things they must find out first. Confused, Beek Sang asks what he is talking about. Chun calmly replies that there is always a reason as to why things are the way they are. He asks if they do not have to find out why the elders and their seniors are siding with him. Beek Sang asks if he has thought of how he is going to go about it already. Right then, someone walks towards Chun's room. Chun hears the footsteps approaching and replies that he is here. He tells that guy to come in. That guy opens the door and pays his greetings to Chun. It is Yoon Jong who is here to see Chun. Chun looks at him, smirks, and welcomes him. Chun pours tea for him in his cup and says that Jong must have already suffered a lot while trying to take care of the elders in their sect as the most senior disciple in their absence. Jong replies that he was just performing his duties as a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Chun agrees with him and says it is something that he needs to do. But he adds it looks like there are things that are happening in the Mount Hua sect that should not be happening, and it is because of some kid. Jong asks him if he is talking about Chung Myung. Chun does not reply and places the kettle down. Jong bends his head down and apologizes to him, saying that he did not manage to teach him properly as his senior brother. He adds that it is all his fault. He asks him to punish him if he has angered his seniors. Chun asks him what has happened in the time that he was absent. He will decide what he will do after he hears that. Jong becomes silent and goes back in his mind, recalling his meeting with Chung. He tells Chung that Senior Beek Chun has asked to meet him privately. Chung, lying on the bed carelessly, tells him to go. Jong says that if he go, then everything they have done will go to waste, and asks if they would be all right. Chung shakes his hand, saying it is all right, and tells him to go. Jong becomes speechless. He feels even more anxious since Chung is not giving a big reaction. He He thinks that he would not have felt as uneasy if he had given him instructions on what to do. While sitting there, Zhang thinks that it is right for him to tell the senior the details, but he cannot help but feel like he is betraying Chung Mayang. He exhales a breath to calm his nerves and starts telling him about it. He says that he will need to start from when Chung Mayang entered the Mount Hua sect. After a while, when Zhang tells him about everything from the start to the end, a silence takes place for a while. Chun asks to confirm that he is saying that Chung discovered their sex treasures and martial art books. Zhang replies that he did. Chun asks that on top of finding accounting books and paying off all the Mount Hua sex debts, he also seized back their businesses. Zhang again answers yes. With wide-opened eyes with wonder, Chun asks not only if he cured Elder H. Wang, the Union Merchant Guild Master, and now they are looking after the Mount Hua sex finances. Zhang is perplexed and answers that it is right. Chun is totally shocked. But then he sits and calms, pretending to understand the situation. Then he tells Zhang to leave. Zhang nods his head and stands up to leave. Chun does not even look at him. After Zhang leaves, Beek Sang, who is stunned as well, says that what Zhang just said means that Chung Mayang actually resolved all of the headaches that the Mount Hua sect was facing. Chun says that he now understands why the elders treat the boy that way. He adds that it is not just a matter of him making a great contribution. As long as he is involved with the Yunhe Merchant Guild, he will only grow in influence as the Mount Hua sect earns more money thanks to them. Chung bits his lips, worrying that no wonder the sect leader was meeting with him privately. Beek Sang thinks of something and says that actually it might not be that great of a contribution if Chun thinks about this in a different way. Chun asks him what he means by that. Beek Sang tells him to think about it this way. He asks him if the Mount Hua sect is not a martial arts sect. He adds that it does not make sense to show favor to a kid who only earns money. Unless the Mount Hua sect is turned upside down, he asks how something like that could be possible. Chun tells Sang that he should be wary of what he just said. He adds that if their seniors and grand seniors hear about this, they would be greatly unhappy about it. Beek Sang makes clear that he did not mean in that way though. Chun says that however, what he said is not wrong. Sang is surprised now. Chun tells him that he is right. The Mount Hua sect is a martial arts sect. No matter how much money one earns, as long as they are not a merchant guild, the most important thing should still be martial arts. Besides, the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference will be held soon. Sang cannot understand what he wants to say. Chun explains that when their elders realize that the conference is near, they will not be able to keep paying attention to the third-class disciples. They should focus on martial arts for now. After time passes, everything will certainly go back to how it used to be. Beek Sang asks Chun if the third-class disciples are not also participating in the conference together with them. Chun asks him why he is asking something so obvious. Beek Sang says that if that is the case, then they cannot be the only ones who are training. He asks if they should not try to prevent the third-class disciples from getting humiliated. Chun asks him to tell him more about what he is thinking. He excitedly says that if they are just thinking about themselves, then focusing only on their own training would be correct. But as the seniors of the third-class disciples, they cannot do that. He suggests asking how about overlooking the training of the third-class disciples personally. Chung thinks for a white, sighs and says Sang really is someone who treasures and thinks of the Mount Hua sect the most. Chun frowns, thinking it would not be enough to just get back the attention of their elders. If they leave things be, then the third-class disciples will definitely climb over their heads. He needs to teach them a lesson before that happens. He clenches his fist in anger, thinking that it would be the lesson where seniority matters and why they ought to lower their heads in their presence. He laughs, saying that he hopes that Chung Mayang is talented in martial arts. Otherwise, what he is about to do to him would be pretty tough for him. On the other hand, Zhang returns to Chung's room and finds that he is sleeping. He dislikes it. But then he sighs and thinks that he was really worried for nothing. Chung is asking for one more cup of alcohol in his sleep talk. Zhang feels ashamed and wonders where his dignity as his senior brother goes. Gul, who is training his arms, asks Zhang how it went. Zhang, looking tired, sits beside him and tells him that Chun asked him about what Chung Mayang was doing up until now. Gul replies asking what he said and if he tattle away. Surprised by his casual tone, Zhang asks him if that is the tone he should take with his senior brother. Gul looks at him, wondering what happened to his mood. Zhang sighs and lets it go. He tells him that it is pointless to hide the details. Gul agrees with him, saying that he will find out about it eventually anyways. He asks him how Chun responded. Zhang replies that it is not obvious. Zhang looks at Chung hopelessly and calls him names. He wonders who would create such a big commotion where not the second-class disciples are around, but also the Grand Seniors. He narrates that Senior Beek Chun was not someone who was strict with the third-class disciples to begin with, but now that things have soured between them, they cannot tell how it will be for them anymore. Gul tells him that he guesses shit will be falling upon them as well. Gloomed, Zhang replies that he knows already. They both sigh loudly as they both are worried and helpless. Then John tells him that in any case, he guesses they should have expected this much when they heard their seniors were coming back. He orders Gul to gather the rest and tell them to be careful of how they behave from tomorrow onwards. Even if it is nothing special, he says, if they manage to nitpick on it, then they definitely will not overlook it. Gul stands up, saying that he understood it. Gul moves towards the door and opens it to get out, but then he calls Zhang standing there. Zhang is surprised and asks what it is. Gul replies he has a question. He asks who Zhang thinks would win if Senior Beek Chun fought against Chung Mayung. Zhang shatters, imagining about that scene. He yells at him, refraining him to speak any nonsense. He tells him to do what he told him to do. Gul rolls his eyes at his reply, sighs and leaves. Zhang thinks that Gul is a problem too. He is now treating him like some neighborhood friends. Then he looks at Chung and thinks that he surely is sleeping soundly, and does not even realize what he has done. He adds that this little rascal always causes problems. It seems to Zhang that there will not be peace in the Mount Hue sect anymore. During a tea meeting, Gum tells the sect leader that it is just like he had said. There is a strange atmosphere between the second and third class disciples now as compared to the past. The sect leader replied that probably it is. He takes a sip from his cup and thinks that it was a matter of time before things would explode. He narrates that right now the second and the third class disciples are too similar in age. The youngest of the second class disciples, Yu Isol, is almost of the same age as the oldest third class disciple, Yun Zhang. Even though they are not at their best, they are still one of the reputable sects. They tried to be selective of who they accepted as disciples, but as their financial situation became dire, that got hard for them to do. In the end, they started accepting all the children of families who were supporting them. If there is a big age gap between the second and the third class disciples, they do not see each other as competition. But if they are only 10 years apart, or even less, then rivalry between them is inevitable. He wonders if they rushed things too much. The sect leader asks Ungum what he is saying is that the third class disciples who could not do anything against the second class disciples are now different. He replies that it is right. The sect leader thinks that what he was worried about, but which did not happen before, is finally taking place. The difference between now and then would be the change of the central figure. He narrates that when Yun Zhang and Zhou Gul were the core of the third-class disciples, they were just the disciples of the Mount Hue sect. But now that they are gathered around Chung Mayung, it feels like they are looking to rise up and do more. Ungum bows his head, apologizing to the sect leader, saying that it is because he is lacking. The sect leader replies that it is not his fault. After all, he was the one who proposed that they make the White Plum Hall a separate building. He states that in the first place they created it because they foresaw this problem arising when they started accepting third-class disciples earlier than they should have. They wanted the second-class disciples from the third-class disciples so that they could learn from the first-class disciples while training with their peers. He adds that since the third-class disciples could not learn anything from the second-class disciples, it is natural that they grew apart. Ungum asks the sect leader how he intends to proceed from now. He replies, asking what he can do about it, and comments that that is just how humans are. He takes another sip from his cup and says that it is not so bad for them to clash head-on from time to time. Then he asks if it would not pass eventually. Ungum mentions this in regards to their disciples. If things go wrong and they get into a big fight, then the situation would be out of their hands. The sect leader stops him there and tells Ungum to trust in them. He smiles and says that Bak Chun is not someone who would go overboard. Ungum is surprised to hear that. He realizes that the sect leader does not get the picture at all. He narrates that the problem is not Beek Chun, it is Chung Mayung. He thinks that although the sect leader is paying a lot of attention to Chung Mayung, he has never taught him personally before, so he just thinks of him as that lucky star that fell upon the Mount Hue sect. The sect leader asks Ungum if Beek Chun is not a polite and upright child. He adds that Chun might have gotten angry because his pride was hurt, but he is sure Chun is not someone who would let the relationship between the second and the third class disciples sour. The sect leader is sure Chun will wrap things up nicely, so Ungum should not worry about that. Ungum just giggles in reply, but inside his mind, he knows that this is bad. The next morning, when the sun has reached its peak, the second-class disciples are lying dead on the training ground after their extreme training session. They tell Chung to spare them as their bodies cannot move anymore. Chun replies that iron gets stronger when it is being hit on, and humans only get stronger when they are getting beaten up. He adds that moss will not grow on people who get beaten up. Those disciples call him crazy in the mind, thinking moss does not grow on people in the first place. Suddenly, the third-class disciples come there and ask who said they could lie down during training. The second-class disciple wonders what they are doing there. They walk among them, saying that they came to check on them because they were worried, but those guys are indeed slacking off because no one is supervising them. Chung wonders what they are talking about. One of the seniors asks them if they think they should be relaxing like this when the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference is approaching. He orders them to clean everything up and make sure that there is not even a single speck of dust in their sect after their training today. He declares this their punishment for their laziness. After that, they just leave the ground. Those second-class disciples are still awestruck, wondering what that was. They think they heard something about cleaning. Gull wonders why suddenly the seniors are there. Gull staggers when Chung asks him what with them is all of a sudden, and if they ate something wrong. But Gull keeps staring at him instead of replying. Chung asks him why he is looking at him. Gull looks at him with a straight face and wonders if this idiot has even a speck of conscience. Inside their room, Gull is walking back and forth in desperation and repeats the third-class disciples' instructions towards them. They tell them that when they are walking, they must keep their knees straight and keep in step. When they want to drink water, they must get permission first. Angrily, Gull mentions that this is so darn petty. He adds that he even got used to being beaten up, but he cannot stand this sort of harassment. He did not think that their seniors were such people. He had respected them. Zhang says that it looks like they intend to bully them by bringing out the old rules. Irritated, Gull mentions that there was also a rule where a disciple of the Mount Hua sect cannot let go of their sword, and asks if that means that they would have to carry their swords even when they bathe, eat, and sleep. He adds that they also gather them all to scold them whenever they like, even if only one person makes a mistake. Gull asks Zhang if he does not think they need to do something about this. Zhang replies, asking what they can do about it. Gull says that this is too much. He states that they are not even trying to hide the fact that they are outright bullying them. The second-class disciples cannot just let them keep doing this to them. Zhang hears him and then looks at Chung, asking him if he does not think they need to do something. Lazy Chung replies, asking what he is talking about. Zhang states that they are talking about their seniors and asks if it is not obvious what they want already. Chung sits up and asks what is obvious. Zhang tells him that he knows what Chung is like, so he wants Chung to bow down to them. But if he just acts the way they want, then things might get better. Chung angrily repeats his words, asking if he wants him to act the way they want. Zhang realizes his mistake. Startling, he says that he phrases it wrongly. He giggles and tries to calm him down. Chung cuts him in the middle. He stands up and says that he thinks he knows a better solution for this as compared to what Zhang is suggesting. He mentions that this would really take care of everything. Seeing him walking towards the door, Zhang asks him what it is. Chung opens the door. Smiling devilishly, he replies that he is just going to beat the shit out of all of them. Zhang is shocked completely and orders the other disciples to catch him instantly and not let him escape. Everyone is stunned to see him passing by them like a jolt of thunder. Zhang tells them that if they do not catch him, they all will die. They all are worried, but still run after him to catch him. But they cannot do so as Chung is so fast. They cannot catch up to him at all from behind, so they ask someone to catch him from the front. A few doors open and students try to catch him, but all in vain. None of them is even able to touch him. Chung is heading towards the main door, but it opens and two disciples enter inside. They grab his arms and signal others to join them. Rest of the students jump on him as well and grab him by his legs. Gull jumps on him at the end and throws him to the ground on his face. Chung tells them to let go of him, but Gull tells them not to let him go no matter what. Chung calls those third-class disciples names and says that those madmen are doing things that even they did not do 100 years ago. He tries to resist to free himself, saying he will throw just one hit. Gol tells Chung to calm down. He says that if Chung beats up their seniors, they would be expelled from the sect. Chung growls like a bear. Zhang tells him that he knows how Chung is feeling, but he really must not do it at this time. Chung screams that there is no such thing as a good time for doing things like that. He warns them, saying that they must let him go before he beats the shit out of all of them. Zhang tells him that it is not long before the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference. Chung asks what about it. Zhang tells him to think for a second. He states that Senior Beak Chun is going to represent the second-class disciples. If he will not be able to fight after he gets beaten up by him, he asks what they will do. Chung replies that in this case, he just has to beat him in a way that Chun can still fight afterwards. He also asks if Zhang does not know that is his speciality. Zhang sighs and thinks that he knows, as he has received that treatment of Chung's so many times by now. He tells him that even so, he cannot let Chung do it. He asks him if he thinks their seniors would still have any pride left after getting beaten up by him. Chung clenches his teeth as he has no answer. Zhang politely tells him to hold it in. He adds that even if it is tough for them right now, it is better to receive this from Senior Beak Chun than to get humiliated by those Southern Edge bastards. Chung tells him that it will be better if he just lets it go. Zhang requests him to overlook this just one time. He says that the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference is a really big event. Chung seems to understand him now. Zhang signals Gol to free Chung. All of the students step away from him, leaving him lying on the ground. He asks if he just needs to hold it in until the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference is over. He replies yes. Chung sits on the ground and says that he will listen to what Zhang has said because he has seen how hard he has worked. Zhang is about to shed tears, thinking that he is thankful to him. But he shudders when Chung asks him what he should do if they pick a fight with him. Zhang replies that he does not think that would happen, but if that happens, then Chung can do as he pleases, because he would not know what to do anyways. Chung asks him if he is telling the truth, because this is an amazing thing for him. Chun and his friend Beak Sang are standing on a peak. Chun asks him what they should do. He replies that it seems there is no reaction from him. He adds that Chung is definitely angry, but he is not doing anything. He is not even saying anything that might cause any problem. Chun asks if that is so. He thinks that this is different from what he expected. He thought Chung would react in a big way after even a little provocation. He wanted to anger him slightly to get him to rebel to a certain extent in order to use that against him and prevent any future uprisings. But surprisingly, he is holding it in really well. Chun asks Sang if they are not putting enough pressure on them. He replies that it would be impossible for them to do any more than this. If they go any further, then it will look like they are the problem. Chun realizes that Chung is not just some hot-tempered fool. He asks Sang what about the other third-class disciples. He replies that other than them going through some sort of weird training, there are not any issues. He mentions to Chun that they cannot just keep letting things drag on. He adds that they do not know when their seniors would start showing signs of frustration with them, and the fact that there is not much time left before the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference. They need to start preparing for it as soon as possible. Chun replies that he knows that. He adds that now that they have done enough to stir things up, it is time to proceed to the next stage. Sang asks what he is planning to do. Chun smiles and says that as Sang knows that the third-class disciples are actually pretty nice guys, Sang agrees with him. Chun says that before they left for their isolated training, the third-class disciples were really kind and naive. But they have changed this much in terms of their bodies and personalities in just 1 year. He tells Sang that a man is known by the company he keeps, and adds that there is actually no need to punish all of the third-class disciples, because the problem is just with that kid, Chung Mayung. Confused, Sang asks him what his plans are. Chun turns his head smiling and asks if protecting the ways of the Mount of Hua sect is not the only thing they can do now. He says that Chung Mayung is his dear junior after all, so he ought to take care of him well. Although he can be a little arrogant, he has definitely got good potential. But Chun wonders how they should go about it. He says that if possible, he does not want to do this the hard way, but since they do not have enough time now, they do not have much choice. He tells Sang, who is surprised by his words, that there are times when they need to be a little rough. Sang agrees with him, replying that they will understand his good intentions in time. Laughing, Chun replies that it is right, but for the time being, they will need to go through a little suffering. At night, the door of the White Plum Blossom Hall opens without a noise. Chun peeks outside from that little opening to check if no one is around. Upon confirming, he comes out and gets out of the temple on light feet. He says that he will not go to that place again. Walking among the trees, he self-talks that although he has been found twice, he will not let it happen a third time. He adds that no one in their right mind would. But he sighs thinking that he is going through all these troubles from some young kid. He states that in other circumstances, if he had to put up with a guy like him nagging down his neck with rules he had never even heard of, Chung would have rather died. He wishes he could just turn everything upside down, but he recalls Zhang's request. He thinks that it is a little weird, but Yun Zhang has been resembling his senior brother lately. To be exact, it is not their appearance that is similar, but the kind of reactions they make. Every time Chung creates some kind of trouble, Zhang would make that helpless and frustrated face. Chung feels strangely guilty for causing that. He becomes silent for a while and then says that he will hold it until the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference is over. Although he really wants to beat the shit out of the second-class disciples, he wants the heads of those southern bastards even more. Chung reaches a place and decides that it should be alright. He grabs his sword and is about to uncover it when he hears the sound from behind. He looks there and sees some leaves in the air. He asks himself if someone else is there as well. He sighs, saying that he really cannot let his guard down. Senior or not, he cannot do anything since she follows him around everywhere. She tries to hold herself back when he is with the other third-class disciples, but the moment she sees that Chung is alone, she always bothers him with her attempts to talk to him. He would just avoid her if he could sense her presence, but strangely, it is not that easy. Sometimes he wonders if she is a ghost. Chung smiles and shakes this thought away from his head, as there is no way she actually is one. He has never seen any of them in 80 years of his life. While unsheathing his sword, he thinks that there are just people who have a weak presence, and therefore it is harder to sense them. Although her presence is especially weak. Suddenly, he sees her reflection on his blade, and she calls her name. Chung forgets to breathe. It is like he has seen a ghost. Terrified, he shouts as louder as he can. He grabs his heart as he almost loses his heartbeat. He shouts at her, telling her to make her presence known before she appears, as she scared the shit out of him. But she silently keeps looking at him. She reminds him that she is his senior, and he is her junior. Careless, Chung asks what he should do about it. She mentions that he ought to be respectful to her as his senior. Chung calls her name in his mind. He shouts at her, asking why she keeps following him around. Yu Isol gets angry and asks him if it is the way he should ask. Chung is irritated now, but he softens his tone and asks her again. He thinks that if his senior brother saw him in this state, he would be rolling on the floor laughing. He never thought that he would be expected to speak formally to someone who is so young, and this thought shatters his body. He breathes to relax and thinks that it does not matter if she is pretty. People have no idea what she is thinking about. Suddenly, she mentions a sword technique. Chung does not understand at first what she is talking about. She says that she is talking about the sword technique where the plums bloom. Chung acts ignorant and replies that he has no idea what she is talking about. He also mentions that she might be mistaken about what she saw. He does not know anything like that, so she must stop wasting her efforts. She ignores his words and asks him to teach her that technique. Chung is stunned to hear that. For a moment, silence takes over the place. After a while, Chung is startled and asks her what she just said. She asks him again to teach her the sword technique where plums bloom. Chung wonders if that is why she was following him around. He was expecting her to ask him if he has learned sorcery or martial arts that are not of the Mount Hua sect. First, he asks her if she knows what this technique is, but then he cancels this thought and pretends that she really does not know what she is talking about. She bites her lip in anger and says that she will tell the seniors. Chung acts cool and tells her to go ahead and do it. He mentions that he wonders if they will trust what she tells them. She adds that she will tell the sect leader too. Chung makes a weird face and says surely she can do as she pleases. He wonders if she really thinks that there is someone who would believe that some newbie who has recently joined the Mount Hua sect is able to use a sword technique that fills the skies with plum blossoms. Chung reminds her that she said she is his senior. He points at her and tells her that she is the senior and he is the junior. He asks her what her junior could possibly teach his senior and if he should not be the one learning from her instead. She becomes speechless. Seeing her worried face, he wonders if his technique worked. But she replies that it is all right and asks him to teach her. She mentions that there are no hierarchies when it comes to learning. Chung feels irritated as his words did not work. He sighs and tells her that he is not sure what she thinks she saw, but she was just dreaming probably, or it could have been her imagination. Maybe she was seeing things because she was too tired. He adds that he really has no idea what she is talking about, so he requests her to just leave him alone. She abruptly replies that she knows what she saw because she has seen it before. Chung is stunned and asks what she just said. He narrates that a sword technique that makes plums bloom, the plum blossom technique, is one of the Do sword techniques of the Mount Hua sect that, unlike many others, does not just make it look like there are plum blossoms, but actually causes plums to bloom. The plum blossom sword technique does not have any secret manuals, as it has only been passed down via the guidance of others who know it. Aside from being the one disciple who gets chosen to learn it, one would have to become one of the elders to learn that sword technique. But on that day, on the battlefield in the endless great mountains, all of the elders of the Mount Hua sect have died. Since none of them had expected the Mount Hua sect to be annihilated, they had not passed down that sword technique to anyone. But she is saying that she saw someone other than him making plums bloom. Yu Aisol is stunned to see Chung getting furious. His nerves are about to burst with anger when he asks her how she is related to the Southern Edge sect. Confused, she wonders why he is mentioning the Southern Edge sect. Chung draws his sword out to show that he will not hold back. She asks him why he suddenly brought them up. He wonders if she is pretending. But her face says that she is totally unaware of what Chung is thinking and talking about. Chung doubts that someone as dull as her would be able to act like she does not know anything so perfectly. He sighs and thinks that if she saw it in the Southern Edge sect, it would only be at the level of 12 movement snowflower sword technique. There is no way they would be able to use the plum blossom sword technique properly. After all, they need to have the internal energy of the Mount Hua sect in order to use it correctly. So he drags his sword back in its cover. He is surprised when he asks her what she meant by saying that she has seen it before and when and where that happened. She lowers her gaze in a way that she is thinking something, and then says that she has seen it a long time ago. He wonders what she meant a long time ago. This time, she politely requests him to teach her that technique. He replies that he really does not understand why she keeps asking that. She asks him if it really is the case. Chung is surprised to see her reaction as well and wonders if she is convinced and if she has finally given up. Yu Aisol looks calm, but out of the blue, she draws her sword out, saying that she has no other choice. Chung gets scared and asks why she is drawing her sword. She replies that he is not going to teach her no matter what. Chung is confused and terrified, wondering what that crazy girl is up to. He asks her again why she drew her sword. Furious, she replies that it is because he is right. She prepares to attack, saying that she is his senior and he is her junior. That means she has to teach him a lesson. Chung is like he has lost his senses and thinks that no wonder the second-class disciples are not close with the third-class disciples. They are all out of their minds. Yu Aisol signals him that she is going to attack him. Chung requests her not to come near him, but she runs towards him like a bullet. Chung dodges her attack by bending backwards. She gazes at him and he gets worried. She attacks him with another technique. Chung dodges again by jumping backwards. He realizes that her attacks are sharp, and she really meant to kill him with that move. He shouts at her, asking him to wait, and that is why a senior would fight a junior with a real sword. She replies that it is because he is stronger than her. Sei again attacks him, and Chung again dodges it. Chung notices her attack patterns. It is like what he has seen previously. With swift and nimble movements that look like illusions, she tries to attack her opponent's gaps. Chung blocks this attack with his sword. He finds that the sword moves that are most in line with the origin of the Mount Hua sect, they can be seen in neither the third nor even the first-class disciples' techniques. After this last attack, when she lands, she speaks about an opening. Chung wonders what she is talking about. Chung tries to understand what she says, but before he could, she attacks abruptly. He dodges it, but a few of Kung's hair get cut. He is awestruck. He jumps back and asks her if she is out of her mind. He yells at her saying that he would have died if he had not dodged that. Yu Isol stops for a second to catch his breath. But still she roars, replying that there was no way he would not have dodged it. He asks her why she is so confident in his abilities. Instead of replying, she goes again. Chun keeps blocking, wondering that if she is not related to the Southern Edge sect, he would have become a villain if he hits her. That is why he is only blocking her attacks and not trying to strike back. Yu Isol's eyes are shining bright, and she is now attacking more fiercely. Scared, Chun tells her not to come at him with the intent of killing him. She seems tired now as she is taking frequent breaks to catch her breath. She reminds him again that she is her senior. He asks her what kind of senior would try to kill her junior and if she is insane. But then he notices something strange in her and wonders what it is. He detects that her pupils are dilated. He realizes that she is sword drunk. Seeing as how she is ready to kill him with each move, it looks like she has fallen into a trance. While in the trance, she is trying to find her sword's path. He narrates that if one messes with someone who is in this state and things go wrong, he might drive them off their chance to reach enlightenment. In the worst case scenario, they might even get Kai deviation. A normal person would not dare to interfere and would try to stand down quickly. Chung thinks that even though she is fast, the more consecutive attacks she does, the bigger her openings become. He needs to go at her from the sides indirectly, so he opts for this way. Her attack has been nullified. She lands on the ground to catch her breath. Chung looks at her and thinks that he never imagined she would go into an enlightenment phase in the midst of a fight. He thought Zhou Gul was the most talented one in regards to the sword within the Mount Hua sect, but he cannot even hold a candle to her. Yu Isol runs towards him again to attack. He notices that she has got good speed, but her arm should be higher because only then she would be able to exert enough strength to cut a person's neck. In the next attack, her arm is again too low. He is blocking her attacks and noticing her mistakes simultaneously. While they are busy playing with their swords, Chun appears on the nearest peak and watches them from there. Chung observes that Isol is getting better bit by bit, but it is still just temporary. She seems to be pretty deep into the trance. Right then, Chun screams and asks what they think they are doing. Chung gets stunned to see him there. He asks him why he is here. Instead of answering, Chun draws his sword and jumps down to attack him, calling him a rascal. Chung is shocked, but in the very next second, he prepares himself to attack. He jumps in the air and blocks his sword with his leg kick. That interaction creates a blast. Chun is stunned and wonders what that energy is. Chung kicks him again and throws him to the ground. After that, he landed on the ground as well. As the smoke clears, Chun can be seen lying on the ground. He tries to get up, asking Chung what that blast was. Chung expresses contempt and thinks that things got dangerous because Chun used the sword Kai. But then, he remembers that Isol is there too. He knows that this is such an important moment for her as a martial artist since she went into a trance while fighting. He thinks that if she wakes up from it because of that blast, then this might be dangerous for her. He gets closer and finds that she has not woken up yet. He is disappointed and calls her so dull. He sighs as he is glad that she is dull, because it would have been such a waste if she had woken up from the trance because of their skirmish. Meanwhile, Chun stands up and asks Chung what he did, and if he does not know how important a trance is to a martial artist. Chung wonders why he attacked if he knew that. Chung goes on saying that although it is true that he does not like Chung, he did not think that Chung would be such a fool to try and mess with his senior who is in a trance. Chung looks at him with a weird face and thinks that he did not mess with her. Instead, he was helping her. He asks Chun why someone who knows how important a trance is would pull out his sword and come at him. Chung is awestruck as he was not ready for this backlash. Chung points at her and asks him what he was going to do if he hurt her in the midst of all this. Chun tries to defend himself, saying that if Chung had not counterattacked, then it would not have happened. Chung asks if he should have just died instead. Chun is speechless as all his plans have failed. Chung is irritated and wonders if every second-class disciple is so crazy. He narrates that usually the majority of them are normal people, except for a few psychos, but it feels like it is the opposite for their second-class disciples. Chun again tries to defend himself and says he was not trying to kill Chun. Keeping his face straight, Chung states that considering Chun's bloodlust and the fact that he used Sword Kai, he actually was trying to kill him. Chun startles, but he has no answer. He accepts that it is as Chung said. Chun did have a bloodlust, and he did use the sword Kai. But he wonders how Chung is standing there without a scratch while Chun is full of scratches. Chun frowns and says that he will not ask anymore about what he has been doing. He tells him to put down his sword right now and stand down. If he does not comply, then Chun will fight him not as his senior, but as a martial artist right here and now. Chung acts surprised and asks if he will do this. He thinks that he would be thankful if Chun did that though. He peeks at Isol and thinks that if he helped her more, there could be some truly amazing results. He states that such a moment of enlightenment might not come to people even if they wait for it their whole lives. Her extreme luck of having Chung in front of her while she goes into a trance will probably never come by again. But of all times, that troublesome weirdo had to appear now. He realizes that there is nothing he can do to blame his own luck. He narrates that although it is a pity that they might lose someone who has the potential to lead the Mount Hua sect, there is nothing else they can do now. But beating up the guy who spoiled everything is a different story. Chung asks him if he will be alright. Chun gets angry upon being asked this kind of question. Chung clarifies that this is not what he meant. He mentions that Chun is so impetuous. Chun asks him what he wants to say and tells him to finish it quickly. Chung sighs and says that he is just worried. He explains that they are a senior and a junior after all, so fighting Chung might tarnish Chun's reputation. Chun asks him if he thinks Chun has to worry about that in this place. He says that Chung is mistaken if he thinks that Chun's seniors or the elders can protect him here deep in the mountains. He smiles and says that he will just accept his punishment later. What he is saying is that at this very moment, there is not anyone who can protect Chung from him. Chung keeps his straight face and replies that it is the most manly thing he has heard for a while. But he says he has a better idea in mind. He asks Chun if he would like to hear it out. Chun frowns and asks what schemes he is plotting. Chung clears that it is no such thing. He states that it is just a pledge between them that they will not tell anyone else in the world about what is going to happen here. Upon asking, he smiles and explains that he is saying that he, Chung Myung, will not tell anyone even if Chun beats him up. He adds that he would like to fight Chun like the man he is. Chun wonders what plots Chung is scheming. He replies that it looks like Chung is trying to get out of this situation, but he will not go easy on him just because he is his junior. Chung stops him there, saying no. He sighs and repeats that it is not like that. He explains that he is saying that they should just fight each other without being bothered about whether they are seniors, juniors, or fellow sect members. He mentions that there will be no grudges and asks if that is not better for both of them. He says that he will not tell higher-ups no matter what happens to him, and if he does tell them, he will do whatever Chun tells him to in the future. He also mentions that the same applies to Chun as well. Chun ponders on that and then starts smiling. He agrees to the terms and says that Chung has a manly side to him after all. He adds that if that is what he wants, they will make that pledge then. He will not tell anyone about what is going to happen here. Chun smiles as well and asks to confirm if he has made the pledge. Chun reminds him that the same applies to him as well. Chung says yes and swears as well. Chun points sword at him and says that with this, none of them will have any grudges after they finish. He lifts his sword and says that in that sparring, Chun is not his senior and Chung is not his junior, and during it, all the animosity Chun has towards Chung will be erased. Until that happens, their sparring will not end. Chung stops him there and tells him to stop joking. Chun is confused. Chung asks him who said they are going to spar. He runs towards him with a devilish look, saying that Chun is dead. Chun is now confused, and seeing his sparkling eyes, he wonders if Chung has not just joined the sect less than half a year ago. He tells Chung that he must have really gone crazy. Chung replies no. Chun angrily asks him what he is saying no to. Chun replies that he is saying that he is not the one who is crazy. Instead, it is Chun. Otherwise, he would not pick a fight with him. Seeing him laughing at him, Chun clenches his teeth. He yells that it seems like Chung has a death wish. He wakes up his sword Kai and swings it in the air to perform some technique. Chung recognizes this technique. It is the unrefined illusion sword. While Chun rushes towards him to attack, Chung keeps thinking that the illusion sword is a technique where sword moves change in a clumsy manner. The way it happens is similar to the Southern Edge's way of righteousness. He did not think that Li Songbeek was able to copy the illusion sword of the Mount Hua sect, and that guy ended up copying the Southern Edge's style. Chung thinks it pathetic. Chun is about to attack him when he shouts that he will teach a lesson to Chung today. But Chung bends down and dodges his sword Kai. He prepares his fist to attack, saying that no one has been able to teach him a lesson before. With that, he punches on his face so hard that he falls back real hard and a blast occurs there. His nose has broken and is bleeding. He was slammed in the stones and then he fell to the ground. Shivering, he tries to get up. Chung also asks him to get up. Chun asks how he did that. When Chun runs to attack him again, Chung asks him if he thought there would not be any weakness to a sword style that is based on changes that he makes depending on what he wants. Chun mentions that no one was able to spot any gaps before. Chung replies that it is because those guys he fought are as lousy as Chun is. Chun clenches his teeth in anger, but he ceases the attack. Seeing him like that, Chung asks him if he is getting up. Chun asks Chung if there is something wrong with his sword technique. Chun replies yes. He explains that currently Chun is slightly ahead of others, but his juniors will probably catch up to him real soon. Chun asks him how he would know that when he joined the sect just recently. Chung gives him a bizarre look and narrates that this guy is making the same mistake as Lee Sangbeek did. But that is nothing strange. 100 years ago, numerous people probably committed these same mistakes too. Chung just was not able to foresee the consequences. He is only starting to see things clearly with his current experience. Chun walks towards him and tells him to be thankful that he is a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. He moves his fist, saying that he would love to beat the shit out of Chun with his fists, but he is still a precious disciple of their sect. So if he is going to beat him up, he might as well do it in a way that helps him grow. Chun just looks at him, like he is trying to understand his hidden meaning. Chun tells him not to worry. He draws his sword and says that he will beat him with his sword and not his fists. He prepares his sword, saying that some say that the objective of a Mount Hua sect sword technique is to look like plum blossoms. But that is what people who do not know the sword techniques of the Mount Hua sect say. He explains that their sect's sword techniques do not simply imitate plum blossoms. Then he asks him if he has understood what he just heard, but Chun still seems blank. Seeing his blank face, Chun says that he will understand while getting beaten up. Chun is confused and looks at the sword that is moving so fast that it appears on every side around him. He wonders what it is. Chun starts attacking his lower body and then hits each body part of him. It happens so fast that Chun falls on his knees due to getting multiple hits all over his body. Shivering, he looks at Chun's face that carries a scary smile. At this point, Chun hits his head so hard that his eyes pop out. Chun does not stop after one hit and keeps hitting him many times until his head hits the ground. Chun falls unconscious, his headband also loosens up and falls off his head. While falling unconscious, he just wonders why he shouted 5 times when he hit him 6 times. Chun is leaning on the mountain's wall when he opens his eyes. Suddenly, he sees Chung leaning upon him, asking if he is up. Chun gets terrified seeing him before his eyes, but stops his scream from coming out. He grabs his head as it is aching because of those hits. Chun giggles and tells him not to be so surprised. Tears show up in Chun's eyes when he realizes that he has lost to Chung so badly that he would be embarrassed to even talk about it. He sighs and tells Chung that he has a question. Chung is surprised to hear that. Chun asks him how he got so strong. Chung was not expecting this question and wonders if Chun knows how to quickly face reality even after experiencing something ridiculous. He did not expect that he was someone so prideful. He sits near Chun and replies that it is not that he is strong. It is just that Chun is weak. Chun asks to confirm if he is calling him weak. Suddenly, he shouts and tells Chun not to look down at him. He wants to say something nice about him, but his body pain refrains him from saying that. After catching a breath, he says that he is Chun Beek. He is a second-class disciple and a martial master. He is someone who will eventually become the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect. Chung says that it is right and asks him if he has any proof that he is not weak. Chun is speechless. Chung points at him and calls him a frog in a well, saying that it is the most apt phrase for him. He explains that Chun is the frog that is croaking within such a small well that none of the other frogs that are passing by would even think of going in. Chun angrily shouts and asks him how he can call him a frog in a well. This shouting increases his pain and he bends again. Chung asks him if he knows that the Mount Hua sect is in a bad shape. He replies that he knows that already and says that he has worked so hard up until now. He must try to revive it again no matter what. Chung asks him how he is going to do it and when he will do it. He adds that from what he sees, he does not think Chun is doing anything about it. He explains that Chun goes on some isolated training with the others, plays a little house with them, and has a nice refreshing cup of drink on his way back. Even though the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference or whatever is approaching, he bullies his juniors. He asks Chun if that is what he means by working hard. He says that it seems Chun does not know the meaning of it. He explains that working hard is not doing whatever one wants and then spending the rest of time on some training. On the contrary, it requires one to do less of what he wants. He tells Chun that he did not work hard at all. He just wanted to rule over the Mount Hua sect like it is a small palace, and he is the king. After all, there is not much competition, and there is not anyone to nag at him from above. The only people who have properly fought against him would probably be the Southern Edge sissy guys. He mentions that in the Jianghu, there are second-class disciples that are way stronger than them, and Chun thought he was strong just because he got one or two good moves. He tells him not to be mistaken, saying that it is not that Chun is strong, it is that Chun is weak. Chun is silent after hearing that speech. He asks Chun how many guys in the other sects are stronger than him. Chun calls this question nonsense and replies that of course, he is the strongest. Chun does not understand the context. Chung explains to him that the reason he lost is not because Chung is strong. He says that Chun would not be able to win against the Southern Edge guys right now either, of course. That is the same for Shaolin, Wudang and Namgung family where geniuses are all over the place. Chun cannot even hold a candle to them. What Chung is saying is that it is not just him, but pretty much anyone else can send Chun lying face flat on the ground. He asks Chun if he understands it now. Chun ponders on that and says that he knows that already, but his tone is like he is accepting reality for the first time. But there is nothing he can do about it. Unless he is from the Wudang or Namgung family, all he can do is work hard with whatever he has. Chung hits his head again, repeating that he just said Chun did not work hard. Not only that, but also the way Chun is going about it is all wrong. Chung asks him if he thinks anyone can become a master just by working hard. He tells him to go and hits a scarecrow or something, saying that if he hits it for 500 years, he might even learn something from it. Chun seems to understand what Chung is trying to say. He asks him if he knows how Chun should go about training. He replies yes, saying that he knows at least better than Chun does. Chun asks him if he is saying that Chung can make him stronger. Chung smiles and replies that of course it is possible. Chun joins his hands, bows his head and requests him, saying that if this is the case, he must make him stronger. He mentions that he will do whatever Chung asks him to do. He adds that if he could get stronger, he would not even mind learning from his novice. If Chung wants him to treat like his Sahyung, he will do it, and if he wants to treat him like his master, he will do it in this case too. Chung cuts him in the middle, saying that he does not want it. Shocked, Chun asks him why, and if he did not tell him all this because he wanted to teach him how to apply it. Chung asks him why he would do that. He says that this is annoying. He stands up, saying that he thinks Chun is wrong about something. He is not over yet. He adds that humans certainly have a selfish side and think only of themselves. Chun keeps looking at him with his eyes wide open. Chun goes on saying that humans do not think about what they have done. They just withdraw in time. He says that he thought Chun paid enough for what he did. Then he says that he paid for his mistakes to bully and torture third-grade disciples. What he went through should suffice. Chung laughs and says that the price of constantly bothering him does not end like this. He says that it looks like he is not convinced yet. Chun abruptly says that he is totally convinced. He is shaking due to fear of Chung. Chun says that looking at his face now, he is obviously still confused about what is going on right now. He tells him not to worry as the night is long, and today he will help Chun understand everything for sure. He says that why Chun is weak and why he is bad with the sword and why he should never mess with Chung, he will understand everything in a few moments from now. With fear in his eyes, Chun looks at Chung coming at him. For the next few moments, the loud screams spread all over the mountain. After finishing the session, Chung stretches his back and lies down there with peace. He feels like he has recovered from 10 years of indigestion. Then he sits down and looks at the mess he made, telling him not to make it too much. He thinks that even though he hit him crazily, he did not do it in a mischievous way. He would be able to get up after he wakes up. Whether it hurts or not is none of Chung's business. He sighs thinking about hitting him and defeating him like that as it makes him feel great. Then he thinks that he wanted a lot of time thinking. Suddenly, he sees Yu Isol sitting in front of him, looking straight into his eyes. He screams as loud as he can and requests her to make her presence felt. She replies that she did this. He asks when. She points at Chun and replies when Chung hits him hard, she did this. He looks at him with doubt and asks if she saw everything. She replies that a little while ago she did. They both speak nothing for a while. Then she asks him if he is going to kill her. He replies that he will not go that far. She finds him looking at her head and asks why he is looking at it. He replies that it is just he wonders where he should hit her in the head to lose her memory. She shakes her head, saying that she has forgotten everything already. Chung looks at her with doubt and asks if that is so. Scared and sweating, she replies that she has forgotten everything. Chung thinks that for someone like her, she still has a survival instinct. Since she forgot that, she asks Chung to teach her the sword technique in return. Chung realizes that she has started again. He thinks that now that he has been caught hitting Baek Chun, it is going to be hard to act stupid anymore. He asks, looking at her, why she is trying to learn it. She downs her gaze, saying that although she cannot tell him why, she has to learn this sword technique no matter what. Chung realizes that she does not want to learn it just because the plum blossoms are beautiful. He asks her if she really wants to learn it. She nods her head. Chung tells her that she does not have to ask him to because it was originally a Hassan sect sword technique. If she waits a bit, she will learn it naturally. She tells him that this technique no longer existed in the sect. Chung is surprised to find that she knows this technique is no longer in the Hassan sect. This means that she realized that the technique she used was the plum flower sword technique. He replies that it is right. It no longer exists in the current Hassan sect, but it will be back soon, once the preparations are completed. He stands up, uses his kai and draws a pattern in the air using his 2 fingers. She looks at it and wonders if it is the moon sword technique. She thinks that it is a sword technique that she spent most of her time practicing over and over again. But this one is something different from her style. Upon looking close, she finds that it is not only the movements that differ, but she thinks there is a fundamental difference. She asks him if this is the moon sword. He replies yes. The pattern disappears in the air when he asks if she understood something. She shakes her head, saying that she could not understand one thing, but she thinks she understands what he is trying to get at. Her role is to find out that unless she reaches a certain level, she will not be able to learn it. She adds that Chung wants him to keep training and build the basics first. Chung smiles, thinking that she is actually smart. He replies that she is correct. But he mentions if she tells anyone else what happened today, he will never let her know. She replies that she will not tell anyone. He says that it is good and calls her a good girl. She is annoyed by that and reminds him that she is her senior and he is her junior. He replies that he knows that, but still pats her head and calls her a good girl. Then he walks away. Suddenly he calls her, ordering to throw that idiot in his room. He says that if they leave him here, he will have a stiff neck. After that, he just walks away, silently leaving her there. Thinking about plum flowers, Isol starts recalling his father, who used that sword technique. He used to say that he would definitely learn that sword technique and one day he would return to the Hassan sect and ask them to forgive his sins. He asked Yi Isol to go with him too, telling her that there was no better place than the Hassan sect. Isol becomes sad thinking about her father's memories. She stands up with determination, saying that she has to learn it no matter what. Chung returns back to the temple. Gul and Zhang are waiting for him in the hallway when he opens the door. He is surprised to see them awake at this hour and asks them if the training was too easy. Gul replies that it is not important and tells him that something happened when he was away. Chung asks what that something is. He replies that Chun Beek has disappeared and the elders came to the White Plum House. Chung wonders why they came to the White House when Baek Chun disappeared. He also wonders if they think someone from the White House had kidnapped him. Chung realizes that he did not think of that earlier, as it would have been much easier to do. Chung asks Zhang if the elders suspect people without evidence. He mentions that he feels insulted. Zhang smiles and to lessen the tension in the atmosphere and says that it looks like it has nothing to do with Chung, and he is comfortable now to find that. Chung asks if it is so. But then, Gul and Zhang wonder why Chung feels offended, as it is nothing to be offended. Now they both suspect him. Zhang asks him the more important question, if he was with Chun Beek. Chung replies yes. Zhang is worried and asks him if Chung did what he thinks he did. Chung asks him what he thinks about it. Zhang tries to laugh, saying that there is no way to do that since Chung is someone who uses his mind. There is no way to do that, but still Zhang asks if he possibly punched Chun Beek by mistake, or maybe they both quarreled. Chung remains calm and answers that punching someone's face always leads to a fight. Zhang still does not want to think that way. He says that he believes him. No matter how crazy Chung is, he would not do something as crazy as hitting an old senior. Chung is now irritated. He replies that he did not just hit him, but he hit him like a dog. Zhang first does not understand and sighs, but then he focuses and gets shocked hearing about what Chung has done. Yoon furiously tells Chun Myung that there is a limit to how insane he can be and asks how he could beat his senior. Yoon asks if Chung knows how grave an offense it is to disrespect his senior, but Chung kicks him away and tells him to get lost. Chung tells him not to take him for a retard and says he took care of it so there wouldn't be any repercussions, so Yoon should not worry. Still, Yoon says even if Chung is crazy, he should have some restraint in his actions and ask how he could beat up his senior. Yoon says there are basic boundaries that a human should observe, but Gul tells Yoon that it is not like Chung observed those boundaries from the start. Yoon asks Chung what did Beek Chun says, but immediately realizes that Beek will not be in a condition to say something. However, when Chung says Beek asked him to make him stronger, Yoon gets shocked. Yoon asks Gul if that makes sense, to which Gul replies if they think of it that way, it's not like it doesn't make sense. Gul says they were the same. Yoon asks Chung what did he reply to Beek, and if he agreed, to which Chung replies he didn't agree and just beat Beek Chun. Chung says he didn't feel very appeased, so he just beat Beek up until he felt satisfied. Yoon and Gul are shocked, but Chung tells them not to worry about useless things and just sleep because they'll understand when they wake up. After saying this, Chung leaves and Yoon wonders if Chung really beat Beek up and asks Gul if Chung is joking, to which Gul replies there is one thing he has realized about Chung, he never lies. Yoon is devastated that the monstrous kid has even tamed a senior and wonders what the Mount Hua sect is becoming. The next morning, Yoon and Gul are waiting in the sect hall for someone, and Yoon, while thinking about some people, wonders why they are not coming because it is time they come and torture them. Yoon remembers what Chung told him last night if he thinks Chung is a retard, and that Chung took care of the incident of beating Beek, so there wouldn't be any repercussions. Yoon wonders if Chung is serious, and he doesn't know what Chung took care of, but he thinks everything might be resolved now. Yoon never knew that beating up a senior to resolve the issues that Chung had with them could work. Suddenly, Jo Gul says it seems quiet today and asks if it means that Chung Myung really won against senior Beek Chun. Yoon replies there is no way Chung lied because if that was not the case, then it would not be so quiet. When Gul asks if it means Chung is stronger than the senior Beek Chun, Yoon asks why Gul keeps asking that question and asks if it is not obvious. Suddenly, Gul asks what Yoon thinks it would be like if Chung was up against the Southern Edge sect and asks if he doesn't think that Chung Myung would win even if he was up against them. Gul says not only Chung beat senior Beek Chun, but he beat him one-sidedly, so he thinks if Chung Myung participates in the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference this time round, then it'll be good. However, Yoon sighed and asked what would change just because Chung Myung won against them. Gul asks whether things would be different, to which Yoon replies that having a martial master in a sect is of course a thing to be celebrated, but Jonghu is not a place where having just one martial master would make a difference. Yoon says they sure can gain some fame, but if that happens, then the moment Chung Myung disappears, the Mount Hua sect will fall again like it did in the past. Gul is confused, and Yoon says if they really want to revive the Mount Hua sect, then they must not only rely on Chung, but should get stronger by themselves too. Yoon asks if Gul doesn't think that the true revival is only when no one is able to look down on any of the Mount Hua sect disciples, to which Gul replies that is right. Suddenly, Yoon says he is curious about the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference too, and he is sure things will change. When Gul asks what he means, Yoon says Chung Myung will become the hero who would transform the Mount Hua sect, or he might become the dictator to rule over the small Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, they hear Chung telling someone to get lost and simultaneously, Chung arrives running away from Isol while saying he already told her that he has nothing to teach her. Isol, running after him, says she wants to learn the sword of the Yu Maiden, but Chung tells her to go and ask Grand Senior Ungum to teach her that. Isol says the sword of the Yu Maiden is a woman's sword technique, and Ungum doesn't have expertise in it. Chung furiously asks if she thinks he is a woman, but Isol insists him to teach her. Chung, while running away, wonders how he met this person. Meanwhile, Yoon and Gull are watching this, and Gull wonders if Senior Yu Isol was always so talkative, but Yoon tells him that they should just do their morning routine. When Baek Chun and another disciple sees Chung and Isol running in the training ground of the sect, the disciple asks Baek if he is really going to let Chung be, because it does not seem like Chung has reflected at all. The disciple asks Baek if it would not be right for them to punish Chung a little, but Baek nervously wonders if a person like this will talk about beating Chung, and he is embarrassed because he can't tell him that he got beaten by Chung. The more Baek thinks about Chung, the more ridiculous it seems, and he still feels pain in his body. Baek Chun wonders how Chung can beat one up so badly, but yet leave no external wounds, and he furiously calls him vicious in his heart. Suddenly, Baek's fellow asks why did Baek tell them not to mess with the third-class disciples, and says he really doesn't understand what Baek is trying to achieve. Baek thinks to hell with what he wants to achieve because he just doesn't want to get beaten up anymore. Baek says there is not much time left until the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference, and says he merely realized that he was too short-sighted in a time like this. The other disciple doesn't understand what Baek is trying to say, so Baek tells him that they contain the Class 3 disciples anytime. But the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference is an important event that only happens once a year. Baek says while internal affairs are important, the external affairs that affect the Mount Hua sect's reputation are substantial as well. Baek says that considering what the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference symbolizes, he has decided that they need to put everything they have on it and ignore other things that are happening. The other disciple says Baek is right, and Baek says the third-class disciples are not their enemies, the Southern sect is. Baek asks that disciple if he has forgotten why they went for isolated training, to which the disciple replies he is right and accepts he lost his mind for a second there. Baek thinks he is the one who has lost his mind, but he is glad this disciple believed these words. Baek thinks he would have nothing to say if this disciple told him something like that he is the one who started it and why he is acting so nice now. Baek thanked that boy for understanding and said they should deal with the third-class disciples later on and pray that their performance at the conference would be perfect. Baek tells that disciple to ask the rest of the second-class disciples to examine their martial arts for the last time and reflect upon them, so that disciple immediately leaves to do that. Meanwhile, Baek thinks that once the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference ends, they wouldn't even think of things like the third-class disciples' behavior, all because they would have seen an unbelievable scene by then. Baek also realizes that they would not be the only ones who would be surprised, because the Southern Edge sect will be even more surprised than they are. Baek thinks he is going to do what he needs to, and although his plans did go a little astray because of Chung Myung, he thinks it has been his goal to prove himself in the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference since 2 years ago. Moreover, if he thinks about those who would participate in this time round, he does not have any more time to spare. Baek is determined that this time he'll definitely prove his worth. A few days later, it is the day when the Southern Edge sect will arrive, and the sect leader asks if all the preparations are in place, to which the Sasuk replies there have been no problems in their preparation to receive the Southern Edge sect as guests. The sect leader thinks it is good because compared to the past when food was lacking and the training ground was run down, it seems they'll at least be saved from that embarrassment this time round. The sect leader says the more he thinks about it, the more he feels about how greatly that child, Chung Myung, has helped them. The sect leader says it is not just about how they eat and live, but also about how Chung brought back dignity to the Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, when the sect leader asks how the tea is, Sasuk replies that it feels like it has a deeper taste now. Sasuk says he thought it would have a lighter taste because the tea leaves have been dried for a long time. But the sect leader says it is said that plum blossom leaves that have been dried properly actually have a deeper taste. The sect leader says it's something people realized only after tens of years of drying it, and says it is the same for the Mount Hua sect. When the Sasuk asks what he means, the sect leader says he merely kept the sect going and says although he talked about how he wanted to return it back to its former glory, the truth is that it was thought even just to keep it going on a daily basis. The sect leader says that as he has been enduring all the struggles, a change for the better has finally happened. The sect leader says there are times when just waiting and holding on is the answer to things as compared to coming up with elaborate strategies. Sasuke wonders if they are not the only ones who are getting better and realizes there are times when he thinks the sect leader believes that they are perfect already, but he thinks humans are meant to strive for improvement until the day they die. Considering that the sect leader walks the path of Taoism, Sasuke is sure the sect leader will continue to improve himself until the day he dies. Sasuke thinks the sect leader is really reliable and says the Mount Hua sect needs its leader to return it back to its former glories, to which the sect leader replies that as long as that's happening, it's all good, but says even if it is happening, it is not achieved by his efforts. The sect leader says it is all thanks to the hard work of their disciples, but when Sasuke asks why it is not because of sect leader's efforts, he replies he is someone who knows where he is lacking. The sect leader asks if the Mount Hua sect had not declined, would he have become the sect leader, and says if his senior brothers hadn't left the Mount Hua sect, he would have spent his days reading the Taoism scriptures. Suddenly, Sasuke says by leaving, those people have proved that they are not worthy of becoming the sect leader, and tells the sect leader that he is the true leader of Mount Hua sect, to which sect leader smiles. Meanwhile, the sect leader asks what is going on with the second-class disciples, to which Sasuke replies that they have just completed their training and are resting now. Sasuke tells the sect leader that he is a little scared, so the sect leader asks if Sasuke thinks that their second-class disciples will not be able to win against the Southern Edge sect. Sasuke says he too wants to believe in them, but he says the sect leader knows the reason. When the sect leader asks what Sasuke thinks about the third-class disciples, Sasuke asks what he means. The sect leader asks if the third-class disciples are not going to participate in the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference as well and asks how their preparations are going, to which Sasuke replies that it looks like they are training really hard. Although he thinks it's way more than just training really hard, but he says they joined the sect that long. Suddenly, the sect leader asks what Sasuke will do if there is a mountain in front of his eyes, but Sasuke gets confused. The sect leader asks if Sasuke is told that he must pass it. What would he do, and says if there is another path, he can go around the mountain, and if there is time, then he can rest as he tries to climb it. But the sect leader asks what if those options are not available and Sasuke needs to cross the mountain, to which he replies that he'll not be able to cross it. The sect leader says that Sasuke will not be able to gain any experience either, but Sasuke asks if he cannot just get past an easier mountain next time. The sect leader says the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference is fundamentally grounds for an exchange, and it is not that important whether he wins or loses, but what is important is who is able to use that exchange to improve more. Suddenly, Sasuke understands the sect leader is right, and the sect leader says the Southern Edge sect are guests who have come a long way, so they should make sure they do their best to receive them well, to which Sasuke replies he'll bear that in mind. Sasuke says Sir Hwang of the Unio Merchant Guild has decided to help them out, so there shouldn't be any issues, but he is worried that the Southern Edge sect will find fault with them in this conference. The sect leader advises Sasuke not to pay much attention to that because he is sure everything will proceed smoothly. Sasuke understands it and says in this case he'll take his leave and do a last check on everything. After Sasuke leaves, the sect leader thinks of himself as a Taoist. He lies so bluntly that winning and losing don't matter, as if it is nothing. The sect leader thinks if there is a difference between now and the past, it would be that they have the 7 Plum Blossoms sword technique records, but it would probably be close to impossible to bring back the old glory of the Mount Hua sect with just it. The sect leader prays the predecessors to watch on the Mount Hua sect. On the other hand, a boy, Jong Seohan, a second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect, while heading to Mount Hua sect in this hot weather, is tired and asks his senior brother if the Mount Hua sect was really a part of the great sects in the past. Jong asks his brother for a place that used to be one of the 10 great sects if the village was not too small and shabby, to which his brother replies that it is the opposite. Jong's brother says a village of this size could have been founded only because the Mount Hua sect is here. Jong's brother, Jin Jumryun, says the Mount Hua sect was very popular in the past and so powerful that they developed the village to this extent so that people came here just to visit the Mount Hua sect and could stay here. However, Jong says they have fallen to rock bottom, and he has no idea why they are practicing in this meaningless event. Jong asks what the point is for them to exchange swords with the Mount Hua sect, whose level is obviously low, and says it would be better for them to practice by themselves. Jin says he is sure they are doing this because the elders in their sect have something in mind, so he tells Joji to be careful of what he says. Zhang says he knows, but he thinks there is no point in the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference after all. Suddenly, as Zhang says it would be pretty fulfilling to avenge the humiliated guy he knows, another disciple of Southern Edge sect, Li Songbeek, is quietly looking at him. Zhang thinks Li has been awfully quiet after the huge incident he created and thinks he is boring. Zhang tells Jin that they ought to pay back for the humiliation that they have received from them for the first time in 100 years, to which Jin agrees and says that'll be how it is. Meanwhile, Li, looking at the mountain on which the Mount Hua sect is, thinks that as compared to the lightheartedness he had when he first came here the last time, he is now reminded of that one person when he see Mountain Hua. Ji, thinking about Chung, furiously thinks that they might be walking into the tiger's den now. After some while, when the Southern Edge sect reaches the Taoist Hall, they wonder what the hell went through the Mount Hua sect's mind when they decided to build a Taoist hall in this kind of place. Zhang says no wonder they declined, but Jin Jumryun says Taoist hall in general tries to be located away from the mundane world in order to be closer to nature. Jin says that in order to study the Taoist scriptures and know oneself in peace without any outside interference, it is natural to choose a place that is not easy for people to get to. However, Zhang wonders what it has to do with the Mount Hua sect because half of them are not even Taoists. Zhang says he would understand if Jin was talking about the Wudang sect, and Jin says that is true. Meanwhile, another disciple of their sect says if it is a place that one has to go through so much to get to, that place should at least be enjoyable or something. But he thinks they are going to serve them vegetables and put them in some rundown pavilion to sleep. Another disciple sighed and said he didn't even expect any kind of good food from them. He just hoped he could sleep with comfort because he heard that even the beggar sect had better lodgings than them. Suddenly, they ask the eldest senior brother Jumryun if it is not about time to stop having this useless Southern Edge and Mount Hua conference. They ask if this is not just making them suffer by coming so far just to make the Mount Hua sect look good. Jumryun says he knows they are very unhappy, but they should calm down a little and ask if they don't know how the higher-ups feel about the Mount Hua sect. One of the disciples says he cannot understand why they are so sad about a martial arts sect that's almost done for. Jumryun says it's just in case the Mount Hua sect has some kind of hidden power, but his fellow disciple laughs and says if they had something like that, they would have already gone back to the status they used to be at. The disciple asks if Jumryun is saying they just decided not to do that and stayed in ruins for nearly 100 years. The disciple says all the martial arts sects had a time when they were flourishing and says what's important is where the Mount Hua sect is right now. Meanwhile, another disciple agrees and says this sect is going to stay like this going forward 100 years more. They discuss that for a martial arts sect to have no form of development at all, the Mount Hua sect has gotten too weak to spar against them for sure. The Southern Edge sect disciple thinks the Mount Hua sect will pull down their reputation along with them, but suddenly Li says it would be best if they don't underestimate the Mount Hua sect. Li warns that if there is one slight mistake, they might be humiliated, but Zhang taunts if Li is talking about himself. Zhang tells Li not to worry because they won't do anything that will help the opponents look better, unlike Li. Zhang says that the Mount Hua sect letting Li off puts them in a bad light, but Li says he is just saying that they should not let their guards down. Zhang asks what if they let their guards down a little and says it would change nothing because the opponent is the Mount Hua sect. Li sighed and told them to do as they pleased, but warned them they'd end up paying the price if they let their guards down. Suddenly, the elder of the southern sect, Sima, arrives there, and as he says Li is right, everyone gets attentive. Sima Seung asks if they have forgotten what happened with the Yunhe Merchant Guild, to which Jumryun replies they haven't forgotten. Sima says they are humiliated because of the martial arts sect that's almost done for and asks if they don't know how infuriated the sect leader was because of that. Sima says that one incident was more than enough humiliation for them, and says they who aim to be the best in the world can't possibly be constantly vying with some third-rate martial arts sect like Mount Hua sect. Sima says the sect leader would like to put a full stop to their relationship with the Mount Hua sect through the Southern Edge and Mount Hua conference this time round. Sima furiously says if they let their guards down for even a second and get humiliated by the Mount Hua sect disciples, then he'll never forget that. The disciples get nervous and Sima says anyone who stands on a battlefield must do all they can so they have no regrets, just like how lions go all out even when they're hunting rabbits. Sima says their goal is to simply defeat the Mount Hua sect in the southern edge and Mount Hua conference, but to also trample on their spirit. Sima tells all of them to bear that in mind and says if they are all done resting, then they should keep moving because they need to get there before the Mount Hua sect gets sick of waiting for them. After ascending for some hours, they reach the Mount Hua sect panting, but suddenly Zhang asks why their gate is in such a good condition. Jumeryun knows that the Yuna Merchant Guild has invested in the Mount Hua sect, but he thinks it has not been that long since this happened. Jumeryun wonders if they managed to solve all their financial problems and rebuild the gate in such a short time. He thinks it is impossible, and suddenly Sima says it looks like they managed to beg for a small fortune, and after that they fixed the main gate as it's the first thing people see. Sima tells his disciples not to worry about it and says that even if the main gate is rebuilt, it doesn't change who they are fundamentally. Sima calls it a useless thing that they have done. But suddenly, the gates open and Haiyan Sang, an elder of the Mount Hua sect, comes out, telling Sima that it must have been a tough journey coming all the way there. Haiyan tells Sima that they have already met before and he is glad to see him again, but Sima asks why the sect leader is not out here, to which Haiyan replies he is inside right now. Sima asks if it makes sense that the sect leader is not here to receive the guests who can go such a long way, which infuriates Haiyan, and he thinks how dare Amir try to order a sect leader to do things. Haiyan thinks Sima is ill-mannered, and seeing his attitude, he realizes they are determined to ruin things. Haiyan takes a deep breath and requests them to come in and have food because they have prepared a welcome banquet for all of the Southern Edge sect's disciples. Still, Sima taunts that the Mount Hua sect must think of the Southern Edge and Mount Hua conference as some event to play and eat, to which Haiyan humbly replies it is not like this. Sima, while getting in, tells Haiyan to lead the way because he'd like to meet the sect leader first. Sima thinks someone would wonder how much funds the Mount Hua sect has received, but he thinks it is obvious since they have done something like rebuilding their main gate that people see first and think the inside of this place must be in poor condition. However, as Sima goes in, he is shocked to see it's not a sand training ground, and even the condition of the buildings is better than before. Sima wonders if they would not just simply rebuild their main gate, and when Haiyan notices his expression, he asks what the matter is. Sima says it looks like a lot of things have changed here. Sima asks if the Mount Hua sect still has this much money to change things around here, and says he doubts they, who consider themselves a reputable sect, would resort to thievery. Haiyan gets furious and tells Sima that he cannot call them thieves because that is absurd. Suddenly, they hear someone calls Sima words a load of rubbish, which startles them, and as they look who is there, it's Chung standing there and he tells Sima to just die. But Sima furiously asks what did he just say. Chung, with an innocent expression, asks what he means, which infuriates Sima more, and he furiously asks what he just said to him. Chung immediately looks towards Gull, who is training with other disciples, and suddenly yells at Gull, asking how he wants to rest when he has not even run that much. Gull, confused, looks towards Chung, and Chung kicks him while telling him to stop talking rubbish and start running properly. Gull falls on the ground in pain, and Chung immediately tells Sima that is what he said, but says it looks like Sima heard that, and it's embarrassing. However, Sima is furious, and he wonders if this kid thinks he'll trick him with this nonsense. Sima wants to teach Chung a lesson, but Jumeryun tells Sima to calm down because nothing good will come out of quarreling with a child. Jumeryun asks Chung if he can know who he is, which startles Chung, and he asks if Jumeryun is asking him. Chung asks if Jumeryun will know him if he tells him who he is, to which Jumeryun replies who knows that he might know who he is. Jumeryun asks if Chung can tell him now, to which Chung replies he can because it's nothing difficult and says he is Chung Mayang. Jumeryun immediately realizes that it is the name of the Mount Hua sect disciple who tarnished the reputation of the Southern Edge sect. Jumeryun thinks Chung is much younger than he thought and wonders if all their deals with the top 10 businesses in Shaanxi were stolen by this young brat. Jumeryun thinks it's absurd and says if he is Chung Mayong then it seems he has not learned any form of manners. Chung asks what Jumeryun just said and tells him that he is too far away from him to hear well, so he asks if he can come closer to him to talk to him. Jumeryun, shocked, asks what he is saying, to which Chung asks if he is a little hard of hearing and tells him to come near and then talk to him. Chung offends Jumryun by asking if he cannot hear him, and Jumryun wonders how this kid has the confidence to act so cocky. Jumryun thinks if it is true that Chung flew away and vomited blood during the sparring with Lee Songbeek, then it means he is not that strong at martial arts. Jumryun wonders how dare Chung show him that kind of attitude, and suddenly, he asks if Chung is a third-class disciple because, in that case, he is someone who is like a senior to Chung. Jumryun asks if Chung doesn't think it is wrong for him to command someone like him and says Chung would know that if he had even a single bit of manners. Suddenly, Chung, with a calm expression, says that it is true, and now that Jumryun has mentioned it, he says it is right. In this case, Chung asks if Jumryun can pass his message to the elder who is right beside him. Chung says he thinks commanding Jumryun is more polite as compared to an elder of the Southern Edge sect commanding their sect leader. Jumryun is shocked, but when Chung asks if he is right, Jumryun furiously thinks in contrast to what he wants to do, and what he has said has been used to criticize their elder instead. Jumryun thinks Chung managed to trip him over his own words by leading the conversation without saying much. Jumryun loses his cool, but Sima tells him to stand down and says this young brat, Chung, surely has a way with words. Sima says he won't hold Chung responsible for his rudeness since he did it out of his heart for his sect leader. But Sima says Chung's rudeness is not the same as his and asks if he knows why, to which Chung replies he doesn't know. Sima says it is because of power, and that it is only rude when it's pointed out because if no one points it out, then it is just passing words. Sima says the authority to point things out comes from power, and says that being rude without power is rude. He says it is not rude when he does it because he himself has power. However, Chung says that before Sima learns manners, he needs to cut back on his speech. Sima says Chung's bravado gets forgiven easily, but it will be what gets Chung's head cut off someday, and he tells Chung to remember these words. Sima tells Hyun that they should go, so Hyun goes with him, and the Southern Edge sect disciples also go with them. While the disciples are going inside, Lee sees Chung and slightly bows his head to show his respect to Chung. Meanwhile, Chung smiles at Lee, and Lee continues to follow along with his fellow disciples. Chung is already annoyed since those thieving idiots came to their sect, and he is furious. How dare they disrespect his elder? Chung wanted to let things proceed peacefully, but they wanted to turn everything upside down from the start. Suddenly, Gull yells at Chung and asks what exactly he is trying to do because he knows Chung is talking back to an elder of the Southern Edge sect. Chung immediately kicks Gull again for calling Sima elder and tells his other fellow disciples that they saw what the opponents did, so he asks who could hold themselves back after seeing that. Simultaneously, a disciple says they don't want to hold themselves back either, but he asks what they can do. Chung tells his senior brothers to listen carefully, and pointing towards the opponents, he says the moments his sect disciples lose to them, they'll die by his own hands. The senior disciples get worried, and Chung says he doesn't care if they lose elsewhere. He doesn't care if they go somewhere and get beaten up. But he doesn't want to see them losing to the Southern Edge sect, not even in his death. Chung says the people who make him see what he doesn't want to see should brace themselves for what's coming. Suddenly, when the senior disciples say they don't have the confidence, Chung furiously asks what confidence they are talking about and asks if they don't have the confidence to win. Chung furiously asks if they have the confidence to die and warns them to try losing, and says he'll kill all of you the same exact way. Meanwhile, Jong, while going up behind their master, looks worryingly toward Chung. Jumryun asks if Chung concerns him, to which Jong stays quiet. Jumryun says it is more like he is dumbfounded by what Chung did. Jumryun says Chung does not know his place, so he tells Jong to leave Chung and says kicking a big fuss without knowing their place is the privilege of the weak. Jumryun says a child who doesn't know how big the world is will definitely act recklessly, and that they'll have the chance to punish him later on. Jong says he would love to see if that mouth of Chung still spouts bullshit after it gets ripped apart, and Jumryun, with a smile, says Jong shouldn't be saying this as an orthodox martial artist. Jong says the Mount Hua sect is the one who picked up the fight first, with which Jumryun agrees, but he says the truth is on the side that has power. Jumryun says in the end that martial artists speak with their swords, and no matter how good at talking one is, it won't change a single thing. Jumryun thinks the Southern Edge sect and Mount Hua conference will be really interesting this time round. After some while, when Sima is sitting in front of the Mount Hua sect leader, he thinks the sect leader looks too relaxed compared to the previous years and wonders if it is because they have money now. Sima thinks whatever it is, there is no way they could have surpassed the Southern Edge sect, and he got bothered by their underground carefreeness. Suddenly, Sima puts the teacup on the table with force, and the sect leader says he is not sure if the tea is to Sima's liking. Sima replies it has a deep fragrance, but the plum blossoms are not exactly his preference. The sect leader asks if there is a reason he dislikes the smell of plum blossoms. Sima replies it is normal for a forest to exude several scents. Sima says the smell of soil, the smell of trees, and even the smell of dew, but in the place where there are plum blossoms, they can smell nothing but them. Sima, while swirling the cup, says the smell is so dense that it covers all other scents surrounding it. Sima puts the cup on the table again and says the world is a place where people achieve harmony while living together, and that is why he prefers green tea with a light fragrance to plum blossoms that break the harmony. Hyan wonders why Sima is saying such a thing right now and thinks of strong scented blossoms that break the harmony around them. If Sima is referring to the time when the Mount Hua sect pursued only profits and refused to work in harmony with the Southern Edge sect. Suddenly, Sima says they should stop with the tea talk now and get to the main topic. Sima says they at the Southern Edge sect are thinking of making this conference the last one. So when the sect's leader asks the reason, Sima replies it's simple that the meaningless sparring with the Mount Hua sect doesn't help in the development of the Southern Edge sect. When Sima says there isn't too big of a gap between them now, the Mount Hua sect's elders get furious, but Hyan stops him. The Mount Hua sect leader says the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference is not just a simple event that was created for sparring. It was meant to build friendly ties between their sect. However, Sima says this is just for show because there has never been a moment when their sects were on good terms. Sima says it is more like they are enemies and asks if they are not. Sima says as evidence of that, everyone here wants to crush him, even though he has not said a single wrong thing. Everyone is quiet, and Sima says the relationship of their sects is like broken porcelain and says in order to piece that broken porcelain, a lot of work is required, but says even if they manage to do it, the cracks will still stay. Meanwhile, the Mount Hua sect leader understands the Southern Edge sect doesn't want to participate in the conference anymore, which means they are saying that this time they want to put the Mount Hua sect under their feet. The sect leader thinks, can there be something more humiliating to say than this? Suddenly, Unem asks if Docent Sima thinks he is informing them of this too suddenly, but Sima says they should have done this way earlier. Simultaneously, Sima says he would like to ask one thing and ask Unem if he thinks the Mount Hua sect is good enough to have the Southern Edge sect as their opponent. This shocks Unem, and Sima says they think they have already done enough for the Mount Hua sect, considering how nicely they have treated the Mount Hua sect. Unem furiously asks what Sima means by done enough and asks if Sima doesn't think he is going overboard with his words, but Sima asks what he has gone overboard with. Sima says they forgot the grudge they had in the past and have consistently helped the Mount Hua sect. Sima says the Southern Edge and Mount Hua conferences have always been held in the Mount Hua sect. They have never complained about it before, and they even bring treasures to support them every time they come here. Sima asks if they are going to put the blame on the Southern Edge sect after all that, but Unem thinks that is not it. Unem knows the reason why the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference was held in the Mount Hua sect is that the Southern Edge sect wanted to mock them by coming here in person to see how far the Mount Hua sect has fallen and to show their victory over Mount Hua sect to the other sects. Unem knows the treasures that were given on the pretext of supporting them were just to make it so that the Mount Hua sect that had no money was unable to reject them. Unem is sure that the sect leader thinks it is totally absurd, but what makes them even angrier is that they cannot deny anything even after hearing all this. Suddenly, Sima says if it is hard for the sect leader to understand, he'll make it simpler. Sima says that after this Southern Edge and Mount Hua conference, the Mount Hua sect will need to say that they no longer want it to take place again. Sima, while getting up, says if the sect leader cares about his disciples, then he should think hard about this. As Sima is about to leave the room, the sect leader asks if the Southern Edge sect is going to close off all relationships with other sects. Sima says that it is not for him to decide. Sima leaves, and everyone is sitting quietly, but an elder asks how dare Sima be so insolent. Another elder says even though the Southern Edge sect has always acted wickedly during the conference it is the first time they have gone this far. Meanwhile, Unem wonders how dare a mere elder act like this in front of their sect leader and asks if they voice their displeasures to the Southern Edge sect directly. but the leader tells them to leave it be. The sect leader says words are futile at times and asks what is the point for them to say anything. The sect leader says they can take on any amount of humiliation, but there is something that concerns him much more, which is that he is worried about the kids. The sect leader says considering that Sima told them about this personally, it looks like this conference will be very dangerous. The sect leader says he doesn't care if he gets hurt or humiliated. He really doesn't want to see the kids suffer. Unem thinks it'll be very dangerous, but even so, it is not like they can atop the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference. Unem thinks that if they give up on the match out of fear before even the fight itself, shame will haunt the kids for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, Sasuke says he thinks there is more to it, and says the Southern Edge sect really wants to clearly show the gap between them through the sparring this time round. Sasuke says their goal must be to show that the Mount Hua sect is no longer worthy of being called a reputable sect of the Shaanxi region. Sasuke says that will be the finishing blow for their sect, the status of which has already fallen. Sasuke asks if the sect leader doesn't think that is what the Southern Edge sect is after, to which the sect leader replies that it is probably right, but there is not much they can do. Sasuke says they don't need any special plans because they just need to win against them in sparring, so he tells the sect leader to believe in their disciples, who have been working very hard. Sasuke thinks they might actually bring them the good news, and meanwhile Chung, while training the disciples, says it is time for them to prove it, and Chung, while running with a heavy stone on his back, says he'll kill anyone he catches up with. After some while, when the Southern Edge sect disciples are having a lavish meal in the dining hall, Jin says to think they would have such a lavish meal here. He doesn't like it, and Zhang notices Jin's face hardened. Zhang tells Jin that it looks like the Mount Hua sect has gotten pretty arrogant, to which Jin replies that is right, but Jin says what is important in the end is whose martial arts are better. Zhang says even if the Mount Hua sect acts like they are doing well with all this, a martial arts sect without good martial arts is just an empty shell. Jin says that is right, but while breaking the chopsticks, he says that what he wants is a perfect victory. Everyone gets startled, and Jin furiously gets up, saying, be it fame, wealth, or martial arts, he wants to beat the opponents in every single area. Jin says he hates the fact that the fallen Mount Hua sect is even compared to them, and yells they are incomparable to them. Jin asks everyone if they have forgotten about their resolve and says their generation shall make the Southern Edge sect the best sect in the world. Jin furiously says that seeing them relaxed as if they were on a trip angers him, so he tells everyone to pull themselves together and not forget why they are there. Jin says if any of them fail to show them what a true disciple of the Southern Edge sect is like, he'll teach them a lesson even before the elders do. Jin asks if they understand, to which they reply that they'll bear that in mind. Suddenly, Sima arrives there while clapping and says it looks like Jin Jumrian has already said everything he wanted to say on his behalf. Jin and the other disciples pay their respects to their elders, and Jin says he is embarrassed because if he had known the elder was coming, he would have never said that. Sima tells Jin that it was a wonderful speech, and that is the mindset a disciple of the Southern Edge sect should have. Sima tells Jin to continue what he is doing and says that just winning the Southern Edge and Mount Hua conference won't be enough. Sima tells Jin to make it so that the Mount Hua sect won't dare to mention the Southern Edge sect's name. Sima asks if Jin understands what he means and says when it comes to martial arts competitions, not hurting each other is one of the basics, but the opponent's spirit is stronger than expected. Jin is shocked, but Sima says even if they are the Southern Edge sect, there is a limit to how much they can tolerate the opponent. Jin, with an evil smile, asks if there will not be a risk of getting hurt if they stand up against the spirit of the opponents, to which Sima, with an evil tone, replies that there is a risk, but they cannot let that happen. Sima says the spar itself is important and meaningless if they let their own people get injured. Sima says they need to pay attention in the fights this time and make sure none of them gets injured, even if they need to break one of the opponent's arms and legs. Jin says he'll manage everything so that they'll end this event perfectly, so Sima trusts him and leaves everything to him. Suddenly, Sima says there is one more thing he would like to ask Jin, and Jin replies that he is at his command. Sima tells Jin to make sure that he takes care of that cheeky kid, but when Jin asks if Sima is talking about Chung, Sima says that the kid, who is not even 20 yet, dared to speak and argue with him, so he says he can't stand the sight of such a kid growing up in the Mount Hua sect. Sima says that is why they need to nip Chung in the bud, and Jin says he'll bear that in mind. Suddenly, Jin calls Waryang, and as he immediately arrives near them, Jin tells Sima that this disciple's name is Xian Waryang and says, although this kid is quite young, he is considered to be the best of the third-class disciples. Jin says Waryang will be their best card to teach Chung Myung a lesson and says tomorrow, during the conference, he'll make things happen the way Elder Sima desires. Sima gets happy, and he trusts Jin, thinking that the Southern Edge and Mount Hua conference will become the prelude that opens the golden age of the Southern Edge sect. Sima thinks the Mount Hua sect will be crushed to oblivion. At night, Yoon sees Gul standing in the sect's training ground and asks what he is doing there. Gul replies that he cannot sleep, but when Yoon asks about Chung, Gul says he is asleep. Yoon wonders if Chung's nerves are made of steel, and Gul says Chung is sleeping all splayed out, even if he is snoring. Yoon says that although he thinks it is crazy, he is nervous and cannot believe Chung is able to sleep when tomorrow is the day of the conference. Suddenly, Yoon says he should say it's today now because it's past midnight. Suddenly, Chung arrives there and says it is not that he has nerves of steel. It is just they are too weak-minded. They get startled, and Chung asks why they are not sleeping at this hour, to which Gul replies they are nervous. As Chung is going to scold him again, Gul replies he knows that if he loses, he'll die, and Chung says, isn't nervousness felt only by less prepared? Yoon immediately replies that it is not that, and is nervous because he thinks he'll not be able to do well tomorrow. Suddenly, Chung asks if they think there will be anything more they can do if they turn back 10 days. Yoon immediately wonders if Chung wants him to do those crazy training sessions for 10 more days. Yoon feels like puking from just thinking that, and Chung says there is no such thing as nervousness in a person who has already done everything he could. Chung says what they are feeling right now is something else, and that they simply don't believe in themselves. Chung says if they are weak, they should just admit that, but the important thing is whether they really did their best. Suddenly, Chung asks if Yoon does his best, to which Yoon replies he does, and he can say that for sure. Chung says then that is it. Chung, while leaving, says no matter what everyone else says, he is going to acknowledge all the hard work that they have put in, so he tells them not to waste their time like this and go back to bed. Chung says getting enough sleep the day before is also a kind of skill and effort, but when Yoon asks where Chung is going, he replies he is going to do training. When Yoon says today is the conference, Chung replies it doesn't concern him that much because training is 100 times more important. Gul is worried that Chung is really going to train, but Yoon says it looks like they are worried for nothing. Yoon says that on the day of the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference, Chung is still just his usual self. Yoon says he feels foolish about the troubles he has been worrying about up until now and says Chung Myung is right. Yoon says if they want to confidently tell themselves that they have worked hard until the end, they need to try to sleep. Yoon says they should go to bed, and as they get going, he thinks Chung is a weirdo because he can't believe those words make him feel relaxed. Yoon thinks that whatever the outcome of the conference is, as long as they have Chung, the third-class disciples will keep getting stronger. On the other hand, Chung sneakily hides in the bushes and thinks he doesn't think there will be anyone here today. Chung doesn't want Yu Isol to appear again because he'll break her head, tie her with the rope, and throw her off the cliff. Suddenly, he remembers she is his senior, so he says he shouldn't beat his seniors, but he thinks it's so frustrating and wonders how he ended up lurking here at this hour. Suddenly, Chung feels a human presence. He says he knew this would happen and wonders if Isol is following him again, but he realizes it's not her and feels there are two people. Chung thinks two people meeting this deep in the mountains at dawn reeks of a scheme, so he sneakily rushes towards them to hear what they are doing. Chung jumps on a tree near those people and sees it's Beek Chun, but when he sees the other guy is Jin, he wonders what he is doing there. Jin calls Beek his brother and says he is doing well. Beek says Jin looks relaxed, and Jun says there is no reason for him to be tense, but he also asks if there is any reason and calls Beek Dongryun. As Chung hears that name, he coughs with shock, alerting Beek and Jin, but Chung hides behind the tree. Beek tells Jin not to call him by that name and furiously says he is Beek Chun now. Jin says Beek should not throw away the name given to him by his parents, and that no matter what anyone says, Beek is still Jin Dongryun. Chung is shocked to learn that Beek's real name is Dongryun, and he is Jin Jumryun's brother. Chung really wants to see who their father is and wonders what he was thinking when he named them like that. Suddenly, Beek yells that he is Beek Chun. Jumrian says it's okay Dongryun and says it looks like he is doing well in the Mount Hua sect because he looks pretty good. Beak asks what Jumryun is trying to say, to which he replies that he just missed him. Jumryun was wondering how his good-for-nothing little brother, who ran away from home and entered the Mount Hua sect to defeat him, was living. When Beak asks if Jumryun has not seen that 2 years ago already, Jumryun replies that beating a loser is never boring, no matter how many times he does it. Beak thinks his brother is nasty because he knows Jumryun pretends to be gentle and hides behind a smile, but even that smile is repulsive as it comes from his rotten heart. Beak thinks Jumryun is someone who is ruthless to those he considers weaker than himself, and there is no way Beak doesn't know what Jumryun is thinking, because that is how he has been treated. Suddenly, Jumryun asks what Beak thinks and says if he were to beg on the floor, he would still accept him into the Southern Edge sect. Beak furiously clenches his fist and tells Jumryun not to talk nonsense because he says he is the most senior second-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Beak says his goal is to help the Mount Hua sect surpass the Southern Edge sect, so Jumryun shouldn't ever say that in front of him again. Beak says even if he begged, Jumryun would have laughed at him and pretended that nothing had happened because that is the kind of person he is. Suddenly, Jumryun says being brothers is such a bizarre thing because even though they lived apart for a long time, Beak still knows him so well. Jumryun says Beak made the wrong choice because if he wanted to beat him, he should have entered the Southern Edge sect. Jumryun says that way, Beak would have had at least a small chance to achieve it, but he says Beak chose the Mount Hua sect over the Southern Edge sect. Jumryun asks how Beak was thinking of defeating him by joining the sect that is almost done for, and, while laughing, says even a dog would laugh at that. Suddenly, Beak says Jumryun is right, that at first he joined the Mount Hua sect to get back at him, and he thought he would beat him, who ignored and despised him, by leading the sect Jumryun hated the most, the Mount Hua sect. Jumryun says even if it was for the sake of getting back at him, it was such a foolish idea, but he says it suits Beak. At first, Beak says he was childish, but now he really likes the Mount Hua sect, and there is nothing more pleasing than to live as the most senior second-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Chung understands why Beak was begging him to teach him, and he cannot believe Beak finds it pleasing to live as a second-class disciple of a sect that is almost done. Chung feels unexpectedly profound about Beak, but suddenly, when Jin asks Beak if he has lost his mind, Chung feels furious. Meanwhile, Beak tells Jin not to look down on the Mount Hua sect and says this must seem strange to Jin, but when he comes here, he realizes that happiness is not about dressing up in good clothes, having good food, and living a luxurious life. Beak says this place needs him, so he was able to set a goal to make it one that is not inferior to others. Beak says the Mount Hua sect is the place that gave him a purpose, and he proudly says it is a place that embraces him with affection. However, Jin says that seeing how Beak talks nonsense, it looks like he has not seen reality yet, and that he'll tell Beak what it is like. Jin says Beak is already done for, and in exchange for his pathetic choice, he'll live his whole life humiliated as a third-rate warrior. Jin says Beak will watch him become the Southern Edge sect leader from Beak's pathetic position, but Beak furiously says it doesn't matter, and he is just living his own life. Jin mocks Beak by calling his life trash, which is quite fun to watch, and says he won't make Beak wait for long, so he'll see everything today and how foolish and worthless the life he has chosen is. Jin says there is no better combination than a fallen sect and a fool, but Beak furiously warns him not to insult the Mount Hua sect or he'll tear his filthy mouth. Jin smirked and released a strong energy wave. He asked if Beak thought he could do it and said he was too pathetic for that. Jin says that after today, neither Jin nor the Mount Hua sect will be able to show their faces in Zhonghu. Jin, while leaving, says that is what he'll make happen, so Beak should look forward to it. As Jin leaves, Beak worryingly wonders if he can make it, but he tells him not to falter because he is Beak Chun of the Mount Hua sect. Beak thinks someday he'll become the sect leader and bring back its glory, but as he turns to leave, he gets startled to hear Chung saying he is proud of him. Chung jumps down from the tree, and Beak nervously asks what Chung is doing there and how he did not feel his presence. As Chung calls Beak Dongryun, he asks if Chung has heard everything, to which Chung mischievously calls him. Dongryun replies he has, and he is proud of him for thinking that he has such admirable thoughts about the Mount Hua sect. Beak requests Chung not to tell anyone since there are people who would think negatively of this. Chung tells Beek to fear not because he is Chung Myung, the last person in the world who will not spill his secret. When Chung says Beek is Jumryun's brother, Beek says even though they are brothers, they don't have a close relationship because they have different mothers. Beek is going to tell his sad life story, but Chung tells him to stop because he doesn't want to listen to such trivial things and says he is sure it is predictable. Chung guesses Beek was born as the youngest and didn't get treated well because of his older talented brother and blah blah blah. Chung says eventually Beek ran away from home and came to the Mount Hua sect. When Chung asks if he is right, Beek tells him not to summarize other people's lives so easily, but suddenly Chung says Beek did well. Beek is shocked to hear this, and Chung says Beek made the right choice when he came to the Mount Hua sect. Chung says no matter where Beek is from or what his story is, as long as Beek came here of his own free will, he is a disciple of the Mount Hua sect, and says he'll prove to Beek that he was not wrong to choose it over the Southern Edge sect. Beek is surprised and thinks it's not something this kid should be saying, but for some reason he feels Chung's words are so calming to the heart. When Beek asks when Chung is going to prove it, Chung asks what he means by when because he is going to prove it today and says it is time to crush the faces of those Southern Edge sect guys, so Chung tells Beek that they should go on a rampage. In the morning, while the disciples are standing in front of the sect leader, he says they seem nervous, but there is no need to be stiff. The sect leader tells them not to dwell on winning or losing because they just need to use the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference as their stepping stone. The sect leader says that no matter what the result is, they are still the proud disciples of the Mount Hua sect, and they should remember this. Chung thinks it's a lousy speech, and not only did it not raise the morale of those who are going to spar, but it also didn't even give them the resolve to uphold the honor of the Mount Hua sect. However, Chung thinks those words gently relieved the hearts of the disciples who felt burdened and tensed. Suddenly, the sect leader says he'll be watching them and says he'll see them later. After some while, the disciples of both sects gather in the training ground where the conference is about to start, and the elders also arrive there. Suddenly, the sect leader gets attentive and hears some people trying to get into the sect while Unam is trying to close the doors. Unam tells them they cannot get in whenever they want, but some people get in there forcefully, which shocks the elders of the Mount Hua sect. The sect leader asks what is happening, to which Unam replies that these people came here to watch the Mount Hua and the Southern Edge Conference, and they are demanding entry. The sect leader sees these people wearing luxurious outfits, and he knows some of them, which means they are Shaanxi's top 10 merchant association leaders and some other big shots in the local area. The sect leader wonders why they would want to watch the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference. Suddenly, the sect leader looks towards Sima and remembers Sasuk saying that it's going to spread throughout the Shaanxi region and that the Mount Hua sect is no longer one of the prestigious sects. The leader realizes it is Sima's cheap trick, and he furiously asks if they don't know that the sect can't let outsiders in without permission. Unam gets worried, and the sect leader scolds him, asking how he can let these people do that despite knowing the obvious schemes of these people. Suddenly, Sima says he hadn't cooperated with these people in advance, which shocks the sect leader, and he wonders if Sima is saying it is not the Southern Edge sect who did this. The sect leader tells Unam to explain the matter, to which Unam replies he tried to stop them, but he doesn't know if the person who brought them is here. Suddenly, a man arrives there and says it's him who brought these people, but the leader is shocked to see it's Sir H. Wang. H. Wang says it's been a long time, and that he thought things wouldn't be as exciting without an audience at an event like this, so he invited some people. Simultaneously, Sima says it is not a bad idea because it is the last conference between the Mount Hua sect and Southern Edge sect, and this could be a festival for Shaanxi. The sect leader sighed because he couldn't do anything now, and as H. Wang looked toward Chung became attentive. H. Wang remembers his son told him that a young Taoist sent him a letter and asked H. Wang to bring famous, influential people as spectators. Chung smiles at H. Wang, and H. Wang thinks he did as he was told, but he doesn't know what is going to happen next. Suddenly, the seats are set for the spectators, and as the preparations are done, Unam goes up to the battleground and starts the conference. Unam calls the first participants on the stage, so Beek and Jumryun walk inside the battlefield. The Mount Hua sect disciples chant in favor of Beek, saying that they are sure he can do this, but Beek is a little nervous. Meanwhile, a spectator says he is excited because he can't believe the representatives of each sect are leading the way by fighting first. The spectator says the results of this spar will pretty much conclude what the conference will be like. The other spectator thinks it is right, and it is not exaggerated to say that the outcome of the whole event can be decided by this whole match alone. One of the spectators knows that Jin Jumryun is said to be a talented martial artist who would bring about the Southern Edge sect's heyday. He says Jumryun looks pretty impressive, and he is like a young hero from a story. However, the other spectator notices that the disciple of the Mount Hue sect also looks great, and he thinks these two disciples look strangely alike. One of the merchants says he wonders if it is because they are wearing black and white, but he thinks it is like they are looking at a painting. The other merchant says that is right, and it makes him look forward to their fight. But another spectator asks how the Mount Hue sect's disciple can be a match for Jin Jumryun. Suddenly, Jumryun taunts that Beek didn't run away, and Beek replies there is no way he is running away from the Southern Edge sect, and more importantly from Jumryun. When Jumryun says Beek surely has a big mouth, Beek immediately makes a tiger move and says he is the second-class disciple of the Mount Hue sect, and someone who will become the sect leader of the Mount Hue sect in the future. Beek rushes to attack Jumryun with a strong move, but Jumryun dodges it. Suddenly, Beek takes out a crouching tiger Azure Yang sword, which shocks Jumryun, and Beek attacks with a rampage dance of tiger claws. Everyone is shocked to see Beek's power, and Gull thinks Senior Beek is like a crouching tiger that went for a surprise attack. Gull says that technique allows one to run at a tremendous speed and launch consecutive attacks. Gull has seen it before, but he wonders when it became so intense because even the great Jin Jumryun is being pushed back. Gull wonders if this is the result of Beek's isolated things, and Beek continues attacking while Jumryun tries to dodge these attacks. The sect leader is surprised because he doesn't know when Beek got to this level. Meanwhile, Yoon excitedly pulls Chung while telling him that the senior is driving the opponent in the corner, but Chung frees his arm from his grip and says he is hearing. When Yoon asks if Beek can actually win, Chung replies there is no way because Beek needs to land an attack to win. Yoon's excitement fades, and Chung says Beek has not landed a single strike, so he asks how he can win. Chung asks if Beek's tired face looks like he is winning. Beek stops attacking because he is exhausted, but Jumryun is standing still, which makes Beek furious, and he wonders why he is unable to hit him. Beek tries again and again to hit Jumryun, but he calmly dodges all the attacks, and when Beek uses his swift movement to stab with a sword, Jumryun tilts slightly to dodge that strike. Jumryun is losing his mind about why he can't scratch Jumryun a little and feels Jumryun is so distant that it is like he is looking at a sheer cliff that rises high in the skies. Jumryun thinks it's a cliff that he doesn't dare to climb across, and he wonders if all his efforts so far and all the time he spent have gone in vain. Jumryun furiously yells and moves his sword swiftly to launch multiple strikes, but Jumryun, while dodging them, gets close to Beek. Beek, with anguish, tries to hit him again, but Jumryun dodges it and hits with his sword at Beek's back with such force that Beek falls on his knees and his sword breaks. Jumryun walks towards Beek and says he thinks Beek has had enough fun for today. Beek gets furious, but Jumryun hits Beek again, making him yell in pain, and he falls on his face. Jumryun steps on Beek's shoulder, Beek screams, and Jumryun says no matter how many martial arts of the Mount Hue sect Beek learns, Beek won't be able to touch even a single hair of his. Simultaneously, Chung is watching all this with a serious face, and Jumryun raises his sword while telling Beek to realize how stupid he and the precious little things he said are. Suddenly, Jumryun strikes again, making Beek roll on the ground, and Beek thinks he thought their gap would have become smaller. Beek is trembling with pain, and his sword is broken, but he gets up again while holding it and tries to stab Jumryun. Jumryun hits Beek again, and Beek wonders why he is unable to reach Jumryun. Beek rushes to stab Jumryun again, but Jumryun hits Beek so hard on his body that his blood spills. Gull and Yoon get worried, but when Beek still tries to get up, Jumryun says it's already hard for Beek to stand, and yet he is still so tenacious. Jumryun says that is all there is, and Beek won't be able to cut off the hem of his clothes for the rest of his life. When Beek asks the reason, Jumryun says he is slow in understanding, and he has told Beek so many times that this is the difference between the Mount Hue sect and the Southern Edge sect. The Mount Hue sect disciples get furious, and Jumryun says this is how big the difference between them is because there is no way the martial arts of the Mount Hue sect can ever be compared to the martial arts of the Southern Edge sect. Jumryun says not even in 100 years, and even in 1,000 years. He says this will always be the same, so he says if Beak still wants to catch up with him, he should leave the Mount Hua sect right now. Jumryun says there is no future in the Mount Hua sect, and what remains of the ruined sect is a job. Still, when Beak says he is not leaving, Jumryun gets shocked, and Beak, while standing up, says he is a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Jumryun, with a smile, says that is what it should be like, but he hits Beak again, saying it doesn't mean he is going to go easy on him. As Beak faints, his fellow disciples rush towards him, and one of them asks if Jumryun doesn't think he has gone too far, but Jumryun asks what he means. Beak's fellow disciple says it's a spar, and there is no need to hurt the disciple so badly during the spar, but Jumryun says that is why he has stopped. The Mount Hua sect disciple gets shocked, and Jumryun asks if he is holding a true sword. What does this disciple think would have left of Beak by now? Jumryun tells them not to take it too hard because he is taken aback too. Jumryun says who could have known that Beak would be this weak because he thought Beak would be able to stand up to him at least a little. Jumryun says he must apologize for that, but the Mount Hua sect's disciple is furious, and he tells his fellows to bring Senior Beak to the treatment hall right now. The Mount Hua sect's disciple tells Jumryun to let him have a taste of the obnoxious Southern Edge sect's technique, so Jumryun calls Zhang Xiaohan to spar with this disciple. Meanwhile, a spectator says Beak Chun is stronger than he thought, but Jin Jumryun's achievements far exceed his expectations, so he says Jumryun is worthy of the title of the most talented swordsman in Shaanxi. Simultaneously, the other spectator wonders, wouldn't the Southern Edge sect deserve to be called the best sect in Shaanxi for having a disciple like this? Suddenly, the spectator says that while the Mount Hua sect has shown them its growth, the value of an investment in them can't match that of the Southern Edge sect. Meanwhile, H1, hearing all this, thinks these people are just merchants in the end because he thinks someone is being carried away in such a deplorable state, yet they are only thinking about money. Even though H-Wang is also a merchant, he finds that behavior disgusting, but he wonders what the little Taoist is thinking. H-Wang knows Chung confidently asked him to get the people here, so he is sure Chung has something up his sleeves. H-Wang is worried that if this goes on, the Mount Hua sect will not be able to regain its former reputation and it'll only facilitate their fall, so he hopes Chung doesn't disappoint him. Suddenly, Yoon asks if Senior is okay, to which Chung replies Beak is probably not okay. Yoon is worried because Beak is injured badly, but when Chung, with a straight face, says that is right, Yoon says he knows Chung doesn't get along with Beak, but he asks if he is not too indifferent. Yoon asks if Chung really doesn't care about the fact that Beak was beaten up so miserably, but Chung tells Yoon to calm down. Yoon worriedly says that is not how Chung should behave as a junior, but Chung again tells Yoon to calm down and ask what he expects. Chung tells Yoon not to tell him that he actually thought Beak would win. Yoon thinks he didn't hope they would win the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference, but he wanted to be able to at least save some of their pride because they had worked hard. Meanwhile, the spar begins between other disciples, and Yoon wonders if the 10 great sects are really at such a high level. Chung says if everything always worked out just by trying hard, then everyone in the world could become martial masters, so he says what is important is not that he works hard, but how hard he works. Chung tells Yoon to look carefully from now on because all of their second-class disciples are going to lose. When Yoon worriedly asks if all of them will lose, Chung replies there is one person who could win, but he says it looks like she won't be practicing. When Yoon asks if they are going to lose this terribly, Chung asks how they are going to lose, to which Yoon replies Chung just said it. Chung says it only applies to the second-class disciples and tells Yoon to warm up because they have to be a little fancy in their fights. Suddenly, the Mount Hua sect disciple loses, and Zhang, by stepping on the chest of that disciple, says it is done, but he can still go on. Suddenly, Zhang looks towards Chung and, with a smirk, says they are just empty talks, but Chung, with a furious look, thinks he'll see how long that smile will last on their faces. After some while, another disciple of the Mount Hua sect also loses, and his sword falls in front of Haiyan, which shocks him. Haiyan tells the sect leader to stop this because they suffered 9 consecutive losses, and at this rate, the third-class disciples will be crushed. Suddenly, the sect leader says he cannot do that and asks how he is supposed to stop this. The sect leader says with all these merchant association leaders gathered here, he supports coming out and saying, they are no match for the Southern Edge sect, and they are only going to hurt themselves if they let this carry on, so they would like to stop the match. The sect leader wonders if he has to declare with his own lips that the Mount Hua sect has fallen completely. The sect leader can never do that, and it's not to protect his own honor, but it is to protect that little possibility that the Mount Hua sect could make a comeback one day. The sect leader can't say something that'll ruin it with his own mouth, so he tells Hyun that they can only go forward, which worries Hyun. Meanwhile, another disciple fails, and Sima is glad at their 10 consecutive wins. He thinks this is the situation they have been waiting for countless times since their predecessors. Sima is proud that the long-cherished desire has been fulfilled by none other than him. But suddenly, he hears some merchants say this is too one-sided, and he cannot tell if the Southern Edge sect is strong or whether the Mount Hua sect is just weak. Another merchant says the mighty Mount Hua sect is going down so pitifully, and Sima is glad because the general opinion is favoring the Southern Edge sect. Sima thinks all that is left is to trample the roots so the Mount Hua sect can never rise again. On the other hand, Unim sighed and wanted to get out of there right now. But suddenly, an announcement was made that the third-class disciples' matches would begin. Meanwhile, Chung thinks after 10 consecutive losses, their sect disciples might felt confident since they went through the arduous training, but the reality that they witnessed with their own eyes has taken away all the confidence that they had built up. Suddenly, when Yoon looks towards Chung, he sees Chung clenching his teeth, and he immediately tells Chung to calm down, but Chung furiously asks what he means by calming down. Meanwhile, Unim is calling the first of the third-class disciples from each side, but he notices some disciples of his sect trying to hold Chung down. The disciples are telling Chung to get a hold of himself because he is supposed to be the last one, and he cannot do this, but Chung, pushing them all away, jumps into the ground. Unim gets startled and wonders why Chung is out here, but Chung challenges one of the opponents to come out, no matter who it is, before he kills them all. Gul and Yoon are shocked, and Sima wonders what is going on with this lunatic. Meanwhile, Joomer-yoon laughs that in the end, this jerk has gone on a rampage, so he calls War-young forward. Joomer-yoon says that contrary to what he thought, Chung came out first, but it didn't change anything, so he tells War-young to help Chung understand his place. War-young immediately rushes inside the battleground and says he'll crush Chung's arrogant mouth. While War-young is saying he is the third-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect, Chung rushes towards him, and before War-young notices, he punches him down with a strong blow. Sima and everyone get shocked while Chung says how dare a weakling like War-young act up and tells them to prepare to die. While seeing his disciple fall on the ground, Sima wonders what has just happened because he thinks Chung disappeared for a moment. Sima can't believe he, a Southern sect's elder, missed that kid's move. Meanwhile, Chung, while walking towards War-young, tells him to get up and says he still has not used his internal energy, so he shouldn't act like he is in pain. Simultaneously, the Southern Edge sect disciples call Chung despicable man because he hit War-young between the conversation. When they ask if the Mount Hua sect doesn't have any manners, Chung says to hell with the manners and asks in a war if they would shake hands and have drinks before they start fighting. War-young's face is swollen, and when he grabs his sword while trying to stand up, Chung tells him to hurry up. Chung says there is a limit to how much he can wait for him, but suddenly, when he notices War-young trembling, he asks if he is alright. War-young replies he is fine, but suddenly, a shower of blood bursts from his nose, and Chung tries to convince himself that War-young won't die if he continues. Chung thinks even though he would like to kill them, he thinks for the first murder of his second, isn't War-young bleeding too much from just a punch? Chung immediately asks Unim if they should let War-young get treatment first, but Unim is confused because it is his first time seeing something like this happen. Unim seeks to understand both sects, but suddenly, War-young tears his sleeve and inserts it in his nose, which Chung smiles because it means War-young is going to continue. Chung feels kind of proud of him, although he is from the Southern Edge sect, but suddenly, War-young calls Chung a coward and says he ought to be ashamed to himself. When War-young says he'll rip him apart and feed him to the dogs, Chung furiously asks what he is saying. War-young says even if Chung gets down and begs for forgiveness right now, it's too late because he'll destroy Chung to the point that even his parents won't forgive him. Chung says he takes back what he said about feeling proud of him and decides to continue. When War-young asks what he means, Chung says he was feeling a little apologetic just now, but it's fine now because that useless thought is completely gone. Chung challenges War-young to bring it on because he'll show him what it is like to not be able to even reach his opponent. Waryong curses Chung, but suddenly Jumryun tells Waryong not to get agitated and not to underestimate his opponent. Waryong takes a breath and says Chung is sure to be good at agitating people, and Chung replies that he guesses so. Waryong tells Chung not to expect any mercy from him and is confident that Chung's sword won't be able to scratch him. When Chung says he has already hit him once, Waryong furiously rushes to attack him while saying he'll kill him, but Chung strongly hits him first in the stomach. Chung continues beating Waryong, saying that kids these days have no manners and that Waryong is unable to attack back. Suddenly, Chung kicks Waryong between his legs, which makes Waryong scream in pain. Meanwhile, Jumryun is worried to see this, and Waryong falls down while shivering with pain. Suddenly, Chung pulls out the cloth from Waryong's nose, making his nose bleed again like a shower, and says he didn't even reach him. The Southern Edge sect's disciples are shocked, and Chung, while throwing the cloth, tells them not to be so surprised. Jumryun is furious at Chung, but Chung calmly walks towards his seat and sits down. Meanwhile, a merchant is surprised to see what is going on and wonders if he is dreaming. The elder of the Mount Hua sect cannot believe that Chung Myung really won against the third-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect this quickly and overwhelmingly. As he looks at the sect leader, he gets more shocked to see his eyes popping out, and even senior brother Hyan Sang is stunned. Hyan can't believe Chung is this strong, and the sect leader, also in shock, says it doesn't make sense because he thinks Chung should definitely have lost. When they shockingly wonder why did Chung win, the elder scolds them that someone from their sect fought so well, so he asks what the hell are they talking about. Hyan immediately asks Sasuk that how long has it been since Chung joined the sect, to which Sasuk replies it has been less than 6 months. Hyan, with surprise, asks if Sasuk is saying that Chung was able to defeat a disciple of the Southern Edge sect after joining for 6 months. While the Southern Edge sect disciples are taking away Waryong, Hyan asks if Sasuk is saying Chun achieved this level only in half a year and asks if he really learned any other martial arts before entering the sect, to which Sasuk replies that Chung didn't. However, Sasuk says he has yet to figure out how strong Chung is because Chung doesn't reveal what he is capable of easily. Meanwhile, the sect leader says he thought Chung was a lucky start who had tumbled into the Mount Hua sect. The sect leader thought it would be unconscionable of them if they were to want anything more from Chung because he had already done so much for the Mount Hua sect. The sect leader thinks this kid's talent for martial arts is way beyond what he just showed them, and he thinks Chung is a genius. Suddenly, the elder says to sum it up, they have gotten 1 win, and with this, they have reclaimed some of their dignity. The sect leader says that is not right because this is not just on the level of reclaiming their dignity, and thinks maybe they have found the person who can lead the Mount Hua sect for the next 100 years. Meanwhile, Hwang listens to the merchants discussing that Chung has won, but the match is too one-sided. One merchant says, based on the first match, the Southern Edge sect's disciple was definitely an exceptional talent, but he asks if the Mount Hua sect has such a talented person too. Simultaneously, Hwang thinks Chung surely should be able to do this much. Hwang thinks back then, at the Yunya Merchant Association, he didn't get to witness Chung's martial prowess personally as he was unconscious. Hwang thinks even so, there is a reason as to why he trusts and invests in Chung and thinks this little Taoist is not one who will fight a losing battle. Hwang thinks maybe Chung was already expecting all this, and he realizes in this case, results will be different from everyone's expectations. Suddenly, a merchant says one can't beat Southern Edge sect's disciple by chance, and they think Ching is definitely more than exceptional for his age. Hwang thinks from this moment, there will be no one who doesn't realize Chung is a big fish, and he thinks they shouldn't even dream about it because Chung is a fish that he caught. Suddenly, a merchant says that it is just 1 win, and if all the other third-class disciples lose, then they can conclude that the kid is truly outstanding. Hwang thinks what they say is true, so he wishes Chung would show them what he is capable of. Hwang wonders if this will end with just one unexpected event, or if the Mount Hua sect's counterattack will begin. On the other hand, Chung says it feels refreshing, but Yang and Gol wonder how he can say that after beating up someone like that. The wonder is he is a demon, but suddenly they get startled when the second-class disciples of their sect tells Chung that he has done a great job, and he should have beaten Waryong up more. Yang is surprised to see the seniors saying that all the frustration that has been piled up over decades flew away just like that guy after Chung punched him. The seniors say Chung's hit was pretty awesome, and Yang is shocked to hear their remarks. The seniors say Chung deserves to be arrogant, and if he is strong, he can afford to act like that. Suddenly, Chung tells them that they are enough with that and to stop kicking up a fuss because they are disturbing him, so they should get lost. Suddenly, Yang realizes it is his turn, and he thinks Chung did what he was supposed to do, but he immediately realizes Chung did even more than he was supposed to do. Yang feels the pressure he has to keep the current atmosphere and thinks he is ready, but suddenly Chung asks why he is looking so dazed and tells him to go out there quickly. Yang thinks this punk always acts like this after doing something praiseworthy, but it's not like he doesn't know this part of Chung. Suddenly, Yang asks if Chung doesn't have any advice or something for him, like the characteristics of the Southern Edge sex martial arts. Chung asks, even if he tells Yang about them, if he will be able to make use of them, and tells Yang to go out already. Chung tells Yang to hit his opponent as soon as he sees his face, to which Yang replies he gets it and walks onto the battlefield. Yang thinks everyone's eyes are filled with expectations that something amazing will happen, so he worries if he loses here, it'll be bad. Suddenly, Chung yells to call Yang, and when Yang looks back, Chung says he'll kill him if he loses, which makes Yang smile. The wind has started to blow in the direction of the Mount Hua sect, and as Yun walks in, he yells his name is Yun Zhang, and he is the third disciple of the great Mount Hua sect. Yang announces that he would like to request a duel with the Southern Edge sect. So Jumeryun furiously tells Gong Jin to go out, destroy that arrogant kid, and come back with victory. While Gong Jin rushes to fight Yun, Jumeryun furiously thinks about how dare Chung put a scratch on his perfect victory. Jumeryun realizes Chung is stronger than he thought, but he is sure it won't be the same for the rest of the Mount Hua sect's disciples. Jumeryun thinks Chung's victory won't be able to lead the Mount Hua sect to triumph in the end because he won't let that happen. On the other hand, Yun remembers it has been less than 2 years since he last faced Gong Jin when Yun was badly beaten by him. Yun thinks today's result would have been the same if Chung Myung hadn't come to them. Yun thinks he always lost pathetically in his last duels with the Southern Edge sect and felt like all forms of training were meaningless. That despair made him feel that no matter how hard he worked, he wouldn't be able to win, and while everyone was slowly giving in to that wall of despair, there was only one person who kept going on without yielding. Yun remembers it was Senior Beek Chun, and then a brat appeared in front of them out of nowhere, which was Chung. Because of Chung, they trained like hell for half a year, and thanks to him, they have managed to become the best version of themselves. Yun wonders if they have reduced the gap between them and the Southern Edge sect due to that training. Although he cannot be sure of that, no matter what the results will be, he is sure he won't go down easily. Suddenly, Gong Jin says they don't need to say anything, and that he'll show Yun how easily he went on him in their last duel, and that he would send him shivers down to the core of his being. Meanwhile, Yun says he doesn't have any intentions of thanking him for that, but Gong says that sentence is rhetorical. Gong runs to attack Yun, and Yun notices Gong Jin's pose is different from the last time. Yun thinks it's a fast and simple attack with a predictable sword path, but he remembers he has never been able to block his sword, even a single time so far. However, this time, he manages to block the attack and pushes Gong Jin away, making Gong Jin say it looks like Yun was not fooling around this whole time. But Gong rushes to attack him, saying he doesn't have a chance at this level, and Yun immediately blocks it. Yun thinks Gong Jin's attacks are fast and heavy, but to think he is able to put such weight into his attacks while being so fast means he is twice as strong compared to when he last fought him. Yun, while blocking attacks, thinks if this is Gong Jin's full strength, but he also wonders why he can see all of his moves. Suddenly, Gong Jin is about to attack again, but Yun, with a simple movement, hits his sword away, and Gong wonders what just happened. Gong Jin is shocked that Yun not only blocked his attack, but also pushed him back, and Yun also could not believe it. Yun shockingly asks if this is all Gong Jin can do, which infuriates Gong Jin, but Yun immediately says he didn't mean to tease him because that was a serious question. Yun asks if Gong Jin is trying to go easy on him because he wants to humiliate him, or if he is thinking of suddenly becoming stronger after acting like this. However, Gong Jin yells at Yun not to get proud of himself after blocking a few of his attacks and jumps to attack Yun, but Yun dodges his attack and kicks him down. Yun is shocked to wonder what Chung has been doing to them all this time. Gong Jin screams with anger and runs to attack again, while Yun thinks he can win because he has practiced the downward slash pose countless times without missing a single day. Yun thinks in the end, every sword move is the result of a person moving their hands, and he thinks he must keep his lower body rooted like a mountain. Yun thinks he needs to not miss a single move with his eyes when the critical moment comes and he is watching Gong Jin coming towards him. Chung told Yun that he need to have the resolve to strike down his enemy in a single strike and the resolve to need to swing the sword for the second time. Yun thinks he must not have a single ounce of hesitation, and he immediately hits Gong Jin, seeing the perfect moment. Yun thinks he must not have a single ounce of hesitation, and as he sees Gong Jin about to attack, he immediately blocks the attack with his sword, seeing the perfect moment. Yun hits with such force that it breaks Gong Jin's sword and hits his shoulder. Everyone is shocked to see Gong Jin fall to the ground because he has lost, so Yun announces that it is a good match. The disciples of the Mount Hua sect celebrate this victory because they cannot believe they won against the Southern Edge sect. Meanwhile, the sect leader feels like his soul is going to heaven with joy, and Hyan Sang is also glad to experience this win. As Yun goes back to his seat, his fellows praise him, but Gull, in shock, asks how Yun did that and asks what he needs to do. Yun tells Gull to just go out there and he won't be able to lose even if he wants to. Yun says Gull will understand once he goes out there, and suddenly, when Yun asks what Chung did to them, Chung chuckles and replies he did nothing much, but says he just made them into people who can win. After they sit in their seats, Chung says the Southern Edge sect guys are very strong for their age, but tells Yun they are also weak if he thinks it another way. When Yun asks what he means by saying that they are strong and weak at the same time, Chung says that Southern Edge sect disciples have learned too much for their age. When Yun asks if it is not good to learn a lot, Chung says learning martial arts is like a tower, and how high it can go depends on how strong the foundation is. Chung says those guys started to build the second and third levels before even the first ones were done. Chung says they delayed the reinforcement of their towers, and now they have to do it as they build them. Chung asks what Yun thinks will happen to such towers when they clash with the ones that have the first levels built perfectly, to which Yun replies they'll probably fall. Chung says that is right, and the foundation of martial arts is to perfectly use your body to strike the opponent. Chung says roots stretch out from that foundation, then the stalk grows and branches spread out from it, so that is why it is faster, sturdier, and more accurate. Chung says he simply made it so that all of them can focus on their roots, and he tells Yun to look at Gull, who is currently fighting his opponent. Chung says Gull's movements are so different from before. His lower body doesn't waver, sword strikes are clean, and his eyes can look at the situation calmly. Most importantly, Gull has the concentration to be able to put all his strength into a single attack. Meanwhile, Gull finishes his opponent, and Chung tells Yun that this is it for now because, with just that, they'll crush their peers. Suddenly, Yun asks if it is that easy and why other sects don't train like this, but Chung gets offended and says it seems training has been easy for Yun. Yun gets terrified and immediately says that's not what he meant, and he is just saying the concept is simple. Still, Chung asks if he tells him to use half of his day or more to study, rest to meditate and reflect, serve his parents, not deceive the weak, not be greedy for wealth, always respect his authority, treat his close friends with sincerity, and to be loyal to his country no matter what. Will Yun be able to live a life like that? Yun replies that he won't be able to do that, but Chung asks why not and says that if Yun does that, he'll be a noble person. Yun understands what Chung means and thinks everyone knows what it takes to be a noble person, but there are only a few people of each generation who could really do all of that and be known as noble. Yun realizes what Chung means, that normal people know this, but they choose to live a different life. Chung says raindrops could break a boulder if they fell endlessly, so one must devote oneself to training because there is nothing more important than putting in the hard work. Chung says their predecessors constantly emphasized the importance of that, and he asks Yun and Gull why they think that's the case. Chung himself replies that it's because many people simply can't do that, to train like crazy, to push themselves to the limits every single time, and devote themselves to their training over and over again. Chung says that if one is able to accomplish something so ridiculous, then that's when one becomes strong. Meanwhile, another disciple of their sect defeats the Southern Edge sect disciple, and Yun understands that is what Chung did to them. Chung says they are the ones who did it, and the moment they endured all of the training was the moment the victory was decided. While the Southern Edge sect's disciples drag their unconscious disciple towards his seat, Chung says the birds that try to fly towards the skies before their wings fully grew up will now learn about the importance of having a place for them to land. Yoon wonders if that is what all the training they had was done for and wonders when Chung learned all this stuff. Suddenly, Yoon was shocked to see they won again. It was their 4th consecutive win. Yoon thinks that, except for him, Chung, and Gul, the remaining 7 of their contestants are at the same level, but the fact that they continue their win streak means that the results of the upcoming matches won't be any different. In other words, Yoon realizes that at this rate, the Mount Hua sect will win against the Southern Edge sect, and suddenly, another class disciple of the Mount Hua sect wins. The Mount Hua sect disciples celebrate their win, and Yoon is glad they secured 10 consecutive wins after 10 consecutive losses. Yoon thinks it's obvious which side has a greater morale and a greater sense of victory. Suddenly, Yoon screams with excitement that they actually won and thanks Chung, but Chung asks what he means that they won and says they lost 10 times, so even if they win 10 times it makes it a draw. Yoon says this is a great result, but Chung says it looks like they don't understand that there is no such word as draw in his vocabulary. Chung gets up from his seat and, while grabbing his sword, says if that ever happens to him, he'll be so embarrassed that he'll never lift his head up high again. Chung thinks if he was going to settle with a draw, he wouldn't have started this whole thing, and thinks he is not done repaying the debts for the Southern Edge sect stealing their plum blossom sword techniques. Chung thinks he won't send off those guys nicely who dare to step into their backyard and mock their sect leader in front of everybody. Chung is determined that there is no way he'll do that, and he suddenly tells Yoon not to miss a single moment of what he is going to do. While Chung walked towards the battleground, everyone watched as if they were bewitched by his sentence. While looking at Chung's back, Yoon thinks that's the back they'll be seeing countless times from that moment on, and that's the back of the one who would lead the Mount Hua sect. Meanwhile, Hyun tries to make the sect leader stable, but the sect leader says he cannot believe that this day has come. The sect leader thinks while he did expect it to come eventually, he thought he wouldn't be able to see it in his life, and a tear comes to his eye. Hyun tells the sect leader that their disciples did it, and the sect leader says he can't be any prouder than this. The sect leader doesn't even have any words for this because he can finally face seeing his predecessors in the afterlife with his head held high. Suddenly, the sect leader sees Chung Myung standing in the battleground, and he wonders what he is doing there. Meanwhile, Sima scolds his disciples and asks if they think they can go back to the sect after such a humiliating defeat. Sima furiously calls them fools who have ruined the reputation of the Southern Edge sect and asks how dare they lose to the Mount Hua sect in front of so many people. Simultaneously, Jumryun is burning with anguish that they have a draw with the Mount Hua sect and yells that the perfect victory of the Southern Edge sect has been dipped into a pile of filth. Suddenly, Chung asks if he can have a word, which makes everyone attentive, and Chung says there is something he would like to say. Chung tells H-Wang that he thinks H-Wang can make a decision now that he has seen everything, so he asks who won. H-Wang realizes Chung has no intention of letting this end in a draw, and now that he has asked this question so openly, they have to give a response. H-Wang asks what everyone thinks and says, and as Chung said, it looks like they have to decide who wins. Suddenly, a merchant asks if they must choose a winner. Wouldn't it be the Southern Edge sect with its second-class disciples because they are older and have more experience, but another merchant says it doesn't make sense. A merchant says the point of the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference is to look at the future of both sects, and if they look at the long term, then the victory should be for the Mount Hua sect with its third-class disciples. However, the other merchant asks what nonsense this is and says the Southern Edge sect's third-class disciples are younger than the Mount Hua sect's third-class disciples. But another merchant replies that if that merchant is going to bring this up, then the Mount Hua sect's second-class disciples are younger than the Southern Edge sect's second-class disciples. Suddenly, H-Wang tells Chung that as he can see, it is difficult for them to come to a conclusion, with which Chung agrees, but he says they'll all feel like this whole thing is unfinished if they just leave it a draw, which is why he gives a suggestion. Chung asks how about if they do something to decide the victory once and for all. Chung says the Southern Edge sect won 10 matches and the Mount Hua sect won 10 matches, so he says they'll take out those who lost and let those who won the fight against each other. As Chung suggests, everyone gets shocked, and Chung says that would give them a clear conclusion. Yoon gets worried because the Southern Edge sect disciples who won are all second-class disciples while they are just third-class disciples. Suddenly, Chung says he has a condition that just fighting one-on-one is pretty boring, so if they want to do this, they should do it the right way. Chung requests to let them have a match where the winner of sparring can stay on the field to fight the next opponent, so the side with the last person standing wins. When Chung asks what they all think about this, Jumryun clenches his teeth with anguish, and Chung mocks if Jumryun is scared, then he should bite the dust. Meanwhile, Sima gets worried to hear Chung wants a team match and asks who the hell he is to represent the Mount Hua sect and make suggestions to the Southern Edge sect. Sima asks if Chung thinks he is in a position to do this. Chung replies that Sima should ask his sect leader directly. Chung says his sect leader is right here, and it's not hard to discuss it with him, but Sima furiously scolds him. How dare he run his mouth and ask if he knows who he is speaking to. Sima says Chung doesn't have basic manners, but suddenly, a merchant says it doesn't sound like a pretty good suggestion and they would like to see it. Meanwhile, another merchant, regardless of how fair it is all for it if he can see more spectacular fights. Sima gets worried to see the merchants are interested in the matches, and Chung says it seems like they just need both sides to agree now. Sima gets furious, and suddenly Chung's sect leader asks what he is trying to do now, but Sasuk suggests the sect leader allow it. The sect leader, in shock, asks if Sasuk is asking him to accept such a ridiculous suggestion, to which Sasuk replies that Chung is a smart kid. Sasuk says while Chung can go overboard sometimes, he never thought of Chung as a foolish person during his conversations with him. On the contrary, Chung is in total control of his thoughts, so Sasuk says there is no way Chung is not aware of what he is suggesting right now. Sasuk is sure Chung has something in mind, so he tells the sect leader to trust him. As other elders also agree, the sect leader announces that the Mount Hua sect accepts the suggestion. Sima is shocked to hear this, but he is in no situation to reject it, so he also accepts the suggestion. Chung smirked, but suddenly, Yoon dragged Chung outside the ring and asked what was wrong with him. Yoon asks what the hell Chung is trying to do and asks how they can win against the second-class disciples. Yoon is also worried because Jumryun is the most talented swordsman in Shaanxi. Yoon asks if Chung expects them to win against him, and if they have become this strong, but Chung asks if Yoon is alright because he thinks they can win against Jumryun. Chung tells Yoon not to even dream about it because there is no way they'll be able to beat Jumryun. Yoon thinks if Joe Gull pushes himself to the limit, he might be able to win against one other second-class disciple, but the rest of the third-class disciples won't do anything, and will get completely crushed the moment Jin Jumryun steps in. Yoon thinks it's because whether they have basics or not, Jin Jumryun is on a totally different level. While Yoon asks if Chung has a plan, Sima tells Jumryun that Chung intends to use 9 players against Jumryun to drain his strength while leading himself to gain a certain victory against Jumryun in the end. Jumryun says they simply need to win, and it doesn't matter whether there are 10 or 20 opponents, he'll face as many of them as needed. However, Sima says there is no need for them to play along with Chung's tricks, and says it's not like they'll gain that much if Jumryun goes out there and beats 10 third-class disciples on his own. Sima says Jumryun will take on Chung Mayung, so Sima tells Beek to go out first, and Beek immediately replies that he'll not disappoint. On the other hand, Chung tells Yoon that there is no need for any darn plan because he is the plan himself, and suddenly, he calls the Southern Edge sect disciples to get in the battleground. Beek furiously gets in the field, and Chung, no matter how strong the Mount Hua sect has gotten, no one would recognize that unless it's proven. Chung thinks that if they become 2 times or 10 times stronger, they will only know that and think they need to tell all of Jianghu that the Mount Hua sect is no longer the same. Chung thinks that is the fastest way to recover their reputation, which has fallen to the ground, and wonders what the best way is to spread the name of the Mount Hua sect far and wide. Chung thinks saying the Mount Hua sect's third-class disciples defeated the Southern Edge sect's third-class disciples catches some interest, and saying the Mount Hua sect's third-class disciples defeated the Southern Edge sect's second-class disciples would definitely be surprising. Chung thinks that a third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect crushed all of the Southern Edge sect's second-class disciples alone, which would become a legend that would turn the whole Jianghu upside down. Suddenly, Chung tells Yoon to remember his words and says don't miss a single moment of what he is about to do. Meanwhile, Beak says Chung might think he is the best in the world, but he'll show him that unfounded self-confidence is a shortcut to humiliation. Suddenly, Chung takes out his sword to request for a duel, and Beak also accepts the request for duel. Meanwhile, Yoon feels something is different with Chung now because his usual playfulness is nowhere to be seen. Yoon thinks it is as if Chubby is a swordsman who has stepped onto the battlefield, so he tells Gull not to miss a single movement. Gull immediately tells other disciples to catch every single movement Chung Myung is going to make. Yoon says they must not blink for a second, and Chung says he'll create a legend today. Beak, while saying he'll teach a lesson to Chung for his insolence, shocks the Mount Hua sect's leader, and he wonders when the Southern Edge sect has that kind of sword technique. Beak is about to hit, but Chung blocks his sword technique, which shocks Beak, and as he is pushed back, he wonders what Chung's strength is. Beak realizes that it is neither a fancy move nor a swift and sharp sword technique, but Chung simply swings his sword. Chung continues attacking, which makes Beak worried because he can't see an opening and wonders why Chung is so fast. While blocking the attack, Beak sees there is no opening for him to use the 12-movement Snowflower sword technique. Chung keeps pushing Beak back so that he reaches the boundary of the battlefield and is about to fall. Suddenly, Chung swings his sword with such force that only with air pressure does Beak fall outside the battlefield ground, which shocks him, and Chung calls the next opponent. Sima is shocked that Chung has just used a basic sword technique to suppress Beak. Sima thinks he can suppress Beak himself, but to leave him unable to counterattack at all with just basic sword technique is something Sima knows he himself is not capable of. Sima wonders who the hell Chung is, and he thinks they must stop him because that is what his guts tell him. Sima thinks if Chung keeps growing at this rate, he'll overshadow the Southern Edge sect one day, just like the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme did in the past. Suddenly, Sima tells Jong Seohan to go up next, and tells him not to let Chung get an easy win. Sima tells Jong to drag the match out and waste Chung's strength as much as possible. Jong gets nervous and thinks he must not let his guard down, so he thinks he won't underestimate his opponent, and he won't be overconfident. Jong thinks if he doesn't let his guard down like Beak, then there is no way he would lose to a kid like him. Suddenly, Jong felt a terrifying presence, and he was startled to see Chung was already about to hit him. Jong tries to block Chung's attack, but he falls on his knee with pressure, and suddenly, Chung hits him down with a strong hit on his face. Meanwhile, everyone is shocked, and Yoon can't believe Chung defeated Jong with just a single hit. Simultaneously, Chung thinks he is not going to be satisfied with the Southern Edge sect disciples simply losing, and is determined that he'll leave a stigma on the Southern Edge sect today that they won't be able to erase. Chung thinks he'll lose a stigma that won't disappear as long as their sects exist in this world because they have done unforgivable. Chung remembers that the Mount Hua sect gave everything it had in order to save the world, and despite his dissuasion, everyone decided to give their lives to stop the heavenly demon in the endless great mountains. Chung thinks the world that they gave their lives to protect, Southern Edge sect guys were in it too. Chung thinks not only did the Southern Edge sect not repay their kindness, but they also stole their sword techniques, belittled the Mount Hua sect, and are even trying to trample them out of existence at this very moment with their petty tricks. Chung had to calm down the anger within him several times every single day for this moment, but he could not hold it anymore, so he yelled at the next opponent to come out. As the next opponent comes out, Chung thinks he has shown them enough of the basics, so as he makes a movement, Gull gets shocked to see that Pose is falling Petal's sword. While the opponent is nervous, Chung moves behind him swiftly and stabs his back. The opponent yells in API and tries to hit Chung, but Chung again hits his back, making him fall down. Finally, with a swift move, Chung hits their opponent down, and he faints, which shocks Yoon, and he thinks the level of falling Petal's sword that he used is totally different from theirs. Yoon never thought that the falling Petal sword was an amazing martial art like the sword techniques of the Southern Edge sect. Yoon can't believe it is that strong, and he thinks it is as if Chung is telling them right now that the martial arts of the Mount Hua sect don't lose to the martial arts of the Southern Edge sect a single bit. Meanwhile, Gull is also shocked, and Yoon tells him to not take his eyes off him because Chung is showing them the sword technique of the Mount Hua sect, the sword technique they'll be learning and passing down to the future generations. Yoon tells Chung to show them more, show them what Mount Hua sect's sword techniques truly are and how strong they are. After some while, Chung defeated 6 opponents in total, so the spectators were in shock, and the opponents thought that at this rate they would be annihilated by a single third-class disciple. No one from the Southern Edge sect is willing to face Chung, so Jumryun calls them pathetic because the disciples of the Southern Edge sect are scared of a child who is 10 years younger than them. While getting up, Jumryun furiously says that everyone seems to have forgotten their sense of shame and says he'll face Chung. Jumryun says he cannot watch that arrogant kid anymore, so he tells his fellow disciples to open their eyes and see him regain the honor of the Southern Edge sect. But Jumryun furiously says he is not sure if there is any more honor to find. Jumryun immediately orders his fellow disciples to bring him a sword, and he is going to step inside the battlefield, but Sima stops him and tells Manjiak to go out and drag it out as much as possible. Sima asks if Manjiak understands him, to which he replies he does and goes to face Chung. Simultaneously, Sima tells Jumryun to follow him, and after going to a quiet place, he asks if Jumryun thinks the others can win, to which Jumryun doesn't reply anything, but he is tense. Sima says he is sure Jumryun doesn't think so and says he is not wrong because Chung is a young monster, but if they leave him alone, he'll really become a monster one day, and that monster will stand in the way of the Southern Edge sect again. Sima asks if Jumryun understands what he means, and Jumryun thinks he knows Chung is extremely strong for his age. He is shocked that it is to the point where the elder is worried. Jumryun wonders if Chung will become a problem to the Southern Edge sect, and he gets furious, wondering if Sima is saying he cannot handle Chung. Sima says Jumryun is a genius, but he asks Jumryun how many he thinks are called geniuses in this world. Sima says there are probably 10 or more in Jumryun's generation, and those who are fighting for the name of the best in the world are not geniuses like Jumryun, they are monsters. Sima says it is that kind of a world, and only those who defy reason with their talents can fight over the name. Meanwhile, Chung defeats Manjiak, and while Jumryun is trying to control his anguish, Sima says that no matter how strong those people are, they are just cubs right now. Sima says that even if it is a tiger when it is young, it'll die if a dog bites him. But when Jumryun asks what Sima means, he tells him to kill Chung. Sima says Chung is a talent, and it will stop if Jumryun cuts it before it blooms. Sima says Ching is a monster, but Jumryun can still deal with him, so he says Chung has to die now, and there won't be a second chance if they don't kill him right now. Sima says if Jumryun cannot kill Chung, then he has to cut off his arm. However, Jumryun thinks Sima is out of his mind, and he tells Sima to calm down, but Sima asks if Jumryun wants to live in Chung's shadow for the rest of his life. Sima tells Jumryun to choose wisely and says he'll take all the responsibility, so he should make a mistake because mistakes during sparring are common. Jumryun tells Sima to let him be clear and says he is not insignificant to be overshadowed by that guy. Jumryun says if that guy gets in the way of the Southern Edge sect, they don't have to cover it up, to which Sima replies that it is right. Meanwhile, Chung defeats the 8th opponent and thinks he is going to complete the 10 wins, but it is not as easy as he thought because the rest of the opponents are all scared. Chung is sure Jumryun will be the last one, but he thinks it's a shame and wonders if he'll be satisfied with the winning streak. Suddenly, Li Xiangbeek comes out and says he knows it is too early for him to compete with Chung, but he says it's not like he watches without doing anything when his juniors are suffering. Chung smiles and thinks Li is really admirable, but he thinks this guy deserves it. Li requests a match with Chung, and Chung accepts the match, thinking that Li is the only guy he doesn't hate in the Southern Edge sect. Chung thinks showing Li a little bit will be okay because someday Li will have to rise to his level. Suddenly, they get in their positions, and Chung thinks that if Li takes his technique, it'll become medicine, but if not, it'll become poison, so it is all up to him. Li rushes to attack Chung, and Chung thinks he can only show Li the beginning right now, but he thinks this is the level of the sword that the Southern Edge sect pursued in his time. As Li tries to hit Chung suddenly, it gets darker, and Li gets shocked, but as he looks back, she suddenly gets stunned to see a huge Chung about to attack him. Li thinks he has a hunch that what he is seeing is not real, but he wonders what this difference in power is that makes him feel helpless, and that he cannot even escape. Suddenly, Li gets hit by this attack, which makes him spit blood, and Li falls to his knees. Li says he saw it, the real sword of realm, and he faints on the ground, so Chung says 9 are done, and 1 more is left. Suddenly, Chung sees Jumryun is talking to Sima in secret, so he tells Jumryun to come out, which startles Jumryun. The spectators wonder if this has ever happened in the history of Mount Hua sect, that they have officially crushed the Southern Edge sect. They think even in the days of Plum Blossom Saint, nothing like this has ever happened, and they wonder when it was that a disciple of the Mount Hua sect was able to be confident in front of the Southern Edge sect. Suddenly, when Hyan tries to talk to the sect leader, he tells Hyan not to say anything and just watch for now. The sect leader says they should watch more of what this child has to show to them. Meanwhile, Jumryun, while walking towards Chung, thinks it strange that the gazes that usually fall on him are always full of anticipation. It was the expectation and recognition he had earned throughout his life, but he thinks Chung turned all of this into worries and concerns in just half a day. Suddenly, Jumryun asks if he should compliment Chung, to which Chung replies that it's not that big of a deal. When Jumryun furiously asks how dare Chung mock the Southern Edge sect, Chung says it is not a matter of mocking because there is no reason for him to be proud of defeating kids weaker than him. However, Jumryun doesn't like the look on Chung's face from the beginning that Jumryun is on the same level as the rest. Suddenly, Jumryun tells Chung that he doesn't need to be humble because his humbleness will rather upset the listeners. Jumryun admits that Chung deserves to be arrogant, and that the fact that he defeated 9 of the Southern Edge sect disciples is enough for him to be recognized as a genius. Still, Jumryun says it's Chung's misfortune that he was born in the same generation as him. Jumryun says Chung will only look at his back without being able to overcome the difference between them for the rest of his life. Jumryun says if Chung had chosen the Southern Edge sect instead, he would have been able to surpass him one day, but it is a shame. However, Chung says Jumryun is pretty confident and says it shouldn't be the Mount Hua sect, but the Southern Edge sect that would have had the chance, so he asks why Jumryun thinks like that. Jumryun says it is obvious and asks where the possibility of the Mount Hua sect regaining their glory when they are still tied to their past and trying to recover their old martial arts. Jumryun says the Southern Edge sect is different, and they don't dwell on the past, so they'll invent better martial arts, build a better system, and achieve a better future. Jumryun says this is why the Mount Hua sect can never catch up with the Southern Edge sect again. However, Chung thinks Jumryun's confidence in the sect and his skills and reputation to back it up are admirable, and he wants his seniors to watch and learn from him. Chung thinks that if only the future Jumryun was talking about had not been made by stealing their martial arts, it would have been a different situation. Chung thinks he thought a lot about what he should do with the future of the Southern Edge sect, the filthy people who did not repay their kindness. Chung thinks a little while ago he left one seed on the Southern Edge, and he doesn't know if that seed will sprout or not, but he has done all he can do as a human being. Chung thinks how dare they covet Mount Hua's martial arts and wants them to try and take it, so he'll show them exactly what they are trying to take. Chung thinks from this moment on that what he'll be doing is not the task of a third-class disciple, Chung Mayung, but his task as the Plum Blossom Saint. Suddenly, Chung says he'll give Jumryun a present for the future of their sect, a gift Jumryun will never forget for the rest of his life. Suddenly, Baek Chun arrives there, and he tells Yoon to step aside because he has to see it. All the other disciples get worried to see Baek there because he is not well, but Baek gets on his knees and thinks as soon as he woke up, he heard the news that Chung is on a winning streak, so it's not like him to lie down quietly after hearing that. Baek tells his juniors to bring a chair for him and thinks even if his body breaks down, he has to cheer Chung Mayung. Jumryun gets ready for the fight, but suddenly, he is startled to see Chung disappear. He immediately appears again in front of him to stab him, but he immediately blocks the attack. Both of them start attacking again, and an intense sparring is happening between them. Meanwhile, Gull is shocked to see they are too fast. He can barely follow them with his eyes, and he thinks it's hard to believe it is really happening. Suddenly, Jumryun uses 12 swords to scatter snowflakes, which startles Chung because it's similar to his technique, but he blocks it well. However, his sleeve is torn. Chung thinks this is like a living beauty, and the fatal blow is hidden in it, so he thinks Jumryun has copied it really well. Chung thinks the 24 Plum Blossom sword is different from what Lee performed that day. Chung thinks everyone would be mesmerized by this fantastic sword because there is no unnecessary movement, and its power shows sophistication that even he admires. Suddenly, Jumryun starts attacking with the scattering snowflakes attack, and Chung jumps back, but the attack scratches his face. While Chung calmly wipes the blood from his face, Jumryun says Chung cannot beat him by running away like that. Jumryun says once upon a time, Chung's sect made a name for itself with a sword resembling a flower, but that is just the past now. Jumryun says their symbol will be buried in the Southern Edge sect's new sword, and the world will remember the Southern Edge sect's sword and forget Mount Hua's sword. Jumryun says the reason the Southern Edge sect invented this technique was to show that the Southern Edge sect's sword is superior to Mount Hua's sword. Jumryun says he honestly doesn't think it is that meaningful and asks what is the meaning of provoking superiority to a ruined sect. But Jumryun says it must be meaningful to say that this technique will be the one that will cut Mount Hua's last breath. Jumryun challenges Chung to come, and he'll cut off his last regrets. Chung chuckles and asks if he will do that with that joke of his sword. Jumryun gets furious and asks how Chung calls his sword a joke, to which Chung replies that he should not get him wrong because he is mocking the one who made that sword technique. WHRN Chung says he thinks Jumryun is the most influenced by the Southern Edge sect. Jumryun yells with anguish that he'll kill Chung. Suddenly, Chung says he has a question and asks what is the essence of that technique, but Jumryun asks what he is talking about. Suddenly, Chung says this is it, and that the Jumryun technique is a copy of Mount Hua's technique, but it is still lacking. Chung says Mount Hua's sword is sharper, faster, and fiercer, but Jumryun says Chung is all talk, and there is no point talking to him anymore. Jumryun gets ready to attack Chung and says that Chung will die by his sword today. Jumryun, while launching the attack, says a fairy blade will cover the sky and hide the sun from Chung, so even for a single attack, there is no room for him to escape. Jumryun uses the Polar Snow 12-Flower Ceremony attack, which creates huge flares of energy in the sky, and Baekchun is shocked because this far surpasses his expectations. Meanwhile, the other disciples of the Mount Hua sect are also worried for Chung, but Iska thinks this attack seems similar to Plum Blossom Sword. Still, it lacks clarity. Simultaneously, Chung also thinks this attack feels like the 24 plum blossoms, but it's just a shell, and there are no threads coming from it. Suddenly, Chung forms a posture that shocks Sasuk and Hyun because it is 7 plum swords, and Hyun is worried because he thinks Chung has not mastered this sword properly. Hyun thinks Chung's sword is too weak to deal with Jumryun's sword. On the other hand, Chung thinks of all the 12 sword types he is proud of because Jumryun only follows the Plum Blossom sword, which is why it is just a shell. Chung thinks it's not just Blossom sword techniques can make flower bloom and says the sword doesn't matter. Chung says if the swordsman burns his sword them flowers will eventually bloom. Chung, while launching the attack, says flowers don't only bloom in dense forests because on a steep cliff, even a tree standing alone can bloom. Chung, while making slashes in the air building his attack, says the trees that are not bent by any wind blooms. Meanwhile, Jumryun is shocked to see Chung's Plum Blossom sword attack because he hears Mount Hua's techniques can't make plum blossoms. Jumryun thinks that is why everyone thought Mount Hua sect would never be able to return again, and they thought plum blossoms had disappeared. Jumryun wonders why it is appearing in front of him again, and as he sees the petals of Chung's attack destroying his fairy tale petals, he gets shocked. When Jumryun wonders why it is happening, Chung calls his attack an illusion, and Jumryun can't believe thousands of snowflakes of his attack are destroyed. Jumryun says there has never been a 12 sword of the Southern Edge sect more perfect than his, and thinks it was the perfect shape, so he thinks it's impossible what's happening. Jumryun furiously says this cannot be the 12 swords of the Mount Hua sect and furiously says this is a relic of about 100 years old from the old generation, even older than Plum. Jumryun yells that it's a sword that contains the essence of Jongjam, so he yells why it is happening. Chung asks if Jumryun thinks the Mount Hua swords only chase after the plum blossoms. Chung thinks it's possible because the gates that exist in this world resemble an aspect of nature in one's body to express the ultimate goal. Chung thinks only the Mount Hua sect was plum, and it was made differently from other drawings. It was gorgeous and beautiful and was heart loss. Chung remembers it was a sect everyone gossips about, but he thinks all his life is mastering the Mount Hua sword. He came to realize one thing: what the Mount Hua sword is trying to reproduce is not the plum sword only. Mount Hua technique doesn't imitate the plum blossom, and thinks the Mount Hua black blossom is not a plum blossom. Suddenly, Chung makes his plum blossom bloom and thinks since it is the Mount Hua sect where plum blossoms are gathered, it just paints plum blossoms. Chung thinks if one can feel the new life at the tip of the sword, whatever the flower, it doesn't matter. Chung says no matter what type of sword technique it is, even on the tip of the 7 swords, Plum and Blossom are used, and that is Mount Hua's swordsmanship intent. Chung thinks the name of Mount Hua means the one who keeps his mind and will, one who is dazzled by the splendor of plum blossoms in the sharpness of the sword. Chung thinks those possessed by the soul can't attain this essence, so he says Jumryun will only be lost in the swap of its splendor forever like Jumryun. Suddenly, Chung tells guests to watch carefully because every time he swings his sword, this scene will be remembered, and every time Jumryun practices, he'll unconsciously remember this. Chung says even the strength that escapes his sword will be Jumryun's eternal nightmare, and this will be the supreme revenge given to those who are rude. Chung says that even those whom he trusted betrayed them, even if they lost the swordsmanship, which is the core, and even if the enemies pushed up the mountains, the Mount Hua sword would flow. Chung says, after all, that the world is a repetition of eternal rebirth, and that this is the blossom the ancestors tried to reach in all possible ways. Chung says this also should have continued, but it couldn't, and this is his regret, so he tells Jumryun to take a look at what Jumryun lost, and says someday he'll reach plum blossoms. Everyone is shocked to see Chung's attack, which is a strong whirlwind, and Jumryun can't believe his eyes. After Chung's attack, Jumryun gets severely injured and faints on the floor, while there is pin-drop silence there. Meanwhile, Baek Chun thinks Jumryun is a wall that he can never overcome. And everyone is shocked when Chung announces that this time Mount Hua and the Southern Edge Conference ends with the victory of Mount Hua. All the disciples of the Mount Hua sect start celebrating their victory, while the sect leader gets emotional, and the elders can't believe they won over the Southern Edge sect. The disciples celebrate that Chung won 10 consecutive times, which made them victorious for the first time in all these years. Meanwhile, Yoon sees his fellows happy, thinks they never won a single fight, and thinks when matters involving the sect's name occur, even people who don't get along well, their complicated feelings vanish. Suddenly, Gul, with excitement, starts choking Yoon unintentionally, and Yoon tells him to let go of him. Meanwhile, Chung spits some blood and thinks he went too far, but thinks it is good to overpower Jumryun with the 7 Sages' sword. Chung feels that his injuries will last a long time, but he doesn't care and thinks this is not the end. As long as both sects live near one another, they'll continue to find themselves entangled together in the future. Chung says this is enough for now, and suddenly, he looks towards An-am, and he officially announces the win of the Mount Hua sect. Simultaneously, Chung, while looking towards the sky, says the water in the stream has begun to flow and today's challenge will change Mount Hua, so he asks if Jang Mu Sahyung is ready. Chung thinks the water in the stream began to flow because originally he was a person who was stingy with compliments. Suddenly, all the disciples rush to hug Chung, but he tells them to be careful because he has gotten internal injuries. Meanwhile, the sect leader, seeing them, thinks it's been a long time since he has seen the disciples of the Mount Hua sect gathering together and enjoying themselves. Suddenly, Sasuk tells the sect leader that the joy is indescribable, but why don't they stop it now? It wouldn't be good to keep making the Southern Edge sect watch this. As the sect leader goes to Sima, with a bad face, congratulates him, but the sect leader says they were lucky this time. Sima tells them to rejoice as much as they can because victory is a rarity for Mount Hua and says they never know if this will be the last time they experience it, so they should be happy. Sima admits that they lost the conference, but he tells the Mount Hua sect leader not to forget that they didn't win against the Southern Edge sect. Sima says only the third-class disciples won, not the second-class ones, and says the fact is that they have not changed anything. Suddenly, Chung says cheap stuff never goes very far, which startles Sima, and Chung immediately pretends to talk to Gul. Chung says if Gul is Sahyung, he should at least try to protect his face and ask how he can act so rudely, but Gul asks what he means by dignity and Sahyung. Chung immediately kicks Gul's foot and asks why he forgot about dignity and acts so rude. Chung is indirectly pointing towards Sima's rudeness, which Sima understands, and he tries to control his anger. Suddenly, Chung tells the sect leader that the conference is over, so he feels that it would be polite to come and greet the other side. The sect leader appreciates Chung, but deep down, he doesn't want him to be polite to the rude opponents. Meanwhile, Sima thinks it is all Chung's fault and thinks he'll be the biggest problem for the Southern Edge sect in the future. Sima wants to hit Chung, and when Chung suddenly asks if Sima would like to take a swing at him, Sima gets shocked. Chung says he thinks they'll see each other often in the future, but Sima furiously gets up from his seat and tells his disciples that they are going back. Sima immediately leaves while his disciples run after him, and Chung thinks, why act like this? Without waiting for his disciples, he left Mount Hua. Suddenly, when the sect leader says Chung did a great job, Chung is shocked to see the image of Sahyong Jang Mun in the sect leader. Chung gets emotional and tells the sect leader not to mention it. Suddenly, the merchants try to approach the sect leader with money, and tries to stop them, but they say they have a deal to offer. Suddenly, the eyes of the Mount Hua sect's elder shined when they heard about the deal. He said he was the finance minister, so he told them to follow him. The talker takes them with him to talk step by step about the deals, and the sect leader also leaves. Suddenly, Li asks if he can pass by, and Yoon gives him away, but Chung asks why he is there. Chung says he shouldn't be here like this because all the executioners over there must be grinding their teeth this way. Meanwhile, Yang gets furious to see Li talking with Chung, and Li, on the other hand, thanks Chug for the guidance. Li says he understands which way he has to go, and when Chung asks if he learned all this from a disciple from another school, Li says it doesn't matter which sect he belongs to, and anyone can be a teacher as long as someone has something to learn and is willing to listen to. Meanwhile, Chung thinks Li is more like a Taoist than him. Li says Jumryun must have felt a lot from this match, but he tells Chung to be careful because Jumryun is any person, and he'll train with young disciples as his goal from now on. Li says Jumryun will become much more powerful and frightening, which might be meaningless for Chung. Suddenly, Chung says it's going to be a difficult road, the path he is thinking about, and asks if Li is still going, to which Li laughs and says he cannot hide anything from Chung. Li says he didn't choose this path because he wanted to, but he needed this path, so he decided to follow it and left. Meanwhile, Chung, seeing him leave, thinks it's going to be a difficult path, and it would be difficult to protect the Southern Edge sex technique in that environment. Chung thinks people reject those who are different from themselves, and it will be a lonely and difficult battle for Li, but he can do that. Chung thinks maybe Li becomes the hope of the Southern Edge sect. Suddenly, Yoon tells Chung that the sect leader wants to see Chung separately, and Chung realizes there is no way they can move on like this, so he thinks the time has come. After some time, Chung practices telling the sect leader that he is actually the sect leader's ancestor, but he cannot find the right excuse. A while later, when he goes in, the elder pulls his cheeks and tells the sect leader that the god of fortune is here. The elder says he has never heard of people earning money from sparring in his life, and says he thought it was just a waste of money because the leaders wanted to compete with each other. But the elder gladly says it seems like money won't just be streaming in, it'll be flooding in. While the elder is pulling Chung's cheeks, Hyan asks if he is alright and if anything hurts because of the match, to which Chung replies he just got a slight cut. Hyan tells him that his wounds might fester, so he should go to the treatment hall quickly, but then he says Chung is busy, so the treatment hall leader should come here. When the elder asks who Hyan is saying is busy, Hyan replies that he is talking about Chung and asks what the treatment hall leader has ever accomplished. The sect leader sighed, and while going out, told Chung to follow him for a moment, so he immediately went after him. After some while, they are ascending a mountain, and Chung, looking at the sect leader's back, thinks this is the second time he is looking at his back like this. Chung remembers back then, when the sect leader was touching the door of the secret storage, it was a sad back of the person who led the declining Mount Hua sect, but today, the sect leader's back seems to be a little more at ease. After some while, they reach the top of a peak, and the sect leader tells Chung that it is the highest peak of Mount Hua, so he asks if Chung feels anything now that they are here. Chung simply replies it's high, so the sect leader laughs and says he is right. It's high, but suddenly, the sect leader says Chung's sword techniques made plums bloom. Chung gets startled, wonders if this is it, and thinks he needs to calm down because he doesn't know what the sect leader will ask, but he has his answers prepared in advance. Chung tries to take out the answer paper he prepared to revise slowly, but suddenly, the sect leader bows and thanks him, which startles Chung. Chung nervously asks the sect leader what is the matter and why he is bowing to him, to which he replies he is thanking Chung not as the sect leader, but as an ordinary man, Hyan Zhang. The sect leader says he wanted to see what happened back there once in his life, so he thanks Chung for fulfilling his lifelong wish. Still, suddenly, the sect leader says that his position as the Mount Hua sect's leader is more important than just him being him, and he asks how Chung created Plum Blossom Sword. Chung flies the answers page in the air and says that it just happened naturally. Chung says he practiced the 7 plum blossoms sword and plum blossoms suddenly started to appear. Chung says he is not sure what happened either and asks if it could be that all of the Mount Hua sect sword techniques can do that. Chung thinks he has asked a stupid question, but the sect leader thinks that's right because that is what the Mount Hua sect sword techniques are about. The sect leader thinks the youngest among the 3rd class disciples is saying that means he is progressing faster than others. So the sect leader thinks if others train consistently, then they'll eventually be able to create plum blossoms with their sword techniques too. The sect leader thinks everyone in the Mount Hua sect can do that, and if that day comes by, that'll be when the Mount Hua sect's era will start again. The sect leader thinks no one dares to say the nickname Plum Blossom Swordsman anymore. The sect leader thinks while there is no one who deserves to be called by it now, one day, when everyone in the Mount Hua sect will be able to create plum blossoms, someone who deserves that title will probably appear as well. Suddenly, Chung says that it is far in the future, which startles the sect leader. Seeing Chung smile, he says the atmosphere is just getting good, little brat. Suddenly, the sect leader asks what the Mount Hua sect means to Chung, which makes Chung remember his past life. Once, Chung asked his elder brother what the Mount Hua sect meant to him, to which he replied the Mount Hua sect was just the Mount Hua sect and asked what else it could mean. Similarly, Chung tells the sect leader that the Mount Hua sect is just the Mount Hua sect to him, to which the sect leader replies it is great, and that it is good enough for a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. However, after today's event, the sect leader says the others will not leave Chung alone, even if that is just who he wants to be. The sect leader says that is how the world is and asks if Chung will be able to handle it, to which he replies if he couldn't have, he would not have started anything. The sect leader says if that's what Chung thinks, then they'll do what they can to protect him. The sect leader promises that the Mount Hua sect will protect Chung from everything he needs to deal with. Chung realizes the sect leader must have a lot of questions for him, but he is just saying that he'll protect him. Chung thinks Hyunjong, compared to him, is neither famous nor has accomplished much, but he is still someone who deserves his respect and recognition. Suddenly, Chung tells the sect leader that he'll not be protecting him. He'll be journeying with him, and this is what the Mount Hua sect is about. The sect leader says he would love to hear more from Chung in the future, and Chung says he is sure they'll get the chance one day. In the evening, the disciples still feel joyous because they still can't believe they won. Meanwhile, Gul tells Yoon that he cannot get to sleep because the moment he closes his eyes, he sees the glimmer of that sword technique, and it feels like he is being drawn into it. Yoon feels the same thing too, and he thinks at first he didn't realize it because he was too excited about the win, but once he calmed down, all he could remember was that sword technique and not whether they won or not. Yoon thinks it is like a fantasy and wonders if only he could use that fantasy-like sword technique with his own hands. Suddenly, Gul also asks if they'll be able to use that kind of sword technique eventually. Meanwhile, Yoon says he shouldn't be saying this as the most senior 3rd class disciple, but he just wanted to become stronger. Yoon says he didn't care what level he would reach or what kind of sword techniques he would use, he just wanted to become stronger. But after seeing what Chung used, Yoon says he has different thoughts and wants to become like Chung. Yoon says he wants to use that sword technique with his own hands, and he is sure all the 3rd class disciples think the same since it is the first time seeing the true Mount Hua sword technique after having joined for several years. Yoon says he believes they'll be able to use that sword technique because they are the Mount Hua sect's disciples too. Gul smiles, and Yoon asks why a disciple of the Mount Hua sect would not be able to use the Mount Hua sect's sword technique. Gul says now that he thinks about it, Yoon is right, but suddenly Chung kicks open the door and asks what's right. Chung asks how dare they brag among each other about what happened after performing so poorly and says if he were them, he would have swung his sword and climbed the mountain 100 times instead of chatting around. Chung furiously asks if they think winning the conference would be the end of things, or if they are sick of living already. Everyone gets scared, and Chung says someone from the Southern Edge sect said he chose to walk alone and took the arduous path of reviving the true essence of his sect. And yet Mount Hua's disciples are here celebrating after beating people who are 5 years younger than them. Chung says he means they look young, but still, his sect disciples got beaten by them. Chung scolds his fellows, and when Yoon says they might have been a bit lacking, but the results are good now, and mistakes are bound to be made in real fights, Chung gets furious and furiously asks if Yoon wants to get slashed on the battlefield and then say, "Ho ho ho, it looks like he made a mistake." Chung yells that Yoon trained so hard not to make mistakes in the real fight, but asks if now he is saying it's normal to make them. Chung yelled at them that they fought so badly in the conference because they trained with this mindset, and asked what they said about how they'd be able to use that plum blossom sword technique. Chung scolds them and asks if they think that day will come if they get beaten up in the fights and fool around like that. Chung tells them not to be so happy or sad because it's just one fight, and there'll be numerous more from now on. Chung says after this incident passes, it'll seem like nothing, but Yoon asks if they train like Chung is saying, will the day come when they'll be able to use that sword technique, to which Chung replies that he thinks they are mistaken by something here. Chung says what they want doesn't matter here and yells they'll have to use it. Chung asks if they think he'll allow the Mount Hua sect disciples to not be able to make a single plum blossom with their swords. Chung furiously tells them to get there and start training, and they immediately rush outside. Chung thinks they cannot just get excited yet because it's their very first step, and thinks it's good they are getting confidence, but he needs to not let the confidence turn into arrogance. Suddenly, Chung notices Baek Chun is there, so he asks what he is doing, but Baek asks if he can come with him for a while. After going outside the second into the woods, Chung sits on a rock because he is tired, but Baek thinks he acts like a middle-aged man, even though he is still so young. Baek thanks Chung for availing his time, but Chung says there is no need to be thankful as he is Chung's senior. However, he asks why Baek brought him to such a dark place and asks if he is going to attack him like the last time. Suddenly, Baek says he saw Chung's match against Jumryun, and he had an overwhelming victory, but Chung says it was nothing. Baek tells Chung that even the rest of his seniors have been quite shaken by that, but he says it seems they have conflicted feelings now that their excitement has subsided. Suddenly, Chung asks what Baek wants to say and tells him to not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Suddenly, Baek says he wants to become stronger and says he doesn't know Chung if Chung realizes it, but it's not easy for him to ask this of Chung as he is Chung's senior. However, Baek says that no matter how hard he thinks, he doesn't see a better way and says it's not like he doesn't trust his seniors' teachings. He just thinks that what he can learn from them is different from what he can learn from Chung. Baek says he hates to admit it, but he is worried that if nothing changes, he'll be surpassed by the third-class disciples, and that is something he cannot allow to happen. Chung asks if Baek is saying he can swallow his pride and asks him to teach the third-class disciples, including him, to which Baek replies that's right. When Chung asks why he would do that, Baek gets worried, and Chung says he already told him that it's troublesome and he won't gain anything from it. When Chung asks why he would put himself in such trouble, Baek says they are from the same sect, but Chung says he hasn't heard that he has already split his time to look after the training of his fellow third-class disciples. Baek says if Chung thinks of it like that, then there is no reason for him to teach the third-class disciples either, but he is teaching them nonetheless. When Baek asks why Chung is doing that, Chung asks who knows why, and he wonders too. Baek wonders why Chung is doing that and what he can get from the third-class disciples, but not from the second-class disciples. Baek asks if Chung is asking him to submit to him. Chung, with a mischievous smile, tells him not to make him look like he is some immoral person because he never said such a thing. Baek says there are rules in the Mount Hua sect, but Chung asks if Baek has seen how the third-class disciples train, to which he replies he has seen them. Baek remembers they were practically crawling the whole time, and suddenly Chung says if he knows, then that makes things easy. Chung asks if Baek thinks he'll be able to train him the way he trains his fellow disciples if he treats Baek as his senior. Chung says he managed to do it to his same class senior brothers somehow, but if he messes with his seniors, then the grand seniors will definitely punish him. Baek thinks this means Chung can do it if he wants to, because he is not saying that it is impossible, just that there are various problems. Suddenly, Baek says the only person who can receive teaching is a disciple, so he says he'll treat Chung as his master in the time that he'll be learning from him. Chung asks if Baek is saying he'll treat him as the master only during the time when he'll be learning from him, and if Baek swears at him after the training is done, he won't be allowed to do anything about it. Chung says if Baek is going to submit, then he should do it all the way, not just for the training period, but for life. Chung says if Beak cannot do that, then there is nothing he can do for him, so Beak sighs, but thinking about the technique Chub used, he agrees and says Chung is no longer his junior from now on. Beak says no one among the Mount Hua sect's second-class disciples will try to use their rank against him, and as he swears that upon his name, Chung makes a face like he captured a fish. The next day, the disciples go for training while yawing, and they say they train every day, but still, they can't get used to it. One of them says they have seen the effects, so he is starting to enjoy it, but suddenly, they get startled to see the senior second-class disciples standing in the training ground. While the third-class disciples are wondering why the seniors are there, Chung says they are finally here. Yoon asks Chung what all this is and why seniors are standing in line in front of the White Plum Hall at dawn. Chung pats Yoon's shoulder and says he knows they have suffered a lot, and he has seen how badly the seniors have treated them, so he says his heart is broken because of that. Yoon thinks Chung has treated them badly too, but suddenly Chung says they can rest at ease now. Chung says from today onwards, the world will be a beautiful place where everyone is equal during training. Suddenly, Chung says that he thinks they have voluntarily joined them today in their training, and he is very touched as their instructor. Chung says, as they already know, if it is not enough, then it's not training because no training is relaxing and refreshing. Chung says only when they curse and swear after it's done, when they don't have strength in their fingers to even hold chopsticks and simply stuff their face into their plate in order to eat, only that can be called real training. Chung says there is no privilege when they are trying to become stronger, and the only way to do it is to give their best during the training. Chung says if they trust and follow him, then they'll all become stronger, and when he asks if they understand, they chant, "Yes, sir." Chung feels great to see such committed guys and wonders if they should start from the basics. Suddenly, Chung asks the third-class disciples what they are, because they need to teach the seniors how to train their strength personally. Yoon and other disciples, with devilish smiles, ask if that is what it is. Then they grab the sacks of stones and walk toward the seniors. They say the Mount Hua sect will have new screams and wailings for the next 3 months and 10 days. The juniors say they'll do their best to teach the seniors well, which makes the seniors feel nervous, but Chung is happy. Suddenly, Isol arrives there and tells Chung she wants to learn from him, but he tells her to learn from others, to which she replies no one is coming to her. Meanwhile, Chung sees the disciples are busy training the seniors, and no one is coming to train Isol. Chung says if she learns from him, he'll not spare her even if she cries for help, to which she replies that is exactly what she wants. Chung thinks she sure is amazing because she is persistent, but when she asks if she will endure this, will she be able to create plum blossoms with his sword? Chung asks if she is going about that stuff again. Suddenly, Chub calls all the seniors and senior brothers and says if they are disciples of the Mount Hua sect, they must not make creating plum blossoms their end goal because that is just a part of the process. Chung tells them to bear in mind that their goal should be the completion of the techniques that create plum blossoms, and this makes Isol remember her father. Chung thinks that in the past, he was concerned about his own abilities, so he had no interest in the martial arts of others around him. That was natural for him back then, but it is no longer the case. Chung thinks that in the end, what the Mount Hua sect needs to face is not just one person who is the strongest, but many different sects in Jianghu. Chung thinks if one day these guys become able to create plum blossoms and support him, then everyone else will just bite the dust. Chung thinks they'll unite the whole Jianghu and thinks he'll draw the plum blossoms even on the bald heads of the Shaolin monks. Chung starts the training and Sasuk, watching this, thinks Chung is even training the second class now. Earlier, when Sasuk told the third-class disciples to the sect leader, he told Sasuk to leave Chung because he is not someone they can confine, and if they get in the way of leading them, they might actually make things worse only. The sect leader said they were old and outdated, so they should serve as fertilizer that would help the disciples grow and shine as much as possible. The sect leader told Sasuk to try Chung and leave him because he had Taoism within him, so he wouldn't go astray. Sasuk thinks the fact Chung is able to create plum blossoms, his unfathomable level of martial arts and unknown origins, there are too many questions about him, but he thinks he cannot make the rest be on guard against Chung just because of his own curiosity. Sasuk wonders if the way of Taoism is something that flows and has to be embraced. Sasuk thinks that no matter what kind of person Chung is, there is no reason for them to confine him as long as he is a disciple of the Mount Hua sect, since the way of Taoism is boundless. Sasuk thinks now that they have left the part of teaching to Chung's, he can just sit on his hands, and thinks he must also work hard to keep up with the Mount Hua sect that is getting stronger, but he wonders if it would be too greedy to ask Chung to teach him. After some while, Chung, sitting on a cliff, thinks they barely got over one problem, but there are tons more awaiting them. Chung thinks although the third-class disciples are not progressing slowly at this rate, they'll become martial masters much later than he would like. Chung feels as if he has a heavy burden on his shoulders and thinks this is what being a leader feels like. Chung wonders, had he felt like this in the past, would the fates of his fellow sect members have been different? Chung shakes his head, saying that it doesn't matter now and that what's important is that he uses the past as the foundation to make better decisions in the present and create a better future. Chung, while practicing, thinks he can feel it's growing slowly, but there is no shortcut for this, so he needs to move forward endlessly and follow the process. Chung thinks the Mount Hua sect must get out of the protection of this mountain and head for the world in the days to come. Chung knows when that happens, they'll face the cruelties of Jianghu that they have never seen before. Chung thinks he must create a place that they can trust and depend on when that time comes, whether that place would be him or the Mount Hua sect. For the sake of that, Chung thinks he needs to become way stronger than he is now, not as the Plum Blossom Saint, but as the current Chung Mayang. Chung thinks he'll keep growing stronger perpetually and will surpass the heavenly demon one day. Suddenly, Chung hears someone ask if his plum blossoms have bloomed, to which he replies that they have not yet. But when he sees behind, there is no one. Chung says one day his very own plum blossoms will bloom, and they'll bloom from the tip of his sword and engulf the whole world in their scent. Chung, looking towards the sky, tells his senior brother not to worry about it and says he'll do his best. The spring that caused the plums to bloom on Mount Hua was coming to an end. They bloomed and withered twice, and just like that, time passed by like flowing water. One day a boy reached the Mount Hua sect after climbing its stairs, and he is extremely exhausted. The boy is starting to realize that the Mount Hua sect has become more reputable after the conference between the Southern Edge and Mount Hua sects 2 years ago. The boy thinks the Mount Hua sect he knew of wasn't this clean, and he hopes his father's judgment was not wrong. As he knocks at the door of the sect, he says he would like to visit the sect and wonders if someone heard him. Suddenly, the Mount Hua disciple opens the door and asks who he is, to which the boy replies that he is here to meet the Mount Hua sect's leader. The disciple of Mount Hua says they are not expecting any guests today, so he should come back tomorrow, but that boy gets shocked and says no wonder no one was climbing up the mountain. The boy gets worried that he has to climb this mountain again tomorrow, so he decides he can't let this happen. The boy tells the disciple of the Mount Hua sect to wait and asks if there is no other way because he must meet the sect leader today, to which the disciple replies that today is the day when they don't receive any outsiders, and if it is not urgent so the boy should come back tomorrow. Suddenly, the boy says he is not an outsider and that his name is Wai Soheen. The boy, while showing a symbol on the back of his dress, says he is from the Hua Shadow sect, an external sect that is affiliated with the Mount Hua sect. Soheen says he needs to meet the sect leader because of an emergency and says he knows that it's his fault for climbing up here without knowing about the fact that they don't accept guests today, but he asks if they could take into account his sect situation and tell the sect leader that there is an emergency. The Mount Hua disciple surprisedly asks if Soheen is saying that he is representing an affiliated sect. After they let Soheen in, the finance head gets happy to see him and says among the affiliated sects, Hua Shadow sect is the only one that has continued to send them at least some money for the last 30 years. The elder says Soheen looks like a very upright and decent guy, just like how a disciple of the Hua Shadow sect would like, so he asks what it is and tells Soheen to speak freely. The elder says he'll try to help with Soheen's problem, but Soheen wonders what is happening and why he is so welcoming out of the blue. As the elder asks if they need money, he can lend them at very low interest, but suddenly, the sect leader interrupts them, and the elder understands the sect leader wants him to keep quiet. The sect leader asks Soheen what the problem is, and he replies that the Hua Shadow sect is in trouble, so his father has sent him to request the Mount Hua sect's help. When the sect leader asks what kind of help he is referring to, the boy takes Chung Mayang's name, which shocks everyone in the room. Soheen says he would like to bring the hero of the Southern Edge and Mount Hua Conference, Mount Hua Divine Dragon, Taoist Chung Mayang, back with him. Everyone is in shock, so the sect leader says instead of diving straight into business, how he should explain their situation to them first. So-hing apologizes because his mind is all over the place, so he explains that everything happened because of a new martial arts academy known as the Path Academy that was founded opposite the Hua Shadow sect. So-hing says the Path Academy is affiliated with the Wudang sect, and as soon as they were built, they started to aggressively pull in trainees from places around them. So-hing says that considering the fact that the Hua Shadow sect is quite recognized in Nanyang, they didn't care about that. However, they changed their strategy and started targeting the Hua Shadow sect. So So-hing says his father, the Hua Shadow sect leader, blew up at their provocation and suffered great damage in his fight against the Path Academy head. So-hing says if that was where things ended, he would not have come looking for the Mount Hua sect's help, but the Path Academy seemed intent on driving the Hua Shadow sect out of Nanyang, which is why he has come to ask the Mount Hua sect for help. So-hing says his father heard that Wudang sect disciples would be visiting Nanyang, so he quickly sent him to meet with the Mount Hua sect leader and request help. The sect leader says the groups affiliated with Wudang should be the seekers of the way of Taoism, so he wonders why they would do such a thing. So-hing requests the sect leader to help them because if the Mount Hua sect doesn't help them, they'll have to take down their signboard at this rate. The sect leader realizes they cannot ignore this because the number of affiliated groups a sect has indicates how powerful they are. The sect leader thinks now that the Mount Hua sect is ready to go out into the world, they need to start increasing the number of their affiliated groups if they want to recover their former glory when they had hundreds of them. The sect leader knows some of their second-class disciples will soon split into those who will remain on Mount Hua and those who will get out into the world and set up martial arts academies. The sect leader thinks if they ignore the problems of their current affiliated groups, then people won't trust the main sect when the new ones open. When the sect leader asks if So-hing wants to bring Chung back with him, So-hing replies that it is right, and that this is his father's earnest request. So-hing says his father told him that he must bring the Mount Hua Divine Dragon, Taoist Chung, the hero who defeated everyone from the Southern Edge sect alone in the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference 2 years ago. The sect leader says So-hing's father is not wrong and he understands the situation, but he tells So-hing that they have other things to discuss among themselves, so he requests So-hing to wait outside. As he goes out, the elders immediately with anger says that they must send their disciples and bite the Wudang sect. Haiyan also tells the sect leader that they must not take this matter lightly because the Wudang sect is not an opponent that the Mount Hua sect can take on easily yet. Haiyan says although this is a problem between affiliated groups, such matters have been known to escalate into wars between sects in the past. Meanwhile, Unim says there are two things they need to consider right now. The first would be whether it is the right time for the Mount Hua sect to resume their activities in the outside world. It says that no matter what intentions or thoughts they have, if they send their disciples to confront the Wudang sect, the world will think that the Mount Hua sect has returned. Unim says the second thing would be whether their disciples are capable of taking on the disciples of the Wudang sect. And Haiyan says in regard to that problem, he thinks it would be more accurate to put it like this, if it is okay for them to release Chung Mayang. The sect leader asks Ungum what he thinks, and he replies that they think they should send Chung, which surprises the sect leader. Ungum says Chung Mayang will have to step into the Jianghu one day, so it is pointless to delay that. Ungum says if there was a guarantee that they could hold Chung here on Mount Hua and keep him focused on being a Taoist, then he would oppose sending him away, but that is impossible. This is why Ungum suggests sending Chung away to let him experience the harsh realities of the world. The sect leader understands that Ungum wants Chung to suffer, and he says it's a wise answer to a silly question. The sect leader asks what Chung Mayang is doing right now, to which Unim replies he has gone into isolated training recently and has not come out of it yet. Unim says Chung will be back soon, but the sect leader tells him to call Yun Zhang. When Yun arrives there, they tell Yun that Chung will be sent far away after he completes his isolated training, but Yun asks if they are serious. The sect leader says their guest from Hua Shadow sect will guide Chung, and since they'll be traveling together for a while, so he tells Yun to please introduce him to Chung Mayang. After some time, when Yun takes So-hing to Chung, So-hing thinks Yun doesn't look that old, but the vibes he gets from him are totally different from his. So-hing feels like there is a huge lake within Yun and wonders if it is because he is from the main sect. Suddenly, Yoon tells Soheen to feel free to speak, so Soheen asks what kind of a person is Taoist Chung, because there is no one who doesn't know Chung's name, but his whereabouts have been unknown ever since the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference from 2 years ago, so he is curious to know what kind of person Chung is. Soheen says that some say Chung is a swordsman whose vibes are sharp like blades, others say he is a noble, broad-minded warrior. Yoon asks why people in the world are saying that, and Soheen wonders if he heard it. Yoon says it'll be faster for Soheen to see Chung for himself than for Yoon to tell Soheen about Chung. After some while, when they reach the place where Chung is training, Soheen gets shocked. Yoon tells Soheen it's the Plum Blossom Cavern, and people come here to train in peace without others around or to gain enlightenment. Soheen is impressed to see where Chung is training, and Yoon says he'll call Chung for him. Yoon starts calling Chung, but he doesn't reply. Yoon says he thinks Chung cannot hear them because he is too immersed in his training. However, Soheen thinks that doesn't sound like a proper call, and Yoon says he thinks Chung is training hard, so he says they'll not be able to meet him. While Yoon tries to take Soheen away, Chung suddenly comes out, breaking a rock. Soheen is amazed to see the shadow of the rising star of the next generation, Mount Hua Divine Dragon, coming out from the dust, and Chung says he almost died while eating a ton of grain balls. Chung says that is why he didn't want to go into isolated training, and that he'll change his surname if he ever does it again. As the dust settles and Soheen sees Chung's face, Soheen wonders who this guy is because he thinks this is not the Mount Hua Divine Dragon, but thinks there is something unusual about him other than his rude attitude. Soheen thinks the harmony between this boy's well-balanced body muscles and his face makes him quite handsome. Suddenly, Chung asks if it is the day, to which Yoon replies it's not, and there are about 3 days left at the end of his isolated training. When Chung asks why Yoon is here then, Yoon replies that the sect leader is looking for him. Chung thinks the sect leader must have felt pity for him, so he sent Yoon to get him out of the isolated training, but Chung says that's not it and something happened. Chung asks what it is, and when he asks who the boy with Yoon is, Yoon replies this boy is Wai Soheen from the Hua Shadow sect. Chung is happy to see him because he remembers it was one of Mount Hua sect's outer sects in the past. Chung thought all of them had closed down, but to think that there was still one that survived, he gets happy. When Yoon asks if Chung knows them, Chung denies it and asks how he would know them. Yoon says they should then go and listen to the details from the sect leader, to which Chung replies that they should go and says if they don't catch up, he is going to go there by himself. Meanwhile, Soheen thinks Chung doesn't look like the Taoist of the main Mount Hua sect with that attitude because he looks like a thug. Suddenly, Yoon tells Soheen that they should follow Chung, but Soheen shockingly asks if they are going to meet with the Mount Hua Divine Dragon because Yoon said they were coming there to see him. Yoon says he doesn't know what the Mount Hua Divine Dragon is, but that guy was the one they were looking for. Soheen is shocked to know that the thug guy is Chung, and Yoon says it's too early to be startled because there are many more surprises waiting for him. After reaching the sect, when Chung gets to know about the situation, he furiously asks if they are serious that not only did the outer sect disciples of the Wudang sect attack theirs, but they even asked the Taoists from their main sect to help. Soheen is scared to see Chung furious, and Chung tells the sect leader not to worry because he'll go and make sure the matter is resolved. When Yoon asks how he is going to do that, Chung yells that he'll charge over there and crush the heads of all those Southern Edge sect goons, but Yoon corrects him that it's the Path Academy. Chung yells that yes, he'll crush that Path Academy and break the head of Wudang. Chung furiously says he'll make it so that they'll never step foot in Nanyang again by setting their academy on fire. Yoon calls Chung a lunatic and tells him that Path Academy is a Taoist academy, but Chung replies that it doesn't matter and asks if Yoon thinks a Taoist academy can't catch fire. Chung says everyone is equal in front of the fire, whether it's the Southern Edge Academy or the Mount Hua sect. Yoon again corrects Chung that it's the Path Academy and asks why Chung is bringing the Mount Hua sect up, to which Chung replies that it's because they are Taoists too. Meanwhile, the sect leader asks others if it is really okay for them to send Chung there, to which Ungum replies that they need to reconsider that. Suddenly, Chung yells at Yoon that it is natural for them to protect the ones who pay protection fees to them, because otherwise who would pay them? Yoon tells Chung not to call that money a protection fee and call it funding or something, but Chung says it's the same thing. Chung tells the sect leader that the Path Academy picked a fight first, so they must respond. Chung requests the sect leader to leave it to him, so he'll go and crush some heads and ask if he can leave right now, but the sect leader says his head hurts. The sect leader says Chung will be going with a few others because they need to find out more about what happened, and there are some details that are bothering him. The sect leader says they'll depart tomorrow or the day after, to which Chung replies that it sounds great and says he is happy as long as he gets to see the faces of those Wudang goons. The sect leader says he'll decide who will go with Chung and then lets him know. He tells Yoon to prepare accommodations for Wei Sohing and help him get some food. As they are taking leave, the sect master asks Chung if the isolated training helped him to get stronger. Chung replies that those Wudang punching bags will give him that answer. After Chung leaves, the sect leader tells Hyun saying that he feels uneasy about the sudden appearance of the Wudang sect's outer sect in Nanyang, where, for a long time, there have been no problems. The sect leader asks if it could be just a coincidence that they picked a fight with them, but Hyun asks what the sect leader is trying to say. The sect leader replies he doesn't know if it is the right choice for them to send Chung there because he worries they are after something. Hyun Sang disagrees and says if the sect leader thinks they attacked one of their outer sects just to get Chung Mayang there, then the sect leader must be overthinking. Hyun Sang asks what the Wudang sect would get from picking a fight with them because there is not much to gain from that small land of Nanyang to begin with. The sect leader says that after the last conference, Chung has become a lot more famous, and people are now saying that he is one of the top few candidates to become the strongest of the new generation. That's what the sect leader is worried about and says Chung's nickname, the Mount Hua Divine Dragon, is way too exaggerated and eye-catching. The sect leader says he doesn't know if the Wudang sect is actually interested in taking control over that small piece of land, but what he is saying is that since they both are Taoist sects, Wudang wouldn't tolerate Mount Hua becoming more famous than them. Suddenly, Ungum asks if the sect leader knows what nickname the other disciples have given to Chung. The sect leader asks what it is, to which Ungum replies it is Mount Hua Mad Dog. Suddenly, Unem says since Mad Dog sounds a little exaggerative, they should settle on the Fierce Dog, but the sect leader thinks that still says Chung is a dog and wonders why they cannot use another word. Ungum says as the sect leader knows their disciples have been working really hard in the past year, so not even the Wudang sect or Shaolin will be able to look down on them now. Ungum says that among all their disciples, Chung Mayang is even more special, and those who dare to challenge Mount Hua Divine Dragon without much thought will understand why Chung was given that name. Ungum tells the sect leader that they need to keep Chung Mayang under control and says he has a few people in mind to accompany Chung. On the other hand, when Sohing sees Chung eating like a hungry dog, he wonders if all the rumors are false and if the Mount Hua Divine Dragon is eating so messily. Sohing thinks it would be more believable if Yoon was the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. Suddenly, Chung asks if they have been training hard in his absence, which makes the other disciples furious because they finally got 3 bearable months without Chung, but Yoon calls him back early. Yoon replies to Chung that everyone trained hard in his absence, but Chung says he'll have to see the results of their hard work himself. Yoon immediately diverts Chung's attention by reminding him that the matter with Hua Shadow Sect is more important, and Chung agrees that crushing the Wudang sect is more important. Suddenly, Chung asks when they'll be leaving, to which Yoon replies that the sect leader said they should depart tomorrow morning. Yoon says since it is earlier than what the leader originally said, the situation must be more urgent than expected. Yoon says if Chung is done eating, he should go back and pack up his luggage because they'll need to be able to leave quickly after all. As Chung leaves, everyone in the dining hall takes a breath of relief because they thought they would get beaten up. Sohing is confused to see everyone scared of Chung and wonders if Chung is not the youngest of them all. Sohing thinks Chung not only speaks casually to everyone, but even the seniors are careful of how they act around him. Suddenly, Yoon tells Sohing to not bother try to comprehend this situation because he'll soon understand everything no matter if he wants to. The next morning, they are ready for departure, and Sohing says they need to leave soon so that they can get there in time. Yoon tells Sohing not to worry because everyone will gather on time, and suddenly Gol sees Baek Chun arriving. As Sohing sees Baek Chun, he remembers Baek Chun is the one who led the disciples into the Jonghu to subjugate the bandits and save many people. Sohing is impressed to see the righteous sword of the Mount Hua sect, and he thinks the vibes Baek is giving are really heroic. Suddenly, when Yoon asks if Baek had a peaceful sleep last night, he yells at Yoon and asks if Yoon would have it if he was him. Beak yells that it is bad enough that Chung has come back, but now he has to travel to the Jianghu with him. Beak asks what he did wrong on Earth, and he has to go through this. Suddenly, Beak notices Sohing and asks who he is, to which he replies he is from Hua Shadow Sect. Sohing is about to tell his name, but he gets startled as Isol appears behind him, and he wonders when she got behind him. Suddenly, Sohing realizes she is beautiful, and despite her cold expression, she still looks amazing. Sohing feels it's a unique situation that there are so many people in the sect, but everyone whom he has met feels extraordinary. However, he thinks there is someone who surpasses them all, and suddenly, Chung arrives there. As Chung says they are all early, they feel furious because they doesn't want to overwork themselves. Chung asks if Beak is going too, to which he replies he is going with them, and Chung says he get why Beak is going, but he questions why Isol is going. Suddenly, the sect leader arrives there, and as he asks if everyone is here, they immediately pay their respects to him. The sect leader says he knows Sohing is worried about a lot of things, but these are all trustworthy people within their sect, so he is sure they'll be of great help to him. Sohing thanks the sect leader for his help in such difficult times, and sect leader tells Beak Chun to lead them well, because he is trusting in him. The sect leader tells Isol, Gol and Yoon to help Beak Chun, and they tell the sect leader to leave it to them. Lastly, the sect leader tells Chung not to cause any trouble, but Chung asks how what the sect leader is saying to him is so different from what he said to the others. The sect leader tells them to go ahead, Nanyang, help the Hua Shadow Sect, and let the world know that the Mount Hua sect is still alive and kicking, so the disciples say they'll be taking their leave. 2 years has been a long time, and now is the time to let the world know just how different the Mount Hua sect has become. After the disciples leave, Hyan Sang arrives and tells the sect leader that 2 years ago he was worried that their disciples would be humiliated by the Southern Edge sect. But now he is worried that they'll beat the Wudang sect disciples too badly. Hyan tells the sect leader to trust them and wait because the disciples are not that reckless. Hyan is sure they'll make the Mount Hua sect even more famous and return. The sect leader is also sure they'll become famous, but he says notoriety is also a type of fame. On the other hand, Beak says they'll be fine running non-stop from here to Nanyang, but he doesn't think Sohing can take it, so he says they need to find a better way to do this. However, Chung tells them they don't need to worry, and as he takes out a thing from his gown, everyone gets shocked, and they ask when did he take that. In the next scene, they are riding a horse cart and see Chung drinking alcohol. Sohing is shocked that a Taoist is drinking alcohol. Beak sighed and told Sohing that the Mount Hua sect doesn't forbid alcohol. Sohing said he didn't have to understand this ridiculous situation because it was not something he could easily make sense of. Beak tells Sohing that he didn't hear the details since they had to leave in such a rush, so he asks what kind of place the Hua Shadow Sect is. Beak says he knows it is the outer sect of Mount Hua, but it'll probably be a good idea for them to know as much as possible about the current situation since they are going there to help. Sohing says there is nothing really special, but when Beak says it is special, Sohing gets shocked. Beak says that up until recently, it meant nothing to be an outer sect of Mount Hua, but despite that, the Hua Shadow Sect has not shown its back to them and has kept that title with pride. Beak says he is sure that there is no other place like this in the entire world. Sohing says he is doing this just because he has a sense of duty, and his father is proud that they are disciples of the Mount Hua sect. Meanwhile, Chung, hearing all this, thinks it seems that the Hua Shadow Sect has gone through a lot, and people probably told them to give up on the Mount Hua sect countless times because no one would sign up to join a martial academy that is under a failing sect. Chung thinks if they had given up on being their outer sect, it would have been easier for them to do business. Suddenly, Sohing says they have no idea how happy his father was when he heard what happened at the last Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference. Sohing's father said that the Mount Hua sect had started to spread its wings again, and he emptied 2 barrels of wine even though he doesn't usually drink. Sohing says his father has always been proud of the fact that he is a disciple of the Mount Hua sect, but to be fair, he says the one who learned directly from the Mount Hua sect was his great-grandfather. Sohing says even though his father is not the first generation, he was always so proud of this, so they got lucky while running the academy and didn't have to starve until the Path Academy guys did what they did. Suddenly, Beak says Sohing mentioned that his father lost to the Path Academy master in a fight, to which Sohing replies that is right, but he says it's quite strange. When Beek asks what is strange about this, Sohing says his father has never slacked on training in his life, and says this probably sounds weird coming from him, but his father is strong enough that he wouldn't even lose to men who are young and in their prime. Meanwhile, Chung thinks Sohing is right because, unlike normal people, the more internal energy martial artists accumulate, the stronger they become and the slower they age. Chung knows that is why the Murim is not filled with frail old men but strong ones. Sohing says however the Path Academy master is really young, he doesn't understand how his father could lose to him. Simultaneously, Beek thinks there are too many strange things going on for this to be just a fight between two outer sects. Suddenly, Sohing says he needs to apologize and says although he did come there because his father asked him to, he didn't think that the Mount Hua sect would actually help. Sohing says they are up against the Wudang sect after all, and they are not an easy opponent. Sohing says that, unlike him, his father has always believed in the Mount Hua sect, and that he thinks he understands why now. Sohing says no matter how this ends, he'll be eternally grateful to them. But suddenly, Chung furiously asks what he means that no matter how it ends. Chung makes it clear that this will end only in one way. The opponents' heads will end up being crushed. Yoon tells Chung to hold back a little because the sect leader won't be happy if he goes overboard, but Chung says the sect leader secretly wants this in his heart. Yoon yells that the sect leader doesn't have that much time left to live, so Chung says he'll make sure that the sect leader gets to witness him crushing the heads of those Wudang goons, and only then he'll be able to ascend as a deity with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Gul whispers to Yoon that Chung is incredible because of how he is able to show respect and disrespect to the sect leader in the same phrase. Simultaneously, Chung says they need to let people know that their heads will be broken, whatever the reason they had for messing with the Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, Chung asks Beek what he is doing, and if they should go faster, but Yoon says if they rush too much, the horses will get tired. Chung says the horses were so expensive that they'd be fine, so he tells Yoon to pick up the pace. On the other hand, it's raining in the Hua Shadow sect, and Sohing's father, Y. Limson, is sure the help will arrive from Mount Hua sect, but a disciple of this sect, Yeom Pyong, says it's impossible because they are up against the Wudang sect here. Pyong says he knows the Mount Hua sect has become a little more famous recently, but they are not big enough to fight on par with the Wudang sect. Pyong says they'll be glad if the Mount Hua sect sends help, but if they know their place, they'll avoid getting involved in this matter. Pyong says the sect leader needs to accept the harsh truth, and they should not be waiting for help now. Pyong says they ought to resolve everything themselves and ask why the sect leader is putting so much trust in a place that won't even be able to help them. Limson says they are an outer sect of the Mount Hua sect, so they cannot abandon their origins, and they should not do that. Limson asks if Pyong thinks their situation will get better if they turn their backs on the Mount Hua sect. Limson says even then, their situation won't change just because they choose to become someone else's outer sect. Limson says if the Wudang sect falls, they'll just abandon them, and if Shaolin falls, they'll probably abandon them too, so the sect leader yells he doesn't want to live that kind of life. Pyong says no one will acknowledge the sect leader for what he is doing, to which Limson replies he doesn't seek acknowledgement and he is just protecting what he should. Limson says he believes that the Mount Hua sect won't leave them in the lurch, and they'll definitely send the Mount Hua Divine Dragon to help them. Suddenly, they hear a knock on the sect door, and a guy asks if sect leader Y is inside. There are a few people outside the sect's door, and one of them says he has come to settle things once and for all, so he tells Limson to come out. When Pyong asks what Limson will do, Limson says it cannot be helped, so he'll go out because if he doesn't, they'll accuse him of being a coward. Limson opens the doors and asks why they have come again because he doesn't have anything to say to them, to which the Path Academy Master replies that Limson knows why he is here. The Path Academy Master tells Limson to get the hell out of Nanyang since he lost in their fight and asks how long they intend to sit around and leech off them. Limson asks who says one must leave if they lose in a fight, to which the Path Academy Master replies that it's an unspoken rule. He says even if the Hua Shadow sect stays there, it's obvious their business will just get harder and harder to run. The Path Academy Master warns them to leave that place, but Limson refuses to do that, so the Path Academy Master asks if he'll only get a grasp of his situation after seeing bloodshed. Suddenly, a boy tells the Academy Master to let him talk on his behalf, to which the Path Academy Master agrees, but he tells this boy that he doesn't need to get involved in something so trivial. Meanwhile, Limson is shocked to see this boy because the hat he is wearing, his black robe, and the symbol of a pine tree on his chest are the symbols that only one sect wears on their clothes, which is the Wu-Tang sect. The boy says it's nice to meet Limson, and that he is the second-class disciple of the Wu-Tang sect, Jin Hyan. When Limson asks if he is the unceasing sword, Jin Hyan nods and says it is a little embarrassing, but people know him by that name as well. Limson knows Jin Hyan, also called the Wu-Tang Sword Dragon. He is a top disciple of the new generation, and someone who could eventually become the strongest swordsman in the world. Limson thinks that since the Wu-Tang sect has sent Hyan, they are declaring that this is a really important matter for them. Lin Hyan says he has heard of what happened so far from the Path Academy master, and he said Limson would like to stay in Nanyang, to which Limson replies that is right. Hyan says he doesn't think it is a good idea because problems cannot help but arise if there are two martial academies in a small territory. Hyan says since they'll each take fewer members, it'll only make things harder for both the academies. Limson says Hyan doesn't need to be stating the obvious, but he asks why they should leave when they are the first there. Hyan says if both academies decide to stay, Hua Shadow Sect is the one that'll suffer more, but he also tells Limson not to get him wrong and says he simply doesn't want them to leave. He has prepared compensation. Hyan says since it is a fact that the opening of the Path Academy here has caused them to lose their business, the Wu-Tang sect will pay all the relocation costs if Limson decides to move away. Limson gets furious because he knows they are saying this because money is not the problem there. Limson knows the Hua Shadow Sect belongs to Nanyang. They have a history in this place and their members have their roots there. Limson knows asking to leave all of this behind is the same as asking them to erase their background and start from scratch, so he says they have no intention of doing that. Suddenly, Hyan says if Limson insists on that, then there is a way they can stay here. Limson is shocked, so he asks if Hyan is talking about a compromise and says he'll do anything as long as they get to stay here. As Jin Hyan tells Limson to remove the plum blossom symbol from their signboard, Limson gets shocked. Hyan says one place can't have two martial academies belonging to two different sects. Hyan says even though the Mount Hua sect is not very powerful right now, they are still their rival, so he says they cannot let another outer sect exist in the same place as theirs. Hyan tells Limson to make his decision that if he'll erase his connection with the Mount Hua sect and keep moving forward with the Wu-Tang sect, or would he rather have the name of the Hua Shadow sect forever erased from Nanyang. When Hyan asks what Limson's reply is, he replies they won't abandon the Mount Hua sect, which makes Hyan sigh, and he says they are bringing this upon themselves. Jin Hyan gives Limson 6 hours and says if they don't leave this place, he'll force them out. Limson calls it shameful and asks if this is how the reputable Wu-Tang sect should behave. Hyan gets furious and tells Wu-Tang not to get it wrong because the Wu-Tang sect is famous all over the world, and this is how they have operated. Hyan says they have given all the options they could to the Hua Shadow sect, but they are the ones who rejected them and are being unreasonable here. Hyan, while leaving, tells Limson to bear in mind that they have 6 hours and ask if Limson is trying so hard to stay because he is waiting for help from the Mount Hua sect. Limson gets startled and Hyan asks if he actually thinks they'll send them help to fight against the Wu-Tang sect. Hyan mocks the outer sect of the Mount Hua sect, saying that if they were going to hold on to something, then they should have held on to something reliable. Suddenly, Hyan gets startled when he hears a guy ask him what rubbish he is talking about. Hyan sees the guy wearing a cap walking towards them, and when a Path Academy disciple asks who he is, Chung Myung pushes him away, saying it's him. Hyan thinks that this guy is a lunatic and thinks even if he doesn't recognize them, the Wu-Tang sect's disciples, he is out of his kind to push someone from a group of swordsmen. Suddenly, Chung's fellow disciples also arrive, passing by the Wu-Tang swordsman, which shocks Sohing, but he excitedly runs to tell his father that he has brought help from the Mount Hua sect's disciple here as per his order. Jin Hyan, shocked, asks if he is talking about the Mount Hua sect, to which Chung replies that he is right and asks who else they would be. Jin Hyan realizes that he didn't notice it at first because of Chung's loud entrance, but now he sees the plum blossom symbol on his chest. Beek says their sect leader sent them here upon hearing that the Hua Shadow sect had run into some troubles. Beek greets the Hua Shadow sect leader and says he is the second-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect, Beek Chun. Limson is shocked to hear Hua Righteous Sword. Beek has arrived for help, and he trips with shock. Limson sees Beek has so much charisma, and he doesn't lose his unceasing sword in that regard. Limson wonders if it means the Mount Hua Divine Dragon is also here. Suddenly, Chung excitedly runs towards the sect leader, saying he has heard a lot about him. As Chung says he is their precious client who has been paying protection fees consistently for 30 years, Yoon reminds him that he told him not to call it a protection fee. Ignoring this, Chung says it's nice to meet the sect leader. He says he is Chung Myung from the Mount Hua sect, which shocks Limson and Jin Hyun. When Hyun asks if he is the Mount Hua Divine Dragon, Chung replies that he doesn't know about that nickname, but that he is Chung Myung. Chung asks if he needs him to show him a certificate or something, but Jin Hyun is in shock that a thug like this boy is the rumored Chung Myung. Hyun thinks people said that Chung is one of the new generation's leaders who suddenly appeared in the world, and he was given the Divine Dragon nickname, which is more prestigious than the Sword Dragon. Chung tells Limson to rest assured because they'll deal with this issue now and says the sect leader said that among all outer sects, Hua Shadow Sect is the best. Jin Hyun cannot believe that a person like Chung is stronger than him, and suddenly Beek says they have come here to investigate the problem between the two outer sects. Beek tells Hyun his name, and Hyun replies that he is Jin Hyun from the Wudang sect. Beek says it seems like Hyun was talking to the Hua Shadow Sect leader just now, so he says Hyun may now talk to him instead. Hyun says that it sounds to him like the Mount Hua sect is getting involved in this matter, to which Beek replies that there is no reason they can't do that. Hyun gets furious and wonders how dare they get involved in the matters of the Wudang sect just because they have regained some of their fame. Hyun says he is curious as to how they'll be involving themselves in this matter, to which Beek says it would be ideal if they could just talk things out, but he says it seems like the Wudang sect has no intention of doing that. Hyun feels that the vibe Beek has started to give off is no joke, and it feels as if it is pressing down on that whole area. Hyun wonders if Beek's nickname, Hua Righteous Sword, is real, unlike Chung. Suddenly, Hyun challenges if, in this case, they should have a duel, but Chung calls it a load of crap and asks if Hyun thinks they came here for a duel. Hyun gets furious and asks if the Mount Hua sect knows no manners, to which Chung replies that it is rich coming from someone who charged into someone else's sect and asked them to leave unless they wanted to die. As Chung says he guessed those darned manners of Hyun comes into play only when he wants them to, Hyun furiously holds his sword and asks if he take that as the position of the Mount Hua sect. Meanwhile, Beek asks how they can retract what they have already said and says in his eyes that it seems Hyun has decided that this has been the case since earlier on. Hyun, while drawing his sword, says that is right, but he puts the sword back in and says he'll give them exactly 1 day. Hyun says they'll come and attack the Hua Shadow Sect at this time tomorrow and says since Chung is the one who proposed it, based on the rules of Jonghu, they won't be responsible for any mishaps that are going to happen. Suddenly, Chung mocks that first Hyun said 6 hours, and now he is saying 1 day. Chung says Hyun is changing the rules however he wants, and says he could have said he just got scared. Hyun gets furious and thinks he should stop talking to Chung, or he won't be able to control himself. Hyun, controlling his anger, says he'll see them here tomorrow morning, and he walks away with his men. Yoon is surprised that Hyun managed to hold back himself and says the Wudang sect's disciples live up to their name. On the other hand, Limson is frozen with fear, but when Chung says he told him to trust them, he knows he should sit back and relax. Limson, trembling with terror, asks if he doesn't understand what he has done. Limson yells that he asked Chung to settle things here, not to start an all-out war. Limson feels his blood pressure dropping, he faints, and So-heen gets worried for his father, but Chung asks what they did wrong. On the other hand, when Hyun's junior asks why, he gives them time until tomorrow because they should have broken some of his bones. When Hyun asks if they should have done it right away, the junior replies that it is right, and they should go back and make an example out of him. Hyun asks his junior if he knows why he gave them until tomorrow and furiously says if he had done that right away, he might have killed Chung Myung. The junior gets worried, and Hyun says they'll come to their senses soon and realize what they have done. Hyun says they'll know what'll happen to them when they make an enemy out of the Wudang sect. On the other hand, Limson is having a dream in which he hears his father telling him that the Mount Hua sect is a reputable sect. He hears his father saying it took tons of blood and sweat from countless predecessors to earn that renown. His father says even though they are going through hardships now, they'll eventually rise again and spread their name throughout the world, so Limson must not judge them based on their current situation. As Limson hears his father say that one day their sect will soar to the top together with the Mount Hua sect, and that he should protect the Mount Hua sect, Limson immediately wakes up from his dream, startled. Seeing Pine standing beside him, he realizes it is a dream. On the other hand, Chung is enjoying wine, and when he asks Gol to pass some more meat, Gol takes it away from him, saying he is already at his portion. Chung tells Gol not to be stingy, but Gol tells him to keep his hands to himself if he doesn't want them to get chopped off. Suddenly, Limson arrives there, yells that there is no time to be having drinks, and asks if they don't understand the severity of the current situation. Everyone gets startled, and Beak apologizes for these guys living very carefreely, but when Chung also says these guys live carelessly, Gol yells that Limson has internal injuries and asks if they can use their brains a little. Limson thinks to hell with being a reputable sect and says they intend to give up Nanyang and leave. So-Hing is shocked to hear this, and Limson says while it is not easy to abandon everything they have grown attached to, they don't have a choice now that things have come to this. Limson says in any case they have got an extra day thanks to them, so he thinks it'll be better if they end this and leave this place before the time is up. Beak says he understands that they don't look dependable, but Limson says it's not because he doesn't trust them. It's because their opponent is the Wudang sect. Limson says now that they have made the Wudang sect their enemy, no matter how hard they try to stop them, this incident will just repeat itself again in the future. Chung continues drinking while Limson says it'll keep happening until they leave Nanyang. Suddenly, Chung furiously puts down the wine jug and asks what's so good about this place, and says the Wudang sect is way overboard with their methods. Limson replies there is not much to it because otherwise, Nanyang would not have been such a quiet place this whole time. Chung says that is true and thinks if the sect leader why Limson knew something about it, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal, and thinks it's because the information Limson has access to is just common knowledge. Chung thinks if the Wudang sect is going this far, there has to be something here. Suddenly, Limson tells them to return to their sect at dawn tomorrow, and says he'll deal with what comes next, but Chung says that won't do because their sect leader has ordered them to resolve the Hua Shadow sect's problem before they return. Chung says the Mount Hua sect has not forgotten what the Hua Shadow sect has done for them, so he says they'll never abandon their outer sect, and the world will now know this fact clearly. Chung starts drinking again, and Limson thinks he may be too hasty with his judgment about Chung Mayun. Suddenly, Chung says he has a favor to ask, so Limson asks what it is because he'll do it as long as it is within his means. Suddenly, Chung asks if he can get more wine, which makes Limson think his judgment about Chung is not wrong. On the other hand, Jinmu asks if Haiyan thinks Hua Shadow sect will run away tonight, to which he replies they'll run away, but he thinks the disciples from the Mount Hua sect won't run away. When Jinmu asks why Haiyan thinks so, he replies it's because the Mount Hua sect has gotten the fame they don't deserve. Haiyan says people who have earned their reputation honestly usually don't obsess over it, but when one gets too much of it, they simply become too arrogant. Haiyan doubts that the Hua Divine Dragon guy will just throw away that nickname of his because if he runs away despite being the one who provoked them, he'll become a laughingstock in the Jianghu. However, Jinmu says that only applies to honorable people though, but they just seem to be reckless and shameless, and Haiyan says they just need to teach them a lesson. Haiyan says he doesn't blame Chung since he became famous at such a young age, but he says it is the job of an adult to show him how reality works. Suddenly, Haiyan says they should not forget the true objective that they are here for and ask if Jinmu remembers it, to which he replies that he has not forgotten even for a second. Haiyan says he doesn't care about the Mount Hua or Hua Shadow sect, but there is one person who bothers him, so they need to get rid of him quickly. Haiyan says when all of this goes through, they'll be able to surpass Shaolin and become the strongest sect in the world. Haiyan thinks the reason they came all the way to Nanyang and even created a fake sect, Path Academy, is the Sword Graveyard. Haiyan thinks if everything goes according to the plan, the whole world will kneel before the Wudang sect. The next morning, Chung is feeling dizzy because he drank so much last night and he doesn't feel good inside. Yoon yells at him that he should have controlled himself a little and says he knew this would happen from the moment he saw Chung drink straight from the bottle. Suddenly, Chung, while drinking again, asks what he can do because the wine is so smooth. Yoon furiously asks how Chung can drink even more wine when he says he doesn't feel good. Gol also gets mad about how Chung can still be drinking when they have a big fight on the horizon. Chung says he just needs to sober himself up, and it's not a big thing, but Gol and Beek Chun say he reeks of alcohol. On the other hand, Soheen tells his father that he has gathered all members of their sect as he had instructed and locked all their gates. Soheen tells his father that the Wudang sect's disciples will be here soon, so he asks his father if they should fight alongside the Mount Hua sect. Limson thinks the one who provoked the Wudang sect was not them, but the Mount Hua sect. Limson thinks now that they have accepted their fate, they won't suffer many losses if they leave Nanyang without fighting. On the other hand, he thinks if they fight alongside them, a lot of their members might get injured, and Limson thinks he and Soheen won't be able to leave unscathed. When Limson asks Soheen what he thinks they should do, Soheen says they ought to fight alongside them because they are simply their guests. Soheen says they cannot just sit by and watch the Mount Hua sect fight for them. Soheen tells his father that this place is the reason he came to respect his father and cherish the Hua Shadow sect. Soheen says all those moments when his father supported the fallen Mount Hua sect, and the pride he felt for being associated with them without waiting for anything in return happened there in the Hua Shadow sect. Limson realizes Soheen is right, and Soheen says they may be from an outer sect, but they are still disciples of the Mount Hua sect, so he asks how they could sit idly by when their fellow disciples are fighting. Hyung says he has seen the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect, who sent his disciples here to help them without a single ounce of hesitation. Soheen says their way of doing things might be wrong, but their desire to help them is definitely righteous. Soheen says he'll fight alongside them today, even if it means that he dies. This makes Limson realize his son is ready to give up his life fighting, which makes him feel ashamed of himself. Limson thinks even though those were words he usually said, when the true crisis came, he shunned away. However, Soheen followed everything Limson taught him. Suddenly, Limson tells Yom Pyong to open the main door and tell their disciples that those who want to fight can stay, and those who don't want to fight can go home. Limson says he won't blame anyone who chooses to leave the sect and says if their sect survives beyond today, he'll take them back without any conditions. Pyong says if the sect leader does that, no one will stay, but Limson says he and Soheen will stay, which is enough. Soheen gets happy, and Limson says they'll take on the name of the Mount Hua sect and fight. Suddenly, Pyong says he understands and takes his leave, which shocks them, and when Limson asks if Pyong is not going to stay, he replies that he won't take on the name of the Mount Hua sect, but he'll take on the name of the Hua Shadow sect and fight. On the other hand, Chung is completely drunk, and he asks Beek when will the Wudang's disciples arrive, to which Beek replies how would they know that? Suddenly, Beek tells everyone to listen up and says he has not said anything in regard to what they have done so far, but says he must let them know that the current situation is a different one. Beek says their sect leader told them that this matter would become the beacon that lets the world know the Mount Hua sect is resuming its activities in the outer world. Beek says today's fight is not just theirs because they'll be fighting with the name of the Mount Hua sect on their backs. Beek tells them to bear that in mind, to which Chung says he gets it and he'll go easy on the opponents, but Beek tells him not to do that because if he is going to fight, then he should go all out. Beek says making enemies out of Wudang is inevitable now anyway, and in that case it'll be better for them to go all out. Chung likes what Beek is saying, but suddenly they see the Hua Shadow sect's disciples leaving. When Beek wonders what is happening, Limson arrives there and tells him they opened the sect gates temporarily, so those who wanted to leave have left. Chung sees that there are still many left, so he thinks it is a good sect with good people, just like the Mount Hua sect from back then. Suddenly, Limson says he didn't do what he was supposed to do because he was out of sorts. Limson expresses his sincerest thanks to the Mount Hua sect, which came to help them in times of need without stopping to rest at all. Limson says he doesn't know how things will end today, but he says he'll lead the Hua Shadow sect and fight alongside Mount Hua's disciples. Beek requests the sect leader not to do this because they are doing what must be done. Beek heard Limson was a great warrior, and he thinks it seems Limson lived up to those rumors, so he wonders if he would be able to make the same decision if he were in Limson's place. Suddenly, Chung says Limson is truly incredible because, as someone who has kept his loyalty for 30 years, he is truly different from the rest. However, Chung says there is no need for them to get involved, but when Limson asks what he means, Chung says they'll know when they see it. Suddenly, Chung, hearing the opponents arrive, says it's good they have arrived, and on the other hand, Hein orders his men to attack the Hua Shadow sect. Beek tells everyone the opponents have attacked, and 3 of them are right ahead. But as they jump inside the sect, Chung in an instant throws them out of the sect in a single blow. Meanwhile, Beak is glad, and he wants Chung to beat them to his heart's content. One of the opponents who gets thrown outside the sect wonders what he was hit by, to which the other replies that he thinks it was a gust of wind or something. Meanwhile, Hyan worriedly wonders if the three of them were unable to see that attack at all and wonders how this is possible. Hyan thinks this is only possible if the people inside the Hua Shadow sect are several times stronger than them. Hyan tells everyone that some of the opponents know how to use strange tricks, so he tells his men to follow him. Hyan takes out his sword and says they don't know what kind of trap there might be, so he'll go in first and they'll follow him. As Hyan enters the Hua Shadow sect by breaking its door, he starts looking for the trap, but Chung asks why he broke the door when it was not even closed. Chung says kids these days are very rude, but Hyan, looking at the number of opponents, wonders if this is it. Hyan asks if that is everyone the Hua Shadow sect got to fight against them, and asks if they really are confident. Hyan says this confidence might be their arrogance, but Gul and Yoon feel the way this guy speaks. It seems familiar. Suddenly, Chung reminds Beak that it used to be his phrase, but Beak gets embarrassed and tells Chung to stop it. Chung laughs at Beak, which makes Hyan wonder why they are so carefree and relaxed. Hyan says he doesn't know where his confidence in Chung comes from, but he says the Mount Hua sect has always been inferior to the Wudang sect. Hyan asks if they think they'll be able to defeat them, but Chung asks who is inferior to whom and says 100 years ago, the Wudang sect were the ones smelling their feet. Hyan says that is right, but Chung is talking about the era when they had the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme guy. However, Hyan asks if Chung knows that guy he is so proud of who lost miserably to the Taiji Sword Emperor of the Wudang sect. Chung asks what the heck he is talking about, but Hyan says he guesses Chung doesn't know and says the two of their elders dueled once back in the day and the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme lost miserably. Hyan says their benevolent Taiji Sword Emperor has hidden that fact from the world to save his opponent's face and says this means the Mount Hua sect has never been on par with the Wudang sect. Suddenly, Gul furiously asks how dare Hyan insult their supreme, and Yoon warns Hyan not to cross the line just because they have been nice to him. Meanwhile, when Beak also warns that Hyan has no right to speak of the Sword Supreme, Chung, hearing this, thinks that, as he is the Sword Supreme, they should treat him with respect as they are doing right now. Suddenly, Chung wonders who Hyan said had defeated him, and remembers the Taiji Sword Emperor was an old man who looked like he could die anytime. Chung remembers that the darn old Taoist fought him, but he strongly insisted on a private duel so no one would know its details. Taiji said that, as a fellow practitioner of Taoism, he would teach Chung what his true path was, and that he hoped Chung wouldn't resent him for the harsh lesson and would use it as an aid to his repentance. After Chung defeats Taiji badly, Taiji acknowledges that Chung is more skilled than him. Taiji agreed that he lacked training and admitted his defeat, so he requested Chung to stop beating him. Chung remembers that after that fight, he had a great time ordering Taiji around. Taiji rented the entire top floor of the restaurant and bought the most expensive wine, which Chung enjoyed. Chung wonders why that part of the history is destroyed and wonders if it is because no one knows the details and there is not any evidence. Suddenly, Chung asks Hyan if he thinks some old man from 100 years will help him, and he says they are all dead. Chung calls them pathetic because they are from the Wudang sect, but Hyan asks who dares to call them pathetic. Suddenly, Chung calls Wai Sohing and asks if Sohing did everything he asked, to which Sohing replies if he is asking about spreading the rumors, he did tell the people of Nanyang during the day. Chung says Sohing did great, and suddenly, he takes out his sword to destroy the entrance of the sect by just swinging the sword in the air. Hyan is shocked to see that there are people gathered at the entrance of the sect. Chung says he prefers to play in front of a large audience and asks his senior brothers how many opponents they can take, to which Gul replies he can take down 3, and Yoon says he can take 2. Chung tells Yu Isol to take 4 of them and tells Beak to take that brat Jin Hyan, but when Beak asks what Chung will do, he asks if Beak wants him to do this. Beak replies that he doesn't mean that, so Chung orders them to go forth, and Beak thinks it feels like the tables have turned. Beak hopes the Wudang sect disciples will be good enough to test out the results of their training and tells his fellows that they'll show the opponents the greatness of the Mount Hua sect's sword techniques. They rush to attack them, and Hyan also orders his men to teach them how strong the Wudang sect is. As the fight begins, Gul thinks everyone there has probably spent the last 2 years training to improve their skills. However, he wonders if there is anyone in the opponent's ranks who trained as hard as he and the other disciples of the Mount Hua sect. Gol doubts it because he thinks the crazy Chung has used every means he had to drive them to their limits. Gol thinks he can still go through any tough training as long as it makes him stronger. However, that arrogant thinking ceased to exist like a fleeting wind just 2 months after the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference. Gol really thought he would die, and it was so hard that they had to lose everything they had and build it up from scratch. Gol wondered if there was any need for that training, and if he had what it takes. While training, Gol wondered how strong he could become if he persisted, and wondered if he really made the right choice. As Gol's body was getting tired, his mind was filled with countless doubts. However, he couldn't get away and endured all the training. Gol spent 2 years with Chung Mine to build his current skills and body, and now he can see the skills of the opponent in front of him. Gol can see the way the opponent grips the sword, the direction of his gaze, and the balance of his body. Gol wants to point out all of the flaws in the opponent and thinks he can defeat him, but suddenly he thinks Jin Mu is no match for him. Gol, seeing Jin Mu fight Yun, thinks the Wudang sect's sword technique revolves around counterattacking, and until their opponent's sword touches theirs, they don't rush into making the next move. Gol knows the Wudang's disciples win by turning their foe's strength to their advantage, and they have used such sword techniques to climb and become the strongest sword sect in the world. Gol thinks the method to fight their opponents is that they need to be faster. Suddenly, Yun pushes his opponent away and calls him slow, while Gol also beats down some disciples. Jin Mu wonders how this is possible, but Yun, stabbing him down, says their sword skills are not bad, but the difference is how they trained is way too big. Meanwhile, Yun sees Gol has also defeated his opponents, and they look at each other gladly because they know they have gotten way too strong. Suddenly, Yun sees Kung nagging that Gol made 3 mistakes and Yun Young made 4 mistakes, so they are both dead meat. Yun knows Chung will be nagging them like hell again later on, but he feels much more certain after this fight that the Mount Hua sect's sword techniques are strong. Meanwhile, Limson is shocked to see the incredible power of the Mount Hua sect's disciples and sees they are defeating their enemies easily despite the difference in years of training. Limson, seeing Beak fight with Haiyan, thinks the Wudang sect that is said to be the leader of Jianghu is being overwhelmed. Suddenly, Sohing tells his father that they are strong, and his father agrees, but he thinks that what he is feeling now is not pain. He is simply way too touched. Limson thinks the Mount Hua sect is different now. Their disciples have gotten incredibly strong, but suddenly, when Chung asks if Limson wants some wine, Limson sighs that there is also this crazy boy. Limson asks if Chung is seriously drinking right now when his senior brothers are fighting, but Chung asks what is the big deal. Chung says they have been training hard for so long, and if they lose to such people, they need to be punished big time. On the other hand, Haiyan thinks about how they can be so fast, but when Beak asks him to just do it, Haiyan asks what he means. Beak says Haiyan doesn't look like the type who cares about pride, so he should stop thinking and just do it. Haiyan is furious, but he finally asks for help from his juniors, which shocks them. Haiyan tells them to stop standing around and help their seniors, so they immediately rush to attack Gol and Yun. Beak says this is a sight he wants to remember, and with a smile mocks the Wudang sect for using numbers to gang up on the disciples of the Mount Hua sect. Yun thinks it's so shameful, and if they are not in a fight, they have to win at all costs. He would have rather lost than done this. Haiyan says he acknowledges they are strong, but he asks why Chung is not fighting, and if he is looking down on the Wudang sect. Beak says it seems Haiyan misunderstood something and says they aren't skilled enough for Chung to get into the fight. Beak says it's natural that one would pick up their sword only against a worthy opponent. Haiyan furiously asks what Beak just said, but Beak tells him not to get angry and says he himself is not skilled enough to fight Chung. Beak says the world is full of unusual things like a 3-legged chicken and a snake with 2 tails. Beak says one day Haiyan might see a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Beak tells Haiyan not to worry because he won't be bored because he'll be playing with him after all. Beak says it isn't suitable for the Hua righteous sword to fight the unceasing sword and says it's too small of a deal for the Mount Hua divine dragon to be involved. Haiyan furiously runs to attack Beak, but Beak thinks he has heard Jin Haiyan's name multiple times and knows he is one of the new generation's leaders. Beak thinks that if it had not been for the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference, Jin Jumryun would have also become one of the 6 dragons like Jin Haiyan. Beak realizes that this means Jin Hyan is around the same level as Jin Jumryun and notices that Jin Hyan's sword techniques are firm and carry great internal energy. Beak thinks Hyan's attacks make him feel as if huge waves are coming at him. Beak understands why Hyan has gotten such praise, but he thinks that means nothing, for he has blossomed. As Hyan's attack is about to hit Beak, suddenly Beak uses 7 Plum Blossom's sword and attacks Hyan with Plum Blossom's execution, making Hyan yell in pain. Meanwhile, everyone is shocked to see Plum Blossom petals, and Chung is glad to see Beak being cool. Chung yells that Beak is Hue's righteous sword and calls him cool, which embarrasses Beak. Meanwhile, Yoon is worried about why there are so many opponents on his side and says he is the weakest among his fellows. Yoon says he understands why his opponents are not fighting Senior Beak, but he says they should go to the next strongest person after Beak. When they ask who she is, Yoon points toward Isol and asks if they cannot see her. Simultaneously, the guy fighting against Isol is nervous because she has no openings at all, and other opponents wonder what her sword technique is that resembles a dance. Suddenly, another guy tries to attack Isol, but she hits down 2 guys, which shocks the others. Meanwhile, Beak asks if they'll continue and says they might still have some chances of winning if they choose to do so. However, Beak says if those who are injured do not get treated right away, they might have problems in the future. Beak says he doesn't think this fight is that important for Hyan to destroy the future of his fellow sect members. Beak tells the remaining opponents to take their senior brothers to treatment and leave Nanyang by tonight. Beak announces that this time, they are the victors, so the remaining opponents immediately pick up their injured seniors and start to leave. While leaving, they thank the Mount Hua sect for their consideration, and they acknowledge their loss. Beak warns them not to ever mess with the Mount Hua sect again, and says since they fought with their senior brother's honor on the line, he trusts that they won't bring shame to his name. Beak says they won't see them off, and as they leave, the people start discussing that it is true that the Mount Hua sect has recovered its former prowess. People say if the Mount Hua sect is going so far for an outer sect, then it might be worth it to become their outer sect. Beak tells Limson that they have protected their sect and that they are safe now, but Limson gets teary-eyed and says that, as the sect leader, he owes a debt of gratitude to Mount Hua. Limson thanks them, but Beak and his fellows say they simply did what they were supposed to do. The night arrives, and people congratulate Limson because everything he has been saying about the Mount Hua sect has finally paid off. Limson is grateful for their congratulations and sees them off. Limson never thought he would live to see this day when the sect that was thought to have fallen completely revived, and even came all the way here to help him without hesitation. Limson thinks his father is right, and suddenly he looks at the place where the heroes who protected the Hua Shadow sect are staying. Limson thinks they are celebrating the victory too, and thinks he ought to apologize to them for not believing in them as well as for shouting at them due to letting his anger get to his head. Limson thinks while walking towards their room that he must discuss the future of the Mount Hua sect with them, and he too will raise his glass in celebration. As he opens the door, he is shocked to see the destruction inside the room as the Mount Hua disciples try to capture Chung. Beak tells Chung to calm down and think over what he is trying to do because those guys from the Wudang sect have already left, so there is no need to do what Chung is doing. Beak says since it is over, all that is left is to return to the Mount Hua sect, because the sect leader warned him not to cause any trouble. However, Chung says that it is right that their job is done here, so they shouldn't bother thinking about it anymore. Chung says that although he didn't like how they fought, he'd overlook it since they won. However, when Chubj, while wearing a mask, says the only exception is senior brother Joe Gull, he gets terrified and asks why him. Chung says what he is about to do is of utmost importance, and suddenly he rushes toward his mission after breaking the door open. Beak says they are screwed, while Limson is confused about what is happening. On the other hand, the Wudang disciples are taking Hyan back on a carriage, and when Hyan wakes up, Jin Mu tells him they are on their way back to the Wudang sect. Hyan asks what happened and what happened to their task, but he immediately remembers they lost. When asked about the Path Academy, Mu replies that they are told to vacate the place by tomorrow morning. Mu says they asked them not to sully his name and honor, but Hyan says he already sullied the name of the Wudang sect. Hyan thinks despite using such underrated methods in front of all those people, not only did he sully the honor of the Wudang sect, they couldn't achieve what they came for. Suddenly, Hyan tells Jin Mu that they cannot return empty-handed right now, so he tells him to go to the Wudang sect and report their current situation. Hyun says the rest will tend to their wounds here and await further orders from the sect. But suddenly, their senior Mu Jin arrives there and says there is no need for that. Hyun is shocked to see Jin here because he is the most powerful first-class disciple of the Wudang sect and is a part of the 3 swords of the Wudang, who are known to be the strongest. Suddenly, Jin says it looks like Hyun is wondering what he is doing there and that their sect leader must have had some worries, so he asks him to come here. Jin says it seems like the sect leader had all the right to be concerned and ask if the opponents gang up on them with numbers. Jin asked if the Mount Hua sect had twice the number of people they had, or if they had received help from another sect. When everyone stays quiet, Jin asks if they were not able to win despite putting their honor on the line, to which they reply that is right. Jin furiously asks if Hyun thinks his name belongs only to him and tells him not to be mistaken because if he does something unsightly or appears weak, the world will criticize him, not the Wudang sect. Jin asks if Hyun still does not understand that the reputation of the Wudang sect has been sullied because of his rashness. Hyun apologizes, but Jin tells him to forget it and says whatever the case is, it no longer matters because they are giving up on Nanyang. When Hyun, with shock, asks what he means, Jin says that now that things have come to this, they'll skip Nanyang and go to the sword graveyard right away. Hyun says they still have not figured out its location and asks if that is why they need Nanyang. But Jin says the Wudang sect has already figured out its location. Hyun is shocked, and Jin says that while it's humiliating, they have lost, and there will be plenty of opportunities to get even. Jin says they have something more important than a trivial matter like this, so Hyun should calm down. Jin says reinforcements are going to be sent here soon, so those who are heavily injured will return to the main sect, and those who are unscathed should follow him. Hyun is glad that they have found the location of the sword graveyard and thinks they'll easily be able to pay back all the humiliation they have received. Suddenly, Jin asks Hyun if he is able to carry on and says he wants him to calmly analyze his current condition because there is no shame in being injured. Hyun says he can carry on and he'll not be of any hindrance, so Jin says it is good, but suddenly B notices someone is hiding there and tells him to show himself. Chung immediately comes out and jumps near them, but his face is fully covered. Chung says he is just a robber that was passing by, but now he has a question for them. Chung asks what is the sword graveyard they mentioned, but everyone gets shocked and Hyun wonders who this guy is. Suddenly, Chung asks if they are mountain bandits, but Jin notices the pattern on Chung's sword is of plum blossom, and they wonder if he is from the Mount Hua sect. When Hyun asks if he is Mount Hua Divine Dragon, Chung asks how did he guess it so quickly. Hyun says he thought that the Mount Hua sect would have at least some honor and asks if Chung doesn't have any sense of shame, but Chung immediately denies that he is Chung. Chung says Hyun should have just feigned ignorance, so Hyun says if he is just a robber, then Jin acknowledges his position. Jin says as he is not a disciple of the Mount Hua sect, he'll simply cut down a robber who threatened them. Jin says this matter can be resolved simply if he takes off his mask and apologizes, but if he insists on acting stupidly, then he has no intention of playing along. Chunks aside because he had something to say as well and asked if they told him what the sword graveyard was, and then he'd overlook everything and allow them to continue on their way. Otherwise, he guarantees that he won't show any mercy. Jin says he heard that the Mount Hua sect has gotten stronger, and people say the strongest among them is Mount Hua Divine Dragon. However, Chung says there is no need to say such embarrassing stuff and says that it is just an exaggeration, which makes it obvious he is Chung. Suddenly, Jin says he doesn't know anything about Chung, and he has not seen the plum blossom engraved on his sword, nor has he figured out he is Mount Hua Divine Dragon, so if he injures him badly, he'll have an excuse.